With multiple large accidents stopping traffic. And this is just the beginning. The storm is expected to stretch 2,000 miles, impacting 21 states and 87 million Americans, bringing a mess of heavy snow and dangerous ice. I'm going to get straight over to meteorologist Janessa Webb with the latest on the timing and the impacts for all of this. Janessa, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, a very robust storm system that we're talking about just getting started. Things are starting to transition over to snowfall and some sleet, freezing rain. Currently, we have 87 million people impacted by this storm system that's stretching from Texas all the way to Maine. So you can see Memphis right now to Paducah, they're dealing with that rainfall, but the colder temperatures are well to the north. So that's where that dividing line for Springfield, St. Louis is happening. And then Chicago right now dealing with some snow. Rainfall totals, we are talking a good 3 to 4 inches for the upper Tennessee Valley, but the ice accumulation up to 1/4 of an inch that stretches from Dallas to New York City that we'll watch very closely because you could see widespread power outages. Look at some of these snowfall totals. We are talking Chicago to the Detroit area, at least 9 to 12 inches. Also, ladies, timing is super important. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
That could be really disruptive. All right, Janessa, we'll see you in a bit. A suspect is in custody charged with murder after 2 officers at Bridgewater College in Virginia were shot and killed. Campus safety officer J.J. Jefferson and campus police officer John Painter were responding to a call about a suspicious man on campus who then fatally shot both men. The college calls the incident senseless.
Our anguish is felt so deeply because the entire Bridgewater College community is a family too. And that will be our greatest strength in the days and weeks ahead.
Cops later arrested the suspect off campus. The 27-year-old man was suffering from a non-life-threatening gunshot wound. State police said it was unclear who had shot him. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin ordered flags flown at half-staff and says he is heartbroken over the deaths. And just outside Minneapolis, another deadly school shooting. Police say that 2 students were shot in Richfield, Minnesota, on the sidewalk outside the school. One died while the other is still in critical condition. Police have arrested 2 suspects and recovered a gun.
Federal authorities are investigating bomb threats made at more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities. Congressman Benny Thompson says he was briefed by the FBI counterterrorism unit. The briefing included plans to apprehend the individuals who are responsible and to ensure the safety of the institutions. NBC's Ron Allen has more on the repeated threats these schools have faced.
Many of the nation's historically black colleges and universities on heightened alert, from Delaware to Florida to Louisiana. Hours with campuses locked down, orders to shelter in place because of more than a dozen bomb threats.
Sad that it's really only HBCUs that are being targeted.
At Howard University, bomb threats 2 days in a row, the 3rd threat since January 5th. You take these threats seriously?
Absolutely.
Like many at these institutions, Dr. Toshni Ann DuBroy thinks the fact that it's the start of Black History Month is likely no coincidence.
A month that usually celebrates the innovation of our community and celebrates the valor of black people has now been tainted because we have such a significant threat against our HBCU community.
At the White House, aides say the president is getting regular updates.
It is scary. It is horrifying. It is terrible that these students, these faculty, these institutions are feeling under threat.
The FBI saying they're working with our law enforcement partners to address any potential threats. For now, students like Ashley Fields are back in class with a lot of questions.
We've not received any word about whether the two have been connected or, where the threat has come from. It's not the ideal environment for students trying to learn.
On Howard's campus now, a much bigger police presence, including help from the D.C. Metro Police, not usually stationed here. So far, authorities have not reported finding any explosive devices on any campus. Now back to you.
Ron, thank you.
Breaking this morning, a growing daytime TV controversy. The View's co-host Whoopi Goldberg has been suspended for 2 weeks. ABC News announced the decision late last night. On Monday, the co-hosts were debating a Tennessee school board's ban of Mouse, a book about the horrors of the Holocaust, when Goldberg made these controversial remarks.
If you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
Now, Goldberg issued an apology hours later on Twitter and yesterday morning tried to clarify her comments on the show.
Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know, and y'all know, because I've always done that. So because of all of
But the damage had already been done, with backlash growing on Twitter. Comedian Michael Rappaport said it was all and only about race. Actress Deborah Messing tweeted that she was hurt and offended, saying to Whoopi, "You all live mattered us." And former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg supported Whoopi, writing that her apology was sincere. The Daily Beast reports her co-anchors are furious over the suspension. Whoopi has not commented about the network's decision.
Former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores has filed a federal lawsuit against the NFL, the New York Giants, and other teams alleging racial discrimination. The NFL has what it calls the Rooney Rule, which mandates that every team must interview a minority candidate for top coaching positions. The attorney for the former Dolphins coach alleges the league's management is not handling them in good faith. Flores, who is black, was recently fired by the Dolphins after the season concluded. He quickly became a top coaching prospect in the league, but alleges that he was set up for a phony interview with the New York Giants. According to the suit, New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick texted Flores 3 days before his interview, telling him that Buffalo Bills' Brian Daboll had already taken the job. The Giants insist he was interviewed in good faith, and in a statement say that the team hired the individual they felt was most qualified. The NFL also issuing a statement saying in part, quote, "Diversity is core to everything we do," adding that it will defend against the claims.
Flores says he hopes he can ensure positive change by standing up against systemic racism in the NFL.
Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will brief the Senate on the Ukrainian crisis tomorrow. A bipartisan group of senators are currently working on a sanctions bill targeting Russia. President Putin recently said he is not backing down from his demands. Our Richard Engel is in Ukraine.
In a widely socially distanced joint statement with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke weeks of silence on Ukraine and for the first time responded to written diplomatic proposals from the U.S. and NATO. Russia's concerns were basically ignored, Putin said. He laid out his security demands, unchanged even after weeks of negotiations with the U.S. Non-expansion of NATO, no offensive weapons by Russia's borders, he said. Putin never mentioned the 130,000 Russian troops mobilized on Ukraine's borders, including tanks, warships, missiles, and even fresh blood supplies. Instead, the Russian president talked about Crimea. Russia seized and annexed it from Ukraine in 2014. Putin says if Ukraine joins NATO, Ukraine would try to recapture Crimea, triggering a full-blown war between NATO and Russia. So Putin's arguing that what he's doing now is in the interest of world peace.
President Putin did leave open the door for diplomacy. He said he hopes to have further discussions in the coming weeks. But it's clear that Putin is sticking to his core demand that Ukraine never be allowed to join NATO. The implied threat? All those troops that were never mentioned.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
Okay, let's check back in with Janessa for more on that big winter storm. Hi, Janessa.
Hi, yeah, timing is super important across the central U.S. right now. Already seeing snow, sleet, a little bit of freezing rain and that rain, and that's going to continue throughout the day. This is some heavy snowfall across Chicago to the Great Lakes area that we'll continue to watch. Even that ice accumulation throughout your evening for the Dallas area to Memphis. This entire storm system will shift its focus to the northeast as we go into your Thursday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures, they're cooling off as well. You can see northern Texas in the upper 20s today, so well below average. Back in the single digits for the upper Midwest, but a little bit of sunshine this afternoon. On top of that, you have the cold air making its way back in. We'll take a look at temperatures coming up.
Okay, Janessa, thank you. In today's News by the Numbers, Alphabet is coming off a historic year. Google's parent company broke $200 billion in annual revenue for the first time with a $258 billion haul. They also announced a 20-for-1 stock split set for July. Shares are up 10% in early trading.
The U.S. national debt has topped $30 trillion for the first time ever, fueled by pandemic spending. According to the Treasury, it's up $7 trillion from right before COVID hit in January of 2020.
The Great Resignation continues. A record 47.4 million people quit their jobs last year, including over 4 million in December alone.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Leading the news, the mayor and board of directors of Little Rock, Arkansas have declared the community's gun violence a public health emergency. The city is facing an uptick in gun-related crimes just last weekend. At least 10 people were shot in a 48-hour period. Mayor Frank Scott Jr. praised the decision, posting on social media that it will expedite the ability to deploy resources to address the increase in violence.
President Biden, meanwhile, is headed to New York City on Thursday. He's expected to meet with Mayor Eric Adams. The two set to discuss strategies to address the city's recent surge in gun crime, which has soared in the first month of the year. According to the latest data released by the NYPD, major crimes are up in New York City 38% so far this year compared to last year. There have been at least 26 murders, which include 2 NYPD officers. Other crimes are up as well, including rapes, robberies, felony assaults, burglaries, and hate crimes have seen a 79% spike.
Today will be another day of mourning for New York City. A public wake was held for fallen police officer Wilbert Mora. Crowds gathered in the bitter cold outside St. Patrick's Cathedral, where Mora's funeral will be held today. Mora died in the line of duty alongside Officer Jason Rivera. Rivera's wake and funeral were held last week. City streets were transformed into a sea of blue as officers paid their respects. A similar outpouring of support can be expected this morning.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. FBI Director Christopher Wray is speaking out about the scope of China's spying on U.S. soil. He sat down with Pete Williams about just how widespread the problem has become.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating, opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. We probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Ray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Ray also accuses China of going after secrets in other countries, but he says the U.S. is its #1 target.
Our thanks to Pete Williams for that report.
Still to come on early today. This story right here, we've got the dawn of a new era. Black transgender models shatter the glass ceiling.
Plus, major mega flash inside the monster lightning bolt over 477 miles long.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiffrin. Sean White takes the
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove?
Sean White takes the goal.
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A black transgender TikTok star has broken the glass ceiling in the world of social media partnerships by joining Victoria's Secret. Her name is Amira Despain, and she teamed up with the lingerie company to create a single girl's guide to the perfect Valentine's Day. Despain shows viewers how to spend the holiday on their own while looking fabulous. In an Instagram post, Victoria's Secret said in part, excited to recognize February as a time to acknowledge black women.
Coming up, COVID casts a cloud over the Beijing Olympics, threatening to sideline big stars.
And the news millions of parents have been waiting for when kids younger than 5 could get their COVID shot.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shipwreck. Sean White takes the goal.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
A bolt of lightning that stretched across 3 states has set new records for the longest flash. The bolt, which extended 477 miles, was captured via satellite image by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The previous record was 440 miles.
We are back with Janessa for more on that major winter storm and some chilly temperatures for that area that just saw that lightning bolt as well.
Yeah, you definitely, after this winter storm, we're dealing with temperatures that are going to be dropping dramatically, causing very slick and possibly some black ice in some areas. Some of these spots not used to the chilly temperatures. Look at Lubbock, only a high of 29 degrees today. Many of these spots are 25 to 30 degrees below average. This seeps into the south as we go into your Thursday and Friday. Ladies.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Leave it for Michaela Shiffrin. Shot right, takes the goal.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Pfizer has submitted an application for the FDA to authorize 2 doses of its COVID vaccine for children ages 6 months to 5 years. Emergency use authorization could be granted by the end of February. Company says it plans to submit its 3rd dose data in the coming months, which would be given at least 2 months after the first 2 doses.
The Beijing Games kick off in just 2 days, and COVID is already sidelining some of its brightest stars. The world's top ski jumper, Austrian Marita Kramer, will miss the Olympics after a COVID diagnosis. And at least one member of Team USA could also be ruled out of the competition. Stephanie Gosk is inside the Beijing bubble.
With just days to go before opening ceremony, a tough blow to Team USA.
She has great starts.
Bobsledder Ilana Myers-Taylor, a medal favorite, announced she tested positive for COVID and is in an isolation hotel here in Beijing. On Instagram, she wrote, "Getting to the Olympics is never easy, and this time as a new mom, it has been the most challenging, but also incredibly rewarding." Earlier this year, she spoke about her hopes for these games.
Getting to these games and competing and getting out on that line is really going to be the culmination of all the work we've all put into it.
She will have to test negative twice before being allowed to compete. At least 9 members of Team USA, including 3 athletes, have tested positive for COVID in China, out of the nearly 400 members of the delegation who are here. To try and keep the virus under control, China has walled in and closed off these Olympics. For those who watched the 2008 Olympics, this is going to look really familiar. You have the bird's nest, you have the water cube, it's now the ice cube, and that is the Olympic Park. I just can't get in it. Organizers have created what they call a closed loop, a bubble. They can't come in here and we can't go out there. My NBC colleague Janice Mackey-Freyer lives in Beijing. Hi, Janice! This was as close as we could get to each other. She hasn't traveled out of China in over 2 years.
Like if I were to try to, cross this 30 feet that's between us to be on your side of things, that would mean 3 weeks quarantine.
Then our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report.
It is Groundhog Day, and this morning all eyes will be on Punxsutawney Phil. A reminder, if he sees his shadow, it means 6 more weeks of winter. According to NOAA, Phil has only predicted in early spring 20 times since this tradition started over 130 years ago. Over the last decade, his predictions have been right 40% of the time.
Well, for now, we got at least milder temperatures, so we'll take it day to day, and we'll see at least where we go from here. Of course, every place is different, so we'll have to rely on what Punxsutawney's shadow says.
That's right.
Thanks so much for kicking off your Wednesday with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Corey Koff, and we hope you have a great day. Stay safe out there. We'll see about that shadow.
On this Groundhog Day, some good news for many parents who are one step closer to COVID vaccinations for children under 5 years of age.
A suspect is in custody after 2 campus officers are gunned down at a Virginia college. The governor speaking out.
Suspended even after apologizing, Whoopi Goldberg is sidelined for saying the Holocaust is not about race, and reaction is pouring in.
Right now, over 80 million Americans are in the path of a major winter storm, but just days ago, a 500-mile-long lightning bolt sent forecasters into a frenzy.
And we'll introduce you to 3 college friends who are now transforming the beauty supply world for Black women. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Corey Coffin.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Pfizer is confirming it has asked the FDA for emergency authorization for 2 doses of its COVID vaccine for kids ages 6 months to 5 years. But the push to vaccinate young children doesn't come without hurdles from hesitant parents. Our Tom Costello has the details.
With 3.5 million new pediatric COVID cases in January alone, the potential that shots could be going into very young arms within a month is welcome news for millions of parents.
Every day I'm worried about them contracting COVID. I would say that we're very cautious.
In Maryland, the Cross family has 3 kids, 2 under the age of 5.
As a working parent, I want them vaccinated so that we are not dealing with this child care gap of constantly having to have our kids out of school and daycare.
Pfizer requesting emergency FDA authorization for a 2-shot vaccine dose at 1/10 the adult dose for kids 6 months to 5 years, as it continues researching whether a 3rd dose provides even more protection. Children typically receive 16 vaccinations from birth to 18 years, but many parents are hesitant to add another. A new COVID vaccine study finds just 31% of parents say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% will wait to see how other kids react. 26% will not vaccinate their youngest kids. 12% will only do so if the school requires it. Dr. Paul Offit is on the FDA's outside vaccine committee that evaluates safety.
We all want to see the data. And we would not approve this vaccine unless we could imagine giving it to our own children or our own grandchildren. I think the American public can be reassured by that.
The American Academy of Pediatrics weighed in, saying it's important that all children can benefit from the protection that the vaccine offers.
The fact is, even if they don't get hospitalized or worse, they have to miss school, their families have to miss school. It's a major work burden. It ends up isolating the whole family, and it's an educational loss for a lot of kiddos.
We're told the FDA actually asked Pfizer to submit its request for authorization, suggesting the need is urgent. It wants to consider this 2-dose regimen to get the ball rolling on building immunity before the 3rd dose is approved. So far, there have been no serious side effects reported in kids 5 to 11, but fewer than 20% of those kids are vaccinated. Back to you.
Tom, thank you.
Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin says he is heartbroken over the shooting deaths of 2 officers at Bridgewater College. The 2 were responding to a call about a suspicious man on campus. Police say that man then shot the officers. The college called the incident senseless.
Our anguish is felt so deeply because the entire Bridgewater College community is a family too. And that will be our greatest strength in the days and weeks ahead.
Cops later arrested the suspect off campus. The 27-year-old man suffered from a non-deadly gunshot wound. Police said it is unclear who shot him.
Russian President Vladimir Putin seems to have made it clear he is not backing down from his demands. In his first public comments on the Ukraine crisis since December, Putin repeated his main points. He wants no eastward expansion of NATO, including into Ukraine, and no offensive weapons near Russia's borders. These demands have already been dismissed as non-starters by NATO and the U.S. Tomorrow, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will brief the Senate on Ukraine. A bipartisan group of senators are currently working on a sanctions bill targeting Russia.
Former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores has filed a federal lawsuit against the NFL, the New York Giants, and other teams alleging racial discrimination. The NFL has what it calls the Rooney Rule, which mandates that every team must interview a minority candidate for top coaching positions. Well, the attorney for the former Dolphins coach alleges the league's management is not doing them in good faith. Flores, who is black, was recently fired by the Dolphins after the season concluded. He quickly became a top coaching prospect in the league, but alleges he was set up for a phony interview with the New York Giants. According to the suit, New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick texted Flores 3 days before his interview, telling him Buffalo Bills' Brian Daboll had already taken the job.
The Giants insist he was interviewed in good faith, and in a statement say that the team hired the individual they felt was most qualified. The NFL also issuing a statement saying in part, diversity is core to everything we do, and adding that it will defend against the claims. Flores says he hopes he can ensure positive change by standing up against systemic racism in the NFL.
Breaking this morning, a growing daytime TV controversy. The View's co-host Whoopi Goldberg has been suspended for 2 weeks. ABC News announced the decision late last night. On Monday, the co-hosts were debating a Tennessee school board's ban of Mouse, a book about the horrors of the Holocaust, when Goldberg made these controversial comments.
If you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
Now, Goldberg issued an apology hours later on Twitter, and yesterday morning tried to clarify her remarks on the show.
Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know, and y'all know, because I've always done that. So because of all of this...
But the damage had already been done, with backlash growing on Twitter. Comedian Michael Rappaport said it was all and only about race. Actress Deborah Messing tweeted that she was hurt and offended, saying, "Whoopi, you all live mattered us." And former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg supported Whoopi, writing that her apology was sincere. The Daily Beast reports her co-anchors are furious over the suspension. Whoopi has not commented about the network's decision.
It is Groundhog Day, but one New Jersey town has called off their celebration. Just days before it was due to predict the weather, Milltown Mel met an untimely end. Milltown suggests people instead listen to what Mel's cousins have to say, like Punxsutawney Phil in Pennsylvania. If he sees his shadow this morning, it means 6 more weeks of winter. According to NOAA, Phil has only predicted an early spring 20 times since this tradition started over 130 years ago.
A bolt of lightning that stretched across 3 states has set a new record for the longest flash. The bolt, which extended 477 miles, was captured via satellite image by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It beat the previously held record of 440 miles in 2018. Normally, lightning doesn't stretch farther than 10 miles, according to experts.
Over 80 million Americans are in the path of a major winter storm. The snow and ice already causing chaos on the roads in Denver. Multiple major accidents bringing traffic to a standstill there. And unfortunately, this is just the beginning. Our Janessa Webb is tracking it all for us. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. Yes, just a robust storm system that continues to expand. Yesterday, we saw kind of the cutoff around the Ohio Valley. Look at this, now seeing advisories and watches going into effect across the Northeast. This will be a 3-day event, and we have very dicey conditions this morning. It's just starting with the rainfall well to the south, but the farther north it goes, it starts to transition into the snowfall, but there is that dividing line of freezing rain. Ice accumulation, it's going to be big with this one, so we're going to watch that pretty closely. Rainfall is the first thing we're watching, at least 3 to 4 inches for Nashville to the upper Tennessee Valley. Some torrential rain making its way even into the Cincinnati area. Then on top of that, with the cold temperature starting to seep in, it's the ice that we'll watch, at least 1/4 of an inch in some spots. This stretches from Dallas to New York City, and we'll watch this very dangerous setup through Friday afternoon. Now on top of that, well to the north, we'll watch significant and possibly record-breaking snowfall for the Detroit area into the Ohio Valley, where they could see 9 to 12 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures are falling as well. Northern Texas back in the lower 20s for daytime highs. We do have some wind chill concerns for the upper Midwest to the Great Lakes, sub-zero range temps. Timing will be super important with this storm system. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
Okay, Janessa, we'll see you in a bit. Up next, states are proposing bans to teaching LGBTQ issues, and we'll tell you where.
And are you familiar with employee stock ownership plans? Our next story might have you rethinking your job. Next.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Oh! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Leading the news, culture wars are brewing in states across the country. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis held a hearing on the Stop Woke Act, targeting critical race theory. Lawmakers there are also considering a bill that would outlaw teachers from discussing sexual orientation with their students. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard investigates.
Conversations about race and sexual orientation in the crosshairs in Florida. The Florida legislature taking up a measure that could limit speech in classrooms and at workplaces.
We should be teaching awareness and not assigning blame.
Dubbed by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis as the Stop Woke Act, its purpose is to, quote, fight back against woke indoctrination. But critics say the bill could be chilling to educators, especially when it comes to important historical topics like slavery. The legislation says that students, as well as employees in workplace training, cannot be made to feel like they, quote, bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex.
For a child today to feel guilt for the evil of others is un-American and is not belong in the teaching of history.
This bill will push for children to be silenced.
It's all part of the culture battles in America's schools and a reaction to efforts that try to promote inclusion. This debate after the state's House Education Committee approved HB 1557, which says in part, a school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity. It's labeled the Don't Say Gay bill by opponents.
What they're doing isn't solving the underlying problem. The underlying problem is that students aren't feeling safe at school. They aren't feeling comfortable at school.
And, you know, we need to have those honest conversations about LGBTQ history, about Black history, and about the root causes of discrimination and prejudice.
The Education Committee's Republican chair defending his vote.
You are allowing parents to sue a school district over their student potentially feeling uncomfortable about the idea of sexual orientation being discussed.
Well, I mean, I'm just, you know,
that's what your bill. That's what the bill that you voted yes on says.
Right.
You're saying you're out looking to outlaw the conversation from school administrators and teachers.
Sex as well.
Yeah, but we're talking about sexual orientation.
Right, but in the bill it talks about sex.
Okay,
so
but you're looking to outlaw sexual orientation and gender identity.
We're not outlawing sexual orientation.
You're not allowing teachers or school administrators to talk about.
I would love
being
to
gay.
argue with you about that bill, but I have somewhere to be.
On the other side of the country, Arizona's House Education Committee approved a bill that would prohibit, quote, sexually explicit materials, which, according to the text, includes homosexuality.
It just makes us scared for what the future may hold. What else are they going to do?
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
A quick break ahead, and coming up, a record year from A to Z. Google's parent company, Alphabet, reports soaring revenues and a massive stock split.
And after a record year for resignations, how some companies are keeping workers from jumping ship through ownership.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's News by the Numbers, Alphabet is coming off a historic year. Google's parent company broke $200 billion in annual revenue for the first time with a $258 billion haul. They also announced a 20-for-1 stock split set for July. Shares are up 10% in early trading.
The U.S. national debt has topped $30 trillion for the first time ever, fueled by pandemic spending. According to the Treasury data, that's up $7 trillion from right before COVID hit in January of 2020.
And the Great Resignation continues. A record 47.4 million people quit their jobs last year, including over 4 million in December alone.
With a record number of workers leaving their jobs for greener pastures, companies are looking for new ways to keep employees on board. Some businesses are investing in workers by giving them a piece of the pie. NBC's Vicki Nguyen has the story.
Michael Aiken works for Johnny's Pizza House in Shreveport, Louisiana. He started as a high school junior in 2008, but after a few years, Michael received a statement on top of his normal paycheck confirming he owned a piece of the company.
And I saw that, such and such amount of stock, and this is your cash value amount of your account. It was, oh, wow, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and I can watch something grow.
So how did it happen? Johnny's offers an ESOP, or Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Workers get a slice of the company after 3 years on the job. They can cash out when they leave Johnny's or save until retirement. Michael has now been there for 13 years. He trains employees and helps open new restaurants.
Well, how much of this ownership program played a role in you being there for so many years?
Well, I would say it played a definite role in it. More of your heart goes into your work because you see that statement.
There are 6,500 employee-owned companies in the U.S., names you'd recognize. Cliff Bar with just over 1,000 employees. W.L. Gore, they make Gore-Tex fabric with over 11,000 workers. The nation's largest ESOP, Florida-based Publix grocery stores with 225,000 employees.
Employee-owned businesses tend to have lower turnover
and more loyal employees.
Joseph Blasi is a Rutgers professor specializing in employee ownership. A recent report shows these companies fared much better than non-employee-owned companies over the past 2 years. They retained workers at a rate of 4 to 1. Another study found employees at ESOPs had twice the amount of money in their retirement accounts, $132,000 on average.
Most ESOP companies also share cash profits every year with employees, typically in excess of 10% on top of wages.
According to Blasi, if you want to work for an ESOP, expect to be more involved in corporate matters and also share more business-related information with coworkers. And it takes commitment. Maximum wealth comes at retirement.
Some employees, especially in ESOPs, if they're younger, they don't want to wait until retirement to get that big wealth nest egg.
At Johnny's Pizza House, Michael's nest egg has been growing since 2008. The company's CEO tells NBC News multiple employees have retired, cashing out more than $1 million.
People might say, but you work at a pizza restaurant. How is this possible?
It's definitely possible as long as you're taking care of whoever comes through the door and taking care of the things in your four walls and you're making sure your customers are taken care of and coming back. I mean, it's going to work.
Yeah, thanks to Vicki Nguyen for that report.
Up next, Janessa is tracking that massive winter storm.
And we are celebrating Black History Month with 3 friends reshaping the beauty industry.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everyone. On top of the snow, ice, and rain, we're going to really have to deal with cold temperatures, and they're really going to expand into sections in the deep south. So getting prepared for that. Most of these spots will be 25 to 30 degrees below average. They're seeping into sections of Texas this afternoon, but becomes Thursday. Look at Dallas, only high of 28 degrees. Even Shreveport, Louisiana, going to be below average. Some of these sections of the country not used to the cold, and I wish I could say it backs off, but it goes into the weekend.
That's going to be a shock to their system. Thanks, Janessa. We're celebrating Black History all month, and up next, you'll meet the business owners behind Beauty Lovers of Color.
Here comes Diggins! In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! The landmark
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
In Los Angeles, 3 college friends went from sorority sisters to business partners. NBC's Priscilla Thompson has more on how they're transforming the beauty industry.
I'm Angel.
I am Montre.
I'm Felicia.
We are Amp Beauty LA.
From college classmates to sorority sisters and now business partners, this trio is on a mission to redefine the beauty supply store experience for Black women.
Black women spend 9 times more than any demographic in beauty and personal care. 75% of the products that are marketed to us are toxic. So this group that spends the most in this category is exposed to the most toxic ingredients in beauty, and that's wrong.
They came together to try to change that, curating an online shop for clean beauty products made by and for Black women.
We carry over 50 brands, skincare, hair care, bath and body, nails. We have makeup now.
How are you all finding these brands? So I gotta tell you, growing up, going to the beauty supply store, I don't see a lot of the brands necessarily that I saw there. The Blue Magic, the Pink Lotion. That's not on Amp Beauty LA.
We really wanted to focus twofold on founders of color, inclusive founders, Black women founders specifically, and also dedicating space to products that are clean, that are effective, that are non-toxic, because that's not the norm of what we experience when we shop for beauty.
And people responded. Orders came in, pop-up shops were packed.
We here, baby.
And TikTok even put them up in Hollywood.
Amp Beauty.
Knowing that people are finding you and they see value and they're spending money. That's a win.
But when they first took that pitch on the road, it wasn't an easy sell.
Do you feel like there are unique challenges that you all faced as Black women business owners?
Yes, 1,000%.
We went up to Silicon Valley and we had our first in-person pitch, dressed to the nines, so excited to be in this room, and there was not one face that looked like us.
In the first half of last year, a record $147 billion was invested in U.S. startups. Only 0.3% of that money went to Black female founders.
We're not getting loans, we're not getting investments. So it was really a challenge for us initially. We got our first yes 1 month after we launched. The woman who gave us that yes, Arlen Hamilton at Backstage Capital, told us, you only need that one yes. And her yes for us was a 6-figure investment.
And our thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. I love seeing all the color in every aspect of that definition, right, when it comes to that industry, too.
And some of the statistics they were laying out, we had no idea about either.
Literally eye-opening, just the way the makeup opens our eyes, too. The same with what they're doing. Thanks for starting your morning with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Corey Coffin. Have a great Wednesday.
Good
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, boiling point. The threat of war growing in Eastern Europe. Russian President Vladimir Putin now speaking out against the West, accusing the U.S. of luring Russia into invading Ukraine and ignoring his key demands.
He has enough capability to move now if he wants to. Depending on what his goal is here and what he wants to do, he could move imminently, at any time.
Still, Putin says he's open to diplomacy even as his troops close in. We have team coverage from Ukraine to Washington. One step closer, new developments in the fight against COVID. This morning, Pfizer seeking an okay from the FDA for emergency use of its 2-dose vaccine for the youngest Americans yet. And new signs that the virus is shifting from a pandemic to an endemic. But what does that mean? We'll explain how this new phase could impact your day-to-day. State of emergency. Tens of millions of Americans bracing for another crippling winter storm. This morning, weather alerts in effect for some 2,000 miles from New Mexico to Vermont. Heavy snow for some, ice in other areas, and dangerously cold temperatures. We'll show you where the system is headed. And safe shredding. A lot of people looking to take advantage of all that winter weather, but the fun of fresh powder also comes with some risk. We'll show you how to enjoy and stay safe from the slopes to the ice rink. For me, the way to do that is to stay in the lodge.
There you go. A little.
Not even touch that lift where I inevitably create a pileup on the other side.
That's a good point. I wonder if curling is on the list.
Yes,
Probably not.
We could probably handle that. All right, we'll get to those safety tips a little bit later. We begin, though, with those comments from Russian President Vladimir Putin blaming the United States for the ongoing crisis along Ukraine's border.
Putin broke his silence on Ukraine for the first time in more than a month, insisting the U.S. is trying to start a war, even as the Kremlin has massed troops along that border. Putin is not budging on an issue central to the crisis, letting Ukraine become part of NATO. Despite that, he says he's still open to a diplomatic solution. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is pushing Russia to negotiate with the U.S. He spoke with Russia's foreign minister yesterday, saying it's time for Russia to move troops away from the border if it's not planning to invade. The Pentagon says Russia does have the resources to enter Ukraine any time now.
We believe that he has enough capability to move now if he wants to. We look at a whole mosaic of information as we evaluate what we're seeing on the ground there.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is on the ground in eastern Ukraine, and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee has the latest on the U.S. response. So, Matt, let's start with you. This is the first time we've heard from Putin directly on this crisis in more than a month. What did he say about negotiations with Western countries, and is his military buildup along the Ukraine border? What's he saying about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting little slice of life from Putin's perspective. I mean, he had a studied silence up until now. This is the first he's mentioned this in more than a month. But he did open the gates for more negotiations. It seems as though Vladimir Putin, one of his goals might be to extend these negotiations, to fluster the West, to keep everybody in this state of protracted panic. And if that's what he's doing, he's certainly succeeding. But, he also accused the West of trying to create or foment a war in Ukraine. Now, why would the U.S. want to do that? Well, from Vladimir Putin's perspective, it's so that they could impose these punishing sanctions that are currently being debated on Capitol Hill right now, the mother of all sanctions, as we've heard from Congress. Now, why does the U.S. want to play around with sanctions on Russia? He says, in order to check the growth of their economy. So this is one of the things that Vladimir Putin can then turn around and say to his public, under me, Russia is growing hugely. Our only problem is the jealous actions from the West. They are the ones who are trying to keep us in check. They are the ones who are trying to keep us from developing. And in Putin's mind, it's hard to believe he actually believes that. But that's a common thing you would hear from a lot of Russian people, those who would believe Vladimir Putin's line, that there's no other reason why the West would do this except that they want to keep their economy down. Guys?
So, Carol, if the U.S. has rejected what Putin is asking for, what's the diplomatic path now?
Yeah, well, look, Joe, the White House's perspective is that they have to try, that there's really no alternative, that if they're not pushing for some sort of diplomatic resolution, then the alternative is Putin invades Ukraine, which could happen either way, obviously. But they're not giving up hope, and their view is that some of this is public posturing from Putin, and that their hope is that behind the scenes they can create some sort of deal and try to square this circle because he's not budging on this particular NATO demand. Take a listen to Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, yesterday.
The door to diplomacy remains open. We don't know what decision President Putin will make. This is a country and a leader who has, used chemical weapons, who has invaded multiple countries in the past several years, who has taken aggressive steps on the global stage on many occasions.
So you heard her there. It's very striking that the administration still has no idea what Putin is going to do. And so what you hear from officials publicly and privately is that they are laying out a plan for any given scenario, and the sanctions that Matt just mentioned and other things. So you can see that they're trying to figure out a way to move forward with a diplomatic resolution as opposed to not coming to some sort of agreement with Putin.
So while we wait, Matt, I know you've been on the front lines with Ukrainian soldiers. What's their mood? How are they preparing for the possibility of an invasion?
Yeah, I mean, it was really interesting, guys. We were walking around down in the trenches. And when I say trenches, they really were World War I style trenches, the kind of thing you wouldn't have seen in Europe for the past 100 years. And that's because what we're seeing here isn't the front lines against Russia. It's the front lines against Russian-backed separatists. These are, as far as almost all of the international community are concerned, actual Ukrainian people who simply support Russia. And right now they're part of self-proclaimed People's Republic of Luhansk. That's what we were near. South of that is another little enclave called the People's Republic of Donetsk. And we spoke with one of the elderly gentlemen and some others on the front line. Here's what he had to say. The Russian military is much larger, much more powerful. They have much more advanced weapons than you. Is that intimidating?
Of course, I think that's more propaganda because, of course, we know that they have bigger army, but we are well prepared because we are preparing for this war for 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys are like me. It's kind of hard to imagine those images you're seeing, hard to imagine that kind of army holding up against the third most powerful army in the world. Guys?
Matt Bradley, Carol Lee, thank you both so much.
And now to the latest on the pandemic with some big news this morning. Children under 5 are one step closer to being vaccinated. Pfizer officials say the drug maker will seek emergency use authorization for its 2-dose vaccine for that age group. The news comes as 3.5 million new pediatric cases were reported last month alone. The possibility of the shot is welcome news to some parents, but others are more hesitant. A new COVID vaccine study found just 31% of parents say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% plan to wait and see how other kids react to the vaccine. 26% will not vaccinate their youngest kids. And of the parents surveyed, 12% say they will do so only if their school requires it. Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan for more. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital. Dr. Swaminathan, good morning. So I want to dive right into some of these numbers because they really don't exhibit a lot of interest to rush out and get this shot at this point. So first, I wondered your reaction to those numbers, but then also help us understand some of these details. How is this shot different than the Pfizer shot adults have been receiving for a year or so now, and why should parents feel comfortable with it?
Well, if this EUA gets approved, I think it is a really big step in the right direction. There's about 20 million kids under the age of 5 that haven't been vaccinated. So it's 20 million that are going to become eligible very quickly. Kids are representing about 25% of cases. And I think part of the reason that parents might be hesitant is because they don't see those numbers. 25% of all of the U.S. cases are in the pediatric population. In the last month, we've had 70 deaths of kids. And those are numbers that we can stop, and we can stop those with vaccinations. These vaccines have been proven time and time again to be extremely safe, extremely effective, and this is the best way for us to protect our kids. And I don't know a single nurse or a single physician who has kids under 5 who is not going to be lining up to get these shots as soon as they're available. And that should give people some comfort, a little bit of a push to get this done. As far as how they're different, it's a smaller dose, which we see that with many different vaccines. Ultimately, it probably will be a 3-dose regimen, as we have seen with the adult side and with the kids older than older than 12. that's probably what's going to happen, but we don't have that information yet. That's the studies that are currently going on.
I think that will help a lot of parents to hear you don't know a doctor or physician who wouldn't line up for it. I mentioned one of those stats being about parents getting this shot for their children only if it's required in schools. Well, now we have an example of that. New Orleans public schools have become the first major district in the country to require vaccinations for students. Parents can opt out by signing an exemption form for their kids. First, let's listen to the superintendent of New Orleans public schools.
When it comes down to the vaccine and fighting COVID-19, this is the one measure that we know that we can take to preserve in-person learning, to keep our schools open, because we know our schools and our classrooms must remain open because this is where our students belong.
Doctor, do you think more school districts should follow this example? Do you think this is the way that is going to have parents actually getting their kids the shot?
We've been talking about mandates for kids for a long time, and I think we are well past the time that we should be really instituting those kind of policies. One, because they will help to get more kids vaccinated and protected, but it's also about protecting everybody else. And this is really the heart of how vaccines work. It's not just about the individual who's getting the vaccine, but everybody around them. Those kids that can't get the vaccine or don't have the same response to the vaccine because of their immunocompromised situations, the teachers, the other staff that are. This is a really important step. I'm glad to see New Orleans making this move. I think a lot more school districts need to be doing this, need to be really pushing and saying, we need to mandate this to protect our kids, to protect our staff, to protect our communities.
All right, we'll keep watching for that. Before we let you go, Doctor, I do want to ask you a viewer question. This is from Jason, and I feel his confusion here, having received the J&J shot. He says, I was wondering what the deal is with boosters if you got the Johnson & Johnson shot. I got the original shot, then a, quote, booster, but am I eligible for a second booster since they're saying your first booster after J&J is now essentially like your second vaccination shot? Good question there, Doctor. What do you say?
This is a lot of confusion. First of all, Jason, it's great that you got your booster after J&J shot. That is the best thing you can do. We know that those boosters are extremely protective, even with Omicron, against the serious outcomes that we are trying to avoid, the hospitalizations, death, et cetera. So those, it's really great that you got that booster. As far as a second booster, we don't really have that data yet. The CDC right now is saying if you got the J&J, single booster is going to be highly protective. I know there are some places that are recommending a second booster, or at least they are supporting a second booster, but we're not quite there yet. If you got your booster, you're in a good place.
All right, Jason, sit tight. Good news for now, and I'm with you on the confusion with that shot. Dr. Anand Swaminathan, always great to have you. Thank you so much for your time. And now, if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They're ready to answer them. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com and let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
It's been more than 2 years since the first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in the U.S., rapidly turning our lives upside down. But a glimmer of hope is starting to shine through. Most experts believe the virus will soon transition from pandemic to an endemic phase.
Yeah, sounds like good news, but what does that really mean? NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has more on what could change as COVID-19 does become an endemic.
We've masked, stayed 6 feet apart, and the majority of the country has been vaccinated, all to keep COVID cases down. So how will we know when all of that worked and COVID-19 is in the endemic phase?
It probably won't be page one of the newspaper anymore. It won't be what you wake up in the morning and are worried about as you leave the house.
Well, endemic means the overall rates are static, not rising or falling. It's the stage where we learn to live with the virus.
What I do think we will be able to do is get a level of control that's low enough that it doesn't interfere with our function.
Dr. Robert Wachter, the chair of the Department of Medicine at the University of California, San Francisco, believes we may be fast approaching this new phase.
As I say, in most places, probably 3-4 weeks from now, there will still be COVID around, but the prevalence will be much lower.
To reach that endemic state, that doesn't mean that the virus has disappeared or gone into the background. It can also mean a combination of the fact that we know how to treat it better and we have better tools to treat it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that the virus, there's no circumstance that I can envision where the virus goes away.
Even with lower transmission, some things like masking could change.
Mask mandates in indoor spaces, which I think are completely appropriate now, in a month or two may not be appropriate. We may have a world where we don't need to force everybody to wear a mask.
But while mandates and shutdowns will be dialed down, it doesn't mean the virus isn't dangerous, as we learned from another endemic virus, the flu.
You know, the flu we've lived with for 100 years, and it kills, sadly, 30 to 50,000 Americans a year. And it's endemic. It's sort of endemic in a seasonal way. It comes out every winter, and we deal with it.
This could be the same way we deal with COVID-19. We'll still have outbreaks, but they will be regional and more predictable.
The sense of whether you're in an endemic versus pandemic state, whether this is a dominating factor in your life, is not whether there is some virus around. It's how much is circulating and how protected people are from the bad outcomes.
Great information there as we look forward, and our thanks to Dr. John Torres for that report.
Millions of Americans are gearing up for yet another major winter storm. Unlike last weekend's blizzard that buried the Northeast, this storm's impact will be felt across a large swath of the country. This morning, Americans from New Mexico to Vermont are under winter weather alerts, and officials are preparing for everything from rain to snow to ice as the storm makes its way eastward this week. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now. So, Megan, good morning. You're in Chicago, where it looks like the snow is coming down. How are things there this morning beyond what we can see? And how is the city and really the rest of the Midwest getting ready for the storm?
Yeah, Joe, as you can see, Joe, it's certainly coming down here. I can tell you that the governor has already made sure that snow plows have been activated across the state to make sure that these roads are as safe as they can possibly be. He's also activated the National Guard. So we're talking about some 100 National Guards members that are on alert here, on standby, just in case there's an emergency situation they need to respond to, potential pileups. This is something that we're seeing across the country, states getting ready for the worst. In Detroit, where they're expecting up to 16 inches of snow. The mayor there saying that he's opening up snow emergency routes. That's something that they've not done in years, Joe.
As we watch the snow blanket you, I'll ask you about other parts of the country, including the Southwest and Texas. That state is really anxious after last year's crippling ice storm knocked out the state's power grid and really caused chaos throughout the area. How's the Lone Star State, how's that part of the country preparing this time around?
That's right. So they tell us that they've winterized that grid, but there's still a lot of people on edge. They're hoping that that will be enough as they are bracing for this storm that is making its way certainly across Texas and all the way up to Vermont. Take a listen to what the governor had to say.
We're utilizing every applicable state agency to make sure that Texas will robustly respond to this extreme cold winter storm that's going to be sweeping across Texas.
We are ready for this storm. We'll be prepared for this. We have about 71,000 megawatts of expected load, which will be a record for ERCOT during the winter.
And, you know, I can tell you that's what a lot of residents in Texas are counting on, that things stay the way they are right now, because remember last year these folks were without power for several days, Joe.
Yeah, we all remember that. I also want to ask you about here in the Northeast. We're still waiting for the snow to melt away after last week's blizzard. So what's next for this neck of the woods?
So, you know, we are looking at this storm that's stretching some 2,000 miles, all the way from the Mexico border all the way up to Vermont. So the Northeast obviously trapped in this storm that's coming, and it's expected to last over the next several days, Joe.
All right, Megan, stay warm, stay safe. Thank you for the live shot. We appreciate it. What is next for the storm's path? How bad is it going to be in your area? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Thankfully for us all and the vibe of our morning, Bill Cairns joins us from indoors, so he doesn't have that to complain about. Hi, Bill. Good morning. What can you tell us?
Yeah, but it did look beautiful out there, right?
Yeah.
And, yeah, red jackets are perfect. Yeah, with the snow in the background, great lighting. That was beautiful. It's like a fireplace shot.
Yeah, you can say that. Oh, it looked beautiful. Oh, it looks so beautiful.
Yeah.
I've been there and done that. All right, so let's get into this. So 100 million people. We've been keeping track of these numbers for a while. I don't remember a winter storm impacting more people. That's like almost 1 in 3 Americans are included into winter storm warnings or ice storm warnings, or you get the idea here. And she mentioned the 2,000 miles going all the way from New Mexico to northern Maine. So let's try to time this mess out for everyone. As of now, there's a lot of schools canceled, delays. Michigan, Illinois, this is the areas that it snowed the most. And we have pictures from Kansas. It did get a little bit of snow. We've had a little bit of ice overnight. There are a lot of school delays in the area from Wichita towards Kansas City. It's not a huge snow event for you, not like it's going to be for Illinois and Indiana, but it's enough that's going to cause you a lot of problems early today. So let's get into some of these snowfall totals, and let's try to predict the storm out for you here. As we go throughout the day today, we're starting with the storm in the Midwest, and then we take it by about 8 p.m. this evening. Chicago, a lot of your heavy snow is over with. Towards Detroit, it's snowing hard. Notice the colder air moving into Texas and Oklahoma. So you start out as rain, and then later tonight, even Dallas will go over to a period of sleet, freezing rain, and eventually even some snow at the tail end of this. And look at this Thursday, going from Vermont to North Texas with wintry weather everywhere in between, and especially concerned about that ice storm, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville eventually, all the way through Kentucky, and even Friday early in the morning, a section of southern New England will get into some of that ice. So this is just snow amounts. This is not ice. You can notice the highest totals, definitely Illinois, Indiana, all the way through northern Vermont and Michigan. Areas of Texas, only about 1 to 2 inches of snow, but the freezing rain is more of a concern. The Midwest, this is a huge snow event between St. Louis, Chicago, Indianapolis, Champaign, even areas of southern Michigan. This is significant. Detroit has a chance for up to a foot of snow. In the Northeast, the areas that were hit by the blizzard do not get a lot of snow from this storm. This is northern New England only. Syracuse to Buffalo to Cleveland to Erie will get a good snowstorm out of this, but not New York City, not even areas like Hartford and Providence, guys. This, for those areas, will just be a little bit of snow on the end of it. So, yeah, this is easily the biggest storm of the winter. Major travel issues at the airlines and people trying to get to their destination, school and work. Yeah, it's a rough one.
Yeah, all right. Wow. All right. It's going to last a while. Bill, I think if you can, we want you to stick around because we are waiting to hear how long winter is going to last.
Your favorite rodent, as you would call it. Yes, exactly.
I hate how you use that word. All right, so we are waiting for Punxsutawney Phil to make his annual prediction. We don't have it quite yet, but it's going to be anytime now. These are actually live pictures, so there they are. This is actually the Punxsutawney Groundhog Club, which I looked up this morning, and any of us could join for just an annual membership fee.
Bill, are you a member?
Yeah.
I am not a member. It is not a goal of mine either.
No rodent clubs for you. But if you do join, you get a copy of what they call the official proclamation. Oh, and there go our live pictures.
Like the Broadway or the groundhog is cut the shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a nod into the cable.
As rodents do.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like 3 more months of winter?
Winter is going to last, and we're not going to tell you how long for months until we get that cable fixed. All right. Hopefully we'll get those live pictures soon, but for now, we're going to move on, and we're going to bring you the results when we have them. Will he see his shadow, or will he not?
Stay with us.
And I think we're going to move on to Tom Brady retiring, if possible. All right,
after
great.
days of speculation, Tom Brady made it official, announced his retirement from the NFL after 22 seasons in the league.
Yeah, the future Hall of Famer made the announcement yesterday in a lengthy post on Instagram. You can see some of it there. Brady wrote about the physical toll and commitment it takes to play football at the highest level.
Joining us now is Boston Globe Patriots beat reporter Nicole Yang. Nicole, good morning to you. So let's start with that Instagram post. Brady thanked his Buccaneers teammates, coaches, and the fans there in Tampa. What was noticeably absent, as I'm sure you noticed, was any reference to the New England Patriots, who he spent 2 decades with. So here's some of what Pats fans in Boston had to say about that.
It was a dirty move on his part.
Why?
Very hard.
Yeah? She was
I don't
crying.
know. Yeah, I was crying.
You were
Literally.
really crying.
I was so hurt.
I think he forgot his roots and all the things that people gave to him and supported him.
I think you should have mentioned us, man. He's been with us for like 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, how could you not mention the Patriots?
I kept swiping on the Instagram post, waiting for a slide.
A little emotion there.
I felt like that too, was swiping through.
So, Nicole, Brady did thank the team later in a response to a Patriots tweet praising him. So what's the status of his relationship with New England in the end? Was it a bitter divorce or conscious uncoupling?
Okay, Gwyneth.
So I think the former is definitely possible, especially given the fact that he didn't mention the Patriots at all. And when you consider the fact that the photo, the first slide, is from that October 3rd game between the two teams. So it's definitely possible that things might still be a little frosty there. But I also think another scenario that's in play is that Tom wanted to spotlight the Buccaneers, and Tom wanted to thank his second organization because he still might come back to the Patriots in some capacity. After that game in October, he hinted at a potential return. He hinted that he might be back in the area. Often athletes will sign one-day contracts to return to their original teams. So perhaps that's on the table, and that's why he wanted the Buccaneers to have their shine now, and the Patriots will get their moment in the future. Now, that's not confirmed. They haven't officially formalized anything, but I think that that might be on the table.
Yeah, so Nicole, actually, that's exactly what I want to ask you about, is also the fact that he didn't actually use the word retirement anywhere in the post, and he said things like right now he was going to leave it to the next generation. I mean, is there any room there for a different interpretation or something in the future, and what do you think he'll do with his time?
I think as of right now, he is retiring. I think it was a really difficult decision, and knowing the competitor that Tom is, he probably himself doesn't want to believe it and didn't want to use those words, but he has plenty of options in terms of what he's going to do next. He has a production company with Michael Strahan and Gotham Chopra. He has multiple apparel brands. He has his TB12 company. He has plenty of possibilities. I'm sure he could coach in any capacity if he were interested. I'm sure he could join a broadcast team. So the doors are open for him.
Definitely.
And talking about his legacy, I mean, is there any question at all that he's the GOAT?
Not at all. Not at all. And I think even watching the conference championship games this past weekend, you see Patrick Mahomes, the next quarterback that they said maybe could challenge Tom Brady. He signed this huge 10-year contract with the Chiefs, and they've only won one Super Bowl. So it's so hard to win in the NFL. And just, I don't think there will be anybody that comes close to his level of success.
All right, Nicole, thanks so much for taking a little time to chat with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Much for having.
And coming up on Morning News Now, students and staff on edge following a string of threats threatening historically black colleges and universities.
When we come back, the investigation now underway and why some suspect the timing of the threats is no coincidence.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins! In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some sad news out of Virginia this morning. 2 campus officers were fatally shot at Bridgewater College yesterday afternoon. The 2 officers were responding to a report of suspicious activity in one of the school's academic buildings when a man allegedly opened fire on them. A massive manhunt ensued before the suspect was captured. He's been charged with 2 counts of capital murder and is being held without bail.
This morning, students and staff at more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities are looking for answers. A string of bomb threats is raising concerns just as Black History Month gets underway. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has more.
Many of the nation's historically black colleges and universities on heightened alert, from Delaware to Florida to Louisiana. Hours with campuses locked down, orders to shelter in place because of more than a dozen bomb threats.
Sad that it's really only HBCUs that are being targeted.
At Howard University, bomb threats 2 days in a row, the 3rd threat since January 5th. You take these threats seriously?
Absolutely.
Like many at these institutions, Dr. Toshni Ann DuBroy thinks the fact that it's the start of Black History Month is likely no coincidence.
A month that usually celebrates the innovation of our community and celebrates the valor of black people has now been tainted because we have such a significant threat against our HBCU community.
At the White House, aides say the president is getting regular updates.
It is scary. It is horrifying. It is terrible that these students, these faculty, these institutions are feeling under threat.
The FBI saying they're working with our law enforcement partners to address any potential threats. For now, students like Ashley Fields are back in class with a lot of questions.
We've not received any word about whether the 2 have been connected or, where the threat has come from. It's not the ideal environment for students trying to learn.
On Howard's campus now, a much bigger police presence, including help from the D.C. Metro Police, not usually stationed here. So far, authorities have not reported finding any explosive devices on any campus. Now back to you.
Ron Allen, thank you.
Now let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. At least 24 people have been killed in Ecuador's capital city, Quito, after a hillside saturated by rain collapsed. 24 hours of unbroken rainfall pounded the hillside, weakening it before it gave way, triggering waves of mud 10 feet high that carried away motorcycles, rubbish bins, and anything else in its path, while water and rocks poured in through doors and windows before destroying buildings. In order to deal with one disaster, Tonga had to usher in another disaster. The island was hit hard last month by a volcanic eruption and tsunami, cutting off communications and leaving many homeless. The one saving grace, the island was COVID-free. However, as of today, the island nation will enter a lockdown after 2 port workers who were helping to distribute much-needed aid from abroad tested positive for COVID-19. And it's a right royal typo. A translation error has resulted in thousands of souvenirs marking the Queen's Platinum Jubilee rather than her Platinum Jubilee. Over 10,000 mugs, tea sets and plates with the illustration of the Queen surrounded by her coat of arms were made, with the misprint emblazoned on all of them. But these days, there's a market for everything, so they may be worth something someday.
Yeah, no kidding. And those Jubilees are underrated. I mean, they're
no one gets one of those.
Get your mouth while you can.
I have so much stuff from Harry and Meghan's wedding when I covered that. And now with
and
the
it was
drama,
all spelled correctly, too.
Yeah, it was. But
all right.
Maybe that's worth something now.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. All right, coming up, the NFL under fire over allegations of racism made by a black former coach. The lawsuit just filed against the league and several teams.
Also, controversy over plans to redraw congressional lines in New York State. A look at the new map that some are calling an aggressive land grab. This is Morning News Now.
residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the goal.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
ABC News has suspended Whoopi Goldberg from hosting The View for 2 weeks over comments she made about the Holocaust. During Monday's broadcast, Goldberg said the Holocaust was not about race and instead was about, quote, man's inhumanity to man. She was swiftly criticized for those remarks. The CEO of the Anti-Defamation League tweeted that the Holocaust was about the Nazis' systemic annihilation of the Jewish people, who they deemed to be an inferior race. Goldberg apologized later that day, saying she stands with the Jewish people, but the president of ABC News said in a statement she asked Goldberg to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments.
Now, this morning, the NFL is facing explosive accusations of racial discrimination after a former head coach filed a class action lawsuit against the league and several teams. Brian Flores, who was fired by the Dolphins last month, says he went through sham interviews for positions that were already filled by white candidates. The league denies this, saying it will, quote, defend against these claims, which are without merit. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this. Hi, Danny. Good morning. This is one people will certainly be talking about, so we're happy to have you with us to walk us through it. So the league requires teams to interview minority candidates for senior coaching positions. That's under what's called the Rooney Rule. But Flores is saying those interviews aren't always in good faith. Walk us through what exactly the claim is that he's making.
The Rooney Rule, again, requires the NFL to interview at least one black candidate for each and every head coach vacancy. Now, the allegations in the complaint are that this is just cosmetic, that what they do is behind closed doors, they decide who they're going to hire. According to the complaint, it's usually a white guy, and they just interview a black candidate just for show to comply facially with the Rooney Rule. That's essentially the allegations of the complaint. And to back that up, they have a cringeworthy text message from Bill Belichick where he accidentally lets the plaintiff know that he was not selected days before the plaintiff's interview allegedly even happened. And perhaps the most sobering statistic from the complaint, if true, is that in the time the Rooney Rule was instituted, at that time, there were 3 black head coaches. Now there is 1. So according to the complaint, we've gone backward.
I want to ask you more about exactly that stat that you mentioned in just a moment. But first, let's talk about what some of the other side of this is saying. So the New York Giants, one of the teams that interviewed Flores, responded saying, quote, Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified to be our next head coach. Now, that job ultimately went to Brian Daboll, who is white. How do the courts go about determining whether someone was or wasn't hired because of race? I mean, we have that response there from the New York Giants. What's the burden of proof here?
This is the challenge in every discrimination case, any kind of legal claim that involves discrimination. On the one hand, you have the plaintiff here saying, I was discriminated against because of my color. And then, of course, the defendants uniformly almost argue, no, this was, we hired someone who was qualified. So as long as a plaintiff can show that, hey, I was equally or more qualified, better for them to show that they are more qualified, then you might be able to make out a claim of discrimination. But that is the challenge in all discrimination claims, is that a defendant can always say, oh, no, here are several different reasons that are non-discriminatory why we hired this person.
And Danny, quickly back to what you just mentioned a moment ago. The lawsuit brings up the fact that 70% of the NFL's players are black, but only one head coach, as you mentioned, is black. None of the owners are. Could league-wide stats like that factor into this case at all?
Yes. While the best position for a plaintiff is to show discriminatory intent, in some situations, a plaintiff can show discriminatory impact. Because after all, that's how discrimination works. It's usually not out in the open. No one advertises, and anymore at least, whites only need apply. That is, thankfully, a thing of the past. So discrimination exists behind closed doors. So if you can show that discriminatory impact as a plaintiff, you still have a chance.
All right. Danny Cevallos, thank you so much.
Just months before the highly anticipated midterm elections, New York State is set to approve a new congressional redistricting map as early as today. The new map targets incumbent Republicans and could let Democrats pick up 3 House seats this November as they hope to hang on to their slim majority in Congress. Opponents are calling it an aggressive land grab gerrymander. Here to explain all this for us is NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim. So, Jane, let's dig into this new map, what it's actually going to look like. Compared with other state maps, Democrats in New York are drawing more vulnerable districts, ones where constituents voted for Biden with a slim margin. Talk to us a little bit about the changes in New York, the strategy behind them, and how this compares to some redistricting we're seeing in other parts of the country.
Yeah, so what we're seeing here in New York is that Democrats are just spreading their voters out between more districts. And that means they can draw more districts that favor them, but they're more vulnerable districts. So when we look at New York's gerrymander versus, say, Texas's gerrymander, Republicans in Texas drew Trump plus 15 seats. But in New York, we see more narrow majorities, Biden plus 6, Biden plus 7, the kind of thing that's actually more swayable in a bad year. So Democrats may be more vulnerable in these seats, but they're definitely securing themselves some advantage. And they did that by pairing more conservative parts of the state with the state's sort of true blue voters, say pairing Staten Island here in New York City with Park Slope, a very liberal area of Brooklyn, to try and make sure that they have these maps that draw more Democratic seats. Now, Democrats in the state say these maps are fair districts drawn based on communities of interest and things like that. But the outcomes are pretty partisan. Democrats used to have more competitive races here in the state than they will on this future map.
So, Jane, we know nationwide Democrats have just a 10-seat majority in the House. Historically, midterms are tough for the party in power, plus the president's approval ratings are low right now. So do New York Democrats think this new map could help Democrats maintain their majority in the House?
I don't think it's enough to keep Nancy Pelosi as speaker, but it's definitely they're trying to mitigate the damage they've seen in other states' redistricting plans. The Democrats definitely lost seats in states like Texas, but they're trying to just sort of mitigate the damage, cut their losses, and make it so they're as close as possible to having a fighting chance, I guess.
And quickly, is there anything Republicans can do to stop this?
Yeah, New York law says that you shouldn't draw super gerrymandered seats, that you shouldn't be benefiting one party or incumbents and candidates. So we'll see. Republicans could sue, and they have hinted at the fact that they might. As much as Democrats talk about hating gerrymandering on national scale, Republicans, who usually are okay with it, are not so okay with it here in New York.
All right, Jane Tim, thanks for helping us break it down. We appreciate it.
Now to some news I know you've all been waiting for. As the latest winter storm sweeps across the country, many are wondering how much longer will it last? Well, Punxsutawney Phil made his annual prediction, and unfortunately he saw his shadow, which means we'll have 6 more weeks of winter according to the Punxsutawney Groundhog Club. Phil usually forecasts a longer winter. He's predicted 105 longer winters and only 20 early springs. Now, while Phil was correct in predicting an early spring last year, forecasters say he's usually right about 40% of the time.
So how does he keep his job?
I was just going to say that. Somehow we keep turning it in.
Coin flip.
Yeah,
coin flip day.
So don't worry, because maybe he's wrong.
Apparently, he's probably wrong.
Yeah.
All right.
So maybe we will have an early spring, like last year, which I don't remember in the haze of everything else.
I don't either, but it was a longer winter last year. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, an alarming link between screen time and autism.
Plus, why your diet may actually be slowing down your metabolism. Dr. Torres is back to explain it all in our weekly checkup.
Here comes Diaz!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back with your weekly checkup.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us to discuss the latest health headlines you might have missed. Good morning, Dr. Torres. Good to have you back with us again in this show. So our first study looks at how longer screen time may be linked to autism spectrum disorder in young boys. What more can you tell us?
And Savannah, this is a very interesting study because what they found out is looking at these children is between the ages of 1 and 3, the more screen time they had, the higher odds they had of being diagnosed with autism once they turned 3. Now, this link was found among boys but not girls. The time seemed to be above 2 hours of screen time. But what we don't know from this study, is this a marker of autism or is this a cause of autism? It does not address that. But what it does address is what we're talking about, the doctor's orders here. And essentially, you have to realize, especially for this age group, they are going to grow up with screens. We're talking cell phones, tablets, phone, internet, or computers, TVs, all these screens. They need to know how to manage these and how to handle the screen time as they get older. And that's incumbent upon parents to make sure that they help them with that. So you want to follow the American Academy of Pediatric guidelines. And that means, as you look here, under 18 months, no screen time at all. 18 to 24 months, screen time, around an hour a day maybe, but with parents watching at the same time. And toddlers older than 2, no more than an hour screen time. Try to watch it with them if you can, but talk to them also about screen time, what it means, how to use it appropriately, because like I said, this is going to be their life going forward. They need to know how to handle that and manage that as they go forward, Savannah.
Helpful breakdown there.
Yeah,
all right,
really.
Here's an interesting one. For everyone trying to hit that weight loss goal, when we diet, we might be slowing down our metabolism. So what does that mean for our weight loss goals?
And this was interesting, and they did this study on women 21 to 41, and they gave them a very low calorie diet, 800 calories a day, to see how well they could lose weight. And what they found out is during the diet, your metabolism actually slows down, and that can delay reaching those weight loss goals. The body ends up adapting to losing weight. Your body fights back, and it makes you burn less weight a day. Your metabolism slows down. It's a survival instinct we have. Your body thinks it goes into a starvation mode, and so it wants to hold on to those calories. So in essence, again, like I said, it is fighting back. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, number one, realize that the more weight you lose, the harder it's going to be to lose that weight. Those last pounds are the toughest to lose because your body doesn't want to lose them. But remember, exercise can help jumpstart that. It can help restart weight loss as well. So if you get to that plateau stage, start thinking about incorporating exercise even more so to try and get to those goals that you want to get to.
Wow. The doctor's orders I heard there, diets might not be so helpful, which is great news. All right, doctor, our last study looks at melatonin. All right, we know sleep is so important. I use melatonin on this schedule that we're on. I don't know how well it's working, but tell us what we need to know about this popular sleep aid.
And so you're not the only one using melatonin. It is on the rise across the country, and there's been a significant increase in usage among men, women of all age groups. And it's being marketed as a supplement, like you said, to try and go ahead and get you to sleep. But when you find those supplements, sometimes they have 5 times higher the amount of melatonin than you think they do. So a couple things you have to do with doctor's orders. Number one, understand the amount of melatonin that you're taking. Right now, the recommendation is a maximum of about 5 milligrams a day. If you are having chronic sleep problems, though, and we're talking on a week-to-week basis, month-to-month basis, find the source. You don't want to just mask the source and do it because of that. Savannah, in your case, you know why you have sleep problems because you're waking up early for the show. But for those who don't, try and find the cause and see if you can fix the cause. That's the main doctor order there.
Wow.
Right.
I just learned so much in this week's
Now you have to fix your
checkup.
cause. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I know. I gotta investigate the source. No more dieting. I don't know if melatonin works.
Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, we do. And now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, Alphabet could be the next company to join the $2 trillion market cap club. This along with Apple and Microsoft. The stock is trading right near that mark. The parent of Google reporting blowout quarterly earnings as its internet ad business surged during the holidays, with consumers using Google search as they shopped online. Investors are also cheering Alphabet's announcement of a 20-for-1 stock split, which will make shares more affordable and available to more people. Meanwhile, Netflix has finally added the option for users to manually delete shows and movies from their continue watching row. This means you can get rid of content you gave up on or never got around to finishing. The new feature is already out on the Netflix web, mobile, and TV apps. It's not the most monumental change to the Netflix platform, but the continue watching row is one of the first things users see when they open the app. And the best job in America pays $145,000 and has 14,000 current openings. Glassdoor is out with its annual list of the top jobs based on earnings potential, overall job satisfaction, and number of openings. Once again, tech workers come out on top. Enterprise architects who design a company's IT infrastructure are number one. They're followed by full-stack engineers who develop websites and apps, and then data scientists. Guys?
All jobs that didn't exist when I was growing up.
Yeah, and if you're looking for
and
a
that
job,
probably involve math too.
Yeah, I was
Right,
just going to
right,
say, if you just know how to architect a company, then you're good.
I remember, did you have to take that test when I was young, what you should be?
Oh,
and mine told me.
I took that test.
Mine told me undertaker.
Oh
No.
my gosh.
Why is that an option? How old were you when I told you
I was like 16. And
Oh
I should be
my God.
I
All
chose
right, that
differently.
needs to be edited. Those chests. Silvana, thank you so much. And coming up, snow problem, a warning to anyone planning to hit the slopes this winter.
Is this the busiest time of year for a doctor like yourself?
For ski-related, snowboard-related injuries, absolutely.
But that doesn't mean you can't shred safely. After the break, we're going to show you how you can enjoy all that fresh powder responsibly. Next on Morning News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
It's the season for winter sports, and many of you are likely breaking out those skis and hitting the slopes.
We have some tips on how to have fun and stay safe while still enjoying that winter weather. Joining us now is NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn. Hey, Vicki. So we were talking before. I don't hit the slopes personally, but a lot of people are looking. So what do they need to know?
I'm with you, Savannah. I think some of these sports are pretty treacherous. But, hey, it's winter. It's a great time to get out there. Joe grew up in the cold weather, so he's familiar with the snow and ice. But anytime that you combine slippery surfaces and going super fast, you also up your risk of getting hurt. So we talked to the experts, and they have us covered with things that you can do to protect yourself and your family while you're enjoying the snow or if you're skating around on the ice.
From Olympic athletes to everyday thrill seekers, winter sports take many to new heights, but not without the risk of serious injury.
They're so enthralled by the sport that they forget about the injury risk.
Dr. Wimi Diogi is an orthopedic surgeon who serves as director of sports medicine at MedStar Washington Hospital Center in Washington, D.C.
Is this the busiest time of year for a doctor like yourself?
For ski-related, snowboard-related injuries, absolutely.
In 2020, skiing resulted in more than 23,000 visits to the ER. Snowboarding, another 19,000. That's why safety experts say when it comes to taking the right precautions, there are just some things you just shouldn't let slide, like making sure you have the proper gear.
What are some of the most common injuries?
There's a large number of concussions, lacerations, fractures. It's really important to wear a helmet when you're performing these sports.
Before hitting the slopes, Dr. Diogi says be honest about your skill level. Don't attempt a double black diamond if you've only experienced a bunny hill. And for those over age 40, he suggests scheduling a checkup with your doctor.
You're going to be doing activities that are going to test your aerobic and anaerobic fitness. You need to get an expert's consultation to make sure that you're healthy before you jump out there.
As ski and snowboard injuries reach their peak, keeping doctors busy, this time of year also has ski shops like this one in high demand.
One of the keys to staying safe on the slopes, selecting the right equipment.
The first hill to climb, dressing the part. Start by wearing several light and loose layers, followed by an outer layer that's wind and water resistant, like these snow bibs.
Focus on fit. Lisa Ski NYC store manager Charlie Marone says find an adjustable helmet.
Look for the knobs in the back. A lot of ski helmets, the newer ones, have knobs that you can tighten it.
Like a nice snug fit.
Right.
What's next?
Next, you want goggles. You want to make sure they fit your face right. You want to cover the sides as well.
Let's get to the skis now. What do we need to know?
You want to get the right size. Typically for beginners, we want to be under the chin because the shorter ski is easier to ski with. And then you want to look at the width here. Wider ski, easier to navigate as well.
How about the boots?
You want to get the right size, it's very important. You want to be a snug fit, you want to hug your foot.
Because boots mold to your feet, Marone recommends buying new rather than used.
When you do used boot, you don't know what foot's been in it. It wouldn't fit your foot correctly.
Once you have your boots properly fitted, make sure an expert has set your bindings according to your height, weight, and ability so that the skis will release and prevent injury if you have a bad fall.
And because so many winter activities combine high speed and slick surfaces, you can't skate around the risk of falling. But you can learn a safer way to take a tumble. If you lose your balance while ice skating, try to land on your behind, or you'll have the best cushioning. And avoid putting your hands on the ice, especially at a crowded rink where another skater's blade could cut you. Sledding, a popular winter pastime for children, also sends thousands to the ER each year.
Do you recommend wearing a helmet when kids are tubing or sledding?
You can never go wrong wearing a helmet.
For added protection, kids should also avoid sledding head first and stick to hills free of obstacles with plenty of room at the bottom. Avoid those that end in a street or a body of water. A guide to help you and your family enjoy the ride this winter.
Hey guys, and another tip here is just to really make sure that you warm up, do some light stretching before you get out there on the slopes. Stay hydrated and avoid overexerting yourself. Dr. Duogi says skiers tend to suffer from knee injuries, while snowboarders tend to come into the ER with more internal injuries, things like your kidneys, your liver, your spleen. So the main thing, too, is just know your body and know when it's time to call it quits. He says he can't tell you how many patients he's treated who said, I got hurt on this one last run. We have a ton more on winter safety tips. That's all coming up on Consumer Confidential at 11:30 today on Today All Day streaming. So if you didn't get your fill now, we got 25 minutes chock full of tips for you.
That's good.
All right, well, check it out.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thanks.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, here we go again. A massive winter weather system set to dump rain, sleet, ice, and snow from Albuquerque to Ottawa. Wintry mess stretching across nearly 2,000 miles of the country. Our Bill Cairns is on standby with the storm's latest track and how bad it could get. Breaking the silence as military tensions in Eastern Europe intensify, Russian President Vladimir Putin is now calling out the West. He says they've ignored his nation's key demands on Ukraine and is accusing the U.S. of drawing Russia into an armed conflict. Still, Putin maintains the door is open for diplomacy. As more than 100,000 troops remain on the contested border. No signs of backing down. Our Richard Engel with the global state of play. Also this morning, sticking around in the age of the Great Resignation, new research shows there's one type of company that's retaining talent better than the rest. What you need to know if you're looking for that next step in your career. And to boldly go, as NASA looks to return to the moon more than 50 years after its last visit, a look at the women who are making this journey back. That is an NBC News exclusive. We're looking forward to bringing you just a little later in the hour.
Absolutely. So cool when space news combines with something very cool for women.
Exactly. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on the massive winter storm that is making its way across the country already this morning.
Yeah, get this. 90 million Americans are under winter weather alerts as the storm's impact will be felt all the way from New Mexico to the Northeast over the next few days. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Chicago with the latest on this winter weather for us.
Yeah, the snow started falling late last night, and it's not expected to taper off until late this afternoon. But we're talking about a stretch of some 2,000 miles from the Mexico border all the way up to Vermont. Now, here in Chicago, you can see we're talking about a heavy, wet snow that's just continuing to pile up here. But keep in mind, this is just the first of a 1-2 punch of a storm that's coming in the coming days. Overnight, the first flakes starting to fly, the beginning of yet another winter wallop.
Here we go again, more snow.
More than 90 million Americans across 19 states are in the crosshairs of what could be the biggest storm of the season.
Travel would become dangerous, if not impossible.
Dangerous road conditions in Denver already causing accidents. In Illinois, the governor issuing a disaster declaration, warning some parts of the state could get up to 20 inches of snow. In Detroit, where up to 16 inches of snow could fall, schools are making plans to go virtual.
I don't like the snow, and I'm 60 years old. I ain't never seen 15 inches of snow in my life.
Detroit's mayor activating the city's snow emergency routes. Across the Midwest, residents are stocking up on essentials and preparing for the worst.
I purchased everything that I could.
In Texas, fears this could be a repeat of last year's deadly freeze that led to a massive power grid failure and hundreds of deaths. This storm is expected to last several days, with temperatures plummeting in many parts of the country. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled, and officials are urging drivers to stay off the roads and stay home.
This could be the most significant winter weather event we're going to see this season.
Here in Illinois, the governor declared a disaster declaration, activating some 100 National Guard members to be at the ready to respond to any potential emergency situations. Now, this is something that we're seeing across the country. Many heads of state urging their residents to stay inside and to be safe, because this storm that's coming in the coming days has the potential to be deadly. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you. Really, thank you for being out there for us.
What is next for this storm? Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. This storm has many facets to it, obviously stretching for such a huge area. We focused last hour on the snow threats. We want to talk about the ice impacts and the potential for massive power outages that could last even into the upcoming weekend. So on our colorized radar, we show you the green and the yellows where it's raining. The pink shows you where the ice is either freezing rain or sleet, and the blue shows you where it's snowing. So let's focus on the ice. It's been very icy this morning around St. Louis, but now St. Louis is starting to change over back to snow. So that's also slippery. So here's kind of our winter battleground. Why are we having this ice threat? Well, we have Arctic air coming down from Canada. At the same time, we have tropical air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. And the Arctic air is very shallow. It goes right down to the ground. The tropical air lifts. Warmer air rises, cold air sinks. So what happens is you get a thin layer of very cold air, and that's where the freezing rain will fall. So the snowflake melts as it comes out of the cloud, but then when it gets right to the ground, it refreezes, and that's where we get the freezing rain threat. And that is especially going to be, from areas of Dallas tomorrow morning to Memphis. We're very concerned with Kentucky, all the way up into southern Ohio, southern Illinois, and a good section of Tennessee, too, is a big chance for an ice storm. So how much ice are we talking? Once you get over a quarter inch, you can get power outages. A half inch, you can get massive power outages. If you look at the blue on this map, that's everywhere that has at least a chance for a quarter inch of ice. That stretches from central Texas all the way through southern New England over the next 3 days. This is by far one of the bigger ice storms we've had in a couple of years. So here's the ice impacts. Up to a quarter inch, we get slick roads and bridges. Icy glaze forms on the trees. If you get a quarter inch to a half an inch, that's when you start to see the tree limbs break, scattered power outages, very dangerous road conditions. And if we do get up to a half inch to an inch of ice, that's when things just get, whole trees can come down, roads impassable, multi-day power outages. And that's possible with this storm. So, hopefully that groundhog will be right. We only get 6 more weeks of winter, but that's not going to help us in the next 3 days.
All right. There it is, the groundhog.
Yeah. Oh, there.
Bill's best friend.
Yes, the rodent.
Yes, he saw his shadow officially. Him and his 38% accuracy rate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to know Bill has a much better accuracy record.
Does he? Just kidding.
I could flip a coin and do better than Phil. All right, I'm sorry, I'm done. All right.
Bill, we did have a viewer tell us that they like when we give you a hard time, so we're just giving the people what they want.
I'm glad that's what I'm here for. Thank you. Thank you to our viewers.
Oh, so much more. We love you, Bill.
Thank you. Pfizer is requesting emergency authorization of its 2-dose vaccine for the only group that remains ineligible for vaccination, small children under the age of 5. If approved, young kids could begin getting the shot by the end of this month. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following that for us from Washington. Tom, good morning.
Joe, so listen to these stats here. There were 3.5 million confirmed pediatric cases last month alone. 2 weeks ago, 100,000 younger children hospitalized with COVID. A quarter of all parents say their kids had to quarantine in January due to exposure. So the FDA is really feeling a sense of urgency here. But with low vaccination rates among kids who are vaccine eligible, this morning many parents are torn over whether to heed the doctor's advice and eventually vaccinate their youngest kids. This morning, millions of children under the age of 5 are one step closer to becoming eligible for the COVID vaccine. An FDA advisory panel says it will meet February 15th to consider Pfizer's request for emergency use of its 2-dose vaccine for kids ages 6 months through 4 years old. The prospect that shots could soon be within arm's reach for small children, bringing hope and relief to many families.
As a parent, I need to do everything possible to protect them from possible bad outcomes.
The Prince Miller family has 2 kids under the age of 5, and Mom says, assuming the data shows the shots are safe and effective, her kids will get vaccinated immediately.
It's one of the only things that we can do to protect our children who aren't old enough to mask effectively, who really can't surround themselves with vaccinated people.
But a new study finds many parents remain cautious about the COVID vaccine. Just 31% say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% will wait and see, while 26% say they will definitely not vaccinate their youngest kids. One potential concern, in a clinical trial, 2 doses failed to produce a strong immune response among kids ages 2 to 4. Instead, only kids between 6 months and 2 years had a response comparable to that of older kids and younger adults. As Pfizer requests authorization for 2 doses to build immunity among young children, it's continuing research on whether 3 doses would provide even more protection. Dr. Paul Offit is on the FDA's outside vaccine committee that evaluates safety.
We want to make sure the vaccine works and that it's safe before we would ever recommend it for America's children.
Hoping to boost vaccination rates among kids, the American Academy of Pediatrics is urging parents to talk to their doctors if they have any concerns.
The COVID vaccine, if anything, is under more scrutiny than ever before, and we just haven't seen major concerns with safety of these vaccines.
Yeah, Pfizer's CEO says ultimately researchers believe that 3 doses of this vaccine will be the standard for the country's smallest kids. But if 2 shots are authorized soon, the hope is that parents will start getting that immunity going in that entire population. Until that 3rd dose ups the protection even more. Again, decision time could come by March 1st. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health, and also the author of his new book, Immunity Strong. Dr. Lahita, with all those titles, it's great to see you. Good morning. So as Tom just said there, Pfizer says researchers believe that 3 doses of this vaccine will be the standard for kids under 5. So if everything is approved, first of all, when do you think we could see a 3-shot regimen? But also, those numbers in Tom's reporting say not a lot of parents plan to run out and get their kids a shot right away. So will this really make a big impact?
This will make a big impact for most families who will get the shots for their children. I expect, and the data are being accumulated now, that the shots will be available by early to mid-April for the children. Now, you heard in that last report that the 2 to 4-year-old population of children did not have a robust immune response, not as good as a 6-month to 2-year group. They had an immune response that was as good as the teenagers or the adults. So this 3 microgram injection is what we're looking for as emergency use authorization for children under 5.
Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about a New York Times article which found the U.S. has a far higher COVID death rate than other wealthy countries. We've had the vaccine for more than a year here, so why do you think the death rate continues to stay so high in America compared to our peers?
Well, a lot of people are saying, and a lot of medical professionals are saying, that it's due to other factors like the epidemic of obesity that we have. 40% of the population are obese. Secondly, the diabetes, particularly type 2 diabetes, which is rampant in the population. And we would say that people over 65, 12% of them have not been vaccinated, unlike other countries where those numbers are in the single digits, like 4 to 8% in most well-developed, wealthy countries.
And Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about a new poll that finds 70% of Americans agree with this statement, that it's time we accept that COVID is here to stay and we just need to get on with our lives. Now, 28% of people disagree, but what do you think? I mean, do you think the virus is here to stay? And if so, what does that mean we do going forward to adapt?
Well, Savannah, I have said for many, many months that I think that this virus is going to be with us forever. and that it will eventually become an endemic infection, meaning like influenza, every year we will probably have to be vaccinated against the various variants of this particular virus. Hopefully it'll be a combined immunization with influenza. And I think it's here to stay, and I think those people are correct.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahida, thank you so much. Always great to see you.
For the first time in more than a month, Russian President Vladimir Putin publicly addressed the ongoing situation in Ukraine. He's blaming the U.S. for escalating tensions, but he's also keeping the door open for a diplomatic resolution. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is following the latest from eastern Ukraine.
Even after weeks of diplomacy, weeks of shuttle talks between U.S. officials and Russian officials, secure conference calls, video calls, Vladimir Putin's position remains unchanged. He insists that Ukraine never be allowed to join NATO and blames the West for stoking fears and increasing tensions.
As Russia strengthens its military presence in Belarus, north of Ukraine, in striking distance of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke his silence. In a wide, socially distanced press statement with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Putin rejected the U.S. and NATO's written diplomatic proposals. Putin saying Russia's concerns were basically ignored. He laid out his demands, unchanged even after weeks of negotiations across Europe. No further NATO expansion, no offensive weapons by Russia's borders, and NATO returning to the 1997 status quo, he said. That would mean lopping off most of Eastern Europe and the Baltics from NATO. Putin is famously COVID cautious. The Hungarian prime minister said he'd never had a meeting so far apart. The Russian president never mentioned those 130,000 Russian troops, tanks, missile launchers, and even blood supplies positioned on Ukraine's borders. The buildup apparent in new satellite images. In Ukraine, even though the government is urging calm, some families are getting nervous. In Mariupol, near the Russian border, Olga and Daniel Repro live in a one-bedroom apartment. They're keeping the kids calm, acting as normal.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Wheels on the bus go round. Do I know this song? Everybody knows that song.
But they are ready to move at a moment's notice to stay with relatives in the countryside or in a bomb shelter.
So these are all the critical documents.
Yeah, passport, critical documents, documents for my boys.
This morning, Olga traveled across the city to sign up for Ukraine's civil defense, volunteering to help the war effort, should Putin decide to invade.
President Putin is expected to visit China on Friday to attend the Olympics opening ceremony and meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. Putin is expected to visit China on Friday to attend the Olympics opening ceremony and meet with China's President Xi Jinping. The Olympics are an unclear dynamic in all of this. Some analysts have suggested that Putin might wait until after the games so as to not overshadow the Olympics and carry out a military action then, or he might use the Olympics as a cover. The last time China hosted the Olympics in 2008, Russia invaded Georgia, and it was just after the games in Russia in 2014 that Ukraine broke away from Russia's sphere of influence and overthrew its pro-Russian president.
Richard Engel in Ukraine. Richard, thank you.
And now to an NBC News exclusive. As the Olympics get underway in Beijing, FBI Director Christopher Wray is speaking out about the scope of China's spying on American soil. He says it's become so widespread that his agents open an average of 2 investigations a day. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has the interview.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating, opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. We probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Wray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Wray also accuses China of going after economic secrets in other countries, but he says by far the U.S. is its #1 target. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
We have breaking news this morning from the Washington football team. The highly anticipated franchise rebrand has been announced, and the new name is the Commanders. It took the organization 18 months to choose a new name for the team, a process that began during the 2020 racial reckoning in the wake of the death of George Floyd. Washington has retired its former team name and will no longer feature a Native American on its team gear. We're going to have much more on this later in the hour, including an exclusive interview with team president Jason Wright. So welcome to the Commanders.
And coming up, an NBC News exclusive investigation, the battle over books in the Lone Star State.
School librarians throughout the state under intense pressure by parents and politicians alike to pull certain books from shelves. And now some say they're even experiencing hostile work environments. We're going to take you to Texas.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo.
children. Sean White takes the goal.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. This morning, we have an exclusive NBC News investigation into a push to ban certain books from school libraries in the state of Texas.
The effort is being led by some state lawmakers as well as parents, and the books in question address issues including race, gender, and sexuality. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with more on what this investigation found. Antonia, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. It's one of the biggest book challenges we've seen in decades, altering school libraries across the state of Texas. We visited Katy, a diverse district near Houston with more than 85,000 students. Since the fall, more than half of the books banned there by administrators have been about LGBTQ people. This statewide push is being led largely by parents and getting pushback from students and authors.
Texas schools are at the center of a national fight over banned books. An NBC News investigation finding that at least a dozen Texas districts have removed books about race, gender, and sexuality after a surge of parent complaints.
Why are we sexualizing our precious children?
Since the fall, Iris Chang, a junior at Katy Independent School District who identifies as queer, has watched books vanish from her school library.
What do you think these parents want?
To keep their children in this protected bubble in which the only opinions they really hear are the ones that they themselves represent.
Records requests to nearly 100 Texas districts found that during the first 4 months of this school year, parents made at least 75 formal complaints, compared to only one filed during the same period last year. Texas Governor Greg Abbott even calling for criminal charges against staff who provide kids with pornographic books. It's part of a national pattern of parents and school officials banning books at an unprecedented rate. One Tennessee district just last week banning Mouse, a Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel about the Holocaust. George M. Johnson's memoir, All Boys Aren't Blue, is one of the books banned in Katy and elsewhere. It's about a queer black child that at one point details sexual abuse.
What's it like to see this fight now play out on a national stage?
To kind of wake up every day and see that more and more people within the country who have power are trying to deny kids who were like me access to my story is heartbreaking.
Katy schools declined NBC News' requests for comment. Katy parent Mary Ellen Cuzella was inspired to fight for book removals after watching parents fight over books during the Virginia governor's race.
What we're talking about is vulgarity that is inappropriate for any child.
Iris, a member of her school's speech and debate team, is no stranger to speaking out. Lately, she doubts the adults are listening.
It sends this message to myself and my peers that our opinions aren't valued.
Many of the books under fire are newer titles purchased by school librarians in recent years as part of an effort to diversify the content available to public school kids. A group of librarians are now pushing back, trying to keep those books on the shelves. They've created the hashtag FREAD Freedom campaign to share stories and support each other across the state. Joe.
All right. Great report, Antonia. Thanks so much for bringing it to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you. And now let's take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. At least 5 people have been killed in India during an illegal dig at an abandoned coal mine. The bodies of 4 women and 1 man were recovered after the mine caved in on them. Rescuers are still searching for others who may be trapped. Coal mining is one of the most dangerous professions in India. People extract coal in hazardous conditions in what are known as rat hole mines. Israel has denounced the report by Amnesty International as anti-Semitic after it became the latest human rights organization to accuse Israel of apartheid for its treatment of the Palestinian people. The report details inhumane acts of forcible transfer, administrative detention, torture, unlawful killings, serious injuries, and the denial of basic rights and freedoms or persecution committed against the Palestinian population. And finally, 2 mashed potato slingers in a German prison have been fined $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. What started as a food fight between 2 female inmates over a disagreement descended into a full-scale brawl. If they failed to pay the fine, they could spend an additional 180 days behind bars. And those are your headlines, guys.
We should note those were not pictures of the actual mashed potatoes in question that we were just showing.
Yes,
it's a dramatization.
I believe we searched mashed potatoes on Getty Images, and there you go. But we got it.
Get the picture now.
And now we know what they were throwing. I'm not sure if that detail was even confirmed, but Ali, thank you.
Ali. Coming up, the NFL itself is playing defense this morning. We're going to tell you about the new class action lawsuit taking aim at the league and several teams for allegedly discriminating against black coaches.
Plus, a new era for football in our nation's capital. The Washington football team finally revealing its latest franchise name. An NBC News exclusive interview with the team's president up next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Football fans will be watching next weekend's Super Bowl game for the game, but some of us might be more excited about the newly announced entertainment. The NFL announced their pre-game lineup will include Grammy-nominated artists Jhené Aiko and Mickey Guyton singing America the Beautiful and the national anthem. Plus, this year, the multi-platinum artist Zedd will serve as the Super Bowl's official pregame DJ, which is pretty cool. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar will headline the halftime show. So if the matchup between the LA Rams and the Cincinnati Bengals is enough for you, you will definitely want to tune in for all of those performances. You can watch the Super Bowl on NBC and Telemundo or stream it live on Peacock, which might be where you're watching us right now, but that is quite a lineup.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and for the folks who don't want to watch the football game, there's always something for you. The commercials,
who would do that? Who wouldn't care about the game?
If the game is as good as all the playoff games, then you're going to like it.
That's true. Yeah,
you're going to get excited. All right. Speaking of football, the National Football League is facing an explosive new class action lawsuit that could have long-lasting implications for the future of hiring and diversity. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores is accusing the league and several of its teams of discriminatory hiring practices. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with the latest on this. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And the claims inside this lawsuit are serious. Brian Flores was one of two NFL head coaches that are African-American until he was laid off by the Dolphins after 2 straight winning seasons. And inside this lawsuit, Flores claims that there are many aspects of the NFL that are still racially segregated, and it's even operated similarly to a plantation. And Flores claims what set this all in motion was a series of text messages sent by one of the sharpest minds in the NFL, Bill Belichick, when he accidentally texted Flores thinking he was someone else. This morning, the NFL on defense amid stunning claims. The league and several teams named in a class action lawsuit alleging discrimination against black coaches. The suit filed by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores, who was fired last month after 3 years on the job.
We've had ups and downs, and it's a year I'll certainly remember. But yeah, very proud of his team.
The suit takes aim at the New York Giants. Flores believed the team only interviewed him for its head coaching position in order to comply with the Rooney Rule, an NFL requirement that minority candidates be considered for head coaching positions. The suit says the team had already decided to hire Brian Daboll, a coordinator for the Buffalo Bills who had no head coaching experience when they brought Flores in. It includes screenshots of text allegedly sent to Flores by Patriots head coach Bill Belichick mistakenly, days before Flores even interviewed, congratulating him on getting the Giants job. Belichick writing, "Sounds like you have landed. Congrats." Flores then asks, "Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Daboll? Just making sure." Belichick replied with an expletive. "Sorry, I blanked this up." Later writing, "I think they are naming Daboll." Belichick has not returned our calls for comment. The Giants defending their hiring practices in a statement, writing in part, "Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified." Flores also taking aim at Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, who he says allegedly offered to pay him to lose games in 2019 to improve the team's draft position, offering $100,000 per loss. The suit alleges Flores' repeated refusals to comply led to his firing, along with the Dolphins labeling him as, quote, difficult to work with. The team denies any racial discrimination. In a statement on Tuesday, Flores admitting the lawsuit may put his coaching future at risk, but adds, "My sincere hope is that by standing up against systemic racism in the NFL, others will join me to ensure that positive change is made for generations to come."
The issue of fairness for Black coaches and opportunity has been there for a long time. But what this does right now, it just really puts it as a front burner issue.
And also contained within this lawsuit are several key areas in the NFL that Flores would like to see improved upon. That includes increasing the number of black hiring managers and also increasing objectivity when it comes to hiring or firing for a general manager position or a head coaching job as well. And he'd like to see increased transparency when it comes to pay for some of those top positions on NFL teams. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky. Thank you, Morgan.
And coming up, we've all heard of the Great Resignation, but is there a type of company out there that's actually keeping its talent? We'll take a closer look at corporate America in the pandemic age.
Plus, redefining the beauty shopping experience for women of color. Those stories and more up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's called the Great Resignation. Millions of U.S. workers quitting in search of a better job, better lifestyle, or more money. But some businesses are doing better than others at retaining talent amid the turnover. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen shows us how they're retaining that talent.
Michael Aiken works for Johnny's Pizza House in Shreveport, Louisiana. He started as a high school junior in 2008, but after a few years, Michael received a statement on top of his normal paycheck confirming he owned a piece of the company.
And I saw that, such and such amount of stock, and this is your cash value amount of your account. It was, oh, wow, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and I can watch something grow.
So how did it happen? Johnny's offers an ESOP, or Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Workers get a slice of the company after 3 years on the job. They can cash out when they leave Johnny's or save until retirement. Michael has now been there for 13 years. He trains employees and helps open new restaurants.
Well, how much of this ownership program played a role in you being there for so many years?
Well, I would say it played a definite role in it. More of your heart goes into your work because you see that statement.
There are 6,500 employee-owned companies in the U.S., names you'd recognize. Cliff Bar with just over 1,000 employees. W.L. Gore, they make Gore-Tex fabric with over 11,000 workers. The nation's largest ESOP, Florida-based Publix grocery stores with 225,000 employees.
Employee-owned businesses tend to have lower turnover and more loyal employees.
Joseph Blasi is a Rutgers professor specializing in employee ownership. A recent report shows these companies fared much better than non-employee-owned companies over the past 2 years. They retained workers at a rate of 4 to 1. Another study found employees at ESOPs had twice the amount of money in their retirement accounts, $132,000 on average.
Most ESOP companies also share cash profits every year with employees, typically in excess of 10% on top of wages.
According to Blasey, if you want to work for an ESOP, expect to be more involved in corporate matters and also share more business-related information with coworkers. And it takes commitment. Maximum wealth comes at retirement.
Some employees, especially in ESOPs, if they're younger, they don't want to wait until retirement to get that big wealth nest egg.
At Johnny's Pizza House, Michael's nest egg has been growing since 2008. The company's CEO tells NBC News multiple employees have retired, cashing out more than $1 million.
People might say, but you work at a pizza restaurant. How is this possible?
It's definitely possible as long as you're taking care of whoever comes through the door and taking care of the things in your four walls and you're making sure your customers are taken care of and coming back. I mean, it's going to work.
And that was Vicki Wynn reporting.
Very cool. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Savannah Hanau is back with us. Good morning, Savannah.
Good morning, guys. Starbucks will raise prices this year and reduce spending. All this to offset soaring costs for labor and goods. The coffee chain missing Wall Street's forecast for quarterly profits and sales. It's also cutting its outlook for this year as the Omicron variant disrupted customer traffic, led to delayed office reopenings and new restrictions in China, its fastest growing market. Starbucks hasn't said which items will now cost more. General Motors is speeding up plans for the launch of some electric vehicles and will set up a third factory to build plug-in trucks as it expects a sharp rise in demand. CEO Mary Barra says GM is targeting sales of 400,000 electric vehicles in North America this year and next. That would be a sharp acceleration from last year when it sold fewer than 25,000. And higher food and labor costs are eating into the restaurant industry's gains and impacting its recovery. A report by the National Restaurant Association says while sales are rebounding, it will be at least a year before conditions return to normal. Sales are projected to hit $900 billion this year, topping pre-pandemic levels. But when adjusted for inflation, they're actually expected to remain below where they were in 2019, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Silvana.
You got it.
And now an online retailer is helping women of color find beauty products designed specifically for and by people who look like them, and they're clean products. It's called AMP Beauty LA. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson sat down with its founders. Take a look.
I'm Angel. I am Montre. I'm Felicia. We are AMP Beauty LA.
From college classmates to sorority sisters and now business partners, this trio is on a mission to redefine the beauty supply store experience for Black women.
You know, Black women spend 9 times more than any demographic in beauty and personal care. 75% of the products that are marketed to us are toxic. So this group that spends the most in this category is exposed to the most toxic ingredients in beauty, and that's wrong.
They came together to try to change that, curating an online shop for clean beauty products made by and for Black women.
We carry over 50 brands, skincare, hair care, bath and body, nails. We have makeup now.
How are you all finding these brands? I gotta tell you, growing up, going to the beauty supply store, I don't see a lot of the brands necessarily that I saw there. The Blue Magic, the Pink Lotion. That's not on AMP Beauty LA.
We really wanted to focus twofold on founders of color, inclusive founders, Black women founders specifically, and also dedicating space to products that are clean, that are effective, that are non-toxic, because that's not the norm of what we experience when we shop for beauty.
And people responded. Orders came in, pop-up shops were packed.
We here, baby.
And TikTok even put them up in Hollywood.
AMP Beauty.
Knowing that people are finding you and they see value and they're spending money. That's a win.
But when they first took that pitch on the road, it wasn't an easy sell.
Do you feel like there are unique challenges that you all faced as Black women business owners?
Yes, 1,000%.
We went up to Silicon Valley and we had our first in-person pitch, dressed to the nines, so excited to be in this room, and there was not one face that looked like us.
In the first half of last year, a record $147 billion was invested in U.S. startups. Only 0.3% of that money went to Black female founders.
We're not getting loans. We're not getting investments. So it was really a challenge for us initially. We got our first yes 1 month after we launched. The woman who gave us that yes, Arlen Hamilton at Backstage Capital, told us, you only need that one yes. And her yes for us was a 6-figure investment.
Backstage Capital, a firm that prioritizes support for startups with underrepresented founders, helped Amp Beauty LA to begin stocking their digital shelves with Black beauty brands in the fall of 2020.
Tell me a little bit about this one.
Any hard spots, dry spots, the bomb is the bomb.
How did you all find Alchemy Body Shop?
Yeah, Alchemy Body Shop is actually the first brand that we brought on to Amp Beauty LA. We knew that she was making these products herself in her home. We knew the ingredients were clean, and we actually made a blind order.
When I sent out that package, I was really thrilled.
Veronica Smith-Morales is the woman behind Alchemy Body Shop. For a year, she'd been working to break into retail, pitching her body butters and balms to local shops in the tri-state. Then came that order from Amp Beauty LA.
The barriers are real. They're very high. They put me in front of an audience that I didn't necessarily have access to.
Which is part of the goal.
We look at ourselves as kind of a launch pad for some of these brands.
What do you hope the legacy of Amp Beauty LA will be?
I have 3 younger sisters, curly hair, kinky hair, brown skin, darker skin, middle tone skin, fair skin. And I think the legacy for Amp Beauty LA is just for everyone to feel included.
I definitely want us to continue to invest in brands, invest in Black founders. I would love for Amp to be the company that gives someone else their first yes.
Wow, what an amazing message there, Andy, her talking about her younger sisters. That was Priscilla Thompson bringing us that story. Thank you for that.
Coming up, NASA's historic journey to put humans back on the moon more than 50 years after its last visit.
After the break, we'll bring you the women who are helping us get there. You're watching Morning News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiffrin. Sean White takes the goal.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiffrin. Sean White takes the goal.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Washington football team is celebrating the long-awaited reveal of its new franchise name. For decades, the team drew criticism from indigenous rights groups and said the former name and imagery were racist. Now the team is starting a new chapter with a new name they hope will represent the team's gritty character. The Today Show's Craig Melvin helped unveil the new name in an exclusive interview with team president Jason Wright earlier this morning. Take a listen.
Commanders.
We are the Commanders.
The Commanders, the Washington Commanders.
That's right.
Oh wow, you didn't waste any time there.
There it is.
There's the new logo as well. So let's talk about how we arrived at this particular name, Jason. How do we settle on the Commanders?
You know, it's a name that has the weight and meaning befitting a 90-year-old franchise. It's something that broadly resonated with our fans. And it's something that we believe embodies the values of service and leadership that really define the DMV in this community. Yeah. And it's also something, importantly, that we could own and grow for the next 90 years. And it's something that can allow us to tie the rich history and championship legacy of this franchise to new traditions in the future.
We didn't touch the color scheme.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Because folks are wild about the burgundy and gold, as you know. Doug, so when you found out what the new team name was, what was the initial reaction? Well, the reaction was, I'm going to hug the Commanders, because that's what we are, and we got to go forward with it. And I do like the name. It got a good sound to it, Washington Commanders. So here we go.
The rebrand has been an interesting period because it's coincided with a time of very rapid, very real and irreversible change in the organization. And it's from that position of strength now that this diverse and empowered leadership team is united to bring a championship back to the burgundy and gold under the banner of the Washington Commanders.
Does the NFL still have a race problem?
I don't like to speak on other people's business as a principal. And Tom Garfinkel, the CEO of the Dolphins, is a close ally and confidant to me. But I do know that when ownership is fully committed to diversity, when they're really all in, change can happen very rapidly. The owners of this team hired a Latino head coach, a black general manager, and then a black team president, who in turn then built the most diverse executive leadership team in the NFL. So change can happen quickly. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Commanders, there you go.
There you go. There's been some speculation, but now it's confirmed.
Now it's confirmed.
Exclusively here.
Finally this hour, NASA will once again send Americans to walk on the moon. They're building a new powerful rocket to carry what will be a history-making crew.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson got an exclusive look behind the scenes at the new program and some of the women importantly leading the team. Hey, Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. NASA just doesn't want to go back to the moon. It wants to build a compound on the moon where the astronauts can live and work. This is all going to happen under the Artemis program, which is a dramatic evolution in how NASA does business, one that is more representative of America today. As the United States returns to the moon, these are the women with the right stuff, leading the Artemis program, aiming to make new history in the final frontier.
When we go back to the moon with the first woman, the first person of color, those iconic boot prints mean that space and exploration are for everyone.
On the ground, NASA's already changed. No longer the province of white men with crew cuts, white shirts, black ties, and cigarettes.
What I can tell you is different now is there are strong, smart women in every corner of what we do at NASA.
Sharon Cobb leads the team that designed and built the Space Launch System, NASA's most powerful yet. Laura Palaia helped build the Orion capsule on top. Astronaut Stephanie Wilson could fly on one of the missions. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson will give the call to go for launch.
I would like to think that in being the first female launch director for NASA, the first woman in that role, that sends a message to young women that says not only is there a place in this firing room for you, there's a place in the front of the room for you leading this team.
It's inspiring for me to see that, to know that there is no ceiling for us, that we can go wherever we put our minds to.
Today, 30% of NASA's senior executives are women, and on the return to the moon, 35% are, changing the face of the agency while upholding its standards.
Commitment, dedication, inspiration, motivation, and being steadfast and unmovable. All of that has remained the same.
Why go back to the moon 50 years after the last man walked on the moon?
There is so much that we did not have an opportunity to learn the last time we were on the moon. We can also learn how to live and work on another surface outside of the Earth, and eventually be able to move on. The next great step will be putting humans on Mars.
The four of you want to live on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. It is a wonderful test bed, and as Sharon is saying, it really is a precursor for our Mars and deep space exploration.
Just one of many ways Artemis and its Orion capsule are different from the Apollo mission.
In Apollo, it could carry 3 crew astronauts. For Orion, it could carry 4. The capability of Apollo was something that now on your cell phone, it's very similar.
What hasn't changed is the crawler. This 6.6 million pound beast that delivered the Apollo rockets will move the Space Launch System to the launch pad. But now Brianne Roloff is behind the wheel.
What do you drive when you're not driving the crawler?
I drive a sedan.
Is it a stick shift?
I don't know how to drive a stick shift, no.
But you can drive a 6 million pound vehicle.
Yeah, why not?
Artemis's first flight will have no astronauts and just orbit the moon, hopefully landing Americans back on the moon on the 3rd or 4th trip.
I remember watching with my classmates in like 1st, 2nd grade, and I think that doesn't change.
They used to roll the TV
The TV in, the black
that?
and white TV, yes, on the card.
Right, and we'd all stop.
And we knew it was something huge because we just didn't have TVs in our classroom.
And we were so proud.
A world transfixed by Neil Armstrong's moment and the words he spoke.
He said, that's one
small step for man, one
giant leap for mankind. What will it be when a woman takes that step?
It'll be the next giant leap for humankind.
I felt the kind of the chill bumps on my arm at thinking of what will the first woman, the first person of color, when they step foot on the moon, what will they say?
Now, the first flight is scheduled to take off sometime in April or May, with the landing on the moon perhaps 3 years away. Savannah and Joe?
So neat to see. Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Great report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, here we go again. A massive winter weather system set to dump rain, sleet, ice, and snow from Albuquerque to Ottawa. Wintry mess stretching across nearly 2,000 miles of the country. Our Bill Cairns is on standby with the storm's latest track and how bad it could get. Breaking the silence as military tensions in Eastern Europe intensify, Russian President Vladimir Putin is now calling out the West. He says they've ignored his nation's key demands on Ukraine and is accusing the U.S. of drawing Russia into an armed conflict. Still, Putin maintains the door is open for diplomacy. It's more than 100,000 troops remain on the contested border. No signs of backing down. Our Richard Engel with the global state of play. Also this morning, sticking around in the age of the Great Resignation, new research shows there's one type of company that's retaining talent better than the rest. What you need to know if you're looking for that next step in your career. And to boldly go, as NASA looks to return to the moon more than 50 years after its last visit, a look at the women who are making this journey back. That is an NBC News exclusive. We're looking forward to bringing you just a little later in the hour.
Absolutely. So cool when space news combines with something very cool for women.
Exactly. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on the massive winter storm that is making its way across the country already this morning.
Yeah, get this. 90 million Americans are under winter weather alerts as the storm's impact will be felt all the way from New Mexico to the Northeast over the next few days. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Chicago with the latest on this winter weather for us.
Yeah, the snow started falling late last night, and it's not expected to taper off until late this afternoon. But we're talking about a stretch of some 2,000 miles from the Mexico border all the way up to Vermont. Now, here in Chicago, you can see we're talking about a heavy, wet snow that's just continuing to pile up here. But keep in mind, this is just the first of a 1-2 punch of a storm that's coming in the coming days. Overnight, the first flakes starting to fly, the beginning of yet another winter wallop.
Here we go again, more snow.
More than 90 million Americans across 19 states are in the crosshairs of what could be the biggest storm of the season.
Travel would become dangerous, if not impossible.
Dangerous road conditions in Denver already causing accidents. In Illinois, the governor issuing a disaster declaration, warning some parts of the state could get up to 20 inches of snow. In Detroit, where up to 16 inches of snow could fall, schools are making plans to go virtual.
I don't like the snow, and I'm 60 years old. I ain't never seen 15 inches of snow in my life.
Detroit's mayor activating the city's snow emergency routes. Across the Midwest, residents are stocking up on essentials and preparing for the worst.
I purchased everything that I could.
In Texas, fears this could be a repeat of last year's deadly freeze that led to a massive power grid failure and hundreds of deaths. This storm is expected to last several days, with temperatures plummeting in many parts of the country. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled, and officials are urging drivers to stay off the roads and stay home.
This could be the most significant winter weather event we're going to see this season.
Here in Illinois, the governor declared a disaster declaration, activating some 100 National Guard members to be at the ready to respond to any potential emergency situations. Now, this is something that we're seeing across the country. Many heads of state urging their residents to stay inside and to be safe, because this storm that's coming in the coming days has the potential to be deadly. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you. Really, thank you for being out there for us.
What is next for this storm? Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. This storm has many facets to it, obviously stretching for such a huge area. We focused last hour on the snow threats. We want to talk about the ice impacts and the potential for massive power outages that could last even into the upcoming weekend. So on our colorized radar, we show you the green and the yellows where it's raining. The pink shows you where the ice is, either freezing rain or sleet, and the blue shows you where it's snowing. So let's focus on the ice. It's been very icy this morning around St. Louis, but now St. Louis is starting to change over back to snow. So that's also slippery. So here's kind of our winter battleground. Why are we having this ice threat? Well, we have Arctic air coming down from Canada. At the same time, we have tropical air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. And the Arctic air is very shallow. It goes right down to the ground. The tropical air lifts. Warmer air rises, cold air sinks. So what happens is you get a thin layer of very cold air, and that's where the freezing rain will fall. So the snowflake melts as it comes out of the cloud, but then when it gets right to the ground, it refreezes, and that's where we get the freezing rain threat. And that is especially going to be, from areas of Dallas tomorrow morning to Memphis. We're very concerned with Kentucky, all the way up into southern Ohio, southern Illinois, and a good section of Tennessee, too, is a big chance for an ice storm. So how much ice are we talking? Once you get over a quarter inch, you can get power outages. A half inch, you can get massive power outages. If you look at the blue on this map, that's everywhere that has at least a chance for a quarter inch of ice. That stretches from central Texas all the way through southern New England over the next 3 days. This is by far one of the bigger ice storms we've had in a couple of years. So here's the ice impacts. Up to a quarter inch, we get slick roads and bridges. Icy glaze forms on the trees. If you get a quarter inch to a half an inch, that's when you start to see the tree limbs break, scattered power outages, very dangerous road conditions. And if we do get up to a half inch to an inch of ice, that's when things just get, whole trees can come down, roads impassable, multi-day power outages. And that's possible with this storm. So, hopefully that groundhog will be right. We only get 6 more weeks of winter, but that's not going to help us in the next 3 days.
All right. There it is, the groundhog.
Yeah. Oh, there.
Bill's best friend.
Yes, the rodent.
Yes, he saw his shadow officially. Him and his 38% accuracy rate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to know, Bill has a much better accuracy record.
Does he? Just kidding.
I could flip a coin and do better than Phil. All right, I'm sorry, I'm done. All right.
Bill, we did have a viewer tell us that they like when we give you a hard time, so we're just giving the people what they want.
I'm glad that's what I'm here for. Thank you. Thank you to our viewers.
Oh, so much more. We love you, Bill.
Thank you. Pfizer is requesting emergency authorization of its 2-dose vaccine for the only group that remains ineligible for vaccination, small children under the age of 5. If approved, young kids could begin getting the shot by the end of this month. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following that for us from Washington. Tom, good morning.
Joe, so listen to these stats here. There were 3.5 million confirmed pediatric cases last month alone. 2 weeks ago, 100,000 younger children hospitalized with COVID. A quarter of all parents say their kids had to quarantine in January due to exposure. So the FDA is really feeling a sense of urgency here. But with low vaccination rates among kids who are vaccine eligible, this morning many parents are torn over whether to heed the doctor's advice and eventually vaccinate their youngest kids. This morning, millions of children under the age of 5 are one step closer to becoming eligible for the COVID vaccine. An FDA advisory panel says it will meet February 15th to consider Pfizer's request for emergency use of its 2-dose vaccine for kids ages 6 months through 4 years old. The prospect that shots could soon be within arm's reach for small children, bringing hope and relief to many families.
As a parent, I need to do everything possible to protect them from possible bad outcomes.
The Prince Miller family has 2 kids under the age of 5, and Mom says, assuming the data shows the shots are safe and effective, her kids will get vaccinated immediately.
It's one of the only things that we can do to protect our children who are old enough to mask effectively, who really can't surround themselves with vaccinated people.
But a new study finds many parents remain cautious about the COVID vaccine. Just 31% say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% will wait and see, while 26% say they will definitely not vaccinate their youngest kids. One potential concern, in a clinical trial, 2 doses failed to produce a strong immune response among kids ages 2 to 4. Instead, only kids between 6 months and 2 years had a response comparable to that of older kids and younger adults. As Pfizer requests authorization for 2 doses to build immunity among young children, it's continuing research on whether 3 doses would provide even more protection. Dr. Paul Offit is on the FDA's outside vaccine committee that evaluates safety.
We want to make sure the vaccine works and that it's safe before we would ever recommend it for America's children.
Hoping to boost vaccination rates among kids, the American Academy of Pediatrics is urging parents to talk to their doctors if they have any concerns.
The COVID vaccine, if anything, is under more scrutiny than ever before, and we just haven't seen major concerns with safety of these vaccines.
Yeah, Pfizer's CEO says ultimately researchers believe that 3 doses of this vaccine will be the standard for the country's smallest kids. But if 2 shots are authorized soon, the hope is that parents will start getting that immunity going in that entire population. Until that 3rd dose ups the protection even more. Again, decision time could come by March 1st. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health, and also the author of his new book, Immunity Strong. Dr. Lahita, with all those titles, it's great to see you. Good morning. So as Tom just said there, Pfizer says researchers believe that 3 doses of this vaccine will be the standard for kids under 5. So if everything is approved, first of all, when do you think we could see a 3-shot regimen? But also, those numbers in Tom's reporting say not a lot of parents plan to run out and get their kids a shot right away. So will this really make a big impact?
This will make a big impact for most families who will get the shots for their children. I expect, and the data are being accumulated now, that the shots will be available by early to mid-April for the children. Now, you heard in that last report that the 2 to 4-year-old population of children did not have a robust immune response, not as good as a 6-month to 2-year group. They had an immune response that was as good as the teenagers or the adults. So this 3 microgram injection is what we're looking for as emergency use authorization for children under 5.
Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about a New York Times article which found the U.S. has a far higher COVID death rate than other wealthy countries. We've had the vaccine for more than a year here, so why do you think the death rate continues to stay so high in America compared to our peers?
Well, a lot of people are saying, and a lot of medical professionals are saying, that it's due to other factors like the epidemic of obesity that we have. 40% of the population are obese. Secondly, the diabetes, particularly type 2 diabetes, which is rampant in the population. And we would say that people over 65, 12% of them have not been vaccinated, unlike other countries where those numbers are in the single digits, like 4 to 8% in most well-developed, wealthy countries.
And Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about a new poll that finds 70% of Americans agree with this statement, that it's time we accept that COVID is here to stay and we just need to get on with our lives. Now, 28% of people disagree, but what do you think? I mean, do you think the virus is here to stay? And if so, what does that mean we do going forward to adapt?
Well, Savannah, I have said for many, many months that I think that this virus is going to be with us forever, and that it will eventually become an endemic infection, meaning like influenza, every year we will probably have to be vaccinated against the various variants of this particular virus. Hopefully it'll be a combined immunization with influenza. And I think it's here to stay, and I think those people are correct.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, thank you so much. Always great to see you.
For the first time in more than a month, Russian President Vladimir Putin publicly addressed the ongoing situation in Ukraine. He's blaming the U.S. for escalating tensions, but he's also keeping the door open for a diplomatic resolution. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is following the latest from eastern Ukraine.
Even after weeks of diplomacy, weeks of shuttle talks between U.S. officials and Russian officials, secure conference calls, video calls, Vladimir Putin's position remains unchanged. He insists that Ukraine never be allowed to join NATO and blames the West for stoking fears and increasing tensions.
As Russia strengthens its military presence in Belarus, north of Ukraine, in striking distance of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke his silence. In a wide, socially distanced press statement with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Putin rejected the U.S. and NATO's written diplomatic proposals. Putin saying Russia's concerns were basically ignored. He laid out his demands, unchanged even after weeks of negotiations across Europe. No further NATO expansion, no offensive weapons by Russia's borders, and NATO returning to the 1997 status quo, he said. That would mean lopping off most of Eastern Europe and the Baltics from NATO. Putin is famously COVID cautious. The Hungarian prime minister said he'd never had a meeting so far apart. The Russian president never mentioned those 130,000 Russian troops, tanks, missile launchers, and even blood supplies positioned on Ukraine's borders. The buildup apparent in new satellite images. In Ukraine, even though the government is urging calm, some families are getting nervous. In Mariupol, near the Russian border, Olga and Daniel Repro live in a one-bedroom apartment. They're keeping the kids calm, acting as normal.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Wheels on the bus go round. Do I know this song? Everybody knows that song.
But they are ready to move at a moment's notice to stay with relatives in the countryside or in a bomb shelter.
So these are all the critical documents.
Yeah, passport, critical documents, documents for my boys.
This morning, Olga traveled across the city to sign up for Ukraine's civil defense, volunteering to help the war effort, should Putin decide to invade.
President Putin is expected to visit China on Friday to attend the Olympics opening ceremony and meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. Putin is expected to visit China on Friday to attend the Olympics opening ceremony and meet with China's President Xi Jinping. The Olympics are an unclear dynamic in all of this. Some analysts have suggested that Putin might wait until after the games so as to not overshadow the Olympics and carry out a military action then, or he might use the Olympics as a cover. The last time China hosted the Olympics in 2008, Russia invaded Georgia, and it was just after the games in Russia in 2014 that Ukraine broke away from Russia's sphere of influence and overthrew its pro-Russian president.
Richard Engel in Ukraine. Richard, thank you.
And now to an NBC News exclusive. As the Olympics get underway in Beijing, FBI Director Christopher Wray is speaking out about the scope of China's spying on American soil. He says it's become so widespread that his agents open an average of 2 investigations a day. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has the interview.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating, opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. We probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Wray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Wray also accuses China of going after economic secrets in other countries, but he says by far the U.S. is its #1 target. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
We have breaking news this morning from the Washington football team. The highly anticipated franchise rebrand has been announced, and the new name is the Commanders. It took the organization 18 months to choose a new name for the team, a process that began during the 2020 racial reckoning in the wake of the death of George Floyd. Washington has retired its former team name and will no longer feature a Native American on its team gear. We're going to have much more on this later in the hour, including an exclusive interview with team president Jason Wright. So welcome to the Commanders.
And coming up, an NBC News exclusive investigation, the battle over books in the Lone Star State.
School librarians throughout the state under intense pressure by parents and politicians alike to pull certain books from shelves. And now some say they're even experiencing hostile work environments. We're going to take you to Texas.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Some sad news out of Virginia this morning. 2 campus officers were fatally shot at Bridgewater College yesterday afternoon. The 2 officers were responding to a report of suspicious activity in one of the school's academic buildings when a man allegedly opened fire on them. A massive manhunt ensued before the suspect was captured. He's been charged with 2 counts of capital murder and is being held without bail.
This morning, students and staff at more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities are looking for answers. A string of bomb threats is raising concerns just as Black History Month gets underway. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has more.
Many of the nation's historically black colleges and universities on heightened alert, from Delaware to Florida to Louisiana. Hours with campuses locked down, orders to shelter in place because of more than a dozen bomb threats.
Sad that it's really only HBCUs that are being targeted.
At Howard University, bomb threats 2 days in a row, the 3rd threat since January 5th. You take these threats seriously?
Absolutely.
Like many at these institutions, Dr. Toshni Ann DuBroy thinks the fact that it's the start of Black History Month is likely no coincidence.
A month that usually celebrates the innovation of our community and celebrates the valor of black people has now been tainted because we have such a significant threat against our HBCU community.
At the White House, aides say the president is getting regular updates.
It is scary. It is horrifying. It is terrible that these students, these faculty, these institutions are feeling under threat.
The FBI saying they're working with our law enforcement partners to address any potential threats. For now, students like Ashley Fields are back in class with a lot of questions.
We've not received any word about whether the two have been connected or, where the threat has come from. It's not the ideal environment for students trying to learn.
On Howard's campus now, a much bigger police presence, including help from the D.C. Metro Police, not usually stationed here. So far, authorities have not reported finding any explosive devices on any campus. Now back to you.
Ron Allen, thank you.
Now let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. At least 24 people have been killed in Ecuador's capital city, Quito, after a hillside saturated by rain collapsed. 24 hours of unbroken rainfall pounded the hillside, weakening it before it gave way, triggering waves of mud 10 feet high that carried away motorcycles, rubbish bins, and anything else in its path, while water and rocks poured in through doors and windows before destroying buildings. In order to deal with one disaster, Tonga had to usher in another disaster. The island was hit hard last month by a volcanic eruption and tsunami, cutting off communications and leaving many homeless. The one saving grace, the island was COVID-free. However, as of today, the island nation will enter a lockdown after 2 port workers who were helping to distribute much-needed aid from abroad tested positive for COVID-19. And it's a right royal typo. A translation error has resulted in thousands of souvenirs marking the Queen's Platinum Jubilee rather than her Platinum Jubilee. Over 10,000 mugs, tea sets and plates with the illustration of the Queen surrounded by her coat of arms were made with the misprint emblazoned on all of them. But these days there's a market for everything, so they may be worth something someday.
Yeah, no kidding. And
those are your headlines.
more.
Jubblies are underrated. I mean, they're
No
real
one gets
fun.
one of those.
No.
Get your mouth while you can.
I have so much stuff from Harry and Meghan's wedding when I covered that. And now with
And
the
it was all
drama,
spelled correctly,
maybe
too.
Yeah, it
so,
was. But
all right.
maybe that's worth something now.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you. All right, coming up, the NFL under fire over allegations of racism made by a black former coach. The lawsuit just filed against the league and several teams.
Also, controversy over plans to redraw congressional lines in New York State. A look at the new map that some are calling an aggressive land grab. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold.
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome back. Football fans will be watching next weekend's Super Bowl game for the game, but some of us might be more excited about the newly announced entertainment. The NFL announced their pre-game lineup will include Grammy-nominated artists Jhené Aiko and Mickey Guyton singing America the Beautiful and the national anthem. Plus, this year, the multi-platinum artist Zedd will serve as the Super Bowl's official pre-game DJ, which is pretty cool. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar will headline the halftime show. So if the matchup between the LA Rams and the Cincinnati Bengals is enough for you, you will definitely want to tune in for all of those performances. You can watch the Super Bowl on NBC and Telemundo or stream it live on Peacock, which might be where you're watching us right now, but that is quite a lineup.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and for the folks who don't want to watch the football game, there's always something for you. The commercials,
who would do that? Who wouldn't care about the game?
If the game is as good as all the playoff games, then you're going to like it.
That's true. Yeah,
you're going to get excited. All right. Speaking of football, the National Football League is facing an explosive new class action lawsuit that could have long-lasting implications for the future of hiring and diversity. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores is accusing the league and several of its teams of discriminatory hiring practices. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with the latest on this. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And the claims inside this lawsuit are serious. Brian Flores was one of two NFL head coaches that are African-American until he was laid off by the Dolphins after 2 straight winning seasons. And inside this lawsuit, Flores claims that there are many aspects of the NFL that are still racially segregated, and it's even operated similarly to a plantation. And Flores claims what set this all in motion was a series of text messages sent by one of the sharpest minds in the NFL, Bill Belichick, when he accidentally texted Flores thinking he was someone else. This morning, the NFL on defense amid stunning claims. The league and several teams named in a class action lawsuit alleging discrimination against black coaches. The suit filed by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores, who was fired last month after 3 years on the job.
We've had ups and downs, and it's a year I'll certainly remember. But yeah, very proud of his team.
The suit takes aim at the New York Giants. Flores believed the team only interviewed him for its head coaching position in order to comply with the Rooney Rule, an NFL requirement that minority candidates be considered for head coaching positions. The suit says the team had already decided to hire Brian Daboll, a coordinator for the Buffalo Bills who had no head coaching experience when they brought Flores in. It includes screenshots of text allegedly sent to Flores by Patriots head coach Bill Belichick mistakenly, days before Flores even interviewed, congratulating him on getting the Giants job. Belichick writing, "Sounds like you have landed. Congrats." Flores then asks, "Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Daboll? Just making sure." Belichick replied with an expletive. "Sorry, I blanked this up." Later writing, "I think they are naming Daboll." Belichick has not returned our calls for comment. The Giants defending their hiring practices in a statement, writing in part, "Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified." Flores also taking aim at Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, who he says allegedly offered to pay him to lose games in 2019 to improve the team's draft position, offering $100,000 per loss. The suit alleges Flores' repeated refusals to comply led to his firing, along with the Dolphins labeling him as, quote, difficult to work with. The team denies any racial discrimination. In a statement on Tuesday, Flores admitting the lawsuit may put his coaching future at risk, but adds, "My sincere hope is that by standing up against systemic racism in the NFL, others will join me to ensure that positive change is made for generations to come."
The issue of fairness for Black coaches and opportunity has been there for a long time. But what this does right now, it just really puts it as a front burner issue.
And also contained within this lawsuit are several key areas in the NFL that Flores would like to see improved upon. That includes increasing the number of Black hiring managers and also increasing objectivity when it comes to hiring or firing for a general manager position or a head coaching job as well. And he'd like to see increased transparency when it comes to pay for some of those top positions on NFL teams. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky. Thank you, Morgan.
And coming up, we've all heard of the Great Resignation, but is there a type of company out there that's actually keeping its talent? We'll take a closer look at corporate America in the pandemic age.
Plus, redefining the beauty shopping experience for women of color. Those stories and more up next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It's called the Great Resignation. Millions of U.S. workers quitting in search of a better job, better lifestyle, or more money. But some businesses are doing better than others at retaining talent amid the turnover. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen shows us how they're retaining that talent.
Michael Aiken works for Johnny's Pizza House in Shreveport, Louisiana. He started as a high school junior in 2008, but after a few years, Michael received a statement on top of his normal paycheck confirming he owned a piece of the company.
And I saw that, such and such amount of stock, and this is your cash value amount of your account. It was, oh, wow, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and I can watch something grow.
So how did it happen? Johnny's offers an ESOP, or Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Workers get a slice of the company after 3 years on the job. They can cash out when they leave Johnny's or save until retirement. Michael has now been there for 13 years. He trains employees and helps open new restaurants.
Well, how much of this ownership program played a role in you being there for so many years?
Well, I would say it played a definite role in it. More of your heart goes into your work because you see that statement.
There are 6,500 employee-owned companies in the U.S., names you'd recognize. Cliff Bar with just over 1,000 employees. W.L. Gore, they make Gore-Tex fabric with over 11,000 workers. The nation's largest ESOP, Florida-based Publix grocery stores with 225,000 employees.
Employee-owned businesses tend to have lower turnover and more loyal employees.
Joseph Blasi is a Rutgers professor specializing in employee ownership. A recent report shows these companies fared much better than non-employee owned companies over the past 2 years. They retained workers at a rate of 4 to 1. Another study found employees at ESOPs had twice the amount of money in their retirement accounts, $132,000 on average.
Most ESOP companies also share cash profits every year with employees, typically in excess of 10% on top of wages.
According to Blasi, if you want to work for an ESOP, expect to be more involved in corporate matters and also share more business-related information with coworkers. And it takes commitment. Maximum wealth comes at retirement.
Some employees, especially in ESOPs, if they're younger, they don't want to wait until retirement to get that big wealth nest egg.
At Johnny's Pizza House, Michael's nest egg has been growing since 2008. The company's CEO tells NBC News multiple employees have retired, cashing out more than $1 million.
People might say, but you work at a pizza restaurant. How is this possible?
It's definitely possible as long as you're taking care of whoever comes through the door and taking care of the things in your four walls and you're making sure your customers are taken care of and coming back. I mean, it's going to work.
And that was Vicki Wynn reporting.
Very cool. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Savannah Hanau is back with us. Good morning, Savannah.
Good morning, guys. Starbucks will raise prices this year and reduce spending. All this to offset soaring costs for labor and goods. The coffee chain missing Wall Street's forecast for quarterly profits and sales. It's also cutting its outlook for this year as the Omicron variant disrupted customer traffic, led to delayed office reopenings and new restrictions in China, its fastest growing market. Starbucks hasn't said which items will now cost more. General Motors is speeding up plans for the launch of some electric vehicles and will set up a third factory to build plug-in trucks as it expects a sharp rise in demand. CEO Mary Barra says GM is targeting sales of 400,000 electric vehicles in North America this year and next. That would be a sharp acceleration from last year when it sold fewer than 25,000. And higher food and labor costs are eating into the restaurant industry's gains and impacting its recovery. A report by the National Restaurant Association says while sales are rebounding, it will be at least a year before conditions return to normal. Sales are projected to hit $900 billion this year, topping pre-pandemic levels. But when adjusted for inflation, they're actually expected to remain below where they were in 2019, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Silvana.
You got it.
And now an online retailer is helping women of color find beauty products designed specifically for and by people who look like them and they're clean products. It's called AMP Beauty LA. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson sat down with its founders. Take a look.
I'm Angel. I am Montre. I'm Felicia. We are AMP Beauty LA.
From college classmates to sorority sisters and now business partners, this trio is on a mission to redefine the beauty supply store experience for Black women.
You know, Black women spend 9 times more than any demographic in beauty and personal care. 75% of the products that are marketed to us are toxic. So this group that spends the most in this category is exposed to the most toxic ingredients in beauty, and that's wrong.
They came together to try to change that, curating an online shop for clean beauty products made by and for Black women.
We carry over 50 brands, skincare, hair care, bath and body, nails. We have makeup now.
How are you all finding these brands? So I gotta tell you, growing up, going to the beauty supply store, I don't see a lot of the brands necessarily that I saw there, the Blue Magic, the Pink Lotion.
That's not on Amp Beauty LA. We really wanted to focus twofold on founders of color, inclusive founders, Black women founders specifically, and also dedicating space to products that are clean, that are effective, that are non-toxic, because that's not the norm of what we experience when we shop for beauty.
And people responded. Orders came in, pop-up shops were packed.
We here, baby.
And TikTok even put them up in Hollywood.
Amp Beauty.
Knowing that people are finding you and they see value and they're spending money, that's a win.
But when they first took that pitch on the road, it wasn't an easy sell.
Do you feel like there are unique challenges that you all faced as Black women business owners?
Yes, 1,000%.
We went up to Silicon Valley and we had our first in-person pitch, dressed to the nines, so excited to be in this room, and there was not one face that looked like us.
In the first half of last year, a record $147 billion was invested in U.S. startups. Only 0.3% of that money went to Black female founders.
We're not getting loans, we're not getting investments. So it was really a challenge for us initially. We got our first yes 1 month after we launched. The woman who gave us that yes, Arlen Hamilton at Backstage Capital, told us, you only need that one yes. And her yes for us was a 6-figure investment.
Backstage Capital, a firm that prioritizes support for startups with underrepresented founders, helped Amp Beauty LA to begin stocking their digital shelves with Black beauty brands in the fall of 2020.
Tell me a little bit about this one.
Any hard spots, dry spots, the bomb is the bomb.
How did you all find Alchemy Body Shop?
Yeah, Alchemy Body Shop is actually the first brand that we brought on to Amp Beauty LA. We knew that she was making these products herself in her home. We knew the ingredients were clean, and we actually made a blind order.
When I sent out that package, I was really thrilled.
Veronica Smith-Morales is the woman behind Alchemy Body Shop. For a year, she'd been working to break into retail, pitching her body butters and balms to local shops in the tri-state. Then came that order from Amp Beauty LA.
The barriers are real. They're very high. They put me in front of an audience that I didn't necessarily have access to.
Which is part of the goal.
We look at ourselves as kind of a launch pad for some of these brands.
What do you hope the legacy of Amp Beauty LA will be?
I have 3 younger sisters, curly hair, kinky hair, brown skin, darker skin, middle tone skin, fair skin. And I think the legacy for Amp Beauty LA is just for everyone to feel included.
I definitely want us to continue to invest in brands, invest in Black founders. I would love for Amp to be the company that gives someone else their first yes.
Wow, what an amazing message there, Andy, her talking about her younger sisters. That was Priscilla Thompson bringing us that story. Thank you for that.
Coming up, NASA's historic journey to put humans back on the moon more than 50 years after its last visit.
After the break, we'll bring you the women who are helping us get there. You're watching Morning News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Washington football team is celebrating the long-awaited reveal of its new franchise name. For decades, the team drew criticism from indigenous rights groups and said the former name and imagery were racist. Now the team is starting a new chapter with a new name they hope will represent the team's gritty character. The Today Show's Craig Melvin helped unveil the new name in an exclusive interview with team president Jason Wright earlier this morning. Take a listen.
Commanders.
We are the Commanders.
The Commanders, the Washington Commanders.
That's right.
Oh wow, you didn't waste any time there.
There it is.
There's the new logo as well. So let's talk about how we arrived at this particular name, Jason. How do we settle on the Commanders?
You know, it's a name that has the weight and meaning befitting a 90-year-old franchise. It's something that broadly resonated with our fans. And it's something that we believe embodies the values of service and leadership that really define the DMV in this community. Yeah. And it's also something, importantly, that we could own and grow for the next 90 years. And it's something that can allow us to tie the rich history and championship legacy of this franchise to new traditions in the future.
We didn't touch the color scheme.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Because folks are wild about the burgundy and gold, as you know. Doug, so when you found out what the new team name was, what was the initial reaction? Well, the reaction was, I'm going to hug the Commanders, because that's what we are, and we got to go forward with it. And I do like the name. It got a good sound to it, Washington Commanders. So here we go.
The rebrand has been an interesting period because it's coincided with a time of very rapid, very real and irreversible change in the organization. And it's from that position of strength now that this diverse and empowered leadership team is united to bring a championship back to the burgundy and gold under the banner of the Washington Commanders.
Does the NFL still have a race problem?
I don't like to speak on other people's business as a principal. And Tom Garfinkel, the CEO of the Dolphins, is a close ally and confidant to me. But I do know that when ownership is fully committed to diversity, when they're really all in, change can happen very rapidly. The owners of this team hired a Latino head coach, a black general manager, and then a black team president, who in turn then built the most diverse executive leadership team in the NFL. So change can happen quickly. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Commanders, there you go.
There you go. There's been some speculation, but now it's confirmed.
Now it's confirmed.
Exclusively here.
Finally this hour, NASA will once again send Americans to walk on the moon. They're building a new powerful rocket to carry what will be a history-making crew.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson got an exclusive look behind the scenes at the new program and some of the women importantly leading the team. Hey, Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. NASA just doesn't want to go back to the moon. It wants to build a compound on the moon where the astronauts can live and work. This is all going to happen under the Artemis program, which is a dramatic evolution in how NASA does business, one that is more representative of America today.
As the United States returns to the moon, these are the women with the right stuff, leading the Artemis program, aiming to make new history in the final frontier.
When we go back to the moon with the first woman, the first person of color, those iconic boot prints mean that space and exploration are for everyone.
On the ground, NASA's already changed. No longer the province of white men with crew cuts, white shirts, black ties, and cigarettes.
What I can tell you is different now is there are strong, smart women in every corner of what we do at NASA.
Sharon Cobb leads the team that designed and built the Space Launch System, NASA's most powerful yet. Laura Palaia helped build the Orion capsule on top. Astronaut Stephanie Wilson could fly on one of the missions. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson will give the call to go for launch.
I would like to think that in being the first female launch director for NASA, the first woman in that role, that sends a message to young women that says not only is there a place in this firing room for you, there's a place in the front of the room for you leading this team.
It's inspiring for me to see that, to know that there is no ceiling for us, that we can go wherever we put our minds to.
Today, 30% of NASA's senior executives are women, and on the return to the moon, 35% are, changing the face of the agency while upholding its standards.
Commitment, dedication, inspiration, motivation, and being steadfast and unmovable. All of that has remained the same.
Why go back to the moon 50 years after the last man walked on the moon?
There is so much that we did not have an opportunity to learn the last time we were on the moon. We can also learn how to live and work on another surface outside of the Earth and eventually be able to move on. The next great step will be putting humans on Mars.
The four of you want to live on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. It is a wonderful test bed, and as Sharon is saying, it really is a precursor for our Mars and deep space exploration.
Just one of many ways Artemis and its Orion capsule are different from the Apollo mission.
In Apollo, it could carry 3 crew astronauts. For Orion, it could carry 4. The capability of Apollo was something that now on your cell phone, it's very similar.
What hasn't changed is the crawler. This 6.6 million pound beast that delivered the Apollo rockets will move the Space Launch System to the launch pad. But now Brianne Roloff is behind the wheel.
What do you drive when you're not driving the crawler?
I drive a sedan.
Is it a stick shift?
I don't know how to drive a stick shift, no.
But you can drive a 6 million pound vehicle.
Yeah, why not?
Artemis's first flight will have no astronauts and just orbit the moon, hopefully landing Americans back on the moon on the 3rd or 4th trip.
I remember watching with my classmates in like 1st, 2nd grade, and I think that doesn't change.
They used to roll the TV
The TV in, the black and white TV,
Yes.
on the card.
Right, and we'd all stop.
And we knew it was something huge because we just didn't have TVs in our classroom.
And we were so proud.
A world transfixed by Neil Armstrong's moment and the words he spoke.
He said, that's one
small step for man, one
giant leap for mankind. What will it be when a woman takes that step?
It'll be the next giant leap for humankind.
I felt the kind of the chill bumps on my arm at thinking of what will the first woman, the first person of color, when they step foot on the moon, what will they say?
Now, the first flight is scheduled to take off sometime in April or May, with the landing on the moon perhaps 3 years away. Savannah and Joe?
So neat to see. Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Great report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, here we go again. A massive winter weather system set to dump rain, sleet, ice, and snow from Albuquerque to Ottawa. A wintry mess stretching across nearly 2,000 miles of the country. Our Bill Cairns is on standby with the storm's latest track and how bad it could get. Breaking the silence as military tensions in Eastern Europe intensify, Russian President Vladimir Putin is now calling out the West. He says they've ignored his nation's key demands on Ukraine and is accusing the U.S. of drawing Russia into an armed conflict. Still, Putin maintains the door is open for diplomacy. As more than 100,000 troops remain on the contested border. No signs of backing down. Our Richard Engel with the global state of play. Also this morning, sticking around in the age of the Great Resignation, new research shows there's one type of company that's retaining talent better than the rest. What you need to know if you're looking for that next step in your career. And to boldly go, as NASA looks to return to the moon more than 50 years after its last visit, a look at the women who are making this journey back. That is an NBC News exclusive. We're looking forward to bringing you just a little later in the hour.
Absolutely. So cool when space news combines with something very cool for women.
Exactly. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on the massive winter storm that is making its way across the country already this morning.
Yeah, get this. 90 million Americans are under winter weather alert, says the storm's impact will be felt all the way from New Mexico to the Northeast over the next few days. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald is in Chicago with the latest on this winter weather for us.
Yeah, the snow started falling late last night, and it's not expected to taper off until late this afternoon. But we're talking about a stretch of some 2,000 miles from the Mexico border all the way up to Vermont. Now, here in Chicago, you can see we're talking about a heavy, wet snow that's just continuing to pile up here. But keep in mind, this is just the first of a 1-2 punch of a storm that's coming in the coming days. Overnight, the first flakes starting to fly, the beginning of yet another winter wallop.
Here we go again, more snow.
More than 90 million Americans across 19 states are in the crosshairs of what could be the biggest storm of the season.
Travel would become dangerous, if not impossible.
Dangerous road conditions in Denver already causing accidents. In Illinois, the governor issuing a disaster declaration, warning some parts of the state could get up to 20 inches of snow. In Detroit, where up to 16 inches of snow could fall, schools are making plans to go virtual.
I don't like the snow, and I'm 60 years old. I ain't never seen 15 inches of snow in my life.
Detroit's mayor activating the city's snow emergency routes. Across the Midwest, residents are stocking up on essentials and preparing for the worst.
I purchased everything that I could.
In Texas, fears this could be a repeat of last year's deadly freeze that led to a massive power grid failure and hundreds of deaths. This storm is expected to last several days, with temperatures plummeting in many parts of the country. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled, and officials are urging drivers to stay off the roads and stay home.
This could be the most significant winter weather event we're going to see this season.
Here in Illinois, the governor declared a disaster declaration, activating some 100 National Guard members to be at the ready to respond to any potential emergency situations. Now, this is something that we're seeing across the country. Many heads of state urging their residents to stay inside and to be safe, because this storm that's coming in the coming days has the potential to be deadly. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you. Really, thank you for being out there for us.
What is next for this storm? Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. This storm has many facets to it, obviously stretching for such a huge area. We focused last hour on the snow threats. We want to talk about the ice impacts and the potential for massive power outages that could last even into the upcoming weekend. So on our colorized radar, we show you the green and the yellows where it's raining. The pink shows you where the ice is, either freezing rain or sleet, and the blue shows you where it's snowing. So let's focus on the ice. It's been very icy this morning around St. Louis, but now St. Louis is starting to change over back to snow. So that's also slippery. So here's kind of our winter battleground. Why are we having this ice threat? Well, we have Arctic air coming down from Canada. At the same time, we have tropical air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. And the Arctic air is very shallow. It goes right down to the ground. The tropical air lifts. Warmer air rises, cold air sinks. So what happens is you get a thin layer of very cold air, and that's where the freezing rain will fall. So the snowflake melts as it comes out of the cloud, but then when it gets right to the ground, it refreezes, and that's where we get the freezing rain threat. And that is especially going to be, from areas of Dallas tomorrow morning to Memphis. We're very concerned with Kentucky, all the way up into southern Ohio, southern Illinois, and a good section of Tennessee, too, is a big chance for an ice storm. So how much ice are we talking? Once you get over a quarter inch, you can get power outages. A half inch, you can get massive power outages. If you look at the blue on this map, that's everywhere that has at least a chance for a 1/4 inch of ice. That stretches from central Texas all the way through southern New England over the next 3 days. This is by far one of the bigger ice storms we've had in a couple years. So here's the ice impacts. Up to a 1/4 inch, we get slick roads and bridges, icy glaze forms on the trees. If you get a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch, that's when you start to see the tree limbs break, scattered power outages, very dangerous road conditions. And if we do get up to a 1/2 inch to an inch of ice, that's when things just get, whole trees can come down, roads impassable, multi-day power outages. And that's possible with this storm. So, hopefully that groundhog will be right. We only get 6 more weeks of winter, but that's not going to help us in the next 3 days.
All right. There it is, the groundhog.
Yeah. Oh, there.
Bill's best friend.
Yes, the rodent.
Yes, he saw his shadow officially. Him and his 38% accuracy rate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to know, Bill has a much better accuracy record.
Does he? Just kidding.
I could flip a coin and do better than Phil. All right, I'm sorry, I'm done. All right.
Bill, we did have a viewer tell us that they like when we give you a hard time, so we're just giving the people what they want.
I'm glad that's what I'm here for. Thank you. Thank you to our viewers.
Oh, so much more. We love you, Bill.
Thank you. Pfizer is requesting emergency authorization of its 2-dose vaccine for the only group that remains ineligible for vaccination, small children under the age of 5. If approved, young kids could begin getting the shot by the end of this month. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following that for us from Washington. Tom, good morning.
Joe, so listen to these stats here. There were 3.5 million confirmed pediatric cases last month alone. 2 weeks ago, 100,000 younger children hospitalized with COVID. 1/4 of all parents say their kids had to quarantine in January due to exposure. So the FDA is really feeling a sense of urgency here. But with low vaccination rates among kids who are vaccine eligible, this morning many parents are torn over whether to heed the doctor's advice and eventually vaccinate their youngest kids. This morning, millions of children under the age of 5 are one step closer to becoming eligible for the COVID vaccine. An FDA advisory panel says it will meet February 15th to consider Pfizer's request for emergency use of its 2-dose vaccine for kids ages 6 months through 4 years old. The prospect that shots could soon be within arm's reach for small children, bringing hope and relief to many families.
As a parent, I need to do everything possible to protect them from possible bad outcomes.
The Prince Miller family has 2 kids under the age of 5, and Mom says, assuming the data shows the shots are safe and effective, her kids will get vaccinated immediately.
It's one of the only things that we can do to protect our children who are old enough to mask effectively, who really can't surround themselves with vaccinated people.
But a new study finds many parents remain cautious about the COVID vaccine. Just 31% say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% will wait and see, while 26% say they will definitely not vaccinate their youngest kids. One potential concern, in a clinical trial, 2 doses failed to produce a strong immune response among kids ages 2 to 4. Instead, only kids between 6 months and 2 years had a response comparable to that of older kids and younger adults. As Pfizer requests authorization for 2 doses to build immunity among young children, it's continuing research on whether 3 doses would provide even more protection. Dr. Paul Offit is on the FDA's outside vaccine committee that evaluates safety.
We want to make sure the vaccine works and that it's safe before we would ever recommend it for America's children.
Hoping to boost vaccination rates among kids, the American Academy of Pediatrics is urging parents to talk to their doctors if they have any concerns.
The COVID vaccine, if anything, is under more scrutiny than ever before, and we just haven't seen major concerns with safety of these vaccines.
Yeah, Pfizer's CEO says ultimately researchers believe that 3 doses of this vaccine will be the standard for the country's smallest kids. But if 2 shots are authorized soon, the hope is that parents will start getting that immunity going in that entire population. Until that 3rd dose ups the protection even more. Again, decision time could come by March 1st. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of autoimmune and rheumatic diseases at St. Joseph Health, and also the author of his new book, Immunity Strong. Dr. Lahita, with all those titles, it's great to see you. Good morning. So as Tom just said there, Pfizer says researchers believe that 3 doses of this vaccine will be the standard for kids under 5. So if everything is approved, first of all, when do you think we could see a 3-shot regimen? But also, those numbers in Tom's reporting say not a lot of parents plan to run out and get their kids a shot right away. So will this really make a big impact?
This will make a big impact for most families who will get the shots for their children. I expect, and the data are being accumulated now, that the shots will be available by early to mid-April for the children. Now, you heard in that last report that the 2 to 4-year-old population of children did not have a robust immune response, not as good as a 6-month to 2-year group. They had an immune response that was as good as the teenagers or the adults. So this 3 microgram injection is what we're looking for as emergency use authorization for children under 5.
Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about a New York Times article which found the U.S. has a far higher COVID death rate than other wealthy countries. We've had the vaccine for more than a year here, so why do you think the death rate continues to stay so high in America compared to our peers?
Well, a lot of people are saying, and a lot of medical professionals are saying, that it's due to other factors like the epidemic of obesity that we have. 40% of the population are obese. Secondly, the diabetes, particularly type 2 diabetes, which is rampant in the population. And we would say that people over 65, 12% of them have not been vaccinated, unlike other countries where those numbers are in the single digits, like 4 to 8% in most well-developed, wealthy countries.
And Dr. Bob, I want to ask you about a new poll that finds 70% of Americans agree with this statement, that it's time we accept that COVID is here to stay and we just need to get on with our lives. Now, 28% of people disagree, but what do you think? I mean, do you think the virus is here to stay? And if so, what does that mean we do going forward to adapt?
Well, Savannah, I have said for many, many months that I think that this virus is going to be with us forever, and that it will eventually become an endemic infection, meaning like influenza, every year we will probably have to be vaccinated against the various variants of this particular virus. Hopefully it'll be a combined immunization with influenza. And I think it's here to stay, and I think those people are correct.
All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, thank you so much. Always great to see you.
For the first time in more than a month, Russian President Vladimir Putin publicly addressed the ongoing situation in Ukraine. He's blaming the U.S. for escalating tensions, but he's also keeping the door open for a diplomatic resolution. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is following the latest from eastern Ukraine.
Even after weeks of diplomacy, weeks of shuttle talks between U.S. officials and Russian officials, secure conference calls, video calls, Vladimir Putin's position remains unchanged. He insists that Ukraine never be allowed to join NATO and blames the West for stoking fears and increasing tensions.
As Russia strengthens its military presence in Belarus, north of Ukraine, in striking distance of the Ukrainian capital Kiev, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke his silence. In a wide, socially distanced press statement with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Putin rejected the U.S. and NATO's written diplomatic proposals. Putin saying Russia's concerns were basically ignored. He laid out his demands, unchanged even after weeks of negotiations across Europe. No further NATO expansion, no offensive weapons by Russia's borders, and NATO returning to the 1997 status quo, he said. That would mean lopping off most of Eastern Europe and the Baltics from NATO. Putin is famously COVID cautious. The Hungarian prime minister said he'd never had a meeting so far apart. The Russian president never mentioned those 130,000 Russian troops, tanks, missile launchers, and even blood supplies positioned on Ukraine's borders. The buildup apparent in new satellite images. In Ukraine, even though the government is urging calm, some families are getting nervous. In Mariupol, near the Russian border, Olga and Daniel Repro live in a one-bedroom apartment. They're keeping the kids calm. acting as normal.
The wheels on the bus go round and round all through the town. Wheels
You
on
know
the bus
this
go
song.
round. Do I know this song? Everybody knows that song.
But they are ready to move at a moment's notice to stay with relatives in the countryside or in a bomb shelter.
So these are all the critical documents.
Yeah,
Passport,
critical documents, documents for my boys.
This morning, Olga traveled across the city to sign up for Ukraine's civil defense, volunteering to help the war effort, should Putin decide to invade.
Putin is expected to visit China on Friday to attend the Olympics opening ceremony and meet with China's President Xi Jinping. The Olympics are an unclear dynamic in all of this. Some analysts have suggested that Putin might wait until after the games so as to not overshadow the Olympics and carry out a military action then, or he might use the Olympics as a cover. The last time China hosted the Olympics in 2008, Russia invaded Georgia, and it was just after the games in Russia in 2014 that Ukraine broke away from Russia's sphere of influence and overthrew its pro-Russian president.
Richard Engel in Ukraine. Richard, thank you.
And now to an NBC News exclusive. As the Olympics get underway in Beijing, FBI Director Christopher Wray is speaking out about the scope of China's spying on American soil. He says it's become so widespread that his agents open an average of 2 investigations a day. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has the interview.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating, opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. We probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Wray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Wray also accuses China of going after economic secrets in other countries, but he says by far the U.S. is its #1 target. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
We have breaking news this morning from the Washington football team. The highly anticipated franchise rebrand has been announced, and the new name is the Commanders. It took the organization 18 months to choose a new name for the team, a process that began during the 2020 racial reckoning in the wake of the death of George Floyd. Washington has retired its former team name and will no longer feature a Native American on its team gear. We're going to have much more on this later in the hour, including an exclusive interview with team president Jason Wright. So welcome to the Commanders.
And coming up, an NBC News exclusive investigation, the battle over books in the Lone Star State.
School librarians throughout the state under intense pressure by parents and politicians alike to pull certain books from shelves. And now some say they're even experiencing hostile work environments. We're going to take you to Texas.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. This morning we have an exclusive NBC News investigation into a push to ban certain books from school libraries in the state of Texas.
The effort is being led by some state lawmakers as well as parents, and the books in question address issues including race, gender, and sexuality. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with more on what this investigation found. Antonia, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. It's one of the biggest book challenges we've seen in decades, altering school libraries across the state of Texas. We visited Katy, a diverse district near Houston with more than 85,000 students. Since the fall, more than half of the books banned there by administrators have been about LGBTQ people. This statewide push is being led largely by parents and getting pushback from students and authors.
Texas schools are at the center of a national fight over banned books. An NBC News investigation finding that at least a dozen Texas districts have removed books about race, gender, and sexuality after a surge of parent complaints.
Why are we sexualizing our precious children?
Since the fall, Iris Chang, a junior at Katy Independent School District who identifies as queer, has watched books vanish from her school library.
What do you think these parents want?
To keep their children in this protected bubble in which the only opinions they really hear are the ones that they themselves represent.
Records requests to nearly 100 Texas districts found that during the first 4 months of this school year, parents made at least 75 formal complaints, compared to only one filed during the same period last year. Texas Governor Greg Abbott even calling for criminal charges against staff who provide kids with pornographic books. It's part of a national pattern of parents and school officials banning books at an unprecedented rate. One Tennessee district just last week banning Mouse, a Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel about the Holocaust. George M. Johnson's memoir, All Boys Aren't Blue, is one of the books banned in Katy and elsewhere. It's about a queer black child that at one point details sexual abuse.
What's it like to see this fight now play out on a national stage?
To kind of wake up every day and see that more and more people within the country who have power are trying to deny kids who were like me access to my story is heartbreaking.
Katy schools declined NBC News' requests for comment. Katy parent Mary Ellen Cuzella was inspired to fight for book removals after watching parents fight over books during the Virginia governor's race.
What we're talking about is vulgarity that is inappropriate for any child.
Iris, a member of her school's speech and debate team, is no stranger to speaking out. Lately, she doubts the adults are listening.
It sends this message to myself and my peers that our opinions aren't valued.
Many of the books under fire are newer titles purchased by school librarians in recent years as part of an effort to diversify the content available to public school kids. A group of librarians are now pushing back, trying to keep those books on the shelves. They've created the hashtag FREAD Freedom campaign to share stories and support each other across the state. Joe.
All right. Great report, Antonia.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for bringing it to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you. And now let's take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. At least 5 people have been killed in India during an illegal dig at an abandoned coal mine. The bodies of 4 women and 1 man were recovered after the mine caved in on them. Rescuers are still searching for others who may be trapped. Coal mining is one of the most dangerous professions in India. People extract coal in hazardous conditions in what are known as rat hole mines. Israel has denounced the report by Amnesty International as anti-Semitic after it became the latest human rights organization to accuse Israel of apartheid for its treatment of the Palestinian people. The report details inhumane acts of forcible transfer, administrative detention, torture, unlawful killings, serious injuries, and the denial of basic rights and freedoms or persecution committed against the Palestinian population. And finally, 2 mashed potato slingers in a German prison have been fined $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. What started as a food fight between 2 female inmates over a disagreement descended into a full-scale brawl. If they failed to pay the fine, they could spend an additional 180 days behind bars. And those are your headlines, guys.
We should note those were not pictures of the actual mashed potatoes in question that we were just showing.
Yes,
it was a dramatization.
I believe we searched mashed potatoes on Getty Images, and there you go. But we got it.
Get the picture now.
And now we know what they were throwing. I'm not sure if that detail was even confirmed, but Ali, thank you.
Ali. Coming up, the NFL itself is playing defense this morning. We're going to tell you about the new class action lawsuit taking aim at the league and several teams for allegedly discriminating against black coaches.
Plus, a new era for football in our nation's capital. The Washington football team finally revealing its latest franchise name. An NBC News exclusive interview with the team's president up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the goal!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Football fans will be watching next weekend's Super Bowl game for the game, but some of us might be more excited about the newly announced entertainment. The NFL announced their pre-game lineup will include Grammy-nominated artists Jhené Aiko and Mickey Guyton singing America the Beautiful and the national anthem. Plus, this year, the multi-platinum artist Zedd will serve as the Super Bowl's official pre-game DJ, which is pretty cool. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar will headline the halftime show. So if the matchup between the LA Rams and the Cincinnati Bengals is enough for you, you will definitely want to tune in for all of those performances. You can watch the Super Bowl on NBC and Telemundo or stream it live on Peacock, which might be where you're watching us right now, but that is quite a lineup.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and for the folks who don't want to watch the football game, there's always something for you. The commercials,
who would do that? Who wouldn't care about the game?
If the game is as good as all the playoff games, then you're going to like it.
That's true. Yeah,
you're going to get excited. All right. Speaking of football, the National Football League is facing an explosive new class action lawsuit that could have long-lasting implications for the future of hiring and diversity. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores is accusing the league and several of its teams of discriminatory hiring practices. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas with the latest on this. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And the claims inside this lawsuit are serious. Brian Flores was one of two NFL head coaches that are African American until he was laid off by the Dolphins after 2 straight winning seasons. And inside this lawsuit, Flores claims that there are many aspects of the NFL that are still racially segregated, and it's even operated similarly to a plantation. And Flores claims what set this all in motion was a series of text messages sent by one of the sharpest minds in the NFL, Bill Belichick, when he accidentally texted Flores thinking he was someone else. This morning, the NFL on defense amid stunning claims. The league and several teams named in a class action lawsuit alleging discrimination against black coaches. The suit filed by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores, who was fired last month after 3 years on the job.
We've had ups and downs, and it's a year I'll certainly remember. But yeah, very proud of his team.
The suit takes aim at the New York Giants. Flores believed the team only interviewed him for its head coaching position in order to comply with the Rooney Rule, an NFL requirement that minority candidates be considered for head coaching positions. The suit says the team had already decided to hire Brian Daboll, a coordinator for the Buffalo Bills who had no head coaching experience when they brought Flores in. It includes screenshots of text allegedly sent to Flores by Patriots head coach Bill Belichick mistakenly, days before Flores even interviewed, congratulating him on getting the Giants job. Belichick writing, "Sounds like you have landed. Congrats." Flores then asks, "Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Daboll? Just making sure." Belichick replied with an expletive. "Sorry, I blanked this up." Later writing, "I think they are naming Daboll." Belichick has not returned our calls for comment. The Giants defending their hiring practices in a statement, writing in part, "Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified." Flores also taking aim at Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, who he says allegedly offered to pay him to lose games in 2019 to improve the team's draft position, offering $100,000 per loss. The suit alleges Flores' repeated refusals to comply led to his firing, along with the Dolphins labeling him as, quote, difficult to work with. The team denies any racial discrimination. In a statement on Tuesday, Flores admitting the lawsuit may put his coaching future at risk, but adds, "My sincere hope is that by standing up against systemic racism in the NFL, others will join me to ensure that positive change is made for generations to come."
The issue of fairness for Black coaches and opportunity has been there for a long time. But what this does right now, it just really puts it as a front burner issue.
And also contained within this lawsuit are several key areas in the NFL that Flores would like to see improved upon. That includes increasing the number of black hiring managers and also increasing objectivity when it comes to hiring or firing for a general manager position or a head coaching job as well. And he'd like to see increased transparency when it comes to pay for some of those top positions on NFL teams. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky. Thank you, Morgan.
And coming up, we've all heard of the Great Resignation, but is there a type of company out there that's actually keeping its talent? We'll take a closer look at corporate America in the pandemic age.
Plus, redefining the beauty shopping experience for women of color. Those stories and more up next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove?
Sean White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove?
Sean White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's called the Great Resignation. Millions of U.S. workers quitting in search of a better job, better lifestyle, or more money. But some businesses are doing better than others at retaining talent amid the turnover. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen shows us how they're doing it.
Michael Aiken works for Johnny's Pizza House in Shreveport, Louisiana. He started as a high school junior in 2008, but after a few years, Michael received a statement on top of his normal paycheck confirming he owned a piece of the company.
And I saw that, such and such amount of stock, and this is your cash value amount of your account. It was, oh, wow, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and I can watch something grow.
So how did it happen? Johnny's offers an ESOP, or Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Workers get a slice of the company after 3 years on the job. They can cash out when they leave Johnny's or save until retirement. Michael has now been there for 13 years. He trains employees and helps open new restaurants.
Well, how much of this ownership program played a role in you being there for so many years?
Well, I would say it played a definite role in it. More of your heart goes into your work because you see that statement.
There are 6,500 employee-owned companies in the U.S., names you'd recognize. Cliff Bar with just over 1,000 employees. W.L. Gore, they make Gore-Tex fabric with over 11,000 workers. The nation's largest ESOP, Florida-based Publix grocery stores with 225,000 employees.
Employee-owned businesses tend to have lower turnover and more loyal employees.
Joseph Blasi is a Rutgers professor specializing in employee ownership. A recent report shows these companies fared much better than non-employee owned companies over the past 2 years. They retained workers at a rate of 4 to 1. Another study found employees at ESOPs had twice the amount of money in their retirement accounts, $132,000 on average.
Most ESOP companies also share cash profits every year with employees, typically in excess of 10% on top of wages.
According to Blasi, if you want to work for an ESOP, expect to be more involved in corporate matters and also share more business-related information with coworkers. And it takes commitment. Maximum wealth comes at retirement.
Some employees, especially in ESOPs, if they're younger, they don't want to wait until retirement to get that big wealth nest egg.
At Johnny's Pizza House, Michael's nest egg has been growing since 2008. The company's CEO tells NBC News multiple employees have retired, cashing out more than $1 million.
People might say, but you work at a pizza restaurant. How is this possible?
It's definitely possible as long as you're taking care of whoever comes through the door and taking care of the things in your four walls, and you're making sure your customers are taken care of and coming back. I mean, it's going to work.
And that was Vicki Wynn reporting.
Very cool. Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Savannah Hanau is back with us. Good morning, Savannah.
Good morning, guys. Starbucks will raise prices this year and reduce spending. All this to offset soaring costs for labor and goods. The coffee chain missing Wall Street's forecast for quarterly profits and sales. It's also cutting its outlook for this year as the Omicron variant disrupted customer traffic, led to delayed office reopenings and new restrictions in China, its fastest growing market. Starbucks hasn't said which items will now cost more. General Motors is speeding up plans for the launch of some electric vehicles and will set up a third factory to build plug-in trucks as it expects a sharp rise in demand. CEO Mary Barra says GM is targeting sales of 400,000 electric vehicles in North America this year and next. That would be a sharp acceleration from last year when it sold fewer than 25,000. And higher food and labor costs are eating into the restaurant industry's gains and impacting its recovery. A report by the National Restaurant Association says while sales are rebounding, it will be at least a year before conditions return to normal. Sales are projected to hit $900 billion this year, topping pre-pandemic levels. But when adjusted for inflation, they're actually expected to remain below where they were in 2019, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Silvana.
You got it.
And now an online retailer is helping women of color find beauty products designed specifically for and by people who look like them, and they're clean products. It's called AMP Beauty LA. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson sat down with its founders. Take a look.
I'm Angel. I am Montre. I'm Felicia. We are AMP Beauty LA.
From college classmates to sorority sisters and now business partners, this trio is on a mission to redefine the beauty supply store experience for Black women.
You know, Black women spend 9 times more than any demographic in beauty and personal care. 75% of the products that are marketed to us are toxic. So this group that spends the most in this category is exposed to the most toxic ingredients in beauty, and that's wrong.
They came together to try to change that, curating an online shop for clean beauty products made by and for Black women.
We carry over 50 brands, skincare, hair care, bath and body, nails. We have makeup now.
How are you all finding these brands? So I gotta tell you, growing up, going to the beauty supply store, I don't see a lot of the brands necessarily that I saw there. The Blue Magic, the Pink Lotion. That's not on AMP Beauty LA.
We really wanted to focus twofold on founders of color, inclusive founders, Black women founders specifically, and also dedicating space to products that are clean, that are effective, that are non-toxic, because that's not the norm of what we experience when we shop for beauty.
And people responded. Orders came in, pop-up shops were packed.
We here, baby.
And TikTok even put them up in Hollywood.
AMP Beauty.
Knowing that people are finding you and they see value and they're spending money. That's a win.
But when they first took that pitch on the road, it wasn't an easy sell.
Do you feel like there are unique challenges that you all faced as Black women business owners?
Yes, 1,000%.
We went up to Silicon Valley and we had our first in-person pitch, dressed to the nines, so excited to be in this room, and there was not one face that looked like us.
In the first half of last year, a record $147 billion was invested in U.S. startups. Only 0.3% of that money went to Black female founders.
We're not getting loans, we're not getting investments. So it was really a challenge for us initially. We got our first yes 1 month after we launched. The woman who gave us that yes, Arlen Hamilton at Backstage Capital, told us you only need that one yes. And her yes for us was a 6-figure investment.
Backstage Capital, a firm that prioritizes support for startups with underrepresented founders, helped AMP Beauty LA to begin stocking their digital shelves with Black beauty brands in the fall of 2020.
Tell me a little bit about this one.
Any hard spots, dry spots, the bomb is the bomb.
How did you all find Alchemy Body Shop?
Yeah, Alchemy Body Shop is actually the first brand that we brought on to Amp Beauty LA. We knew that she was making these products herself in her home. We knew the ingredients were clean, and we actually made a blind order.
When I sent out that package, I was really thrilled.
Veronica Smith-Morales is the woman behind Alchemy Body Shop. For a year, she'd been working to break into retail, pitching her body butters and balms to local shops in the tri-state. Then came that order from Amp Beauty LA.
The barriers are real. They're very high. They put me in front of an audience that I didn't necessarily have access to.
Which is part of the goal.
We look at ourselves as kind of a launch pad for some of these brands.
What do you hope the legacy of Amp Beauty LA will be?
I have 3 younger sisters, curly hair, kinky hair, brown skin, darker skin, middle tone skin, fair skin. And I think the legacy for Amp Beauty LA is just for everyone to feel included.
I definitely want us to continue to invest in brands, invest in Black founders. I would love for Amp to be the company that gives someone else their first yes.
Wow, what an amazing message there, Andy, her talking about her younger sisters. That was Priscilla Thompson bringing us that story. Thank you for that.
Coming up, NASA's historic journey to put humans back on the moon more than 50 years after its last visit.
After the break, we'll bring you the women who are helping us get there. You're watching Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Washington football team is celebrating the long-awaited reveal of its new franchise name. For decades, the team drew criticism from indigenous rights groups and said the former name and imagery were racist. Now the team is starting a new chapter with a new name they hope will represent the team's gritty character. The Today Show's Craig Melvin helped unveil the new name in an exclusive interview with team president Jason Wright earlier this morning. Take a listen.
Commanders. We are the Commanders.
The Commanders, the Washington Commanders.
That's right.
Oh wow, you didn't waste any time there.
There it is.
There's the new logo as well. So let's talk about how we arrived at this particular name, Jason. How do we settle on the Commanders?
You know, it's a name that has the weight and meaning befitting a 90-year-old franchise. It's something that broadly resonated with our fans. And it's something that we believe embodies the values of service and leadership that really define the DMV and this community. Yeah. And it's also something, importantly, that we could own and grow for the next 90 years. And it's something that can allow us to tie the rich history and championship legacy of this franchise to new traditions in the future.
We didn't touch the color scheme.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Because folks
not.
are wild about the burgundy and gold, as you know. Doug, so when you found out what the new team name was, what was the initial reaction?
Well, the reaction was, I'm going to hug the Commanders, because that's what we are, and we got to go forward with it. And I do like the name. It got a good sound to it, Washington Commanders. So here we go.
The rebrand has been an interesting period because it's coincided with a time of very rapid, very real, and irreversible change in the organization. And it's from that position of strength now that this diverse and empowered leadership team is united to bring a championship back to the burgundy and gold under the banner of the Washington Commanders.
Does the NFL still have a race problem?
I don't like to speak on other people's business as a principal. And Tom Garfinkel, the CEO of the Dolphins, is a close ally and confidant to me. But I do know that when ownership is fully committed to diversity, when they're really all in, change can happen very rapidly. Now, the owners of this team hired a Latino head coach, a black general manager, and then a black team president, who in turn then built the most diverse executive leadership team in the NFL. So change can happen quickly. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Commanders, there you go.
There you go. There's been some speculation, but now it's confirmed.
Now it's confirmed.
Exclusively here.
Finally this hour, NASA will once again send Americans to walk on the moon. They're building a new powerful rocket to carry what will be a history-making crew.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson got an exclusive look behind the scenes at the new program and some of the women importantly leading the team. Hey, Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. NASA just doesn't want to go back to the moon. It wants to build a compound on the moon where the astronauts can live and work. This is all going to happen under the Artemis program, which is a dramatic evolution in how NASA does business, one that is more representative of America today.
As the United States returns to the moon, these are the women with the right stuff, leading the Artemis program, aiming to make new history in the final frontier.
When we go back to the moon with the first woman, the first person of color, those iconic boot prints mean that space and exploration are for everyone.
On the ground, NASA's already changed. No longer the province of white men with crew cuts, white shirts, black ties, and cigarettes.
What I can tell you is different now is there are strong, smart women in every corner of what we do at NASA.
Sharon Cobb leads the team that designed and built the Space Launch System, NASA's most powerful yet. Laura Palaia helped build the Orion capsule on top. Astronaut Stephanie Wilson could fly on one of the missions. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson will give the call to go for launch.
I would like to think that in being the first female launch director for NASA, the first woman in that role, that sends a message to young women that says not only is there a place in this firing room for you, there's a place in the front of the room for you leading this team.
It's inspiring for me to see that, to know that there is no ceiling for us, that we can go wherever we put our minds to.
Today, 30% of NASA's senior executives are women, and on the return to the moon, 35% are, changing the face of the agency while upholding its standards.
Commitment, dedication, inspiration, motivation, and being steadfast and unmovable. All of that has remained the same.
Why go back to the moon 50 years after the last man walked on the moon?
There is so much that we did not have an opportunity to learn the last time we were on the moon. We can also learn how to live and work on another surface outside of the Earth and eventually be able to move on. The next great step will be putting humans on Mars.
The four of you want to live on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. It is a wonderful test bed, and as Sharon is saying, it really is a precursor for our Mars and deep space exploration.
Just one of many ways Artemis and its Orion capsule are different from the Apollo mission.
In Apollo, it could carry 3 crew astronauts. For Orion, it could carry 4. The capability of Apollo was something that now on your cell phone, it's very similar.
What hasn't changed is the crawler. This 6.6 million pound beast that delivered the Apollo rockets will move the Space Launch System to the launch pad. But now Brianne Roloff is behind the wheel.
What do you drive when you're not driving the crawler?
I drive a sedan.
Is it a stick shift?
I don't know how to drive a stick shift, no.
But you can drive a 6 million pound vehicle.
Yeah, why not?
Artemis's first flight will have no astronauts and just orbit the moon, hopefully landing Americans back on the moon on the third or fourth trip.
I remember watching with my classmates in like first, second grade, and I think that doesn't change.
They used to roll the TV
in, the black and white TV, yes, on the card.
Right, and we'd all stop.
And we knew it was something huge because we just didn't have TVs in our classroom.
And we were so proud.
A world transfixed by Neil Armstrong's moment and the words he spoke.
He said, that's one
small step for man, one
giant leap for mankind. What will it be when a woman takes that step?
It'll be the next giant leap for humankind.
I felt the kind of the chill bumps on my arm at thinking of what will the first woman, the first person of color, when they step foot on the moon, what will they say?
Now, the first flight is scheduled to take off sometime in April or May, with the landing on the moon perhaps 3 years away. Savannah and Joe?
So neat to see. Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Great report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. 1-2 punch. 100 million people in the path of yet another monster storm with heavy snow, pounding sleet, and flash flooding.
Shot of hope. Pfizer one step closer to rolling out its COVID vaccine to kids under 5. What parents need to know with new cases declining nationwide.
Suspended. Daytime talk show host Whoopi Goldberg benched after controversial comments she made about the Holocaust. What her co-hosts are saying about that decision.
And commanding the field, the Washington football team has a new identity, the meaning behind its new name, and what fans are saying about it. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with breaking news. A monster storm in the making, threatening states all the way from Colorado up to New England. 100 million people are under winter weather alerts at this hour. Missouri and Oklahoma already declaring states of emergency.
Now, this storm is expected to bring rain, snow, ice, making for treacherous travel conditions. Some states already warning about power outages being imminent. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, timing this all out for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She is in, they tell me it's Chicago. It doesn't, it looks like you're somewhere up in the Arctic or something, Megan. It's pretty bad out there.
Yeah, it is pretty bad, Aaron. I can tell you the snow started falling late last night. It's not expected to taper off until late this afternoon. Some parts of Illinois expecting to get about 20 inches of snow. So what this means for some areas of the state is an inch an hour. And you can see here by these cars, you know, the snow is just piling up pretty quickly here. But we are talking about a massive storm, as you mentioned, from the border of Mexico all the way up to Vermont. States are saying that this is a very serious storm. People need to take carefully and very seriously, because this is just the first of 2 that's expected to come in the coming days. Overnight, the first flakes starting to fly, the beginning of yet another winter wallop.
Here we go again, more snow.
More than 90 million Americans across 19 states are in the crosshairs of what could be the biggest storm of the season.
Travel would become dangerous, if not impossible.
Dangerous road conditions in Denver already causing accidents. In Illinois, the governor issuing a disaster declaration, warning some parts of the state could get up to 20 inches of snow. In Detroit, where up to 16 inches of snow could fall, schools are making plans to go virtual.
I don't like the snow, and I'm 60 years old. I ain't never seen 15 inches of snow in my life.
Detroit's mayor activating the city's snow emergency routes. Across the Midwest, residents are stocking up on essentials and preparing for the worst.
I purchased everything that I could.
In Texas, fears this could be a repeat of last year's deadly freeze that led to a massive power grid failure and hundreds of deaths. This storm is expected to last several days, with temperatures plummeting in many parts of the country. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled, and officials are urging drivers to stay off the roads and stay home.
This could be the most significant winter weather event we're going to see this season.
Now, Now, the governor here in Illinois has activated the National Guard, so we're talking about more than 100 members that are at the ready to respond to any emergencies. Again, states across the country are urging people to stay inside, stay off the roadways, because we know it's not just roadway travel. When you talk about air travel, right now we're looking at 2,000 flights that have been delayed, another 2,500 that have been canceled. Of course, that number is expected to go up as this storm continues to grip much of the country. Guys, back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago today. Megan, stay safe.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, just break down the timing of all of this for us. When and what should we expect?
Yeah, because this storm's going to be on the move, and then there's actually a 1-2 punch kind of behind this. So Chicago has another round of snow coming. By the way, where she was standing there, Midway Airport has reported 8 inches of snow in Chicago. So a pretty decent snowstorm, even by Chicago standards. So here's the big map to show you the totals. We just added another million in the last 10 minutes. Now we're up to 101 million people impacted by this storm. Pretty incredible, traveling 2,000 miles from New Mexico all the way to northern Maine. And yeah, when you see Austin and San Angelo and Dallas in a winter storm warning, that's not usually a good sign because they don't deal with the winter weather as well as our friends up in the north. So the radar, the blue shows you the snow. We've had icy conditions overnight, St. Louis and then south of St. Louis, southern Missouri. That's the worst of the ice right now. Just plain old rain so far, Indianapolis and Cincinnati, but that'll change later on tonight. So here's the timing on all of this mess. So this is what we were looking at this morning. Then as we go throughout this afternoon into this evening, the cold air begins to move into Texas. So rain will be changing over to freezing rain and in some cases snow. Notice Oklahoma City, you'll watch your snow resuming. Wichita, Kansas, already 6 inches of snow on the ground. You'll just get a little bit more tonight. And then tomorrow's just a real mess. You go from Texas all the way north into the areas of the Northeast with that winter weather, rain out there ahead of it, and then a freezing rain swath from Dallas to Little Rock. Watch out in Nashville, lots of areas of Kentucky, and then finally Friday into the Northeast. We don't get rid of the storm until Friday evening. So let's talk just snow and sleet totals. Some of this has already fallen and it's already done, but when the storm is finished in your area, these will be your totals. Denver 4 to 7, Oklahoma City 2 to 4 inches of snow. Notice that we don't expect a lot of snow in Dallas. We mostly expect some freezing rain with a coating of snow over it. Chicago, we already have 8. You could end up with 12 by the time we're done. Somewhere in central Illinois or northern Indiana will have the highest totals. Notice Champaign there, possibility of 14 inches. Detroit, you're going to be digging out come tomorrow morning. In the Northeast, this is not a snowstorm for the areas that got hit by the blizzard. Boston, Hartford, New York, no problems at all with this storm. But northern New England and areas like Syracuse, Buffalo, and Cleveland will get the heavy snow this time. Next hour, we'll talk more about the ice threat. And I think that's going to be the legacy of this storm is how bad the ice is and how long the power outages will last.
We will wait and see. Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you.
A major step forward in the race to vaccinate against COVID-19. Pfizer now seeking emergency approval of its COVID vaccine for kids under 5. This comes as new trends show reasons for optimism and concern. In just the last 2 weeks, 30 states and Washington, D.C. have seen a drop in cases. COVID-related deaths, however, are on the rise. The U.S. inching closer to 900,000 deaths since the pandemic started. Meanwhile, another congressman has tested positive for COVID-19. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer says he has mild symptoms and will continue working remotely. We will talk with Dr. Kavita Patel in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Tom Costello and that news from Pfizer about vaccinating kids under 5.
Yeah, good day. There were 3.5 million confirmed pediatric cases last month alone. 2 weeks ago, 100,000 younger children were hospitalized with COVID. A quarter of all parents say their kids had to quarantine in January due to COVID exposure. So the FDA is feeling a real sense of urgency here. But with vaccination rates low among kids who are vaccine eligible, many parents are torn over whether to heed doctors' advice and vaccinate their youngest kids.
Millions of children under the age of 5 are one step closer to becoming eligible for the COVID vaccine. An FDA advisory panel says it will meet February 15th to consider Pfizer's request for emergency use of its 2-dose vaccine for kids ages 6 months through 4 years old. The prospect the shots could soon be within arm's reach for small children, bringing hope and relief to many families.
As a parent, I need to do everything possible to protect them from possible bad
outcomes.
The Prince Miller family has 2 kids under the age of 5, and Mom says, assuming the data shows the shots are safe and effective, her kids will get vaccinated immediately.
It's one of the only things that we can do to protect our children who are old enough to mask effectively, who really can't surround themselves with vaccinated people.
But a new study finds many parents remain cautious about the COVID vaccine. Just 31% say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% will wait and see, while 26% say they will definitely not vaccinate their youngest kids. One potential concern, in a clinical trial, 2 doses failed to produce a strong immune response among kids ages 2 to 4. Instead, only kids between 6 months and 2 years had a response comparable to that of older kids and younger adults. As Pfizer requests authorization for 2 doses to build immunity among young children, it's continuing research on whether 3 doses would provide even more protection. Dr. Paul Offit is on the FDA's outside vaccine committee that evaluates safety.
We want to make sure the vaccine works and that it's safe before we would ever recommend it for America's children.
Hoping to boost vaccination rates among kids, the American Academy of Pediatrics is urging parents to talk to their doctors if they have any concerns.
The COVID vaccine, if anything, is under more scrutiny than ever before, and we just haven't seen major concerns with safety of these vaccines.
Pfizer's CEO says ultimately researchers believe 3 doses of the vaccine will be the standard for the country's smallest children. But if 2 shots are authorized soon, the hope is that parents may get a head start to begin building immunity among children until that 3rd dose ups the protection even more. Again, decision could come by March 1st. Back to you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, let's talk about that survey that Tom just mentioned. 29% of parents of kids under 5 say they'll wait and see about getting them vaccinated, and yet 26% say they flat out will not. So why do you think we're seeing such degrees of skepticism? And really, what's your advice to your patients who come in with kids?
Yeah, Morgan, we're seeing this all the time. By the way, many of those parents that want to wait or even say they don't want the vaccine are taking the vaccine themselves. So these are not necessarily kind of one attitude against vaccines all through the family. I think the majority of people coming forward are saying, number one, it just feels too new and it hasn't been around long enough in young kids. And then the real overwhelming concern, I think, for every parent, including myself, is, listen, this is something that we're giving a child. And what if we find out about side effects later? Here's the good news. The majority of any adverse effects or anything bad that happens with any vaccine, including the COVID vaccine, happens in the first few weeks. And we've already had literally millions of children that have received this vaccine. And if you add that to the billions of people around the world that have received COVID shots, it gives us a lot more information than we've ever had before.
And doctor, Pfizer's vaccine for kids under 5 is a 2-dose regimen, but data actually shows that a 3rd will likely be needed. So if that is the case, why the push for this approval right now?
Yeah, you know what? It's the question we've all been asking, and I think you heard Tom mention it. We've had record numbers of hospitalizations, especially in the under 5 age range. And I think also just a little context, the 6-month to 2-year data for that same Pfizer 2-shot regimen was sufficient. So the thinking is, why hold this back when we've got data that supports 6 months to 2 years and safety data that supports it for all ages? And I think that's a question that parents might ask, and those are exactly the answers that we should hear more about. And here, Morgan, we need to see the data. So far, it's been press releases and tweets, so we need to see the full package soon.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
We are following some breaking news now in the escalating crisis between Russia and Ukraine. President Biden has approved plans to move additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. Now, this comes as Vladimir Putin is accusing the U.S. of trying to draw his country into war with Ukraine. The Russian president says the U.S. and its allies have ignored Russia's key demands. Putin, however, has signaled an openness to more diplomatic talks. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Ukraine. Richard, tell us more about the president's move here, the move from President Biden.
So we've been seeing NATO countries shifting their forces east and reinforcing the Eastern Front. And that is what the United States is now doing. And this is only going to add fuel to the fire that Vladimir Putin has been stoking. This is exactly his argument, that it is the United States, it is NATO that are stoking the flames here, that are risking that are increasing the risk of war. What we just heard from the Pentagon a short while ago was that President Biden authorized the deployment of 3,000 additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. 2,000 of those will come from the United States and go to Germany and Poland, and another 1,000 already stationed in Europe will go to Romania. And it's about trying to contain a possible Russian invasion, that if Russia were to carry out a military attack against Ukraine, NATO wants to be prepared to make sure that that invasion would not leave this country's borders.
As Russia strengthens its military presence in Belarus, north of Ukraine, in striking distance of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke his silence. In a wide, socially distanced press statement with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Putin rejected the U.S. and NATO's written diplomatic proposals. Putin saying Russia's concerns were basically ignored. He laid out his demands, unchanged even after weeks of negotiations across Europe. No further NATO expansion, no offensive weapons by Russia's borders, and NATO returning to the 1997 status quo, he said. That would mean lopping off most of Eastern Europe and the Baltics from NATO. Putin is famously COVID cautious. The Hungarian Prime Minister said he'd never had a meeting so far apart. The Russian president never mentioned those 130,000 Russian troops, tanks, missile launchers, and even blood supplies positioned on Ukraine's borders. The buildup apparent in new satellite images. In Ukraine, even though the government is urging calm, some families are getting nervous. In Mariupol, near the Russian border, Olga and Daniel Repro live in a one-bedroom apartment. They're keeping the kids calm, acting as normal.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Wheels on the bus go round. Do I know this song? Everybody knows that song.
But they are ready to move at a moment's notice to stay with relatives in the countryside or in a bomb shelter.
So these are all the critical documents.
Yeah. Passport, critical documents, documents for my boys.
This morning, Olga traveled across the city to sign up for Ukraine's civil defense, volunteering to help the war effort, should Putin decide to invade.
On Friday, President Putin is expected to travel to China to attend the opening ceremony of the Olympics and to meet with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And some analysts are wondering whether Vladimir Putin intends to inform, consult, or advise in some way the Chinese president before he takes any military action.
Richard Engel for us in Ukraine today. Richard, thanks.
On Capitol Hill, a key meeting today investigating the January 6th riot. The founder of the far-right group Oath Keepers is appearing before the House committee investigating that attack. Stewart Rhodes was arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Ali, what is the committee hoping that Rhodes will disclose or tell them?
Well, look, one of the heads of those far-right groups, the Oath Keepers here, is what they want to hear from Rhodes. We also know, though, that he's already being charged with seditious conspiracy. And so the extent of the information that the committee is likely to get is probably less because he's expected to plead the fifth to many of their questions. Now, that's his right not to self-incriminate. There is a process in the case of some of these other witnesses where the committee can give them use immunity. That's something that the DOJ would have a chance to look over and make sure that they wouldn't want to prosecute for any of these potential crimes. In this instance, though, because the committee is speaking to Rhodes after those DOJ charges have already been filed, it's not likely that they're going to be able to extend him any kind of use immunity, and so they're only likely to be able to get the basics from him as he appears virtually before the committee today.
Allie, I also want to talk about this very interesting interview on Newsmax last night where former President Donald Trump doubled down on his idea of pardoning those January 6th defendants if, in fact, he runs for re-election and wins. Let's give our viewers a peek into that interview.
Well, these people are being treated horribly. I would absolutely, because some of them are being treated very unfairly. Yeah, I would absolutely give them a pardon. And some of these people are not guilty. Many of these people are not guilty. What they've done to these, and in many cases, patriots, they're soldiers, they're policemen, what they've done to them compared to what they've done to the other side, you know, you have to have equal justice, and this isn't equal.
Allie, this interview is giving me stand by and both sides vibes that we've heard before. How are lawmakers on the Hill reacting to that, especially Republicans there?
Yeah, we have seen Trump do this on other occasions, the equivocating between both sides.
Yes.
And in this instance, he's speaking to something the January 6th committee is investigating in real time, looking at the ways that this riot became what it was on January 6th and whether or not the former president had any kind of role or knowledge, as well as his advisors in his most inner circle. So the more he speaks to this, the more he's also giving them information in real time. We also know that they are looking so specifically at what he was doing in those critical days and hours. So you have to imagine that the January 6th committee members are looking at these comments quite closely as he continues to make them. In terms of the way this is shaking out among lawmakers, we have seen Democrats be quite explicit in their condemnation of this kind of talk from the former president. Republicans uncomfortable with the ideas that he's espousing here, not necessarily going out of their way to condemn them, but certainly we've heard from everyone, from Senator Mitch McConnell to Senator Lindsey Graham, people who have both been at odds with the former president as well as been in his corner, saying that they don't agree with the sentiment behind his words here. There is, of course, the reality, and we heard this from Rhodes's lawyer yesterday, too, on another network. The people who are currently being prosecuted for rioting, for coming into this building and destroying this Capitol building, they're listening very closely. A lot of their defense has been that they came here because the former president told them to, or because they were acting on his behalf. We heard Rhodes's lawyer yesterday echo that several of these defendants feel abandoned by Trump. And so hearing these words might be music to their ears in some ways, but at the same time, he made this point, and it's true. If the former president were to get back into office and to run again, that's all years in the future. A lot of these prosecutions will probably be wrapped up by then.
But I wonder if it's really years into the future, because we have midterms coming up in just 9 months. So it'll be really interesting to see how the shadow of former President Trump really impacts the way that these Republican candidates go on the road, especially in these competitive states, which I know, Allie, we will talk about much more, girl, because we got 9 months to go.
Oh, yes.
Allie Vitale for us there. Allie, as always, thank you.
Daytime talk show host Whoopi Goldberg has been benched after controversial comments she made about the Holocaust. ABC News suspended The View co-host for 2 weeks after she said on the show the Holocaust was, quote, not about race. Here's NBC's Chanel Jones.
More fallout for Whoopi Goldberg. ABC News suspending Goldberg from The View for 2 weeks after she made controversial comments about Jewish people and the Holocaust on Monday's episode.
The Holocaust isn't about race.
ABC releasing a statement acknowledging that Whoopi has apologized, but asking her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. Goldberg apologizing live on the program Tuesday.
Yesterday on our show, I misspoke. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected.
The segment also included an interview with Anti-Defamation League CEO Jonathan Greenblatt, who later commented on Goldberg's suspension.
We shouldn't cancel Whoopi because she made a mistake. I heard Whoopi say that she's committed to doing better. I accept that apology.
It comes following a swift backlash after Goldberg made the comments Monday during a debate over a Tennessee school district's recent decision to ban Mouse, a graphic novel on the horrors of the Holocaust.
It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
But it's about white supremacy.
But these are two white groups of people.
Goldberg later posting an apology on social media and speaking with Stephen Colbert.
When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism.
Before apologizing again on Tuesday. This morning, Goldberg's reflection and remorse, now facing the consequences for sharing her views.
We're following some breaking news now. Big development sending shockwaves throughout the world of cable news. Jeff Zucker has just resigned as president of CNN, effective immediately. Now, he made the announcement to staff in a memo a short time ago. Zucker admitted to failing to disclose a romantic relationship with another top executive at CNN. That relationship was exposed during an investigation into former host Chris Cuomo. Cuomo was fired over his involvement in handling the sexual harassment scandal of his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The story is still breaking right now. We are working to get more information, and we will bring it to you when we have it.
Meanwhile, a bombshell now rocking the world of the NFL.
Coming up, the lawsuit accusing the league and teams of racist hiring practices and discrimination.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Here comes Diggins! In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line. Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history. When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The former head coach of the Miami Dolphins is facing off against his former team and the entire NFL in a blistering new federal lawsuit.
That's right. Brian Flores says the league has a painful history of racism, especially when it comes to hiring and retaining head black coaches. Flores claims that he interviewed for a job that he was never going to get, just to really check a box for the team's HR department. We have the story covered from every angle, so we're going to go in depth with legal analyst Danny Savalos in just a minute. But let's go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, look, there are some pretty major allegations against the league and a few of its teams there. What exactly are they saying, and how are the teams and the league as a whole now responding?
Yeah, absolutely, Morgan. This lawsuit compares the NFL to a plantation alleging racial discrimination against the league and multiple teams in numerous allegations. So let's start with the most recent incident that is alleged. Brian Flores says that when he was interviewing for the New York Giants head coaching job, it was already a foregone conclusion that someone else was going to get the job, and he was only interviewed to check a box to comply with NFL diversity rules. So we want to show you a text message exchange that Flores claims to have had with New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick. He claims that Belichick texted him 3 days before the interview, "I hear from Buffalo and NYG that you are their guy." Flores then responds, "Are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Daboll? Just making sure." Belichick then responds in part allegedly, "Sorry, I effed this up. I think they are naming Daboll." So Flores presented this as evidence as to what happened with the Giants before he interviewed with them, and then he still went through that process, and of course, he ultimately did not get that job. He also says his former team, the Miami Dolphins, fired him after the first back-to-back winning seasons for the team in over a decade. He says it's because he refused to purposely lose so that the team could improve its draft prospects. He says he also refused to comply with a team strategy that would have effectively, he says, been violating league rules, and he compared this to, quote, angry black man stigma, saying that if he was a white coach, this would not have been perceived this way. And he also says, similar to what happened with the Giants in 2019, he alleges that the Broncos showed up late for their interview with him and appeared to have been drinking the night before. Again, apparently, he says, interviewing him just to check the diversity box. Here is part of what Flores had to say earlier today.
I just put my best foot forward. That's what I've always done. Anytime I've dealt with a situation where I was dealing with adversity or, look, I've been a long shot my entire life, so I figured I'd put my best foot forward and interview to the best of my ability. But there was also this sliver of hope that I had and I guess that's, maybe I'm naive to the fact that of what really goes on in the behind the scenes.
The NFL, the Giants, the Broncos, the Dolphins, all pushing back on these allegations. The Patriots say they do not expect Bill Belichick to speak out on this. Back to you.
All right, NBC's Jesse Kirsch for us there. Jesse, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. Danny, help us understand what's going on here. What will Flores' attorneys need to prove in order to get a win in this case?
This case is not just about Flores. It's a class action. So it's about Flores and all of those who are similarly situated. Does that mean other black or even minority coaches in any position in the NFL? It could. So the plaintiff here cannot just proceed by himself. He's got to get a court to certify this as a class action. So he has a few extra obstacles, but if certified, a class action is the jackhammer, the nuclear option for plaintiffs' attorneys, and it is a very effective way of getting broad discovery and huge verdict.
All right, Danny Savalos, NBC News legal analyst with us today. Danny, thank you. And a quick programming note for you. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson will speak with Brian Flores directly. You can catch that interview airing on Hallie Jackson Now at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. The FBI has opened a new investigation into Chinese spying.
That's right. Still ahead, the FBI director talks about the shocking number of plots to steal America's top tech secrets. Stay with us.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making news right now, one student is dead and another is in critical condition after a shooting outside a school near Minneapolis on Tuesday. Two suspects are in custody right now. Both victims attended South Education Center in Richfield, Minnesota. Police say the two students were shot in front of the school. Officers were also able to recover a handgun at the scene. New Jersey police investigating a snowplow driver who appeared to intentionally spray two Orthodox Jewish men with snow and ice. The incident was captured on a vehicle dash cam. The plow's owner, Waste Management, says the video was posted by an off-duty employee who is no longer with the company. The two men have pressed charges. Prosecutors are considering whether to charge this as a hate crime. And New York police are searching for the person who set a suitcase on fire before rolling it into a subway car. There were people on board that train when this happened Monday afternoon. This is the second subway fire on the same line in 2 days. The NYPD's arson squad is looking into both incidents.
The Olympics are about to get underway in Beijing, and that's putting a sharp focus on China and just how it operates. FBI Director Christopher Wray sat down exclusively with NBC News to really talk about the scope of China's spying on American soil. It's become so widespread that Wray says his agents open an average of 2 investigations per day. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now live from D.C. Pete, what more do we know about these plots?
Well, FBI Director Wray has long sounded the alarm about Chinese espionage, but he says it's getting worse, that it's become more intense, and he is now the most outspoken critic of China in the entire federal government.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation. About every 12 hours, we probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Ray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Now, Pete, some fear that China will spy on athletes and those officials who do attend the Winter Olympics in Beijing. How founded are those concerns based on your reporting?
Well, it's certainly what the FBI says and other law enforcement organizations have said is a very real threat. As a matter of fact, the FBI is advising Olympic athletes and other Americans going to for the games not to take their own cell phones, that they should take burner phones, those that they can dispose of later. The Chinese have an app that they're urging everybody attending the Olympics to download that'll have schedules on it, but the theory is, and this has been verified by some internet researchers, that it's just loaded with ways to drain out the data on your phone. So it's a very real concern.
Wow. All right. NBC's Pete Williams for us there. Pete, as always, thank you.
New York City is trying to get a handle on a growing crisis of crime. America's largest city now dealing with a 38% increase in crime compared to January of last year. New Mayor Eric Adams has promised to make the city safer, and Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has promised to stop prosecuting some low-level offenses. Now, this sudden rise comes as an off-duty police officer was shot last night in Queens during driving to work. He is the 6th NYPD officer to be shot this year. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, give us a closer look at this. What do the numbers show beyond that top line 38%?
Right. So it's important to note that these numbers have been rising for some time, and we are coming off of historic lows, Aaron. And of course, homicide is down for the same period, the January 1st through 30th, compared to the same period last year. However, if you look at the data, and we can show you some of the statistics, there are some very serious violent crimes. Talk about rape, talk about felony assaults, robberies that are up double digits, and significantly so when we look at that. And then compared to the 12-year, going back over 12 years, we're starting to see some of the crimes come up that are pretty significant. We're talking about 14% more shooting victims compared to 12 years ago. We're talking about 27% more rapes, over 37% more felony assaults than there were 12 years ago. So we're coming up against some numbers where crime was really, really starting to drop in New York City, and now we're starting to go above that. So are we back in 1990 where 2,262 people were killed in New York City? No, but I think people are concerned that we're in a trend now that seems to have some momentum, and momentum, Aaron, in the wrong way.
And Tom, you know, there are some members of the law enforcement community who are blaming what they're calling the city's, quote, soft on crime prosecutors for some of this. What are they alleging here specifically?
Right. Well, I mean, You have to look at it in the whole of New York City, right? So there's 5 boroughs. So what is enforced or what is believed to be prescribed from a law enforcement standpoint in Staten Island is very different than in Manhattan, which is different than in the Bronx and Queens and Brooklyn. So you have all these folks that have been elected with their own mandates, the will of the people to say, this is how we're going to enforce the laws that are on the books. To your question and to what some in law enforcement have said is that we have now, according to them, prosecutors who are willing to look the other way on certain crimes. Alvin Bragg, who you referenced, said that he initially was not going to prosecute robberies that were committed with a gun as a gunpoint robbery. Instead, would just prosecute the robbery itself and kind of ignore the gun. Now, he's walked back some of that and readdressed some of his day one memo ideas that he put forward to his assistant district attorney. So there have been some changes already, but it's something that both sides are closely watching.
All right, Tom Winter with us today. Tom, thanks.
Sure thing.
The battle to redraw congressional maps is heating up across the country. Here in New York specifically, state lawmakers are set to vote on a new district map. It could give the Democrats an additional 3 seats in Congress and possibly even remove 3 Republican seats. The proposal could also reduce the chances of a highly competitive congressional race in New York State. Down in Florida, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is submitting his own congressional map. He's now asking the state's Supreme Court to weigh in on his proposal. DeSantis' map redraws Florida's congressional districts to heavily favor the GOP, which could give his party 3 additional seats in Congress. His proposal could also get rid of 2 previously competitive seats. We're covering what this all means for voters in these competitive states now. Let's go ahead and start with NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim, who has been following the redistricting process here in New York. Jane, what's the likelihood that this map passes in the state legislature?
You know, we are expecting this map to pass this afternoon. It's supported by Democrats. It boosts Democrats, and it takes out some Republican incumbents by all accounts. Democrats could gain as many as 3 new seats in the House of Representatives just based on how they've drawn these maps. And they did that essentially by pairing more conservative areas with liberal outposts and just some creative map drawing. They defend the map and say that it's fair districts. They don't say this is a partisan gerrymander, but it definitely takes out a lot of competition from many of the races here in New York.
And Jane, exactly who does this impact? I mean, what does this proposed map mean for New York voters?
You know, New York voters are just going to see very different districts than they've had for the past 10 years. So in places like Staten Island, a more conservative part of New York City, Rep. Malliotakis, her district has been paired with the very uber-liberal Park Slope in Brooklyn, which are very different areas. But the effect is that it's going to be very hard for her to win re-election if she chose to run and make it much easier for a liberal Democrat to go and run in that seat. You're going to see very similar makeups like that in Long Island, even upstate New York, where they've just drawn maps that boost Democrats and take out some Republican incumbents.
And Jane, just really briefly before we have to go here, what's been the reaction from the other side to the state's Republicans?
Republicans have slammed this as a partisan gerrymander. The New York State Republican Party tweeted this was desperate, calling it a Hochul-mander, trying to hinge this on the governor of New York. But she is no stranger to redistricting. She actually lost her seat in the last round of redistricting a decade ago. So she's used to this.
All right, Jane Tim for us there. Jane, thank you.
Well, as Morgan mentioned, Florida's governor is asking the state's Supreme Court to consider his proposed congressional maps, and that's putting him at odds with some members of his own party. NBC 6 South Florida reporter Christian Benavides has been following this story. He joins us now. So, Christian, where does Florida's redistricting effort stand right now, and how is the governor affecting that process?
Right, Aaron, well, it's currently on hold until the state Supreme Court can comment on the legality of the governor's maps. To be clear, it is absolutely atypical for a governor in Florida to present his own redistricting map, but Republican Governor DeSantis is not a typical governor. We have to look at this through the lens of a governor who, according to many analysts, is clearly flirting with a potential 2024 presidential run. And this map is something the Republican base likes because it creates more GOP-leaning districts. But by doing so, Governor DeSantis is proposing lowering the number of black-leaning districts from 4 to just 2. This includes Florida's 5th congressional district held by Representative Al Lawson, a longtime state legislator that became a congressman in 2016. The district has nearly 44% black voting age population. DeSantis' congressional map stretches the district into more white rural areas.
So, Christiane, a couple of things here then. First, can you explain DeSantis' proposal here for us a little more in detail? And, I mean, you say it's atypical for a governor to get involved, so why is he getting involved in this at this point?
Right. Well, he's getting involved for 2 reasons, one of which is to create more GOP-leaning district. The second reason is that state lawmakers are looking for cover. To put this into context, back when redistricting took place in 2012, there was a lengthy legal challenge by left-leaning groups, which went on for about 4 years, and eventually the court drew up the maps. So state lawmakers want to avoid that, as many themselves are eyeing higher office. So the state Senate presented a map that left intact those 4 black-leaning districts, saying, hey, this is legal and we don't anticipate any challenges. But Governor DeSantis wants state legislators to pass his version of redistricting. So he wants the state's highest court to decide on specifically the 5th congressional district, whether it's legal or not. He wrote in a letter to the court, I ask whether the Florida Constitution's non-diminishment standard mandates a sprawling congressional district in northern Florida that stretches hundreds of miles from east to west solely to connect black voters in Jacksonville with the black voters in nearby counties.
And very quickly before I let you go, have Democrats responded at all to DeSantis' involvement?
Right. They are absolutely alarmed. The state Supreme Court leans conservative, which is different than it did when the issue came up back in 2012. Representative Al Lawson wrote in a statement, Ron DeSantis' effort to disenfranchise every minority voter north of Orlando is an act that will not go without a fight. The governor seeks to push aside the Florida legislature and hijack this constitutional process for his own political goals. Now, there is no set timeline here, Aaron. However, state legislators have made it clear they will not move forward until the state Supreme Court weighs in. But those lawmakers must come to a decision on this by early March.
All right, Christiane Benavides, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. 2 campus police officers have been killed at a college in Virginia.
Coming up next, what we know about that deadly confrontation. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
A somber scene here in New York City today. Slain NYPD officer Wilbert Mora is being laid to rest. Mora was just 27 years old when he was shot and killed on January 22nd while responding to a domestic dispute in Harlem. He and his partner were both killed. Mora's service was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and hundreds of fellow officers and mourners were all in attendance. Even in death, Mora is helping others. His organs were donated and will save the lives of 5 other people.
Investigators in Virginia are still trying to figure out why a man shot and killed 2 campus police officers, law enforcement staff there at a liberal arts college. Bridgewater College identified the officers gunned down yesterday as John Painter and J.J. Jefferson. The school says they were known as the dynamic duo. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Bridgewater College. Gary, what do we know about the man who was arrested?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment, but just in the last few minutes here, a suspicious package has been found on the campus here of Bridgewater College. You may see the police behind me. So they've closed off actually an entire area of this campus as Virginia State Police and Bridgewater Campus Police start to investigate that. But in terms of what happened yesterday, 27-year-old Alexander Wyatt Campbell was arrested on an island just south of campus. It's called North River, and he was arrested and charged with 4 felony crimes. He was charged with 2 capital murder charges, a first-degree murder charge, and a charge of committing a felony with a deadly weapon after shooting and killing 2 campus officers. One, as you mentioned, was a campus security officer. One was a campus police officer. There's a lot we still don't know about this scene, including the motivation. The suspect is from Ashburn, Virginia. That's about 2 hours north of here, near Washington, D.C. Why he was here at Bridgewater College is unclear. We also do not know if he had any connection to the 2 officers who he shot, if this was simply a random act or if this was targeted. And it's remarkable how the campus has really come together here. This is a very small campus. Aaron?
Gary, we're told that the officers were best friends here. We know that one of them was even the best man at the other's wedding. How are the campus and the community there remembering them and dealing with this loss?
Yeah, they were known as a dynamic duo, the 2 of them. This, as I mentioned, is a small campus. 1,600 students go to this school, so pretty much everybody knows everybody. I was speaking to students yesterday who told me that, as walking to class, you say, hey, you wave to the campus security officers as they walk past. This was a force of 7 officers, so certainly they were tight-knit as well. As I was driving in back to campus this morning, you saw on the streets there was a hardware store and there was a church that had electronic signs saying, Bridgewater College, we're praying for you, we're with you. And you can really sense that sort of togetherness here on campus.
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in Bridgewater, Virginia, not far from Charlottesville. Gary, thank you.
Books highlighting diversity are being pulled off school library shelves in record numbers down in Texas. Most of the books being banned center on race, gender, and sexuality, and parents and politicians are leading the charge. One parent even tried to remove Michelle Obama's biography, claiming it promotes reverse racism against white people. The attempt was unsuccessful. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been following this investigation for us. Antonia, look, this ban on books in Texas is being called unprecedented. Why?
Well, Morgan, this is the biggest challenge to books that we've seen in decades, and it's altering libraries and schools across the state of Texas. I traveled to Katy, Texas, a diverse school district with more than 85,000 students, and there, the books that administrators have banned, more than half of them feature LGBTQ people, and now students, authors, and librarians are fighting back.
This morning, Texas schools are at the center of a national fight over banned books. An NBC News investigation finding that at least a dozen Texas districts have removed books about race, gender, and sexuality after a surge of parent complaints.
Why are we sexualizing our precious children?
Since the fall, Irish Chang, a junior at Katy Independent School District who identifies as queer, has watched books vanish from her school library.
What do you think these parents want? To keep their children in this protected bubble in which the only opinions they really hear are the ones that they themselves represent.
Records requests to nearly 100 Texas districts found that during the first 4 months of this school year, parents made at least 75 formal complaints, compared to only 1 filed during the same period last year. Texas Governor Greg Abbott even calling for criminal charges against staff who provide kids with pornographic books. It's part of a national pattern of parents and school officials banning books at an unprecedented rate. One Tennessee district just last week banning Mouse, a Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel about the Holocaust. George M. Johnson's memoir, All Boys Aren't Blue, is one of the books banned in Katy and elsewhere. It's about a queer black child that at one point details sexual abuse.
What's it like to see this fight now play out on a national stage?
To kind of wake up every day and see that more and more people within the country who have power are trying to deny kids who were like me access to my story is heartbreaking.
Katy schools declined NBC News' request for comment. Katy parent Mary Ellen Cuzella was inspired to fight for book removals after watching parents fight over books during the Virginia governor's race.
What we're talking about is vulgarity that is inappropriate for any child.
Iris, a member of her school's speech and debate team, is no stranger to speaking out. Lately, she doubts the adults are listening.
It sends this message to myself and my peers that our opinions aren't valued.
You know, Antonia, tell us about the other side here. I mean, are there any teachers or parents who are fighting to keep these books?
Morgan, there definitely are. And when you talk to the teachers, librarians, and students in these communities, they say right now that they feel a bit overwhelmed or outnumbered in this fight. Particularly librarians have been trying to lead the charge. A group of them have started a campaign called the #FREAD Freedom Campaign, and they're trying to highlight different librarian stories all around the state and ask people for support as they try to fight to keep some of these books on the shelves and available for public school kids. Morgan.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us there. Antonia, thanks for your reporting. The Washington football team is no longer called the Washington football team.
Yeah, after the break, the new team name that was just revealed today and the meaning behind it. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
It was the moment football fans in our nation's capital were waiting for.
Yeah, the Washington football team announcing its new name exclusively on NBC this morning, 2 seasons after abandoning its longtime name with a racist past. NBC's Craig Melvin was there for the big reveal.
And a good day to you, Aaron and Morgan, from FedEx Field in Landover, Maryland. This was, up until a short time ago, home of the Washington football team. But now, as you see here, they are now the Washington Commanders. Here's a look at how one of the most storied franchises in all of sports got here. They've been grinding it out on the gridiron for more than 80 years. The Washington football team winning 3 Super Bowl championships while building one of the NFL's most dedicated fan bases. For nearly all of that time, the team went by the Redskins. That name and the imagery on the team's uniforms drawing criticism and protests for years among indigenous rights groups. Despite owner Daniel Snyder saying he'd never change the name, pressure from fans, lawmakers, and sponsors led the team to announce a change in July 2020.
What it really shows is that there's no longer any excuse for any team across professional sports, collegiate or K through 12 to hold on to these Native American mascots and team names. The team kept its signature burgundy and gold and played by the simple name Washington Football Team for 2 seasons while it worked to settle on a new name. The change coming at a time when the organization has faced recent allegations of sexual harassment in the workplace from 2006 to 2019, with Congress set to interview former team employees tomorrow. The team has no comment on any investigation. The Washington football team is now hoping to turn the corner with its new name and new look. Teaming up with fans, the franchise took in more than 40,000 submissions for possible names. The team's new name has been a closely guarded secret. With a teaser video showing players getting a first look at the new uniform. For DC's storied football team, today marks a new day. How much of this is about renaming the team? How much of this is about starting a new chapter in Washington's franchise history?
It's a little bit of both. To me, it really is about renaming the team, but I also think it's about turning the page to a new chapter. I really believe that because, again, you know, we've had so many things that have happened that have been unfortunate, but as we go forward, you know, what I'm trying to do is get us to, hey, buy into judging us now and to where we're headed as opposed to where we've been.
So there you have it, the Washington Commanders hoping that this new look and this new logo and this new name marks a new chapter in the franchise's history. That's the very latest from here in Landover, Maryland. Aaron, Morgan, we'll send it back to you.
On NBC News Now, COVID and children. Pfizer asking the FDA to authorize its vaccine for children under 5. How soon it could be rolled out.
Breaking right now, monster in the making. Millions of Americans bracing for a massive winter storm, where it's already snowing and how long it's going to last.
Also breaking right now, Jeff Zucker out. The CNN president announcing he is resigning effective immediately. The romantic relationship he failed to disclose.
And breaking overseas, moving in. President Biden approving plans to send additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. The diplomatic efforts underway to de-escalate the growing tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We have a lot of breaking news to get to at this hour. Let's start with Pfizer's vaccine trial data for children under 5 years old. It's now in the hands of the FDA. They could get their first doses within a matter of weeks. Also, the 7-day average for hospitalizations is down nearly 14% over the last 2 weeks. And for kids only, that number has dropped more than 17%.
However, we're also facing this, a rise in COVID-related deaths. 35 states are reporting increases over the last 2 weeks, and we're also seeing a 39% rise in the death toll over that same period. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres will join us here in just a moment. But first, let's begin with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, this key issue here is timing. I mean, when will the FDA advisory panel really look at this request, and could this process really be wrapped up by the end of the month, or is that sort of hopeful timing?
Well, it potentially could be. The FDA has scheduled a meeting of its outside vaccine advisors for February 15th, so just less than 2 weeks from now. That will be really when all of this comes to a head. We'll see the data that the FDA has seen and that Pfizer has seen probably a couple days before that meeting. We'll see if there are new data really supporting going forward with 2 doses, and that would allow the FDA's outside advisors to vote in favor of it. After that, the FDA makes its decision. It usually goes by what the advisory committee recommends, but it doesn't have to. If they give it the green light, then the CDC's advisors would weigh in. So that process could wrap up by the end of February if all goes well.
And Meg, as you reported yesterday, the focus right now is on 2 doses for kids under 5, but we understand that a third is actually pretty likely. So what is Pfizer saying about all that?
Yeah, Pfizer is saying based on what it saw and reported in December, it expects a third dose will be necessary to provide strong protection. But if the FDA agrees to allow 2 doses to get out there, then parents could start that 2-dose primary vaccination series as Pfizer collects the third dose data. Of course, the big challenge for that is if the 2 doses aren't sufficiently effective, should we really go forward with 2 doses not knowing if we need the third or if the third is going to work? So there are just a lot of question marks here, and a lot of those will get answered in 2 weeks at that FDA advisory committee meeting.
But what about sort of the competitive market here, Meg? I mean, we're just talking about Pfizer here, but what about other vaccine makers? Are they making progress towards a vaccine for kids also under 5?
Well, it sounds like they are, particularly Moderna. They came out recently and said they're expecting data in March for kids ages 2 to 5. And Moderna's vaccine is a much higher dose in this age group, 25 micrograms, compared with Pfizer's, which is just 3 micrograms. And so there is a question, you know, if we move forward with the Pfizer data, but it's equivocal or not totally clear, and then Moderna's come out and they look good, is there an opportunity cost for parents there? So a lot of people just want to see more information about all of these and then be able to make up their minds.
All right, CNBC's Meg Terrell for us. Meg, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. Dr. John, I want to talk about these how these children under 5 might be getting their vaccinations. I'm told a lot of parents have been sort of wondering about this. How important is where they get their shots? A vaccine, clinic versus a pediatrician's office, for example?
And Aaron, for them, it can be extremely important because getting educated, the parents getting educated, understanding the vaccine, why it's needed, and the side effect profiles, which have been very minimal. And what the Pfizer is saying right now is the side effect profile seems to be very safe. That's important for them to understand. So what they're going to do with this vaccine is they're going to distribute it to pharmacies and have them give it, but they're also going to distribute it to pediatrician, family physician offices so they can go to a place that parents are comfortable with, somebody that they trust, and get all the information because it's important they get that information moving forward. And what we've seen in the polls right now is 3 out of 10 people are saying they would get their children vaccinated, but that means that the 6 out of 10 are still looking and seeing what they want. That's an improvement from July when it was 1 out of 10, but now we're looking a little better now. It's coming up, and so hopefully that continues to improve.
So what would you say to parents who are concerned that there's only one vaccine option on the table right now for their littlest kids?
What I would tell them is that one vaccine option is very good, and we've seen this Pfizer profile of the vaccine since it started, and adults started getting it, then teenagers started getting it, younger children started getting it, and we've seen a great safety profile in the millions of people that have gotten it at this point, and we think that should be the same here. Like Meg was talking about, this dosing is going to be reduced down for the smaller kids to 3 micrograms instead of the 30 that I got, the 10 that younger kids have. They'll be getting even a smaller one, and so it's proven to be safe, and we think these other ones will come as well, but right now it's important, especially with the Omicron out there, to protect children, and so this is the time to do it.
All right, Dr. John Torres with us today. Dr. John, thank you.
Meanwhile, a massive winter storm is set to bombard 100 million people across 19 different states. Snow is already coming down in Colorado and in Missouri. States of emergency are in effect in the Midwest, where ice and freezing rain are the biggest worries. This storm could linger in some areas for days. Governors are warning people to prepare themselves now for treacherous travel conditions and even possible power outages. Meteorologist Bill Cairns will track this storm for us in just a moment. But let's go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's in Detroit, which could see 10 inches of snow in the next 24 hours. Shaq, I tell you, I do not envy your assignment right now, but I do have to ask, how are people preparing for this latest storm? I know Michigan is no stranger to some pretty serious weather, but what are you seeing there now?
Right, no stranger to snow, which is why a couple of days ago, when forecasters were looking at this, they were saying this might be a top 10 snowfall event. Those estimates have been revised downward a little bit. You see the snow coming down. You see roads are still fairly clear. It's not accumulating, and that really has a lot to do with the idea that it was about 40 degrees here yesterday, so it's not that surface temperature, that ground temperature is not cold enough where the snow is accumulating just yet, but that is expected to change, and that is why here in Detroit, metro schools have already moved to virtual learning for the next 2 days. There's an emergency order in effect, so there are snowplows that are out there. We just saw one pass. You see, this is a private snowplow, but you just saw a government snowplow go through a little bit earlier today. They're running on 12-hour shifts with 12 on, 12 off, so they're prepared for it. They're saying they're ready for it, and at this point, they're telling people to stay back because we know in the next couple of hours, this snowfall will accumulate fairly quickly.
And Shaq, I hate to do this to you, but I need you to take me all the way across the country, and I need to ask you about Texas, because this time last year, that state was thrown into chaos after a winter storm knocked out power for days. We remember those reports. Remember people, journalists, trying to report without power there. I mean, what are local leaders saying this time around about how they are preparing?
And let's remind viewers what that looked like just last year. You're talking about millions of people without power for extended periods of time, days. And we know those power outages led to hundreds of deaths that were associated to that power outage. So the government leaders there, the governor, he's been under pressure to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Listen to what he's saying about the precautions that are in place this time around.
Utilizing every applicable state agency to make sure that Texas will robustly respond to this extreme cold winter storm that's going to be sweeping across Texas.
We are ready for this storm. We'll be prepared for this. We have about 71,000 megawatts of expected load, which will be a record for ERCOT during the winter.
The issue is not just the temperatures there in Texas, but also the ice, the fact that the ice could pull down some of those power lines. It gives you a sense of how widespread this system is, impacting more than 100 million Americans, Morgan.
All right, Shaquille Brewster, stay warm and get some of that wonderful Motown food. I'll see you soon.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now. All right, Bill, walk us through this. What do we need to know?
Yeah, I think the ice is my biggest concern. You know, we're about halfway through winter in most areas, maybe even a little past halfway, so we're kind of used to dealing with the snow in some areas. But when we talk about our southern cities and we talk about the chance of snow and ice, that's when it gets a little, you know, the equation gets a little more complex. So we mentioned the 100 million, 101 million people. My eyes immediately focus on two things. One, San Angelo, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas are under winter storm warnings or winter weather advisories. And then there's that little sliver of purple coloring covering Memphis, right along the Mississippi River, right along the Ohio River. That is where we're expecting the worst of the ice storm to take place. So we have a very classic setup for an ice storm. We have cold Arctic air coming down from Canada. At the same time, we have tropical air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. And remember, warm air rises, cold air sinks. So this is what we're looking at, that icy middle ground from San Antonio to Dallas to Memphis, areas of western Kentucky around Paducah to Louisville, Cincinnati, Lexington. Those areas all have a possibility of dealing with significant ice. And here's why. The snowflake will actually fall out of the cloud. It'll melt in the warm air. And then when it gets down to the ground, because the cold air sinks first, that leading edge of that cold air will be freezing rain. So it's usually a narrow area that will get it the worst. And that is our concern. So here's our ice forecast. And anytime you get into the blue colors, that's when it gets serious. And that'll be tomorrow morning around Dallas up to Durant, Little Rock right in the middle of it. Same with Memphis, Paducah, and some of those other cities I mentioned. And even a little bit of ice Friday morning in areas of the Northeast. So here's kind of our scale. If you're in a quarter inch of ice, you know, that's when the ER gets filled with slip and falls, icy glaze on the trees, not too many power outages. But once you get that quarter inch to a half inch, that's when the tree limbs begin to break. That's where we start to see more dangerous road conditions. And if you get above a half an inch, now these are like crippling ice storms. These are the ones that people will lose power for days. We're hoping to avoid this, but in areas of southern Ohio and Kentucky, that's the biggest chance for this. And then the other thing is, once this storm goes past, the cold air heads into Texas. You remember last year they had the ice and snowstorm and then the really freezing temperatures, and that's why they had all the power outages and problems. And look at these forecasts, guys. Austin, Texas, 19, 21, 22. So Texas, we'll see if they made the preparations necessary in the last year to improve their energy concerns during big winter storms.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
We are following breaking news in the Ukraine crisis. President Biden has now approved the deployment of additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. 2,000 soldiers currently stationed in the U.S. will go to Poland and to Germany, and about 1,000 U.S. troops currently based in Europe will move into Romania. Administration officials stress that these forces are not going to fight in Ukraine, nor are these moves permanent. This comes as President Putin addressed the standoff over Ukraine for the first time since December. He claims the U.S. was fanning the flames of war, but says he remains open to diplomatic talks. Here to help us unpack all of this, we have NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine. We also have NBC News reporter Matt Bodner, who's in Moscow for us. Gentlemen, I'd like to start with you, Mr. Bodner. What are you hearing on the ground there in Russia about this news of more U.S. troops headed to Eastern Europe? I mean, how are people there responding to this?
Thank you, Morgan. Well, this news broke just about an hour or two ago, and it's a little bit past the Kremlin's traditional response window, but that's okay. Russian talking points are hardly inventive, and they're often derivative. And we've also seen them basically already use the previous announcement of bringing 8,500 troops onto standby as kind of reinforcement of what they're telling everyone here in Russia, that the United States is hyping up this threat. They're, of course, saying that as the nation that has brought 100,000 plus troops to Ukraine's border. They're blaming us for hyping this to justify some kind of containment policy against Russia in the best case scenario, and in the most paranoid formulation, trying to encourage Ukraine to attack eastern Ukraine. So we'll probably see more of that.
And Bradley, let's turn to you. I mean, talk to us about how the Ukrainian military is preparing for this potential conflict. I mean, what are you seeing there on the ground? I know you've been embedding with troops. I know you've been along the border seeing people who have been there their whole lives and say that, you know, this may or may not be something different. What are they telling you today?
I mean, well, we heard from President Zelensky a big raft of proposals on how to, improve the military. All of those improvements are probably not going to come in time if Russia actually is planning an imminent invasion, as U.S. officials say. But when I was in the foxholes and the trenches of the troops yesterday, who are actually on the front lines, not against actual Russians, but against mostly Ukrainians who are led by Russians in these separatist regions, for them, this is just another turn of the screw. This is just another day. They're not necessarily all that intimidated. Here's what some of them told me. The Russian military is much larger, much more powerful. They have much more advanced weapons than you. Is that intimidating?
Of course, I think that's more propaganda because, of course, we know that they have bigger army, but we are well prepared because we are preparing for this war for 8 years.
So what is going to happen next for these men? This is nothing. This is another turn in the screw of a conflict that has been going on for the past 8 years and that for the rest of us just seems new. Guys?
All right. Matt Bodner in Moscow, Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you both.
The Senate will soon hear the nomination of President Biden's Supreme Court pick, and Senate Republicans are divided over how they'll handle it. In an Oval Office meeting on Tuesday, President Biden sat down with leaders from both parties, saying he wants input from both parties before making a selection. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from her post. Ali, how are Senate Republicans approaching this process at this point, and how much weight do they really have on the president's ultimate nominee?
Yeah, well, Aaron, you're right that Republicans are split on this issue. There are a majority of them who are not even on the table for the White House and Democrats here in Congress to consider whether or not they'll cross party lines and vote to confirm this eventual nominee. That being said, there are a handful of them, and we have talked about who those people might be. Senators Collins, Grahams, maybe Murkowski. Just when you look at the way that they voted both in the past on past presidential nominees in the last year, but then also the ways that they've been willing to cross party lines and even buck their own party during the Trump administration, the last times that these Supreme Court nominees have come up. All of that is important to consider as the White House starts going through the list, seeing who they're eventually going to nominate here. We know that Biden, of course, yesterday called Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to get his take on this. We also know from my conversations with Senator Dick Durbin, the leader of the Judiciary Committee, who's going to be shepherding this process here on the Hill, that he has said that he's willing to make the eventual nominee extensively available to several of these Republicans. He said to us the other day that he has a longer list than we might imagine of Republicans who he thinks may, and he underscored may, come along with Democrats on this.
You know, I want to ask you about the other big issue in Washington right now, and that is Ukraine and what's going to be happening there. While the White House has threatened sanctions against Russia, is there any indication at this point that Democrats and Republicans are on the same page here over how to handle this crisis?
Yeah, there's shades of gray here, though, Aaron. And Senator Chris Murphy, who's on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, alludes to this. Take a listen to how he put it.
On the Foreign Relations Committee, the difference is pretty minor. I think there's broad agreement between Republicans and Democrats on increasing the amount of security aid we give to Ukraine, both to their army and to prepare them for a potential insurgency. Hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be able to have something that will bring Republicans and Democrats together and show that there's no daylight in the United States Senate when it comes to sending a clear message to Russia that there are going to be huge consequences if they march into Ukraine any further.
So you hear Murphy there saying by the end of the week they hope to have something. Republicans and Democrats have been huddled on this. There is very little daylight, but among those points of contention right now is what to sanction, specifically at odds here over the Nord Stream 2 energy pipeline, but also when to sanction. Some Democrats hoping that these sanctions can hang back only if Russia ends up invading. Republicans, though, arguing, and some Democrats as well, that those sanctions should come even before any kind of potential invasion.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you.
An update on breaking news we first brought you last hour. Jeff Zucker has just resigned as president of CNN. He is stepping down after it was revealed he had a romantic relationship with a senior executive. This revelation all happened while the network was investigating former host Chris Cuomo. Zucker has been a power player in the media industry for decades and held leadership positions as well here at NBC. NBC News reporter Doha Madani joins us now. Doha, it's great to see you this afternoon. What more do we know about this resignation and really the relationship that prompted it?
You know, Morgan, we still don't know much. Brian Stelter, CNN's own chief media correspondent, published Zucker's email in which he said that he did not disclose a personal relationship to his executive, which has been reported to be Allison Gollust. And that's why he was resigning. It's really unclear as to why he was questioned about this involving Cuomo's investigation, which was a former anchor who was fired in December. But we're still wondering what's going on, to be completely honest.
And speaking of that, I mean, not looking at sort of the details of this, but the impact of this, Doha, for people, you know, this is a big deal for people who are within this industry. But for viewers who are just tuning in, you know, Zucker has been one of the most powerful television executives, leaders for years now. What kind of an impact does a shakeup like this create?
We are hearing that CNN employees are incredibly shocked over this. Zucker has been credited for helming CNN's growth over the last almost decade. And he was reported to have been possibly stepping aside soon. So hopefully there is a succession plan in place. But this is pretty startling.
All right, NBC's Doha Madani for us there. Doha, thank you.
A cyber attack on a staffing company and workers are paying the price.
Coming up, why some people say they're really not getting their entire paychecks. Don't go anywhere.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
On On the money this hour, it's another day of big wins on Wall Street. Solid earnings from Google's parent company are boosting those gains. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, just break down Alphabet's earnings report for us. And really, how is this pushing into positive territory in terms of the market?
It's the best performing stock, Morgan, to your point, in both the large cap S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 index. So the parent company of course, internet search and advertising giant Google, right, reported quarterly financial results that came in better than what analysts were forecasting. But what's getting a lot more attention right now is the announcement that Google/Alphabet will split its stock 20-for-1. So this is a move that will not change the overall value or market capitalization of the company, but will make more shares available at a less expensive price for Main Street investors to buy into. So the move, again, increases the number of shares, but reduces the price per share. And this is the big one. It could possibly, hypothetically, pave the way for Alphabet at some point to join the iconic Dow Jones Industrial Average, maybe in the future. So you've got a lot more of that going on with Alphabet. That's the reason why the story is so big for Wall Street.
You know, finally, John, before I let you go, there's also some major news out of the metaverse. Coachella is selling lifetime passes to its festival as non-fungible tokens, NFTs. What do we know about this? I mean, what does that mean?
So first of all, selling, yes, but it's more of an auction, so we have no idea how much it's going to go for. A lot of folks at Coachella likely think that the digital universe is the next big frontier for art and music. Coachella wants to be a part of that evolution. So you mentioned the lifetime pass. There's only 10 of those being auctioned off. Who knows what they end up going for? But there are other digital art pieces that range from $60 to $180 a piece. And by the way, Morgan, a portion of the proceeds go to the content creators for actually making the stuff, right? But also a host of charities as well. And these NFTs go on sale/auction on Friday, February 4th. But it could be pretty cool if you won one of those bids for the 10. There's only 10 of those lifetime passes being up for sale.
Sign me up, folks. Dominic Chu, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Ransomware attacks cost American businesses roughly $20 billion last year. We've gotten used to hearing stories about major corporations being hacked, but more than half of all ransomware victims are small businesses and individuals. In December, a ransomware attack on the payroll company of Coca-Cola's largest distributor left many workers without a paycheck during the holidays. Since then, things have gotten much better. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier has been following this story for us. He joins us now. So, Kevin, walk us through what happened in December 1st. Who was impacted and how are they faring now?
So ransomware hackers hit Kronos, which it provides services, payroll, staffing services for so much of the American workforce, EMS workers, teachers, Whole Foods, Staples, et cetera. A lot of these companies figured out ways to directly pay their employees based on like an average of the past, what the previous paychecks had been. What I found in this story is Coca-Cola's biggest distributor still has been underpaying employees. We're talking hundreds of employees across 3 states. And, this ransomware attack leads to this trickle-down effect where a lot of people are still not getting paid.
So, Kevin, we touched on this a little bit, but talk to us about how susceptible small businesses are to these kinds of attacks and the toll that it can take on some of them. How can they better be prepared for this, too?
I think a lot of people think of it as just hitting like large corporations, which absolutely does happen as well. But really, the ongoing ransomware epidemic is, at its heart, organized cybercrime continuously shaking down absolutely anyone they can. And that does include, smaller businesses. We see school districts all the time. Unfortunately, there's not really a magic bullet. Every organization should take basic cybersecurity practices to make themselves less likely of a victim. And the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency does have a webpage, stopransomware.gov, that has some tips.
All right, Kevin Collier for us today. Kevin, thank you.
The pandemic has impacted our country's economy in many ways, but one of the most significant is on our nation's debt. For the first time, the U.S. national debt has exceeded $30 trillion. That's as if every American owed more than $90,000. So what does that all mean? CNBC senior congressional correspondent Elan Moy joins us now to really help us put this into context. Elan, thanks for being with us. And first off, just the big question is, how did the national debt get this high, this fast?
Well, Morgan, you mentioned it. The short answer is the pandemic. Congress has already spent roughly $5 trillion to combat COVID-19. The first $3 trillion of that was bipartisan. The second $2 trillion Democrats did on their own just about a year ago. But that's really just the tip of the iceberg. And the reality is that lawmakers from both sides of the aisle for decades have pushed policies that have just driven the debt up higher and higher. So ultimately, the long answer to your question is that this is really about an aging population, rising health care costs, too much spending by Washington, and not enough tax revenue to support it.
But given everything you just said, I mean, what's the long-term impact of having our national debt even be this high? I mean, how does that affect everyday Americans?
Well, a lot of politicians will say that this means that our kids and our grandkids and probably even our great-great-great-grandkids will have to pay off this debt for generations to come. And the cost of borrowing is about to go up because the Federal Reserve is preparing to raise interest rates. So just like families across America are seeing the cost of a mortgage go up, the U.S. Treasury is expecting to see its borrowing costs rise as the Federal Reserve raises rates. Now, there is a big debate in economics over whether any of this even matters, because as long as U.S. Treasuries are the safest asset in the world, investors will continue to buy it, and that keeps interest rates relatively low. But this is the first time in roughly 2 decades that the Federal Reserve has raised rates in a sustained way, or is preparing to raise rates in a sustained way. So, guys, this means that all of these theories and the ripple effects are about to get a real-time test over the next few years.
All right. CNBC's Elon Roy, thank you so much for being with us. The White House is fighting for families separated at the U.S.-Mexico border to get permanent legal status.
And still ahead, where those reunification efforts stand at this hour. Much more to come. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here. Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Breaking news right now, the trial of 3 former police officers who were on the scene at George Floyd's death in Minneapolis has been postponed. We've learned that one of the defendants in the case has tested positive for COVID-19. Thomas Lane, Tu Tao, and J. Alexander Kung are charged with violating Floyd's civil rights by not stepping in to help him while fellow officer Derek Chauvin knelt on his neck. Investigators say the scene of the fire at the North Carolina fertilizer plant remains unsafe. Firefighters say they have not been able to get closer to those flames at the Winston-Salem plant because there is still a risk of an explosion. The fire broke out on Monday. The smoke could be seen for miles away, and 6,500 people who live within a mile radius of that plant were evacuated. Those evacuations are still in effect. And if you get your weather from four-legged critters, well, it's official. We're in for another 6 weeks of winter. Oh, no. Puxawani Phil did indeed see his shadow this morning, predicting more chilly days to come. Crowds gathered at Gobbler's Knob as Phil emerged from his tree stump. This year marks the 136th annual Groundhog Day gathering there in Pennsylvania.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns made the point earlier that his rate of correct forecast is like 37%.
But what about Phil's?
Phil's.
I was going to say Bill's. I said, Bill, watch out. Aaron's coming for you.
See, even on his worst day, Bill still gets 50%, but Phil only gets...
Poor Phil.
Yeah.
All right.
So you choose who you want to trust, right?
I trust Bill.
Me too. Well, all across America right now, Omicron cases are trending in the right direction. The wave of infections finally appears to be receding in many parts of the country. However, deaths from the virus, well, those are still rising. The COVID death toll remains at about 2,500 people per day. Despite that, pandemic fatigue has very much set in for a lot of Americans. A new poll shows more than half of teachers are now looking to quit their jobs because of COVID and burnout. That number is up from 37% back in August. We're covering all angles of what comes next in this pandemic. First, we want to bring in NBC News investigative reporter Laura Strickler. She is covering the latest on a COVID testing company accused of providing false negative results to people. So, Laura, Washington State, I know, is now cracking down on this particular company. What is the Attorney General there alleging?
So the AG, Bob Ferguson, is saying that the company lacked licenses. He's saying they weren't doing the tests properly. But most dramatically, he's also saying they were storing test samples in garbage bags that were lying all over the offices instead of being refrigerated. He's also saying that they were charging the federal government for the cost of these tests, even if the customers had insurance. And this is key because he's saying here that taxpayers were paying for all of these tests that had questionable results.
And Laura, are there other states that are looking into this company too?
Yes. So there are civil lawsuits from Washington and Minnesota, and Illinois and Colorado are also investigating. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services inspected the company in late November, and their inspectors opened up a box of test samples that had come into the company, and they found 51 test tubes, and none of them were labeled. So that means there was no way for the lab to know whose sample was whose. And as we reported, the FBI has now searched the company's headquarters on January 22nd.
So at this point, Laura, what have we heard from the company, from Center for COVID Control?
So we've reached out to the company about this latest lawsuit from the Washington State AG. We didn't hear back, but their website has a statement that says that all of their locations are closed until further notice.
All right, NBC's Laura Strickler with us today. Laura, thank you.
Let's go deeper now on that poll about teachers looking to quit their jobs because of COVID burnout. It's coming at a crucial time for students, many of whom are just starting to return to the classroom after months of remote learning. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman has been following the story for us. Adam, walk us through the survey. I mean, what else did teachers really say here?
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this was a pretty eye-popping survey. We saw that 55% of educators across the country said they were now planning on leaving the profession earlier than they had intended. That's a massive uptick from the 37% who had said that in August. So just halfway through this school year, the number has just skyrocketed. What we're hearing from teachers, both anecdotally and through this kind of polling data, is that almost 3/4 of them had said they've had to take on other teachers who have since left their jobs or their responsibilities, kind of adding additional students, additional classes, additional coaching. And there's just been a lot of anger, frustration, and unhappiness and fear regarding the inconsistency of COVID measures at public schools across the country. A lot of teachers pointed specifically to there not being proper ventilation or insufficient new ventilation measures, no HVAC, et cetera. And I think the general inconsistency of going in person and then going to remote, back and forth, it's as stressful for teachers as it is for families. And those are many of the reasons we're seeing this kind of uptick in educators wanting to leave the field.
Well, speaking of that uptick, I mean, what are the implications of this poll for those districts that are already struggling to keep teachers in the classrooms? And what are teachers saying about the specific things that they need in terms of help right now?
So this is an area I've looked at dating back to even before the pandemic. The teacher shortage in this country has just been an enormous problem in the just broader field of education and education public policy. According to government data analyzed by the National Education Association, the big union that put out this poll, there were, as of this current week, 567,000 fewer teachers now than there were before the pandemic. That's just a massive uptick in teachers leaving the field, and they're just not finding new teachers. So this kind of shortage that existed before this pandemic crisis, it's getting worse. It's getting a lot worse. And what are teachers saying? You know, this poll address that, but we also hear from teachers directly on this issue. More than 90% of respondents to this NEA poll said the best way for them to see improvement in their careers and to stick around would be better pay. More than 90% said that a better, another way to improve things would be to hire more teachers. So, current teachers aren't doing 1, 2, 3 times the work. And then a really interesting thing we've heard both anecdotally and in this poll is a majority of teachers say what they'd like to see is help with serving the mental health needs of their students, adding more staff that can address that problem specifically. We've seen a real explosion in mental health problems among children over this pandemic, and a lot of that falls on our nation's public school teachers and educators who just in current times don't have the time or frankly the training to handle these kinds of challenges appropriately. So that's what they're asking for, and we're seeing some action on the state level to address those concerns.
All right, NBC's Adam Edelman for us there. Adam, thank you.
2 key Senate committees have just received a classified joint briefing on the Biden administration's Afghanistan policy. Now, this comes as the federal government sends hundreds of millions of dollars in aid to the Taliban-controlled country. Afghans there are suffering from widespread poverty and hunger. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, I know this briefing was classified, but what have you been able to learn? Any insight from senators or anyone about what they may have heard in general?
So we haven't heard much specifics about what it is that they were able to learn, but we do know sort of the overall tenor and many of the questions that they were asking in this briefing. And one of the big things was about how the evacuation, the planning that went into the evacuation, whether there was enough, whether the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, and the White House could have done more in the lead up to the evacuation of more than 100,000 Afghan and American citizens, and where they fell short. So there has been a lot of reporting in the past couple months, even when the evacuation began in August up until now, up into an excellent report in the Atlantic just this week by George Packer that sort of unpacked many of the details of what was going on during the massively chaotic withdrawal period at the airport in Kabul, including some very, harrowing stories what the members of the U.S. military and members of the U.S. Foreign Service had to go through on the ground there, making decisions literally in real time about whether to save Afghans' lives and bring them onto the airport and put them onto planes. Those are the kinds of things that the senators wanted to hear about, according to the officials who we spoke with. They wanted to know what could have been done in advance, whether the State Department, whether the Pentagon, whether the Biden administration should have done more planning in advance so that the situation wouldn't have been so chaotic there on the ground.
Courtney, I also want to ask you about this report from Axios. It talks about leaked notes from a White House Situation Room meeting. And we should say that NBC News has not obtained these documents independently, although the Pentagon did acknowledge this leak today. What significance is there to these notes, or what might there be in terms of significance?
Yeah, that's right. Press Secretary John Kirby, he was asked about this report several times. And while he didn't confirm that the information of these notes were accurate, he did sort of talk about some of the ideas that were reported by Axios. And the one that really stuck out to me was the idea that as late as August 14th, these notes from this NSA meeting indicated that they did not know where they were going to send people who they evacuated out of Afghanistan. That's very significant because at that point, the U.S. military had already started moving U.S. troops forward into the region and into Afghanistan for a non-combatant evacuation to help get people out of that country. So the fact that the National Security Council, the NSC, 2 days later, still didn't know where they were going to send people, that is just indicative of the overall, again, the chaos of the situation and how the Biden administration really was caught flat-footed by this fast-advancing Taliban into Kabul, by the fact that the capital fell so quickly, and the fact that they really didn't have a non-combatant evacuation plan in place when they had to pull the, actually go forward with one.
All right, Courtney Kuby for us at the Pentagon today. Courtney, thanks.
Today is the one-year anniversary of the creation of the Biden administration's task force to reunite families separated at the border. The federal government is now supporting new legal status for these immigrants as they search for family members from whom they are still separated. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joins us right now. Jacob, I know that you spoke exclusively with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about this. What did he tell you?
I did, Morgan, and good to see you guys. Look, there are big open questions. There are many, many families who have been reunited by this task force 1 year in, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the open questions that remain perhaps are the most important. What happens once the reunifications actually take place? Will they be able to stay here in the United States permanently? It's something a lot of the families wanted to know the answer to. It's something I asked Secretary Mayorkas. Here's what he told me. So you've said you want these families to be able to stay here permanently. What's the holdup? Is the White House supportive of this as well?
The White House is 100% supportive of it, as am I, and we continue to advocate vigorously for it. That requires legislation. We are advocating to Congress that they provide these individuals with legal status. That requires a statutory change.
So that's news right there, Morgan. The White House is 100% supportive of letting those families stay here permanently. Jen Psaki confirmed that to our colleague Kristen Welker in the briefing room yesterday. What still remains unanswered, however, is whether anybody from the Trump administration will be held accountable for the policy. The president himself called it criminal, but the Secretary of Homeland Security said to me, ultimately, that's an issue for the Department of Justice.
You know, Jacob, this administration has said that they will actively try to reunify families in the past. Where does that effort stand right now?
Yeah, exactly. Great question. I mentioned earlier that there have been a large number of families reunited. Around 130 have been reunited over the course of the past year. Around 400 or so more are still in progress. But a number that is one that we don't have a clear answer to, at least we hadn't had one, is how many families remain separated. That's something I asked the head of the task force, the executive director, Michelle Branet. Here's what she said about that.
So that number is difficult to pinpoint, as you note, because the records that we had when we came in were so lacking in accuracy and in completeness, right? So that is a continuing process as we move forward. We started with thinking that there were potentially over 2,000. We reduced that to about 1,700, and now we know that there are even more families that have been reunified, some on their own and some that we have managed to reunify. So that number is going down on a daily basis.
What do you think it is today?
We currently have identified about approximately 1,200 families for whom we don't have confirmed reunifications.
There you go. So around 1,200 families for whom they don't have confirmed reunifications. In other words, there could be as many as 1,200 families who to this day remain separated by a policy called torture by the Physicians for Human Rights and government-sanctioned child abuse by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Morgan.
Jacob Soboroff, excellent reporting. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Thanks so much.
And another journalist has been killed in Mexico.
Up next, how other journalists there are coping under the threat of violence.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
A landslide ravages Ecuador and tourism rebounds in Spain. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Ecuador, where a landslide has devastated the capital of Quito. The mayor says at least 24 people have died and 12 are missing. Torrential rain on Monday night forced water and mud to flow down streets, injuring at least 48 people.
We found a lot of debris. Homes practically destroyed, vehicles in rubble.
Tonga, where the nation of islands has gone into lockdown due to COVID. 2 port workers were infected while helping distribute aid as that country still reels from last month's volcanic eruption and tsunami. Ships from China, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan delivered supplies, also delivering COVID to the isolated country, which had previously been virus-free. And Spain, where the government says foreign tourism boomed 64% in 2021. More than 31 million tourists visited Spain last year, a huge rebound from 2020, but far fewer than the 83.5 million who visited in 2019. And that's the world now.
Yet another journalist has been killed in Mexico. His death is one of 4 to happen there just in January alone. NBC's News Now correspondent Zincle Asemua has that story for us.
Mexicans mourn the death of journalist Roberto Toledo.
It only remains for me to say to the family of our colleague, we are not going to leave things like this. We are going to take them to their ultimate consequences.
His editor at the local news outlet, Monitor Michoacan, overcome with grief as he announced the death of the 55-year-old shot and killed on Monday in Michoacan. At the crime scene, a truck riddled with bullets. The Michoacan Attorney General says Toledo had 8 gunshot wounds and died at the hospital from his injuries.
We do not bring weapons. Our only defense is a pen, a pencil, a notebook.
This is the 4th death of a journalist in Mexico just over a month into 2022. The shooting has left journalists in the region, including Ivan Villanueva, on edge.
What dangers do journalists in Mexico and specifically in your region of Michoacan uniquely face?
We know that it is one of the most dangerous countries to practice journalism, and even more so in states where organized crime has been fighting. It's in practice, going out and hoping everything goes well, that the coverage goes well, and that we make it back.
The Committee to Protect Journalists declared Mexico the deadliest country for journalists outside of war zones, with at least 145 journalists killed between 2000 and 2021. Just last week, Lourdes Maldonado was shot in Tijuana, loved ones surrounding her casket just 3 years after she stood and expressed concern about her own safety to President López Obrador at a press conference.
Porque hasta temo por mi vida.
Her death triggering the latest wave of protests over safety of the press.
Those behind the deaths of journalists are rarely held accountable by the law.
In the case of Roberto Toledo, the motive is still under investigation. His editor alleges it was related to his reporting. A Mexican government spokesperson tweeted on Monday, "We will not allow impunity. We defend freedom of expression and the right for information." But then in a later tweet suggested Toledo wasn't a journalist at all. All this while Toledo was enrolled in the federal journalist protection mechanism.
Given the dangers that you're describing, why do you choose to do this work?
It is something that I have also asked myself every day, but I think the answer is that if we give in to this violence, they'll achieve their goal, which is to silence us.
And still ahead, it could be the next giant leap for mankind.
That's right. Just after the break, meet the historic team behind NASA's push to get people back on the moon.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NASA wants Americans back on the moon, and it's building a pretty powerful new rocket to get them there.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson gives us an exclusive look at a new program and the women leading NASA's next moon to the mission to the moon.
As the United States returns to the moon, these are the women with the right stuff, leading the Artemis program, aiming to make new history in the final frontier.
When we go back to the moon with the first woman, the first person of color, those iconic boot prints mean that space and exploration are for everyone.
On the ground, NASA's already changed. No longer the province of white men with crew cuts, white shirts, black ties, and cigarettes.
What I can tell you is different now is there are strong, smart women in every corner of what we do at NASA.
Sharon Cobb leads the team that designed and built the Space Launch System, NASA's most powerful yet. Laura Palaia helped build the Orion capsule on top. Astronaut Stephanie Wilson could fly on one of the missions. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson will give the call to go for launch.
I would like to think that in being the first female launch director for NASA, the first woman in that role, that sends a message to young women that says not only is there a place in this firing room for you, there's a place in the front of the room for you leading this team.
It's inspiring for me to see that, to know that there is no ceiling for us, that we can go wherever we put our minds to.
Today, 30% of NASA's senior executives are women, and on the return to the moon, 35% are, changing the face of the agency while upholding its standards.
Commitment, dedication, inspiration, motivation, and being steadfast and unmovable. All of that has remained the same.
Why go back to the moon 50 years after the last man walked on the moon?
There is so much that we did not have an opportunity to learn the last time we were on the moon. We can also learn how to live and work on another surface outside of the Earth, and eventually be able to move on. The next great step will be putting humans on Mars.
The four of you want to live on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. It is a wonderful test bed, and as Sharon is saying, it really is a precursor for our Mars and deep space exploration.
Just one of many ways Artemis and its Orion capsule are different from the Apollo mission.
In Apollo, it could carry 3 crew astronauts. For Orion, it could carry 4. The capability of Apollo was something that now on your cell phone, it's very similar.
What hasn't changed is the crawler. This 6.6 million pound beast that delivered the Apollo rockets will move the Space Launch System to the launch pad. But now Brianne Roloff is behind the wheel.
What do you drive when you're not driving the crawler?
I drive a sedan.
Is it a stick shift?
I don't know how to drive a stick shift, no.
But you can drive a 6 million pound vehicle.
Yeah, why not?
Artemis's first flight will have no astronauts and just orbit the moon, hopefully landing Americans back on the moon on the 3rd or 4th trip.
I remember watching with my classmates in like 1st, 2nd grade, and I think that doesn't change.
They used to roll the TV.
The TV in, the black and white TV yes, on the card.
Right, and we'd all stop. And we knew it was something huge because we just didn't have TVs in our classroom.
And we were so proud.
A world transfixed by Neil Armstrong's moment and the words he spoke.
He said, that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. What will it be when a woman takes that step?
It'll be the next giant leap for humankind.
I felt the kind of the chill bumps on my arm at thinking of what will the first woman, the first person of color, when they step foot on the moon, what will they say?
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that. The price tag of the Artemis program is somewhere around $93 billion. Each of the first 4 flights, about $4 billion.
And it is behind schedule. The first flight now looking at the end of March or even early April, and landing on the moon perhaps 3 years away. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. It is our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. 1-2 punch. 100 million people in the path of yet another monster storm with heavy snow, pounding sleet, and flash flooding.
Shot of hope. Pfizer one step closer to rolling out its COVID vaccine to kids under 5. What parents need to know with new cases declining nationwide.
Suspended. Daytime talk show host Whoopi Goldberg benched after controversial comments she made about the Holocaust. What her co-hosts are saying about that decision.
And commanding the field, the Washington football team has a new identity, the meaning behind its new name, and what fans are saying about it. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with breaking news. A monster storm in the making, threatening states all the way from Colorado up to New England. 100 million people are under winter weather alerts at this hour. Missouri and Oklahoma already declaring states of emergency.
Now, this storm is expected to bring rain, snow, ice, making for treacherous travel conditions. Some states already warning about power outages being imminent. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, timing this all out for us. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald. She is in, they tell me it's Chicago. It looks like you're somewhere up in the Arctic or something, Megan. It's pretty bad out there.
Yeah, it is pretty bad, Aaron. I can tell you the snow started falling late last night. It's not expected to taper off until late this afternoon. Some parts of Illinois expecting to get about 20 inches of snow. So what this means for some areas of the state is an inch an hour. And you can see here by these cars, you know, the snow is just piling up pretty quickly here. But we are talking about a massive storm, as you mentioned, from the border of Mexico all the way up to Vermont. States are saying that this is a very serious storm. People need to take carefully and very seriously because this is just the first of two that's expected to come in the coming days. Overnight, the first flakes starting to fly, the beginning of yet another winter wallop.
Here we go again, more snow.
More than 90 million Americans across 19 states are in the crosshairs of what could be the biggest storm of the season.
Travel would become dangerous, if not impossible.
Dangerous road conditions in Denver already causing accidents. In Illinois, the governor issuing a disaster declaration, warning some parts of the state could get up to 20 inches of snow. In Detroit, where up to 16 inches of snow could fall, schools are making plans to go virtual.
I don't like the snow, and I'm 60 years old. I ain't never seen 15 inches of snow in my life.
Detroit's mayor activating the city's snow emergency routes. Across the Midwest, residents are stocking up on essentials and preparing for the worst.
I purchased everything that I could.
In Texas, fears this could be a repeat of last year's deadly freeze that led to a massive power grid failure and hundreds of deaths. This storm is expected to last several days, with temperatures plummeting in many parts of the country. Hundreds of flights have already been canceled, and officials are urging drivers to stay off the roads and stay home.
This could be the most significant winter weather event we're going to see this season.
Now, the governor here in Illinois has activated the National Guard, so we're talking about more than 100 members that are at the ready to respond to any emergencies. Again, states across the country are urging people to stay inside, stay off the roadways, because we know it's not just roadway travel. When you talk about air travel, right now we're looking at 2,000 flights that have been delayed, another 2,500 that have been canceled. Of course, that number is expected to go up as this storm continues to grip much of the country. Guys, back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald for us in Chicago today. Megan, stay safe.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, just break down the timing of all of this for us. When and what should we expect?
Yeah, because this storm's going to be on the move, and then there's actually a 1-2 punch kind of behind this. So Chicago has another round of snow coming. By the way, where she was standing there, Midway Airport has reported 8 inches of snow in Chicago. So a pretty decent snowstorm, even by Chicago standards. So here's the big map to show you the totals. We just added another million in the last 10 minutes. Now we're up to 101 million people impacted by this storm. Pretty incredible, traveling 2,000 miles from New Mexico all the way to northern Maine. And yeah, when you see Austin and San Angelo and Dallas in a winter storm warning, that's not usually a good sign because they don't deal with the winter weather as well as our friends up in the north. So the radar, the blue shows you the snow. We've had icy conditions overnight, St. Louis and then south of St. Louis, southern Missouri. That's the worst of the ice right now. Just plain old rain so far, Indianapolis and Cincinnati, but that'll change later on tonight. So here's the timing on all of this mess. So this is what we were looking at this morning. Then as we go throughout this afternoon into this evening, the cold air begins to move into into Texas. So rain will be changing over to freezing rain and in some cases snow. Notice Oklahoma City, you'll watch your snow resuming. Wichita, Kansas, already 6 inches of snow on the ground. You'll just get a little bit more tonight. And then tomorrow's just a real mess. You go from Texas all the way north into the areas of the Northeast with that winter weather, rain out there ahead of it, and then a freezing rain swath from Dallas to Little Rock. Watch out, Nashville, lots of areas of Kentucky, and then finally Friday into the Northeast. We don't get rid of the storm until Friday evening. So let's talk just snow and sleet totals. Some of this has already fallen and it's already done, but when the storm is finished in your area, these will be your totals. Denver 4 to 7, Oklahoma City 2 to 4 inches of snow. Notice that we don't expect a lot of snow in Dallas. We mostly expect some freezing rain with a coating of snow over it. Chicago, we already have 8. You could end up with 12 by the time we're done. Somewhere in central Illinois or northern Indiana will have the highest totals. Notice Champaign, there possibility of 14 inches. Detroit, you're going to be digging out come tomorrow morning. In the Northeast, this is not a snowstorm for the areas that got hit by the blizzard. Boston, Hartford, New York, no problems at all with this storm. But northern New England and areas like Syracuse, Buffalo, and Cleveland will get the heavy snow this time. Next hour, we'll talk more about the ice threat. And I think that's going to be the legacy of this storm, is how bad the ice is and how long the power outages will last.
We will wait and see. Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you.
A major step forward in the race to vaccinate against COVID-19. Pfizer now seeking emergency approval of its COVID vaccine for kids under 5. This comes as new trends show reasons for optimism and concern. In just the last 2 weeks, 30 states and Washington, D.C. have seen a drop in cases. COVID-related deaths, however, are on the rise. The U.S. inching closer to 900,000 deaths since the pandemic started. Meanwhile, another congressman has tested positive for COVID-19. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer says he has mild symptoms and will continue working remotely. We will talk with Dr. Kavita Patel in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Tom Costello and that news from Pfizer about vaccinating kids under 5.
Yeah, good day. There were 3.5 million confirmed pediatric cases last month alone. 2 weeks ago, 100,000 younger children were hospitalized with COVID. A quarter of all parents say their kids had to quarantine in January due to COVID exposure. So the FDA is feeling a real sense of urgency here. But with vaccination rates low among kids who are vaccine eligible, many parents are torn over whether to heed doctors' advice and vaccinate their youngest kids. Millions of children under the age of 5 are one step closer to becoming eligible for the COVID vaccine. An FDA advisory panel says it will meet February 15th to consider Pfizer's request for emergency use of its 2-dose vaccine for kids ages 6 months through 4 years old. The prospect the shots could soon be within arm's reach for small children, bringing hope and relief to many families.
As a parent, I need to do everything possible to protect them from possible bad outcomes.
The Prince Miller family has 2 kids under the age of 5, and Mom says, assuming the data shows the shots are safe and effective, her kids will get vaccinated immediately.
It's one of the only things that we can do to protect our children who are old enough to mask effectively, who really can't surround themselves with vaccinated people.
But a new study finds many parents remain cautious about the COVID vaccine. Just 31% say they'd vaccinate kids under 5 right away. 29% will wait and see, while 26% say they will definitely not vaccinate their youngest kids. One potential concern, in a clinical trial, 2 doses failed to produce a strong immune response among kids ages 2 to 4. Instead, only kids between 6 months and 2 years had a response comparable to that of older kids and younger adults. As Pfizer requests authorization for 2 doses to build immunity among young children, it's continuing research on whether 3 doses would provide even more protection. Dr. Paul Offit is on the FDA's outside vaccine committee that evaluates safety.
We want to make sure the vaccine works and that it's safe before we would ever recommend it for America's children.
Hoping to boost vaccination rates among kids, the American Academy of Pediatrics is urging parents to talk to their doctors if they have any concerns.
The COVID vaccine, if anything, is under more scrutiny than ever before, and we just haven't seen major concerns with the safety of these vaccines.
Pfizer's CEO says ultimately researchers believe 3 doses of the vaccine will be the standard for the country's smallest children. But if 2 shots are authorized soon, the hope is that parents may get a head start to begin building immunity among children until that 3rd dose ups the protection even more. Again, decision could come by March 1st. Back to you.
I'd like to go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, let's talk about that survey that Tom just mentioned. 29% of parents of kids under 5 say they'll wait and see about getting them vaccinated, and yet 26% say they flat out will not. So why do you think we're seeing such degrees of skepticism? And really, what's your advice to your patients who come in with kids?
Yeah, Morgan, we're seeing this all the time. By the way, many of those parents that want to wait or even say they don't want the vaccine are taking the vaccine themselves. So these are not necessarily kind of one attitude against vaccines all through the family. I think the majority of people coming forward are saying, number one, it just feels too new and it hasn't been around long enough in young kids. And then the real overwhelming concern, I think, for every parent, including myself, is, listen, this is something that we're giving a child. And what if we find out about side effects later? Here's the good news. The majority of any adverse effects or anything bad that happens with any vaccine, including the COVID vaccine, happens in the first few weeks. And we've already had literally millions of children that have received this vaccine. And if you add that to the billions of people around the world that have received COVID shots, it gives us a lot more information than we've ever had before.
And doctor, Pfizer's vaccine for kids under 5 is a 2-dose regimen, but data actually shows that a 3rd will likely be needed. So if that is the case, why the push for this approval right now?
Yeah, you know what? It's a question we've all been asking, and I think you heard Tom mention it. We've had record numbers of hospitalizations, especially in the under 5 age range. And I think also just a little context, the 6-month to 2-year data for that same Pfizer 2-shot regimen was sufficient. So the thinking is, why hold this back when we've got data that supports 6 months to 2 years and safety data that supports it for all ages? And I think that's a question that parents might ask, and those are exactly the answers that we should hear more about. And here, Morgan, we need to see the data. So far, it's been press releases and tweets, so we need to see the full package soon.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
We are following some breaking news now in the escalating crisis between Russia and Ukraine. President Biden has approved plans to move additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. Now, this comes as Vladimir Putin is accusing the U.S. of trying to draw his country into war with Ukraine. The Russian president says the U.S. and its allies have ignored Russia's key demands. Putin, however, has signaled an openness to more diplomatic talks. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Ukraine. Richard, tell us more about the president's move here, the move from President Biden.
So we've been seeing NATO countries shifting their forces east and reinforcing the Eastern Front. And that is what the United States is now doing. And this is only going to add fuel to the fire that Vladimir Putin has been stoking. This is exactly his argument, that it is the United States, it is NATO that are stoking the flames here, that are risking that are increasing the risk of war. What we just heard from the Pentagon a short while ago was that President Biden authorized the deployment of 3,000 additional U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. 2,000 of those will come from the United States and go to Germany and Poland, and another 1,000 already stationed in Europe will go to Romania. And it's about trying to contain a possible Russian invasion, that if Russia were to carry out a military attack against Ukraine, NATO wants to be prepared to make sure that that invasion would not leave this country's borders.
As Russia strengthens its military presence in Belarus, north of Ukraine, in striking distance of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke his silence. In a wide, socially distanced press statement with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Putin rejected the U.S. and NATO's written diplomatic proposals. Putin saying Russia's concerns were basically ignored. He laid out his demands, unchanged even after weeks of negotiations across Europe. No further NATO expansion, no offensive weapons by Russia's borders, and NATO returning to the 1997 status quo, he said. That would mean lopping off most of Eastern Europe and the Baltics from NATO. Putin is famously COVID cautious. The Hungarian prime minister said he'd never had a meeting so far apart. The Russian president never mentioned those 130,000 Russian troops, tanks, missile launchers, and even blood supplies positioned on Ukraine's borders. The buildup apparent in new satellite images. In Ukraine, even though the government is urging calm, some families are getting nervous. In Mariupol, near the Russian border, Olga and Daniel Repro live in a one-bedroom apartment. They're keeping the kids calm, acting as normal.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Wheels on the bus go round. Do I know this song? Everybody knows that song.
But they are ready to move at a moment's notice to stay with relatives in the countryside or in a bomb shelter.
So these are all the critical documents.
Yeah, passport, critical documents, documents for my boys.
This morning, Olga traveled across the city to sign up for Ukraine's civil defense, volunteering to help the war effort, should Putin decide to invade.
On Friday, President Putin is expected to travel to China to attend the opening ceremony of the Olympics and to meet with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And some analysts are wondering whether Vladimir Putin intends to inform, consult, or advise in some way the Chinese president before he takes any military action.
Richard Engel for us in Ukraine today. Richard, thanks.
On Capitol Hill, a key meeting today investigating the January 6th riot. The founder of the far-right group Oath Keepers is appearing before the House committee investigating that attack. Stuart Rhodes was arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Ali, what is the committee hoping that Rhodes will disclose or tell them?
Well, look, one of the heads of those far-right groups, the Oath Keepers here, is what they want to hear from Rhodes. We also know, though, that he's already being charged with seditious conspiracy. And so the extent of the information that the committee is likely to get is probably less because he's expected to plead the fifth to many of their questions. Now, that's his right not to self-incriminate. There is a process in the case of some of these other witnesses where the committee can give them use immunity. That's something that the DOJ would have a chance to look over, make sure that they wouldn't want to prosecute for any of these potential crimes. In this instance, though, because the committee is speaking to Rhodes after those DOJ charges have already been filed, it's not likely that they're going to be able to extend him any kind of use immunity, and so they're only likely to be able to get the basics from him as he appears virtually before the committee today.
Ali, I also want to talk about this very interesting interview on Newsmax last night where former President Donald Trump doubled down on his idea of pardoning those January 6th defendants if, in fact, he runs for re-election and wins. Let's give our viewers a peek into that interview.
Well, these people are being treated horribly. I would absolutely, because some of them are being treated very unfairly. Yeah, I would absolutely give them a pardon. And some of these people are not guilty. Many of these people are not guilty. What they've done to these, and in many cases, patriots, they're soldiers, they're policemen, what they've done to them compared to what they've done to the other side, you know, you have to have equal justice, and this isn't equal.
Ali, this interview is giving me stand by and both sides vibes that we've heard before. How are lawmakers on the Hill reacting to that, especially Republicans there?
Yeah, we have seen Trump do this on other occasions, the equivocating between both sides. Yes. And in this instance, he's speaking to something the January 6th committee is investigating in real time, looking at the ways that this riot became what it was on January 6th and whether or not the former president had any kind of role or knowledge, as well as his advisors in his most inner circle. So the more he speaks to this, the more he's also giving them information in real time. We also know that they are looking so specifically specifically at what he was doing in those critical days and hours. So you have to imagine that the January 6th committee members are looking at these comments quite closely as he continues to make them. In terms of the way this is shaking out among lawmakers, we have seen Democrats be quite explicit in their condemnation of this kind of talk from the former president. Republicans uncomfortable with the ideas that he's espousing here, not necessarily going out of their way to condemn them, but certainly we've heard from everyone, from Senator Mitch McConnell to Senator Lindsey Graham, people who have both been at odds with the former president as well as been in his corner, saying that they don't agree with the sentiment behind his words here. There is, of course, the reality, and we heard this from Rhodes's lawyer yesterday, too, on another network. The people who are currently being prosecuted for rioting, for coming into this building and destroying this Capitol building, they're listening very closely. A lot of their defense has been that they came here because the former president told them to, or because they were acting on his behalf. We heard Rhodes's lawyer yesterday echo that several of these defendants feel abandoned by Trump, and so hearing these words might be music to their ears in some ways, but at the same time, he made this point, and it's true. If the former president were to get back into office and to run again, that's all years in the future. A lot of these prosecutions will probably be wrapped up by then.
But I wonder if it's really years into the future, because we have midterms coming up in just 9 months. So it'll be really interesting to see how the shadow of former President Trump really impacts the way that these Republican candidates go on the road, especially in these competitive states, which I know, Allie, we will talk about much more, girl, because we got 9 months to go.
Oh, yes.
Allie Vitale for us there. Allie, as always, thank you.
Daytime talk show host Whoopi Goldberg has been benched after controversial comments she made about the Holocaust. ABC News suspended The View co-host for 2 weeks after she said on the show the Holocaust was, quote, not about race. Here's NBC's Chanel Jones.
More fallout for Whoopi Goldberg. ABC News suspending Goldberg from The View for 2 weeks after she made controversial comments about Jewish people and the Holocaust on Monday's episode.
The Holocaust isn't about race.
ABC releasing a statement acknowledging that Whoopi has apologized, but asking her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. Goldberg apologizing live on the program Tuesday.
Yesterday on our show, I misspoke. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected.
The segment also included an interview with Anti-Defamation League CEO Jonathan Greenblatt, who later commented on Goldberg's suspension.
We shouldn't cancel Whoopi because she made a mistake. I heard Whoopi say that she's committed to doing better. I accept that apology.
It comes following a swift backlash after Goldberg made the comments Monday during a debate over a Tennessee school district's recent decision to ban Mouse, a graphic novel on the horrors of the Holocaust.
It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
But it's about white supremacy.
But these are two white groups of people.
Goldberg later posting an apology on social media and speaking with Stephen Colbert.
When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism.
Before apologizing again on Tuesday. This morning, Goldberg's reflection and remorse, now facing the consequences for sharing her views.
We're following some breaking news now. Big development sending shockwaves throughout the world of cable news. Jeff Zucker has just resigned as president of CNN, effective immediately. Now, he made the announcement to staff in a memo a short time ago. Zucker admitted to failing to disclose a romantic relationship with another top executive at CNN. That relationship was exposed during an investigation into former host Chris Cuomo. Cuomo was fired over his involvement in handling the sexual harassment scandal of his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The story is still breaking right now. We are working to get more information, and we will bring it to you when we have it.
Meanwhile, a bombshell now rocking the world of the NFL.
Coming up, the lawsuit accusing the league and teams of racist hiring practices and discrimination.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet?
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh yeah, this is it, right?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The former head coach of the Miami Dolphins is facing off against his former team and the entire NFL in a blistering new federal lawsuit.
That's right. Brian Flores says the league has a painful history of racism, especially when it comes to hiring and retaining head black coaches. Flores claims that he interviewed for a job that he was never going to get, just to really check a box for the team's HR department. We have the story covered from every angle, so we're going to go in depth with legal analyst Danny Savalos in just a minute. But let's go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, look, there are some pretty major allegations against the league and a few of its teams there. What exactly are they saying, and how are the teams and the league as a whole now responding?
Yeah, absolutely, Morgan. This lawsuit compares the NFL to a plantation alleging racial discrimination against the league and multiple teams in numerous allegations. So let's start with the most recent incident that is alleged. Brian Flores says that when he was interviewing for the New York Giants head coaching job, it was already a foregone conclusion that someone else was going to get the job, and he was only interviewed to check a box to comply with NFL diversity rules. So we want to show you a text message exchange that Flores claims to have had with New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick. He claims that Belichick texted him 3 days before the interview, "I hear from Buffalo and NYG that you are their guy." Flores then responds, "Are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Daboll? Just making sure." Belichick then responds in part allegedly, "Sorry, I effed this up. I think they are naming Daboll." So Flores presented this as evidence as to what happened with the Giants before he interviewed with them, and then he still went through that process, and of course, he ultimately did not get that job. He also says his former team, the Miami Dolphins, fired him after the first back-to-back winning seasons for the team in over a decade. He says it's because he refused to purposely lose so that the team could improve its draft prospects. He says he also refused to comply with a team strategy that would have effectively, he says, been violating league rules, and he compared this to, quote, angry black man stigma, saying that if he was a white coach, this would not have been perceived this way. And he also says, similar to what happened with the Giants in 2019, he alleges that the Broncos showed up late for their interview with him, and appeared to have been drinking the night before. Again, apparently, he says, interviewing him just to check the diversity box. Here is part of what Flores had to say earlier today.
I just put my best foot forward. That's what I've always done. Anytime I've dealt with a situation where I was dealing with adversity or, look, I've been a long shot my entire life, so I figured I'd put my best foot forward and interview to the best of my ability. But there was also this sliver of hope that I had and I guess that's, maybe I'm naive to the fact that of what really goes on in the behind the scenes.
The NFL, the Giants, the Broncos, the Dolphins, all pushing back on these allegations. The Patriots say they do not expect Bill Belichick to speak out on this. Back to you.
All right, NBC's Jesse Kirsch for us there. Jesse, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. Danny, help us understand what's going on here. What will Flores' attorneys need to prove in order to get a win in this case?
This case is not just about Flores. It's a class action. So it's about Flores and all of those who are similarly situated. Does that mean other black or even minority coaches in any position in the NFL? It could. So the plaintiff here cannot just proceed by himself. He's got to get a court to certify this as a class action. So he has a few extra obstacles, but if certified, a class action is the jackhammer, the nuclear option for plaintiffs' attorneys, and it is a very effective way of getting broad discovery and huge verdict.
All right, Danny Savalos, NBC News legal analyst with us today. Danny, thank you. And a quick programming note for you. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson will speak with Brian Flores directly. You can catch that interview airing on Hallie Jackson Now at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. The FBI has opened a new investigation into Chinese spying.
That's right. Still ahead, the FBI director talks about the shocking number of plots to steal America's top tech secrets. Stay with us.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Making news right now, one student is dead and another is in critical condition after a shooting outside a school near Minneapolis on Tuesday. Two suspects are in custody right now. Both victims attended South Education Center in Richfield, Minnesota. Police say the two students were shot in front of the school. Officers were also able to recover a handgun at the scene. New Jersey police investigating a snowplow driver who appeared to intentionally spray two Orthodox Jewish men with snow and ice. The incident was captured on a vehicle dash cam. The plow's owner, Waste Management, says the video was posted by an off-duty employee who is no longer with the company. The two men have pressed charges. Prosecutors are considering whether to charge this as a hate crime. And New York police are searching for the person who set a suitcase on fire before rolling it into a subway car. There were people on board that train when this happened Monday afternoon. This is the second subway fire on the same line in 2 days. The NYPD's arson squad is looking into both incidents.
The Olympics are about to get underway in Beijing, and that's putting a sharp focus on China and just how it operates. FBI Director Christopher Wray sat down exclusively with NBC News to really talk about the scope of China's spying on American soil. It's become so widespread that Wray says his agents open an average of 2 investigations per day. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now live from D.C. Pete, what more do we know about these plots?
Well, FBI Director Wray has long sounded the alarm about Chinese espionage, but he says it's getting worse, that it's become more intense, and he is now the most outspoken critic of China in the entire federal government.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating, opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. We probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Wray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Now, Pete, some fear that China will spy on athletes and those officials who do attend the Winter Olympics in Beijing. How founded are those concerns based on your reporting?
Well, it's certainly what the FBI says and other law enforcement organizations have said is a very real threat. As a matter of fact, the FBI is advising Olympic athletes and other Americans going to for the games not to take their own cell phones, that they should take burner phones, those that they can dispose of later. The Chinese have an app that they're urging everybody attending the Olympics to download that'll have schedules on it, but the theory is, and this has been verified by some internet researchers, that it's just loaded with ways to drain out the data on your phone. So it's a very real concern.
Wow. All right. NBC's Pete Williams for us there. Pete, as always, thank you.
New York City is trying to get a handle on a growing crisis of crime. America's largest city now dealing with a 38% increase in crime compared to January of last year. New Mayor Eric Adams has promised to make the city safer, and Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has promised to stop prosecuting some low-level offenses. Now, this sudden rise comes as an off-duty police officer was shot last night in Queens during driving to work. He is the 6th NYPD officer to be shot this year. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. Tom, give us a closer look at this. What do the numbers show beyond that top line 38%?
Right. So it's important to note that these numbers have been rising for some time, and we are coming off of historic lows, excuse me, Aaron. And of course, homicide is down for the same period, the January 1st through 30th, compared to the same period last year. However, if you look at the data, and we can show you some of the statistics, there are some very serious violent crimes. Talk about rape, talk about felony assaults, robberies that are up double digits, and significantly so when we look at that. And then compared to the 12-year, going back over 12 years, we're starting to see some of the crimes come up that are pretty significant. We're talking about 14% more shooting victims compared to 12 years ago. We're talking about 27% more rapes, over 37% more felony assaults than there were 12 years ago. So we're coming up against some numbers where crime was really, really starting to drop in New York City, and now we're starting to go above that. So are we back in 1990 where 2,262 people were killed in New York City? No, but I think people are concerned that we're in a trend now that seems to have some momentum, and momentum, Aaron, in the wrong way.
And Tom, you know, there are some members of the law enforcement community who are blaming what they're calling the city's, quote, soft on crime prosecutors for some of this. What are they alleging here specifically? Right. Well, I mean, you have to look at it in the whole of New York City, right? So there's 5 boroughs. So what is enforced, or what is believed to be prescribed from a law enforcement standpoint in Staten Island is very different than in Manhattan, which is different than in the Bronx and Queens and Brooklyn. So you have all these folks that have been elected with their own mandates, the will of the people to say, this is how we're going to enforce the laws that are on the books. To your question, and to what some in law enforcement have said, is that we have now, according to them, prosecutors who are willing to look the other way on certain crimes. Alvin Bragg, who you referenced, said that he initially was not going to prosecute robberies that were committed with a gun as a gunpoint robbery. Instead, would just prosecute the robbery itself and kind of ignore the gun. Now, he's walked back some of that and readdressed some of his day one memo ideas that he put forward to his assistant district attorney. So there have been some changes already, but it's something that both sides are closely watching. All right, Tom Winter with us today. Tom, thanks.
Sure thing.
The battle to redraw congressional maps is heating up across the country. Here in New York specifically, state lawmakers are set to vote on a new district map. It could give the Democrats an additional 3 seats in Congress and possibly even remove 3 Republican seats. The proposal could also reduce the chances of a highly competitive congressional race in New York State. Down in Florida, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is submitting his own congressional map. He's now asking the state's Supreme Court to weigh in on his proposal. DeSantis' map redraws Florida's congressional districts to heavily favor the GOP, which could give his party 3 additional seats in Congress. His proposal could also get rid of 2 previously competitive seats. We're covering what this all means for voters in these competitive states now. Let's go ahead and start with NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim, who has been following the redistricting process here in New York. Jane, what's the likelihood that this map passes in the state legislature?
You know, we are expecting this map to pass this afternoon. It's supported by Democrats. It boosts Democrats, and it takes out some Republican incumbents by all accounts. Democrats could gain as many as 3 new seats in the House of Representatives just based on how they've drawn these maps. And they did that essentially by pairing more conservative areas with liberal outposts and just some creative map drawing. They defend the map and say that it's fair districts. They don't say this is a partisan gerrymander, but it definitely takes out a lot of competition from many of the races here in New York.
And Jane, exactly who does this impact? I mean, what does this proposed map mean for New York voters?
You know, New York voters are just going to see very different districts than they've had for the past 10 years. So in places like Staten Island, a more conservative part of New York City, Rep. Malliotakis, her district has been paired with the very uber-liberal Park Slope in Brooklyn, which are very different areas. But the effect is that it's going to be very hard for her to win re-election if she chose to run, and make it much easier for a liberal Democrat to go and run in that seat. You're going to see very similar makeups like that in Long Island, even upstate New York, where they've just drawn maps that boost Democrats and take out some Republican incumbents.
And Jane, just really briefly before we have to go here, what's been the reaction from the other side to the state's Republicans?
Republicans have slammed this as a partisan gerrymander. The New York State Republican Party tweeted this was desperate. calling it a Hochul-mander, trying to hinge this on the governor of New York. But she is no stranger to redistricting. She actually lost her seat in the last round of redistricting a decade ago. So she's used to this.
All right, Jane Tim for us there. Jane, thank you.
Well, as Morgan mentioned, Florida's governor is asking the state's Supreme Court to consider his proposed congressional maps, and that's putting him at odds with some members of his own party. NBC 6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides has been following this story. He joins us now. So, Cristian, where does Florida's redistricting effort stand right now, and how is the governor affecting that process?
Right, Aaron, well, it's currently on hold until the state Supreme Court can comment on the legality of the governor's maps. To be clear, it is absolutely atypical for a governor in Florida to present his own redistricting map, but Republican Governor DeSantis is not a typical governor. We have to look at this through the lens of a governor who, according to many analysts, is clearly flirting with a potential 2024 presidential run. And this map is something the Republican base likes because it creates more GOP-leaning districts. But by doing so, Governor DeSantis is proposing lowering the number of black-leaning districts from 4 to just 2. This includes Florida's 5th congressional district held by Representative Al Lawson, a longtime state legislator that became a congressman in 2016. The district has nearly 44% black voting age population. DeSantis' congressional map stretches the district into more white rural areas.
So, Cristian, a couple of things here then. First, can you explain DeSantis' proposal here for us a little more in detail? And, I mean, you say it's atypical for a governor to get involved, so why is he getting involved in this at this point?
Right. Well, he's getting involved for 2 reasons, one of which is to create more GOP-leaning district. The second reason is that state lawmakers are looking for cover. To put this into context, back when redistricting took place in 2012, there was a lengthy legal challenge by left-leaning groups, which went on for about 4 years, and eventually the court drew up the maps. So state lawmakers want to avoid that, as many themselves are eyeing higher office. So the state Senate presented a map that left intact those 4 black-leaning districts, saying, hey, this is legal and we don't anticipate any challenges. But Governor DeSantis wants state legislators to pass his version of redistricting. So he wants the state's highest court to decide on specifically the 5th congressional district, whether it's legal or not. He wrote in a letter to the court, I ask whether the Florida Constitution's non-diminishment standard mandates a sprawling congressional district in northern Florida that stretches hundreds of miles from east to west solely to connect black voters in Jacksonville with the black voters in nearby counties.
And very quickly before I let you go, have Democrats responded at all to DeSantis' involvement?
Right. They are absolutely alarmed. The state Supreme Court leans conservative, which is different than it did when the issue came up back in 2012. Representative Al Lawson wrote in a statement, Ron DeSantis' effort to disenfranchise every minority voter north of Orlando is an act that will not go without a fight. The governor seeks to push aside the Florida legislature and hijack this constitutional process for his own political goals. Now, there is no set timeline here, Aaron. However, state legislators have made it clear they will not move forward until the state Supreme Court weighs in. But those lawmakers must come to a decision on this by early March.
All right, Cristian Benavides, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. 2 campus police officers have been killed at a college in Virginia.
Coming up next, what we know about that deadly confrontation. Stay with us.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
A somber scene here in New York City today. Slain NYPD officer Wilbert Mora is being laid to rest. Mora was just 27 years old when he was shot and killed on January 22nd while responding to a domestic dispute in Harlem. He and his partner were both killed. Mora's service was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and hundreds of fellow officers and mourners were all in attendance. Even in death, Mora is helping others. His organs were donated and will save the lives of 5 other people.
Investigators in Virginia are still trying to figure out why a man shot and killed Liberal Arts College campus police officer and a campus safety officer.
Hi, everybody. Well, hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Peace. Gosh, so many friends here. It's so nice to see all of you. And you're getting me so emotional before I have to speak about cancer. So anyway, welcome to the White House. And, you know, certain words have the power to make time stop. Malignant, aggressive, terminal, cancer. Like a spell, they still the air around us. Frozen in place, we feel the world we knew slipping away. In the span of a breath, 1,000 questions fill our minds. What can I do? How do I tell people? Why did this happen? And when the hands of the clock begin to move once again, we are not the person we once were, but someone changed. A mother imagining all of the things she might not be there to teach her daughters. A husband wondering how he will juggle chemotherapy appointments with work and childcare. A son trying to be strong for the parents who could outlive him. It's not just patients. Cancer changes everyone it touches, and in some ways, it touches us all. For Joe and me, it has stolen our joy. It left us broken in our grief. But through that pain, we found purpose, strengthening our fortitude for this fight to end cancer as we know it. Almost 30 years ago, 4 of my friends were diagnosed with breast cancer in 1 year. And one of my dear friends, Winnie, lost her battle. Winnie inspired me to take up the cause of prevention and education. And since then, I've seen the darkness of this disease: financial devastation, confusion over care, and far too many families mourning loved ones. Yet, I've also seen hope. In just this last year, I met a woman whose life was saved by determined nurses who just wouldn't let her skip her screening. I met a doctor who was inspired to become a cancer researcher because she survived her own diagnosis as a child. I've seen people come together from rival companies or opposite political parties, sharing knowledge and finding common cause, united by the chance to save lives. A cancer diagnosis today may still leave us feeling hopeless, but we are not hopeless and we are not helpless. We are living in a golden age of research and discovery. We can end this terror, and all of us have a role to play. Because this isn't just about hoping that one person will decipher the answers alone. It's about listening to patients and survivors and their families and easing the burden they face. It's about the individual choices we can make to stop this disease before it's too late, to get screenings, to be vigilant with our health. It's about federal and state governments, the business community, and nonprofit organizations all helping to make those screenings more available and accessible. It's about bringing the brightest minds and the fiercest hearts to the table to learn and to collaborate and to discover together. Yes, cancer has the power to rewrite our lives, but we have the power too. More than we even know. We can stop it in its tracks. We can comfort and discover and dream our way past its paralysis. We can come together and rewrite the story that cancer tells. Now, as your First Lady, I'm deeply proud to be a partner in the commitments we're making to the Cancer Moonshot today. We're ensuring that all of our government is ready to get to work. We're going to break down the walls that hold research back. We're going to bring the best of our nation together. Patients, survivors, caregivers, researchers, doctors, and advocates, all of you, so that we can get this done. And I want you to know that I'll be there working right beside you. So I'm so honored to welcome all of you here to the White House today to take this next step. Together, we will give Americans a reason to hope. We will use this power of this White House to make your life better. And we will build a future where the word cancer forever loses its power. Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome our next speaker. Vice President Harris knows the heartache of cancer, but she also knows how much hope can be found in our scientific community. She knows it because she saw it firsthand in her brilliant mother, who dedicated her life to researching breast cancer. Kamala, you honor your mom's memory every single day, but I believe she's especially proud of you today. Please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Dr. Jill Biden. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, President Joe Biden, thank you both for your incredible and long-standing leadership on an issue of national importance, yes, and of personal significance to so many of us, including me. So as Dr. Biden said, my whole life I stood witness as my mother, a scientist, worked to end breast cancer. So my mother taught at public universities. She worked at a national laboratory. She published groundbreaking research. She was a peer reviewer at the National Institutes of Health, NIH, and collaborated with scientists around the world, including in France, Italy, and Canada. My mother's discoveries helped save women's lives. And I am so proud that she brought our nation and our world closer to the goal of ending breast cancer as we know it. And today we are closer than we have ever been. Since the turn of the century, we have made significant breakthroughs. We have learned so much about therapeutics and diagnostics, about public health and patient care. More people are surviving cancer. More people are enduring cancer after being diagnosed than ever before. And the death rate for cancer has fallen by about 25% over the past 20 years. In a moment, our president will lay out the new goals, ambitious goals, achievable goals for our nation to end cancer as we know it. These goals are not abstract, and they will transform lives. They will improve lives, and they will save lives. So I said at the outset that this is an issue of personal significance to so many and for me. You see, after a lifetime working to end cancer, cancer ended my mother's life. I will never forget the day that she sat my sister and me down and told us she had been diagnosed with colon cancer. It was one of the worst days of my life. And an experience that sadly, millions and millions of people in our country have had. My mother was a fighter, all 5 feet of her. You would have thought she was 7 feet, but she was only 5. And as I cared for her during those many months, I watched her courageous fight. But after countless rounds of chemo, her body gave out. She was transferred from the hospital to hospice. And in fact, one of the last questions she asked the hospice nurse was, "Are my daughters going to be okay?" I miss my mother every day, and I carry her memory with me wherever I go. When President Biden launched his cancer moonshot 5 years ago, I of course thought of my mother. We may not have ended cancer as we know it, not then, but there is still so much work to do, and we are so much closer. The president's cancer moonshot demonstrates who he, our president, is. Because as you all know, out of his personal pain, he launched an initiative, this initiative, that will help countless lives, the lives of people he may never meet. This initiative also demonstrates who we are as a nation. In America, we not only dream, we do. We not only see what can be, we see where we can go in a way that when we reach for the moon, we plant our flag on it. So it is now my honor to introduce another leader who for many years has worked tirelessly in the lab and the clinic in that spirit. From Emory University School of Medicine, Dr. Ajay Andam. Thank you.
All these new pandemic rituals, the taking off the mask at the podium, I'm getting used to it. Thank you, Vice President Harris. It is an honor to be here with you and to follow the path paved by your mother and all the brilliant researchers that came before and whose shoulders we stand upon. To the First Lady, thank you for your empathy and for truly understanding the pain and the promise that is this fight. I am thrilled to be able to be here to introduce someone that many of us consider to be the country's patient advocate in chief, President Joe Biden. From my vantage point as a neurosurgeon scientist, constantly thinking of ways to treat cancer patients, to fight cancer, and seeing countless patients every year And as a board member of the National Brain Tumor Society, I can confidently say that this is the most exciting moment in the history of our field. As a physician today, when seeing patients with aggressive cancers like metastatic melanoma or lung cancer, I know that many more of them will see durable remissions after treatments with therapies that harness the body's immune system to fight their cancer. As a researcher, I know the NIH has created grants targeting brilliant young investigators, yes, that's me, that encourage us to take risks and chart new directions for our work. As an advocate, knowing that there is a president who is throwing the full weight of the presidency behind this effort means that even between big announcements like this one, all levers of government are being pulled to create a brighter future for cancer patients. This is also an exciting moment for me personally because I'm here. As a son of Ghanaian immigrants who came to the United States with nothing, there was a time when I could not participate in the scientific discussion in the United States. We have a ways to go before we're harnessing all of the diverse talents of our country. People of every race, ability, gender, and orientation. But the progress that we have made means that we're constantly bringing new ideas to this challenge. I stand here as a husband to Kelly, a father to Joseph, who's 9, and Emily, 6, to tell you that this is a moment to believe in a healthier future for all families, to believe that we can end cancer as we know it, to believe in science, and to believe in America. Standing firm in that belief, it is my honor to introduce the person charting the course ahead with vision, purpose, and so much hope. The 46th President of the United States, our Advocate-in-Chief, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Joe Biden, Jill Biden's husband. I want to thank you, Doctor, for that introduction. But I want to thank you more for all the effort you put in to change, save, alter people's lives, and your dedication to it. And as I used to say in the Senate, I think it's still said in the Senate, if you excuse the point of personal privilege, I'd like to see that doctor on the end there. That's the man who spent 18 months trying to save our son's life. Doctor, I love you. The whole family loves you. Folks, the doctor's optimism and fearlessness embodies what our cancer moonshot is all about. And of course, I want to thank Jill and Kamala and Doug. They just shared how personal it is for them and our families. And like so many of you, every one of you have a story. Every one of you have a story. And our message today is this: we can do this. I promise you, we can do this. For all those we lost, for all those we miss, we can end cancer as we know it. I committed to this fight when I was vice president. It's one of the reasons why, quite frankly, I ran for president. Let there be no doubt, now that I am president, this is a presidential White House priority, period. You know, the bipartisan members of Congress, and I don't want to start because I'll leave somebody out. But, you know, Congress is here. And this is, they can tell you, one of the truly bipartisan issues in the United States Congress. I know their votes, but that includes Senator Patrick Leahy, Michael Bennet, Amy Klobuchar, Chris Van Hollen, Sanford Bishop, Representative Joyce Beatty, Barbara Lee, Jim McGovern, Donald Payne, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Tom Cole, Brian Higgins. I said I wasn't going to do this. Terry Sewell. And it can be truly an American moment for this conference. I'm sure I've left somebody out, for which I apologize. But this can really be an American moment that proves to ourselves and, quite frankly, to the world that we can do really big things. You know, we made enormous progress in the past 50 years. Since Congress passed and President Nixon signed into law the National Cancer Act and declared war on cancer, we learned cancer is not a single disease. You used to think at that time it was a single disease. There are over 200, as you all know, 200 different types of cancer caused by different genetic mutations in our cells. We discovered new medicines, therapies, early detection, prevention measures that extend lives and save lives. In the first 25 years since the National Cancer Act, the death rate from cancer was largely unchanged. Then things began to change. The progress over the last 25 years, the death rate has fallen by more than 25%. But here's the deal. Despite the progress of lives extended and lives saved, cancer is still the #2 cause of death in America, second only to heart disease. In the last 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic, it's taken more than the pandemic has taken more than 800,000 American lives. But that same period of time, cancer has claimed 1.2 million American lives, year in and year out. For too many patients and their families diagnosed with cancer, instead of hope, there's also bewilderment. Remember, Doc, you telling the family that we had to be able to ask questions and you were available because it's a hard road to understand and to traverse. The feeling of being on your own, a static adrift in a sea of patients, frustrated that hospitals and doctors can't easily share your medical records or help find answers when there's minutes count. Having to advocate for even the most basic care and attention for your loved one. A flood of information, completely different language, in many cases with no one to help you decipher it. Being within reach of a therapy that's too expensive or your insurance won't cover it. Despite all the progress, there's still a sense of powerlessness, guilt that maybe you're not doing enough because you don't know enough, and fear. So when President Obama asked me to launch our cancer moonshot in our administration, our goal was to bring a new sense of urgency to make the system of prevention, research, and patient care to take advantage of the 21st century science and technology. We began the process. Many of you in this room were part of that. We harnessed the resources of the federal government to change the culture, increase cooperation among scientists, and break down some of the silos. I note parenthetically, I remember I wanted to transfer a particular scan from a hospital in Pennsylvania to a hospital in D.C. And I was told I couldn't do it. Wasn't able to do it. Could transfer just about anything else in the world, but he couldn't do it. Because the hospitals didn't want the other hospitals to have access to their, because the patients could change their mind for all the records. That included everything from making federally funded cancer research more accessible to the public instead of hiding behind a paywall. We launched trials.cancer.gov so everyone can look up cancer clinical trials across the country and around the world. I travel the country, bringing together leaders of healthcare, technology, education, business, and technology. I visited most of the major cancer centers literally in the world, met with heads of state in those countries, and decided how we could work together to try to make progress. I remember a particularly good meeting in Australia. One of the final pieces of legislation that President Obama signed into law was the bipartisan 21st Century Cures Act, with the help of members of Congress, particularly, I don't know, is Fred Upton here? Fred, are you here? Well, Fred Upton was part of it, and Diane DeGette in the House. It streamlined the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, so that new cancer treatments can be evaluated faster. It provided 7 years of new funding, including research on cancer disparities, trial networks to discover new drugs and new efforts for childhood cancer. President of the Senate, as President of the Senate, I presided over the overwhelming vote after the election had already taken place, the presidential election, when everything is supposed to come to a screeching halt, a bipartisan vote to fund over $6 billion. And I watched my friend, and he is my friend, we disagree a lot, Mitch McConnell, stand there and ask unanimous consent to name the cancer provisions after our son, Beau. Cancer Moonshot brought the country and the world closer together on this issue. And when we left office, Jill and I knew we had to keep it going. So we took in a lot of you. We had 5 Nobel laureates and others who were involved. Through the Biden Cancer Initiative, we focused on turning the moonshot into a movement to create the cancer research and care system that most people think we already have and that they all deserve. But they don't know we don't have it till they try to deal with it. And everywhere we'd go, people would share their stories in grocery stores, airports, rope lines. While we heard stories of loss and despair, the stories began to change just a little bit, a change of feeling, real hope. But not because of me and Jill, but because of all of you in this room and so many more at home. Doctors, researchers, advocates, caregivers, patients, survivors. And that's why today I'm proud to announce our plan to supercharge the Cancer Moonshot as a central effort of the Biden-Harris administration. It's bold, it's ambitious, but it's completely doable. Just as we harnessed the science to develop cutting-edge COVID-19 vaccines and treatments, we'll bring a fierce sense of urgency to the fight against cancer. The goal is to cut the cancer death rate in half in the next 25 years, at least by 50%, and to turn more cancer and death sentences into chronic diseases that people can live with, to create a more supportive experience for patients and their families. And by doing these things and more, to end cancer as we know it. And here's what we're fighting and how we know what cancer looks like today. A disease where we often diagnose it too late. We have too few effective ways to prevent it. The stark inequities based on race, disparity, zip code, sexual orientation, gender identity, and other factors still persist. And we know too little about why treatments work in some patients in that same patient with the exact same diagnosed cancer, it doesn't work in that patient. Where we still lack strategies to develop treatments for some cancers. Where we don't do enough to help patients and their families navigate through the process. We don't learn enough from patients' experiences or their data. In fact, when we first started this work, one of the first things we did was make sure that doctors and researchers work together, share information, allow patients to share their data with other doctors and researchers to help others. But there's so much more to do. I remember we were going through this in the moonshot, and my saying that I was told, oh, well, patients don't want to share their data. They all want to share their data. Sometimes y'all don't want to share what you know. And for each of the ways we know cancer today, we know we can change its trajectory. For example, to prevent cancer, scientists are exploring if the new mRNA vaccine technology that brought us safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines could also be used to stop cancer cells when they fail, when they first arrive. Get them then. To target the right treatments to the right patients. We're learning more about how to use genetics, immune response, and other factors to tell which combinations of treatments are likely to work best for a particular individual. To address inequities, we can target prevention, detection, and treatment efforts so that all Americans, whether they're urban, rural, or tribal communities, have equal access to cancer diagnosis, therapeutics, clinical trials. There's so much more we can do. As I said at the beginning, this is the presidential priority. I will do my part on funding and using my authorities as president to break log jams and speed breakthroughs. I challenge and encourage all of you to continue to do your part. This will be bipartisan. This will bring the country together, and quite frankly, other nations as well. Here's some of the actions that I'm announcing today. First, I formed a new cancer cabinet, which is convened we will convene in the coming weeks to include members of the cabinet who are here today, all the people sitting on the stage here. They'll drive a whole of government effort to unleash every possibility within our power, within their jurisdictions. The White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, led by senior scientist and advisor Dr. Eric Lander, sitting on the end there, will chart the path for the cancer moonshot for 2022 and beyond. I'm calling on Congress to fund my proposed ARPA-H, the Advanced Research Project Agency for Health. This will be a new kind of entity within the National Institute of Health, the NIH, with autonomy and authorities to drive unprecedented progress in biomedicine. It's based on DARPA. Most everybody knows in this town what DARPA is. That's the Defense Department's Advanced Research Project Agency that has led to breakthrough technologies that protect our national security, from the internet to GPS and so much more. ARPA-H will have a singular purpose to drive breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases including cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and other diseases. And I think there's strong bipartisan support for this. But it costs money. And these are the best dollars we could spend. So we got to get it done. We got to get it done now, not wait any longer. I'm also calling on the scientific and medical communities to bring the boldest thinking to this fight. I'm calling on the private sector to develop and test new treatments, make drugs more affordable, and share more data and knowledge that can inform the public and benefit every company's research. And I'm respectfully calling on people living with cancer and caregivers and families to keep sharing their experience and pushing for progress. You'll have a voice and a seat at the table, I promise you. And here's the one thing we can all do. America has missed more than 9 million cancer screenings in the last 2 years because of COVID, 9 million. We have to get cancer screenings back on track and make sure they're accessible to all Americans. So today, I'm announcing a call to action for cancer screening and early detection. If you were supposed to get a cancer screening during the pandemic, call your primary care doctor today. If you're that doctor, talk to your patients. Get a screening scheduled, whether it's in the office, at home, or through telehealth visit. Because the Affordable Care Act now will cover most private insurance plans as well as Medicare and Medicaid to cover the recommended preventive care screening free of charge. I'm calling on companies, healthcare providers, nonprofits, and others to step up, including developing mobile units and pop-up clinics to reach people where they live. And if you're putting off screening because you're afraid of what you'll find, they'll find. Let me say this, and so many people are, put it off. Last November, I got a colon cancer screening. I'm glad I did. Trust me, I know cancer's scary. Going to the doctors can be scary. But screening is how you catch it early before it's too late. The earlier you get it, the better shot you have. Let me close with this. There's a quote that when I made one of these speeches years ago, 5, 6 years ago, was attributed to Yo-Yo Ma. I later was informed it was attributed to Vince Lombardi. But whoever the hell gave the quote, it makes sense. Here's the quote. Practice makes permanent. Only perfect practice makes perfect. My challenge to everyone involved in this fight against cancer, take a hard look at your practice. Ask yourself if you're practicing perfectly. Or am I practicing to make the old way permanent? Old practices that created data silos, minimized the role of patients, fostered the wrong kind of competition instead of the right kind of collaboration. I know we can get this right. I'm positive we can. By not losing sight of the ultimate goal, the patient's health. And by not losing sight of something else, I also believe. America is a single place on earth, single country that can be defined, as I told Xi Jinping, by one word: possibilities. Possibilities. When we work together in America, there is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing. So let's show the world what's possible. Let's show the world that we're committed. Let's show that we can do big things. That in the United States of America, when we work together, there's nothing beyond our grasp. I mean, nothing beyond our grasp. And I know of nothing, as I think my colleagues would say, that's more bipartisan than take on this fight and fundamentally change cancer as we know it. It's a mission that can truly unify the nation. It shows us at our best working together and rather than working against one another. For every patient asking for one more day, I remember I met with over 3,000 researchers in the various organizations. And they're good. They're devoting their whole lives to try to save things. And they work really long hours, but they're not practitioners. They've not had that patient come up and say, "Doc, can you give me just 2 more weeks so I can see my daughter married? Doc, all I need, can you do anything to give me just 6 more months to see the baby born? That's all I'm asking for, Doc." There's a sense of overwhelming urgency. Overwhelming urgency. If you're a patient or a family member of a patient. Every patient asking just for one more day. They're not asking to cure me. One more day. One more week. Can I get another year to be able to do boom? For survivors and caregivers who carry the physical and mental scars of treatments and recovery. And for those who have lost, and for the ones we can still save, let's end cancer as we know it. I refuse to believe this is beyond our capacity. I refuse to believe it. You know, when I put together the cancer moonshot, I was vice president. The president gave me authority to task anyone in the administration. When they found out I had the Department of Energy and Ernie Moniz, when they found out I had NASA, and a lot of other agencies looked at me like, what's the matter with you? I said, guess what? NASA knows more about radiation than all of you. Seriously. And Ernie and Moniz, we're at a place where we get 1 billion calculations per second. And it goes on. Skills people never thought would impact on this can do it. So my plea to you scientists is share data as best you can. My plea to my members in Congress is let's fund this particular program and focus on it till we beat it. And to the American people, keep the hope alive. There is hope. There is hope. And I'm confident, absolutely confident, if we make all our effort to deal with it, we can make fundamental changes in people's lives and change the families in this country in a much better position than they are today with regard to cancer. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
Here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Making news right now, the trial of 3 former police officers who were on the scene at George Floyd's death in Minneapolis has been postponed. We've learned that one of the defendants in the case has tested positive for COVID-19. Thomas Lane, Tu Tao, and J. Alexander Kung are charged with violating Floyd's civil rights by not stepping in to help him while fellow officer Derek Chauvin knelt on his neck. Investigators say the scene of the fire at the North Carolina fertilizer plant remains unsafe. Firefighters say they have not been able to get closer to those flames at the Winston-Salem plant because there is still a risk of an explosion. The fire broke out on Monday. The smoke could be seen for miles away, and 6,500 people who live within a mile radius of that plant were evacuated. Those evacuations are still in effect. And if you get your weather from 4-legged critters, well, it's official. We're in for another 6 weeks of winter. Oh, no. Puxawani Phil did indeed see his shadow this morning, predicting more chilly days to come. Crowds gathered at Gobbler's Knob as Phil emerged from his tree stump. This year marks the 136th annual Groundhog Day gathering there in Pennsylvania.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns made the point earlier that his rate of correct forecast is like 37%.
But what about Phil's?
Of Phil's.
I was going to say Bill's.
No,
I said, Bill, watch out. Aaron's coming for you.
See, even on his worst day, Bill still gets 50%, but Phil only gets...
Poor Phil.
Yeah.
All right.
So you choose who you want to trust, right?
I trust Bill.
Me too. Well, all across America right now, Omicron cases are trending in the right direction. The wave of infections finally appears to be receding in many parts of the country. However, deaths from the virus, well, those are still rising. The COVID death toll remains at about 2,500 people per day. Despite that, pandemic fatigue has very much set in for a lot of Americans. A new poll shows more than half of teachers are now looking to quit their jobs because of COVID and burnout. That number is up from 37% back in August. We're covering all angles of what comes next in this pandemic. First, we want to bring in NBC News investigative reporter Laura Strickler. She is covering the latest on a COVID testing company accused of providing false negative results to people. So, Laura, Washington State, I know, is now cracking down on this particular company. What is the Attorney General there alleging?
So the AG, Bob Ferguson, is saying that the company lacked licenses. He's saying they weren't doing the tests properly. But most dramatically, he's also saying they were storing test samples in garbage bags that were lying all over the offices instead of being refrigerated. He's also saying that they were charging the federal government for the cost of these tests, even if the customers had insurance. And this is key because he's saying here that taxpayers were paying for all of these tests that had questionable results.
And Laura, are there other states that are looking into this company too?
Yes. So there are civil lawsuits from Washington and Minnesota, and Illinois and Colorado are also investigating. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services inspected the company in late November, and their inspectors opened up a box of test samples that had come into the company, and they found 51 test tubes, and none of them were labeled. So that means there was no way for the lab to know whose sample was whose. And as we reported, the FBI has now searched the company's headquarters on January 22nd.
So at this point, Laura, what have we heard from the company, from Center for COVID Control?
So we've reached out to the company about this latest lawsuit from the Washington State AG. We didn't hear back, but their website has a statement that says that all of their locations are closed until further notice.
All right, NBC's Laura Strickler with us today. Laura, thank you.
Let's go deeper now on that poll about teachers looking to quit their jobs because of COVID burnout. It's coming at a crucial time for students, many of whom are just starting to return to the classroom after months of remote learning. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman has been following the story for us. Adam, walk us through the survey. I mean, what else did teachers really say here?
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this was a pretty eye-popping survey. We saw that 55% of educators across the country said they were now planning on leaving the profession earlier than they had intended. That's a massive uptick from the 37% who had said that in August. So just halfway through this school year, the number has just skyrocketed. What we're hearing from teachers, both anecdotally and through this kind of polling data, is that almost 3/4 of them had said they've had to take on other teachers who have since left their jobs or their responsibilities, kind of adding additional students, additional classes, additional coaching. And there's just been a lot of anger, frustration, and unhappiness and fear regarding the inconsistency of COVID measures at public schools across the country. A lot of teachers pointed specifically to there not being proper ventilation or insufficient new ventilation measures, no HVAC, et cetera. And I think the general inconsistency of going in person and then going to remote, back and forth, it's as stressful for teachers as it is for families. And those are many of the reasons we're seeing this kind of uptick in educators wanting to leave the field.
Well, speaking of that uptick, I mean, what are the implications of this poll for those districts that are already struggling to keep teachers in the classrooms? And what are teachers saying about the specific things that they need in terms of help right now?
So this is an area I've looked at dating back to even before the pandemic. The teacher shortage in this country has just been an enormous problem in the just broader field of education and education public policy. According to government data analyzed by the National Education Association, the group, the big union that put out this poll, there were, as of this current week, 567,000 fewer teachers now than there were before the pandemic. That's just a massive uptick in teachers leaving the field, and they're just not finding new teachers. So this kind of shortage that existed before this pandemic crisis, it's getting worse. It's getting a lot worse. And what are teachers saying? This poll addressed that, but we also hear from teachers directly on this issue. More than 90% of respondents to this NEA poll said the best way for them to see improvement in their careers and to stick around would be better pay. More than 90% said that a better, another way to improve things would be to hire more teachers. So, current teachers aren't doing 1, 2, 3 times the work. And then a really interesting thing we've heard both anecdotally and in this poll is a Majority of teachers say what they'd like to see is help with serving the mental health needs of their students, adding more staff that can address that problem specifically. We've seen a real explosion in mental health problems among children over this pandemic, and a lot of that falls on our nation's public school teachers and educators who just in current times don't have the time or frankly the training to handle these kinds of challenges appropriately. So that's what they're asking for, and we're seeing some action on the state level to address those concerns.
All right, NBC's Adam Edelman for us there. Adam, thank you.
Two key Senate committees have just received a classified joint briefing on the Biden administration's Afghanistan policy. Now, this comes as the federal government sends hundreds of millions of dollars in aid to the Taliban-controlled country. Afghans there are suffering from widespread poverty and hunger. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, I know this briefing was classified, but what have you been able to learn? Any insight from senators or anyone about what they may have heard in general?
So we haven't heard much specifics about what it is that they were able to learn, but we do know sort of the overall tenor and many of the questions that they were asking in this briefing. One of the big things was about how the evacuation, the planning that went into the evacuation, whether there was enough, whether the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, and the White House could have done more in the lead up to the evacuation of more than 100,000 Afghan and American citizens, and where they fell short. So there has been a lot of reporting in the past couple months, even when the evacuation began in August up until now, up into an excellent report in The Atlantic just this week by George Packer that sort of unpacked many of the details of what was going on during the massively chaotic withdrawal period at the airport in Kabul, including some very, harrowing stories what the members of the U.S. military and members of the U.S. Foreign Service had to go through on the ground there, making decisions literally in real time about whether to save Afghans' lives and bring them onto the airport and put them onto planes. Those are the kinds of things that the senators wanted to hear about, according to the officials who we spoke with. They wanted to know what could have been done in advance, whether the State Department, whether the Pentagon, whether the Biden administration should have done more planning in advance so that the situation wouldn't have been so chaotic there on the ground.
Courtney, I also want to ask you about this report from Axios. It talks about leaked notes from a White House Situation Room meeting. And we should say that NBC News has not obtained these documents independently, although the Pentagon did acknowledge this leak today. What significance is there to these notes, or what might there be in terms of significance?
Yeah, that's right. Press Secretary John Kirby, he was asked about this report several times. And while he didn't confirm that the information of these notes were accurate, he did sort of talk about some of the ideas that were reported by Axios. And the one that really stuck out to me was the idea that as late as August 14th, these notes from this NSA meeting indicated that they did not know where they were going to send people who they evacuated out of Afghanistan. That's very significant because at that point, the U.S. military had already started moving U.S. troops forward into the region and into Afghanistan for a non-combatant evacuation to help get people out of that country. So the fact that the National Security Council, the NSC, 2 days later, still didn't know where they were going to send people, that is just indicative of the overall, again, the chaos of the situation and how the Biden administration really was caught flat-footed by this fast-advancing Taliban into Kabul, by the fact that the capital fell so quickly, and the fact that they really didn't have a non-combatant evacuation plan in place when they had to pull the, actually go forward with one.
All right, Courtney Kuby for us at the Pentagon today. Courtney, thanks.
Today is the one-year anniversary of the creation of the Biden administration's task force to reunite families separated at the border. The federal government is now supporting new legal status for these immigrants as they search for family members from whom they are still separated. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff joins us right now. Jacob, I know that you spoke exclusively with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about this. What did he tell you?
I did, Morgan, and good to see you guys. Look, there are big open questions. There are many, many families who have been reunited by this task force 1 year in, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the open questions that remain perhaps are the most important. What happens once the reunifications actually take place? Will they be able to stay here in the United States permanently? It's something a lot of the families wanted to know the answer to. It's something I asked Secretary Mayorkas. Here's what he told me. So you've said you want these families to be able to stay here permanently. What's the holdup? Is the White House supportive of this as well?
The White House is 100% supportive of it, as am I, and we continue to advocate vigorously for it. That requires legislation. We are advocating to Congress that they provide these individuals with legal status. That requires a statutory change.
So that's news right there, Morgan. The White House is 100% supportive of letting those families stay here permanently. Jen Psaki confirmed that to our colleague Kristen Welker in the briefing room yesterday. What still remains unanswered, however, is whether anybody from the Trump administration will be held accountable for the policy. The president himself called it criminal, but the Secretary of Homeland Security said to me, ultimately, that's an issue for the Department of Justice.
You know, Jacob, this administration has said that they will actively try to reunify families in the past. Where does that effort stand right now?
Yeah, exactly. Great question. I mentioned earlier that there have been a large number of families reunited. Around 130 have been reunited over the course of the past year. Around 400 or so more are still in progress. But a number that is one that we don't have a clear answer to, at least we hadn't had one, is how many families remain separated. That's something I asked the head of the task force, the executive director, Michelle Branet. Here's what she said about that.
So that number is difficult to pinpoint, as you note, because the records that we had when we came in were so lacking in accuracy and in completeness, right? So that is a continuing process as we move forward. We started with thinking that there were potentially over 2,000. We reduced that to about 1,700, and now we know that there are even more families that have been reunified, some on their own and some that we have managed to reunify. So that number is going down on a daily basis.
What do you think it is today?
We currently have identified about approximately 1,200 families for whom we don't have confirmed reunifications.
There you go. So around 1,200 families for whom they don't have confirmed reunifications. In other words, there could be as many as 1,200 families who to this day remain separated by a policy called torture by the Physicians for Human Rights and government-sanctioned child abuse by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Morgan.
Jacob Soboroff, excellent reporting. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Thanks so much.
And another journalist has been killed in Mexico.
Up next, how other journalists there are coping under the threat of violence.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline.
It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A landslide ravages Ecuador and tourism rebounds in Spain. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Ecuador, where a landslide has devastated the capital of Quito. The mayor says at least 24 people have died and 12 are missing. Torrential rain on Monday night forced water and mud to flow down streets, injuring at least 48 people.
We found a lot of debris. Homes practically destroyed, vehicles in rubble.
Tonga, where the nation of islands has gone into lockdown due to COVID. 2 port workers were infected while helping distribute aid as that country still reels from last month's volcanic eruption and tsunami. Ships from China, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan delivered supplies, also delivering COVID to the isolated country, which had previously been virus-free. And Spain, where the government says foreign tourism boomed 64% in 2021. More than 31 million tourists visited Spain last year, a huge rebound from 2020, but far fewer than the 83.5 million who visited in 2019. And that's the world now.
Yet another journalist has been killed in Mexico. His death is one of 4 to happen there just in January alone. NBC's News Now correspondent Zincle Asemua has that story for us.
Mexicans mourn the death of journalist Roberto Toledo.
It only remains for me to say to the family of our colleague, we are not going to leave things like this. We are going to take them to their ultimate consequences.
His editor at the local news outlet, Monitor Michoacan, overcome with grief as he announced the death of the 55-year-old shot and killed on Monday in Michoacan. At the crime scene, a truck riddled with bullets. The Michoacan Attorney General says Toledo had 8 gunshot wounds and died at the hospital from his injuries.
We do not bring weapons. Our only defense is a pen, a pencil, a notebook.
This is the 4th death of a journalist in Mexico just over a month into 2022. The shooting has left journalists in the region, including Ivan Villanueva, on edge.
What dangers do journalists in Mexico and specifically in your region of Michoacan uniquely face?
We know that it is one of the most dangerous countries to practice journalism, and even more so in states where organized crime has been fighting. It's in practice, going out and hoping everything goes well, that the coverage goes well, and that we make it back.
The Committee to Protect Journalists declared Mexico the deadliest country for journalists outside of war zones, with at least 145 journalists killed between 2000 and 2021. Just last week, Lourdes Maldonado was shot in Tijuana, loved ones surrounding her casket just 3 years after she stood and expressed concern about her own safety to President López Obrador at a press conference.
Porque hasta temo por mi vida.
Her death triggering the latest wave of protests over safety of the press.
Those behind the deaths of journalists are rarely held accountable by the law.
In the case of Roberto Toledo, the motive is still under investigation. His editor alleges it was related to his reporting. A Mexican government spokesperson tweeted on Monday, "We will not allow impunity. We defend freedom of expression and the right for information." But then in a later tweet suggested Toledo wasn't a journalist at all. All this while Toledo was enrolled in the federal journalist protection mechanism.
Given the dangers that you're describing, why do you choose to do this work?
It is something that I have also asked myself every day, but I think the answer is that if we give in to this violence, they'll achieve their goal, which is to silence us.
And still ahead, it could be the next giant leap for mankind.
That's right. Just after the break, meet the historic team behind NASA's push to get people back on the moon.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
NASA wants Americans back on the moon, and it's building a pretty powerful new rocket to get them there.
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson gives us an exclusive look at a new program and the women leading NASA's next mission to the moon.
As the United States returns to the moon, these are the women with the right stuff, leading the Artemis program, aiming to make new history in the final frontier.
When we go back to the moon with the first woman, the first person of color, those iconic boot prints mean that space and exploration are for everyone.
On the ground, NASA's already changed. No longer the province of white men with crew cuts, white shirts, black ties, and cigarettes.
What I can tell you is different now is there are strong, smart women in every corner of what we do at NASA.
Sharon Cobb leads the team that designed and built the Space Launch System, NASA's most powerful yet. Laura Palaia helped build the Orion capsule on top. Astronaut Stephanie Wilson could fly on one of the missions. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson will give the call to go for launch.
I would like to think that in being the first female launch director for NASA, the first woman in that role, that sends a message to young women that says not only is there a place in this firing room for you, there's a place in the front of the room for you leading this team.
It's inspiring for me to see that, to know that there is no ceiling for us, that we can go wherever we put our minds to.
Today, 30% of NASA's senior executives are women, and on the return to the moon, 35% are, changing the face of the agency while upholding its standards.
Commitment, dedication, inspiration, motivation, and being steadfast and unmovable. All of that has remained the same.
Why go back to the moon 50 years after the last man walked on the moon?
There is so much that we did not have an opportunity to learn the last time we were on the moon. We can also learn how to live and work on another surface outside of the Earth, and eventually be able to move on. The next great step will be putting humans on Mars.
The four of you want to live on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. It is a wonderful test bed, and as Sharon is saying, it really is a precursor for our Mars and deep space exploration.
Just one of many ways Artemis and its Orion capsule are different from the Apollo mission.
In Apollo, it could carry 3 crew astronauts for Orion could carry 4. The capability of Apollo was something that now on your cell phone, it's very similar.
What hasn't changed is the crawler. This 6.6 million pound beast that delivered the Apollo rockets will move the space launch system to the launch pad. But now Brianne Roloff is behind the wheel.
What do you drive when you're not driving the crawler?
I drive a sedan.
Is it a stick shift?
I don't know how to drive a stick shift, no.
But you can drive a 6 million pound vehicle.
Yeah, why not?
Artemis's first flight will have no astronauts and just orbit the moon, hopefully landing Americans back on the moon on the 3rd or 4th trip.
I remember watching with my classmates in like 1st, 2nd grade, and I think that doesn't change.
They used to roll the TV
in.
The black and white TV
yes, on the card.
Right, and we'd all stop.
And we knew it was something huge because we just didn't have TVs in our classroom.
And we were so proud.
A world transfixed by Neil Armstrong's moment and the words he spoke.
He said, that's one
small step for man, one
giant leap for mankind. What will it be when a woman takes that step?
It'll be the next giant leap for humankind.
I felt the kind of the chill bumps on my arm at thinking of what will the first woman, the first person of color, when they step foot on the moon, what will they say?
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that. The price tag of the Artemis program is somewhere around $93 billion. Each of the first 4 flights, about $4 billion.
And it is behind schedule. The first flight now looking at the end of March or even early April, and landing on the moon perhaps 3 years away. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. It is our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Ellison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. You name it, this next storm's got it. Snow, sleet, freezing rain, all hitting the Midwest today. 100 million people under a winter storm alert. What's already on the ground and what's now heading for the Northeast. Chinese spying in the U.S. so widespread, the head of the FBI says it blew him away. So how is America handling the situation? Pete Williams asks him that question in an exclusive interview. And shooting for the moon, the White House relaunching the Cancer Moonshot Initiative, hoping to cut the death rate in half, while NASA's heading to the moon again, with women leading the charge this time. We start today with that monster winter storm dropping heavy snow on the Midwest. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking that storm as it moves east. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He is in Detroit. Shaq, you started the day with some rain, then freezing rain, now snow. It seems pretty fitting that Punxsutawney Phil is predicting 6 more weeks of weather. What's going on there right now? I can only imagine the roads aren't too good, having been through all that.
That's right, and you mentioned how we saw that shift over the course of the day, and that shift actually happened a little bit later than many of us expected, so it might lead to that snow accumulation being a little bit less once we get all said and done with this. But this is just round one. I know you see in the background some people are shoveling some snow in the downtown area. You're seeing what you saw in other areas of the country, other Midwestern states, places like Chicago, Indiana. You saw inches and inches of snow. That is finally heading the way to Detroit, and that's why officials here have already put schools in virtual learning. We know that in Chicago, for example, flight cancellations have gone into the hundreds there. This is definitely going to be a system that is only going to get worse as we get through the afternoon hours, and that's why, again, officials are saying it's time to stay off the roads, let the cleanup crews do their jobs.
Shaq, we said it earlier, a third practically of the U.S. getting some kind of precip from this storm, whether we're talking snow or ice. What are states doing to get ready for that?
Well, multiple states have activated the National Guard. Illinois, Missouri even calling for a state of emergency. That also happening in Kentucky. So you just get an idea of how many states are being impacted by this and how seriously folks are taking this storm that is coming through. I want you to listen to what the governor of Indiana warned his community in terms of dealing with this storm.
We are not just prepared for the next coming days and the weather ahead, but we are over-prepared. And we would suggest everyone doing the same. We're going to pay attention to the minute-by-minute changes that the weather brings all throughout the state, whether it's 2 inches or 18 inches of snow. But there's a lot of common sense things that we can do. Number one is we would ask for your patience and your cooperation.
And you heard a little bit of the uncertainty that this storm brings in that soundbite there, where he said he was given a large range. He said whether it's 2 inches or 18 inches. Well, that's what some people are dealing with. They just don't know exactly how bad this storm will be in terms of the accumulation. But you have local leaders saying just be prepared for anything.
Shaq, you were talking about Chicago before. I mean, parts of the city have close to 10 inches of snow. Look at those people there riding snowmobiles in the city streets today. My sister-in-law posted on Instagram she made a big mistake moving back home to Chicago from San Francisco, given today's weather. What else are you hearing from folks there in the Windy City?
Your sister should have known this was possible, Allison. I can tell you, someone who's lived in Chicago for the past 6 years, that is not surprising. But yeah, you know, in Chicago, what we're seeing now in Detroit, this is what Chicago dealt with in the overnight hours and what they were waking up to. So listen to what a couple of folks there in Chicago told us and our team this morning.
I think it's pretty crazy. I hope they cancel classes. I hope the school decides to just let us, like, it's dangerous to walk out here.
Just prepare differently. Like, obviously, I use transit, public transport. I prefer the metro. The train is much faster, much more reliable than the buses. So obviously the streets are kind of a mess right now.
I enjoy it. Yeah.
What do you like about it?
It's fun to have different seasons, have a little snowfall.
Now, you mentioned the groundhog saw his shadow, which means he predicted 6 more weeks of this winter. But I'll tell you, for folks in Chicago or folks here in Detroit, this is just round 1, round 2. So more of this winter weather is coming, not in 6 weeks, but in a couple hours, coming tomorrow.
Yeah, look, Shaq, I hear you right. Here in New York, I don't think any of us believe that this winter weather is going to be over in 6 weeks, whatever that groundhog says. Thank you so much for your reporting. Stay safe and warm out there. I think worse things are heading your way.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, this storm is bringing all kinds of nasty weather. What's going on now? What's ahead? How much snow is Shaq going to be standing in? Hit us with all of it.
He is the best. I love seeing him out there, and he handles it like such a sport. But you know what? So many of us seeing rain, snow, ice. It's a humongous storm, and it's a high-impact storm, especially when it comes to the ice. So let's take a look at radar because it clearly paints the picture of what is happening out there. Where you see the blue stretching from the southwest through Texas, the Central Plains, into the Ohio Valley and the interior northeast, we are seeing some snow. And where you see that light white, the lighter blue, that's your heavier snow. We're seeing heavy rain where you see the yellows and oranges, and then kind of sandwiched in the middle is that icy line with sleet and also some ice. And that really is going to blossom as we head over the next couple of hours. So these are your winter alerts. Over 100 million impacted by some sort of alert. The white is your winter weather advisory. You have a winter storm warning, an ice storm warning in the purple. So we're going to be watching this at least until Friday. This is a very slow moving storm. It's a massive storm. We have a sweeping cold front that is stretching from Canada all the way down to Mexico. And we have two sort of sides to this. This is where it creates problems. It's a battle zone. Mother Nature wants to be kind of quiet, nice, you know, no problems. So they're battling it out here. On the warm side, we're seeing that heavy rain. We could even see some severe storms tomorrow. Sandwiched in the middle, we're seeing ice. And then to the back, we're seeing some really cold air, frigid air. So that is where we're seeing the snow. Let's start with the warm side because, look, we're seeing heavy rain in a lot of spots where you see the oranges, the darker reds. We're seeing even 2 to 3 inches of rain. And again, this is through Friday, so it's sort of going to sit and spin. And we could see some isolated totals up to 5 inches of rain. Then on the cold side, starting with the snow, the highest amounts across New England, and they've really been spared a lot this season. So I think some people in New England might be happy about this, the snow lovers there, but we're seeing the purples and the pinks. That's your highest amounts. So anywhere from 9 to 12 inches of snow. Burlington, Rutland, Augusta, also Binghamton could see quite a bit of snow too. And then it's the ice. This is really going to be the biggest problems. It causes the most dangerous driving conditions, if not impossible. snow. It brings down trees and power lines, causing power outages. It doesn't take a lot of ice on those branches to bring those trees down. And then again, we could see extended periods of time without power. You put the Arctic air on top of that, and then it's just kind of an equation for not so great times ahead. So as we look through Friday with this ice forecast from central to northern Texas, all the way through the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley into the Northeast, we are looking at significant icing, especially where you see the blue. So Paducah, you're in that, Columbus into Pittsburgh. And Allison, this is really, I think, what we're going to be watching the most. And then after this, we have Arctic cold air. We're going to have brutal wind chills. Even in the Northeast by Saturday, we're going to see temperatures feeling like the teens for most of the day.
It's cold. There's a lot of snow and precip coming. Michelle, this is truly the heart of winter. It seems like that groundhog may be right. We got a ways to go.
He was right. He was right. Leave it to Phil.
Thanks, Michelle. All right, now to an NBC News exclusive interview. FBI Director Christopher Wray telling our Justice correspondent Pete Williams that the scale of Chinese spying blew him away. The FBI calling the problem so widespread that it's opening an average of 2 new cases a day. Here's their conversation.
An East Bay tour operator is facing charges tonight of spying for China.
The FBI was tailing him around.
The FBI says this is Chinese spying at work. Edward Peng leaving an envelope of cash in a California hotel room and retrieving an SD card loaded with classified information. A classic spycraft dead drop. He's now in federal prison.
The creation of those counterintelligence task forces.
Christopher Wray says when he became FBI director, the sheer amount of Chinese spying to steal American technology was a huge surprise.
This one blew me away. And I'm not the kind of guy that uses words like blown away easily. We are investigating, opening a new China-related counterintelligence investigation about every 12 hours. We probably have over 2,000 of those investigations.
Other countries spy on each other. So what does China do that's different?
There is no country that presents a broader, more severe threat to our innovation, our ideas, and our economic security than China does. I'm referring not to the Chinese people, not to people of Chinese descent or heritage. What we're talking about here is the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese government has repeatedly insisted that it doesn't steal American business secrets. But the FBI says Chinese spies target a range of American innovations on COVID vaccines, computer chips, nuclear power plants, jet engines, and smartphones, for example, sometimes by planting company insiders, sometimes through its world-leading cyber theft.
The scale of their hacking program and the amount of personal and corporate data that their hackers have stolen is greater than every other country combined.
And Wray says the Chinese government exports elements of its oppressive police state, sending teams to the U.S. to threaten and intimidate critics.
China may be the first country to combine that kind of authoritarian ambition with cutting-edge technical capability. It's like the surveillance nightmare of East Germany combined with the tech of Silicon Valley.
But what about the criticism from Asian American groups who say the Justice Department's China initiative has overreached, with some Chinese espionage cases collapsing?
We don't investigate anyone based on race or ethnicity or constitutionally protected activity. In fact, in many cases, Chinese Americans are some of the people most victimized by the Chinese government's tactics that we're describing.
Pete joins me now with more in his interview. Pete, it's just unbelievable there. Let's talk more about how the U.S. is attacking this, besides the FBI opening 2 new cases a day.
Well, that's part of it, of course. Terrorism task forces are something we've come to know about around the country, but the FBI also has task forces devoted to this subject as well. And just as important, the FBI says, is getting corporate American companies who do business with the Chinese to be more aware of this potential problem. He says, for example, that any big country in China must have somebody from the Chinese Communist Party as a company insider. So he says, if you're doing business with a big Chinese company, you're in essence doing business with the Chinese government. He's not saying that American companies shouldn't do business with the Chinese. He's just saying be more clear-eyed about the potential risks.
Pete, is this just happening here in the U.S., or are Chinese spies going after information from other countries too?
In the view of the FBI and the view of Christopher Wray, the Chinese are doing this everywhere they can get innovation. But he says by far, America is the #1 target.
All right, Pete Williams, thanks so much.
You bet.
And we have another NBC exclusive interview. The White House backing permanent legal status for families separated at the border under former President Trump. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff asked DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about the future of those families.
Allison, thanks for having me. A year into this family reunification task force, they have made quite a bit of progress. But one thing we do not yet have an answer to is what ultimately will become of those families here in the United States. Will they be able to stay here permanently? Will they have to leave and go back to their home countries? It's something I asked Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Here's what he told me.
The White House is 100% supportive of it, as am I, and we continue to advocate vigorously for it. That requires legislation. We are advocating to Congress that they provide these individuals with legal status. That requires a statutory change.
Allison, there's some news right there from Secretary Mayorkas. It was later confirmed by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki in the briefing room after Kristen Welker, our colleague, asked her. 100% support from the White House to allow those separated families to remain in the United States permanently with permanent legal status. That is not the only unanswered question, of course. We know that about 130 families have been reunited by the task force. We know that around 400 or so, or potentially more, are in progress. But how many families remain separated at this moment, to this day? That's a question I put to the executive director of the task force, Michelle Brenet.
We currently have identified about approximately 1,200 families for whom we don't have confirmed reunifications. Again, that could be that some of those families have reunified on their own, and we just don't have documentation of that. But we will continue to do outreach to all of those families until we find out.
You heard it right there. As many as 1,200 families could potentially remain separated as of right now. And because of the shoddy record keeping of the Trump administration and the enormous effort that has to be undertaken by this task force, truly, we do not know the answer. But that is, generally speaking, according to the executive director of the task force, how many families could remain separated out there right now. Whether or not members of the Trump administration will be held accountable for this policy, that too is an open question. And when I asked Secretary Mayorkas about that, he said ultimately that will be an issue for the Justice Department to answer, as well as financial compensation for victims of the policy.
In media news, CNN President Jeff Zucker announcing his immediate resignation today, sending a statement to CNN employees that includes this. As part of the investigation into Chris Cuomo's tenure at CNN, I was asked about a consensual relationship with my closest colleague, someone I've worked with for more than 20 years. I acknowledge the relationship evolved in recent years. I was required to disclose it when it began, but I didn't. I was wrong. CNBC media and technology reporter Alex Sherman joining me now. So, Alex, Zucker didn't name the colleague involved, but CNN is reporting, it's Allison Gullist, an executive at the company. What else can you tell us there?
Yeah, in fact, Allison Gullist released a statement acknowledging that it was her. She had been a longtime colleague of Jeff Zucker's, dating back to NBC days when Jeff Zucker was an executive at NBC. Where it gets a little hairy is that she also had a previous job as the director of communications for Andrew Cuomo. And of course, this information came up in the investigation around Chris Cuomo and how much he helped out his brother fend off sexual assault allegations when he was, of course, working for CNN. So it's a bit of a tangled web here, but Jeff Zucker steps down because Warner Media has an existing policy that you need to disclose a relationship such as this, and he did not. So it was a shocking day, from what I'm told from sources at CNN. No one saw this coming. They all kind of came to the news together when Jeff Zucker sent an email memo to staff today. And there's sort of, I would say, a lingering sense of unease and doubt because there is no clear sort of visionary leader at CNN. It was expected that Jeff Zucker would, in fact, likely carry on and be the leader of CNN and perhaps even get a bigger role because, of course, Warner Media is in the process of merging with Discovery. And that deal is set to close in the second quarter of 2022. Jeff Zucker is friends with David Zaslav, who's going to run that combined company. The expectation internally had been that Zucker would stay on and continue to run CNN. Of course, now, that does not appear to be the case.
What is Warner Media saying today, and who's taking over for Zucker for now?
So in the meantime, there are 3 people that are taking over for Zucker that will sort of run CNN until that deal closes, which, again, we expect it to close in the second quarter of 2022, barring any sort of last-minute regulatory interference. Those 3 people are Michael Bass, Amy Enteles, and Ken Jouts. They're currently at CNN. I was, again, told internally Michael Bass sort of runs the day-to-day operations in some sense already. So I feel like CNN will likely be able to get by in the interim, even though Jeff Zucker is very involved, from what I'm told, even with such little things on a day-to-day basis like the chyrons or the bookings. So there will certainly be an impact of him not being there. But obviously, CNN is a huge organization, and there's plenty of leadership to go around to get them through the merger. At that point, though, if David Zaslav, in his mind, had the idea that Jeff Zucker would be running not only CNN, but also this big CNN Plus streaming initiative that CNN has been pushing hard, which is set to launch later this year, then he may need to go to Plan B at this point.
Yeah, for our viewers who don't know what chyrons are, they're those words that you see on the bottom of the screen when the big boss is involved in that. That is serious involvement. Alex, thank you so much for reporting today. Appreciate having you on.
Sure thing.
President Biden is sending 3,000 U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. What the Pentagon saying about the deployment next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the 2 of us up here.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for the headlines. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin is here. Maya, what's happening?
Hey, Allison, we start in Minnesota, where one student has been killed and another injured after a school shooting near Minneapolis. Police say 2 people have been arrested and a handgun has been recovered.
Native American tribes have reached a $590 million opioid settlement with Johnson & Johnson and the country's 3 biggest drug distribution companies. More than 400 tribes have sued over the toll of opioids. Landslides in Ecuador's capital have killed at least 24 people and injured dozens more. The disaster hit after nearly 24 hours of rainfall. Neighbors and rescue crews are digging through the ruins to try and find survivors. A 3-day torch relay has begun for the Beijing Olympics, and it's being shortened because of COVID concerns. It kicked off today with an 80-year-old former speed skater carrying the flame. And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame contenders have been released. Dolly Parton, Eminem, and Lionel Richie are among this year's first-time nominees. The induction ceremony will be this May. Allison, back to you.
I can't believe Dolly Parton isn't already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's mind-blowing. Maya, thank you.
I know.
In Virginia, a 27-year-old man now charged with killing 2 campus security officers at Bridgewater College yesterday. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on those 2 officers who lost their lives running in to help.
A close-knit campus remembering its dynamic duo. A loving nickname for police officer John Painter and safety officer J.J. Jefferson, shot and killed Tuesday at Bridgewater College in Virginia.
They were very well known to students. They were always seen together.
State police say the officers were responding to 911 calls for a suspicious man on campus when things quickly turned violent.
After a brief interaction with the man, the subject opened fire and shot both officers.
About 1,500 students forced to shelter in place as multiple law enforcement agencies converged on the small liberal arts school about 140 miles southwest of Washington, D.C.
2 subjects down on the ground.
Junior Alex Holloman was in class when shots rang out.
All of a sudden we hear what is unmistakably gunshots, several of them in a row.
The manhunt for the shooter leading police to a nearby river. This dramatic photo showing the moment officers closed in on the suspect. The suspect, 27-year-old Alexander Campbell, is facing murder charges. It's not clear if he was a student at Bridgewater or had any connection to the school. That shooting came on a dangerous day on campuses. In Richfield, Minnesota, 1 student died and another is in critical condition after a shooting at an education center. 2 suspects there are in custody. In Virginia, so many questions remain about a motive and why 2 close friends and law enforcement colleagues lost their lives. Officials revealing Officer Painter had been the best man at Officer Jefferson's wedding.
We will take care of each other, and that's how we'll get through this together.
New at the White House this afternoon, President Biden relaunching the Cancer Moonshot program he started during the Obama administration.
We'll bring a fierce sense of urgency to the fight against cancer. The goal is to cut the cancer death rate in half in the next 25 years, at least by 50%.
NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece is in Washington. Shannon, this initiative is personal for both the president and the vice president. President Biden lost his son Beau to brain cancer back in 2015. The vice president's mom was a breast cancer researcher who died from colon cancer in 2009. What else are they saying about Cancer Moonshot today?
Well, Allison, 2 years ago, if someone told you there was going to be a President Biden, you might have thought cancer would have been the #1 public health issue for that White House, given the connections you mentioned and the significance cancer and trying to find better treatments for cancer has played in Biden's life. COVID, for his first year, has really overshadowed any cancer efforts the president has had or talked about undertaking, because obviously it has been really the predominant public health issue in this country. But still, 600,000 people a year are dying from cancer. It's the leading cause of death in the country. So that's why we're hearing the president today saying that in his second year, he is trying to reignite this effort he started as vice president. And here's a little bit more about what President Biden and Vice President Harris had to say today.
When President Biden launched his Cancer Moonshot 5 years ago, I, of course, thought of my mother. We may not have ended cancer as we know it, not then, but there is still so much work to do, and we are so much closer.
I committed to this fight when I was vice president. It's one of the reasons why, quite frankly, I ran for president. Let there be no doubt, now that I am president, this is a presidential White House priority, period.
And the ultimate goal, the president said here, will be to cut cancer deaths in half over the next 25 years, Allison.
Shannon, President Biden also adding a new position to the White House. It's a cancer moonshot coordinator. What will that person do? And anything else we should know about how they're revamping this program?
Right. Well, I mean, all these efforts and initiatives are going to take a lot of coordination between many parts of the federal government, not to mention the private sector, pharmaceutical companies, research labs, universities, hospitals across the country. So they're putting sort of a cancer czar in this position. It's a woman named Danielle Carnival. She had a very similar position under the Obama administration with this cancer moonshot initiative was first started. And the president and the White House saying today they also want to add additional people to help with this effort, sort of a cancer cabinet of folks who will lead efforts across all the various areas of the government when it comes to coordinating and data sharing and, of course, trying to get some more funding, particularly from Congress, to pay for some of these initiatives they're looking to take on.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece with the latest on cancer moonshot. Thank you so much. Over on Cap Hill, Democratic lawmakers want to ban legacy admissions at colleges. Their new bill would ban institutions that participate in federal student aid programs from admitting students based on family ties. NBC News Capitol Hill reporter Julie Sirkin joining me now. So, Julie, legacy preferences in college admissions date back to the 1920s, but this is the first time Congress is taking up this issue. Why introduce this legislation right now? What's pushing them?
Yeah, Allison, well, I reported today that two progressive lawmakers, Congressman Jamal Bowman in the House and in the Senate, Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon, are taking on this issue, introducing legislation to ban legacy admissions and admissions based on donor status. And though this was not planned, we've seen in the last couple of weeks that the Supreme Court is actually planning to hear challenges to affirmative action. Of course, that's race-conscious admission preference to give underrepresented and minority students a better or more equal chance as their white counterparts to be admitted into top universities around the country. I want to read you a part of what Senator Jeff Merkley told me in an emailed statement. He said, quote, selecting applicants to universities based off of family names, connections, or the size of their bank accounts creates an unlevel playing field for students without those built-in advantages, especially impacting minority and first-generation students. So they really see this as a timely issue and one that's connected to the challenges that the Supreme Court is getting ready to take up.
Julie, Stanford University says 16% of its class of 2023 are children of alum. How many schools still take legacy status into account, and how does it factor in?
Yeah, look, you'd be surprised that thousands of universities, private ones with big endowment funds, receive federal funding of some kind, including top universities like Harvard. And that's one of at least 4 schools in the top 10 universities around the country and in the world that are still doing legacy admissions. When you look at that 16% from Stanford, it might not seem like a jarring number, but when the admissions percentage is less than 5%, that's a huge deal. That's almost 1/5 of the students that they're admitting, and students with legacy preference whose parents perhaps attended the school or parents donated to the school have this leg up over other students. And of course, that's a majority of white students, not only in Stanford, but Harvard, Columbia, and Princeton. Harvard, by the way, admitting nearly 1/3 of their students based on legacy admission preference right now, as their class of 2025 is just a 3% acceptance rate.
70% of legacy admissions are white, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research. Johns Hopkins University ended its legacy practice 2 years ago. How has that changed its student body?
Yeah, well, the school's president, Ronald J. Daniels, actually wrote at the time that the decision was necessary to fulfill the, quote, democratic promise to be ladders of mobility for all. And they've seen a drop in 10% legacy admissions and thus a sharp increase in diverse students at the university, now comparing to the national average and exceeding in race, gender, age, other sorts of diversity criteria in the students that they're admitting, outnumbering the colleges you see there on your screen in all of those categories since they've made this change in 2020. And Bowman and Merkley, those two lawmakers, are hoping that other universities follow suit, especially after that 2019 college admissions scandal that, of course, benefited celebrity and wealthy parents of students and helped them get a leg up over others. All right, Julie Sirkin, thanks so much for reporting from the Hill today. Appreciate it. Coming up, unclogging the U.S. supply chain and making America more competitive in the process. We'll have the latest from the Hill on that next.
the Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now over to the Pentagon, where 3,000 U.S. troops are heading to Eastern Europe to help our NATO allies with the standoff along Ukraine's border. President Biden approving that deployment today. Here's Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby.
As part of this commitment and to be prepared for a range of contingencies, the United States will soon move additional forces to Romania, Poland, and Germany. I want to be very clear about something. These are not permanent moves. They are moves designed to respond to the current security environment.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joining me now. So, Courtney, Secretary Lloyd Austin recommended sending these troops. Why now?
So this is because there has been this consistent, constant, continued buildup of Russian troops along the border with Ukraine. That's really what this is all about, right? So if, in fact, there was any sign that Russia was de-escalating the situation, we wouldn't have seen this announcement come here today. These are not part of the NATO response force. This is a unilateral move that the United States made to help shore up or bolster the defenses of some of these NATO allies around Ukraine. But the reality is, if diplomacy is still underway, there still is a chance that this whole situation could de-escalate and Russia may decide not, Vladimir Putin may decide not to actually invade Ukraine. But the reality is, the fact that we're seeing deployments like this go forward, it's just indicative of the fact that the United States still believes that there is a very good possibility that Vladimir Putin will invade Ukraine in the coming days, and that the U.S. military will need to have some sort of an additional presence there, not just to reassure allies, but if in fact there's the need for some sort of a non-combatant evacuation of Americans from Ukraine or for some other humanitarian reasons in the region.
Courtney, after the announcement, Poland's defense minister tweeted this: "It is a strong signal of solidarity in response to the situation in Ukraine." What are some of our other NATO allies doing, especially Germany and France, who have been more cautious or reluctant here?
Yeah, I mean, France is already sending troops forward to Romania as well. And France is actually the head right now of this NATO response force. So they've already got troops that are assigned to the NATO kind of quick reaction force that exists there in the region. They've already got units that are assigned to that and have been for several weeks. So it's important to point out, though, that the Polish defense minister is absolutely right. This is a big part of this is messaging to Russia that NATO will remain united no matter what happens here. Even if they decide to invade Ukraine, the NATO alliance will not falter. They will stand together. That's a big part of this deployment here. But it's also, you know, despite all of this, we are still hearing the same thing out of the administration, including Press Secretary John Kirby today, when talking about whether they think Russia has actually, and Vladimir Putin has actually made the decision to invade. Here's what he had to say.
We stand united. We have said that repeatedly. We say it again today. These movements are unmistakable signals to the world that we stand ready to reassure our NATO allies and deter and defend against any aggression. Now, as the Secretary said Friday, we do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability.
So now we hear that, you know, the capability continues to grow. They still don't know if he's made the decision, but more and more troops, more logistical support. You know, we've been talking about the blood supply that went in. Every single time that Vladimir Putin sends more forces forward to the border with Ukraine, to Belarus, it is just moving the needle more and more towards the direction of a potential invasion. And that's why we're seeing deployments like this, Allison.
So, Courtney, as you've been saying, these troops are going to be positioned across Eastern Europe, but not in Ukraine. Do we have a sense of if and when that could potentially change, what it will take?
So the only scenario that I see at this point that any U.S. boots beyond the trainers that are already there and have been there for years now in Ukraine, that any U.S. boots go on the ground in Ukraine would be for a non-combatant evacuation. And even if the military is supporting that in some role, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be in Ukraine for it. But you know, the Pentagon has been leaving open the option for that to actually happen. I asked Press Secretary John Kirby about it at the briefing this morning, and here's how he responded.
You've made it clear several times that these troops won't be brought into Ukraine and that they won't be in combat. But can you rule out that any of these troops, specifically some from the 82nd Airborne, might be brought into Ukraine in the coming days to help with a non-combatant evacuation? Is that possible that they could be used for that?
As I think you heard the Secretary say on Friday, our troops are multi-mission capable and they will be prepared for a range of contingencies, and I won't go any further than that.
So, of course, this is going to draw immediate parallels back to the 82nd Airborne and other U.S. soldiers being brought into Kabul airport in August to help with a massive non-combatant evacuation. But this is a very different circumstance. You know, this is Ukraine. This is Europe. There's more infrastructure there. There's more possibility and potential for people to leave via ground routes, to go, you know, across the border into Poland, for instance. So it's not necessary. It's not necessarily a foregone conclusion that if there is a non-combatant evacuation, the U.S. military would be brought into the airport or brought into Ukraine to help. But the 82nd Airborne is equipped and ready to do that if they are called upon. I think it's very significant that they are among the first to move forward into the region, because if, in fact, that becomes a reality, they would most likely be called on to do that, Allison.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thanks for reporting from the Pentagon today.
Thanks.
House Democrats want more microchips made here in the U.S., pushing the America Competes Act, to help unclog the supply chain bottleneck. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is here with me now. Leanne, what's in this America Competes Act?
Yeah, it's a really large bill that touches a lot of components of the society and the economy. What it tries to do is take on challenges that are facing the current economy, including the microchip shortage, by investing in manufacturing of microchips here in the United States through loans and grants, billions of dollars worth. And it would also try to get rid of the backlog for supply supply chain shortages as well by also spending lots of money to increase manufacturing of some of those critical components here. And so this is a piece of legislation that Democrats say would enable the United States to compete not only in the economic realm against China, but will also have national security implications too. Allison.
Leanne, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo rallying the Democratic caucus today. I know you spoke to her about the bill. What did she say?
I did. She came to speak to Democrats behind closed doors to urge them to vote for it because this bill was brought to the House very quickly, and it was done so after the president has been unable to have some big wins, especially with the shelving of the Build Back Better plan, voting rights not passing in the Senate. And so they think that this is necessary to give Democrats and the Biden administration a win heading into these midterms. This is what the Commerce Secretary told me earlier today after she met with House Democrats.
Pass the bill. We have no time to wait. This is a historic investment in American manufacturing, American research and development, emerging technology, and we just cannot wait any longer. The time for studying and process is over. The time for action is upon us. Let's get it done.
And so obviously she wants this to be done very quickly. There was some concern that some progressives would not support this, but it seems like they're going to. They got some amendments in the legislation, so it looks like House Democrats will have the votes in order for this to pass later this week, Allison.
Leanne, the Senate passed its version of the America Competes Act last June. More than a dozen Republicans supported it. Do you expect that same kind of GOP support in the House now?
No, and that's why they need the support of all the Democrats, because Republicans are telling me that this bill has become partisan, it's been filled with poison pills, and that Speaker Pelosi hijacked the process and made it so that Republicans couldn't stomach the legislation. Well, Democrats and Secretary Raimondo have a different take of why Republicans aren't voting for it. Let's listen to what she told me.
The bill is bipartisan. You know, the bones of this bill are bipartisan. Many Republican lawmakers have bills that have been incorporated into this larger bill. So I don't know how many we will get. I don't think we'll get very many, actually. So I think we need nearly every Democrat to do the right thing, and I think that is what will happen.
So Republican leadership is encouraging its members to vote against this legislation. It is expected to pass, assuming they get the support of most, if not all, House Democrats. But then it still has to go back to the Senate, where they're going to have two different bills that they have to work together on to come up with one bill that each chamber will like, Allison. So there's still quite a few steps to go.
Still a ways to go. All right, Leanne Caldwell on the Hill. Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, Empire State Power Play, the New York Democrats' big plan to pick up 3 seats in the State House. We've got the details next.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
New York voting any day now on a congressional redistricting plan. If it passes, it will halve the Republican delegation in New York's House. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joining me now. So, Jane, walk us through what New York's map looks like now and what it will look like if this redistricting plan passes.
Hey, Allison. So this congressional map, it just makes it a lot easier for Democrats to win and a lot harder for Republicans to win. Let's put it up on the screen what the old map looks like, the new map looks like. They'll give us a sense of how things are going. Well, I don't know if we have it, but basically it's a lot less competitive. You see safer Democratic districts and safer Republican districts. Maps that essentially boost Democrats. The Democrats who drew the map, this is what advocates say is a land grab gerrymander, a gerrymander designed to boost Democrats and give them more seats in Congress at the expense of the Republican incumbents they targeted.
Jane, sorry about the map there. I thought we had it for you. I apologize. What's the political word on the street here? What are the chances that this could pass?
Well, it's passed the Assembly, and we're just waiting for it to pass the state Senate. I think it's likely to go this afternoon. This has a lot of support. Democrats control the legislature in Albany and want this to pass. They say it's their fair districts. They do not agree with the characterization. They are a partisan gerrymander. It's just a very different makeup. And New York may be a blue state when we think about it nationally. It votes blue in presidential elections, but there's a lot of red voters. That's sort of how a state like New York becomes a very seat-rich place for redistricting. Every cycle it's like this. In the past, we've seen courts do it or we've seen compromise bills. But this time, Democrats had their say, and they're definitely trying to undermine some of the losses they've seen nationally in other states, places like Texas, where Democrats suffered at the hands of Republican gerrymanders. National Democrats wanted to make up some of those losses and mitigate the damage, if you will.
So, Jane, New York's Republican chairman is calling this redistricting plan brazen and outrageous gerrymandering. What are you hearing from both sides of the aisle? I mean, you say it happens in New York all the time.
You know, everyone hates gerrymandering when it's hurting their party.
Totally.
So out in Staten Island, Rep. Nicole Maliotakis, she's one of these incumbent Republicans who's being targeted. She told my colleague Sahil Kapoor shortly moments ago, you know, it's not good, regardless of which party is in control, to be drawing politically gerrymandered districts. The bottom line is, that she says, is what sums it up is that people should not be deciding what their representatives are, not the other way around. And this is exactly the argument that Democrats use when they don't want to get gerrymandered in other states. So this is the kind of thing you hear from everybody when they're getting gerrymandered out of their districts. Then again, Republicans have, of course, voted against federal legislation that Democrats championed that would have said that partisan gerrymandering is illegal and you can't have something like this. So it goes both ways, how people want to handle it. This Republican, not so pleased, but not happy to see her district get much bluer.
All right, let's talk about what's going on in some other states. Jane, you have reporting out today that Florida Republicans are proposing an election police force. Republicans in Arizona and Georgia advocating for similar investigative units. Even though voter fraud is rare, what's going on here?
You know, states across the country have looked and looked and looked for voter fraud. Texas spent in 2020, I think, 22,000 manpower hours in the Attorney General's office and got 16 cases closed. So it's really rare. But nonetheless, we're seeing a lot of states, 3 different states, advocate for these voter fraud squads, special $1 million budgets. The idea is to look and investigate these claims of voter fraud. I think this is an attempt to appease voters who are concerned about the outcomes of these elections and believe former President Donald Trump's stolen election lie. But nonetheless, it's really curious as to what they're going to do. The one in Florida being proposed would have something like 25 different staff positions. That's more than some counties have investigating murders in Florida. So a lot of manpower and not a lot of crime to be hunting down.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of wasted effort when we keep saying over and over again, voter fraud is very rare, but this doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Jane, thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Coming up, a history-making crew meets some of the women helping NASA return to the moon after this break.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NASA sending Americans to walk on the moon again, but this time women are a key part of the program. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at the new female-led mission.
As the United States returns to the moon, these are the women with the right stuff, leading the Artemis program, aiming to make new history in the final frontier.
When we go back to the moon with the first woman, the first person of color, those iconic boot prints mean that space and exploration are for everyone.
On the ground, NASA's already changed. No longer the province of white men with crew cuts, white shirts, black ties, and cigarettes.
What I can tell you is different now is there are strong, smart women in every corner of what we do at NASA.
Sharon Cobb leads the team that designed and built the Space Launch System, NASA's most powerful yet. Laura Palaia helped build the Orion capsule on top. Astronaut Stephanie Wilson could fly on one of the missions. And Charlie Blackwell Thompson will give the call to go for launch.
I would like to think that in being the first female launch director for NASA, the first woman in that role, that sends a message to young women that says not only is there a place in this firing room for you, there's a place in the front of the room for you leading this team.
It's inspiring for me to see that, to know that there is no ceiling for us, that we can go wherever we put our minds to.
Today, 30% of NASA's senior executives are women. And on the return to the moon, 35% are, changing the face of the agency while upholding its standards.
Commitment, dedication, inspiration, motivation, and being steadfast and unmovable. All of that has remained the same.
Why go back to the moon 50 years after the last man walked on the moon?
There is so much that we did not have an opportunity to learn the last time we were on the moon. We can also learn how to live and work on another surface outside of the Earth, and eventually be able to move on. The next great step will be putting humans on Mars.
The four of you want to live on the moon?
Oh, absolutely. It is a wonderful test bed, and as Sharon is saying, it really is a precursor for our Mars and deep space exploration.
Just one of many ways Artemis and its Orion capsule are different from the Apollo mission.
In Apollo, it could carry 3 crew astronauts. For Orion, it could carry 4. The capability of Apollo was something that now on your cell phone, it's very similar.
What hasn't changed is the crawler. This 6.6 million pound beast that delivered the Apollo rockets will move the Space Launch System to the launch pad. But now Brianne Roloff is behind the wheel.
What do you drive when you're not driving the crawler?
I drive a sedan.
Is it a stick shift?
I don't know how to drive a stick shift, no.
But you can drive a 6 million pound vehicle.
Yeah, why not?
Artemis's first flight will have no astronauts and just orbit the moon, hopefully landing Americans back on the moon on the 3rd or 4th trip.
I remember watching with my classmates in like 1st, 2nd grade. And I think that doesn't change.
They used to roll the TV
The TV in, the black
that?
and white TV, yes, on the card.
Right, and we'd all stop.
And we knew it was something huge because we just didn't have TVs in our classroom.
And we were so proud.
A world transfixed by Neil Armstrong's moment and the words he spoke.
He said, that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. What will it be when a woman takes that step?
It'll be the next giant leap for humankind.
I felt the kind of the chill bumps on my arm at thinking of what will the first woman, the first person of color, when they step foot on the moon, what will they say?
That is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. The Dow up more than 200 points. 2 good days in a row. Nice start to the month of February. We'll dig into all the big business stories of the day coming up a little later in this hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. A new document dumped from the National Archives. This one involving former Vice President Mike Pence. The new letter that went out this afternoon. Former head coach Brian Flores suing the NFL and 3 teams for racial discrimination. Why he says this suit is bigger than football. Plus, digital dissent to Chinese artists using NFTs to fight Beijing during the Olympics. We start with the National Archives and former Vice President Pence. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is here. But first, we're going to head over to Capitol Hill, where we have NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell. So, Leanne, the National Archives saying it's turning over VP Pence's documents to the January 6th committee in 30 days. What else do you know here?
Yeah, that's right. A letter from the National Archivist was released today saying that they would do that they would listen to what the Biden administration and their legal counsel says that would be okay for them to turn over these documents. We know that this document request would not be turned over if somehow the former president, Donald Trump, was able to stop it. We know he has tried that in the courts before. It hasn't worked. And the January 6th Select Committee has 700 pages worth of documents from the National Archives from the former president. Now, these are pertaining specifically to former Vice President Mike Pence, and we got a little clue into what they might be about in a letter from the White House counsel to the National Archives that says they're about his role as president of the Senate and overseeing the electoral count on January 6th. And while we don't know specifically, we do know it obviously pertains to what happened on that day, Allison.
All right, so that handover, if you will, happens in 30 days. Pete, what happens between now and then?
Probably nothing.
Okay.
I mean, Pence could go to court and try to stop it.
Okay.
On the theory that this was protected by executive privilege. However, that claim didn't work for President Trump, who the court said has some attenuated executive privilege, but not enough to overcome the committee's need for the documents. Remember, the Supreme Court basically declined to block them as well. And whatever the president's executive authority had, Pence's would be even less. So I'd be surprised if Pence even tries to stop it. And I have to say, one thing that's, I hope, going to be revealed somewhere is whatever happened to these alternate slates of electors that were sent in from 7 states. We know they went to archives, and archives didn't pass them along to Congress to be counted when the electoral vote is counted because archives considered them to be bogus. But they were also sent to the vice president in his capacity as president of the Senate, who presided over the counting. And so we're just sort of curious to know whatever became of them. Did he do anything with them? Did he stick them in his pocket and take them up to the Hill? That's one mystery that maybe these documents can help solve.
Leanne, Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the far-right group The Oath Keepers, went before the January 6th committee virtually today. A Texas judge has refused Rhodes' release ahead of his trial for charges related to January 6th. Those charges include seditious conspiracy. What's the latest here?
Yeah, well, he was expected to plead the Fifth. He is testifying behind bars while he is in custody for this seditious conspiracy charges. He has a whole list of charges that he's awaiting trial for, including obstruction of an official proceeding, and aiding and abetting. There's a whole list of these crimes that he's alleged to have commit or charged with committing. And so we don't know. We don't know what sort of information that he is going to turn over. I think what the committee is interested in talking to him about is what sort of coordination, if any, he had with the White House at the time or any administration officials or people close to the former president. We'll see if they get that information from him, Allison.
Leanne, one more for you. Former President Trump saying if he runs and wins in 2024, he might pardon the January 6th rioters if he feels they're being treated unfairly. How could that affect the committee's investigation? What are they saying about it?
Well, it probably won't affect the committee's investigation at all. The Department of Justice is handling those charges and those sentences. What the committee is doing, it could embolden the committee to continue to go after the former president, which that is what they are trying to do, to connect the dots and see how close and how involved Donald Trump was in all of this. And the committee is doubling down and saying this is exactly why the committee is necessary. And I will also say that separately from what's happening in the January 6th Select Committee, there's also conversations happening in the Senate to change the Electoral Count Act, which is the proceedings that the vice president does, which governs the proceedings of the vice president on January 6th of counting those electoral votes. Despite the president making those statements, the Republicans involved in those negotiations, they have not walked away from those negotiations. It has not deterred them at all. And if anything, it has made them more likely to continue with this. And so it's interesting how the former president's statements about lessening the sentences of these people on January 6th really hasn't done a lot up here on Capitol Hill.
Pete, you mentioned the electoral count before. I want to ask you about legal experts saying the DOJ could file conspiracy charges against states that sent alternate electoral college votes for Donald Trump, even though those states actually voted for Joe Biden. Tell us more.
Right. So these are the 7 states that sent in those alternate slates. At least 5 of them said, we are the duly chosen electors in our state, and here are the electoral votes you should count for Donald Trump. So there could be, according to the people I talked to, criminal charges against the people who did that based on false statements, saying, A, that they were the duly chosen electors when they weren't, because electors are chosen by popular vote, and Trump lost in those 7 states. Secondly, they say, we met at the state capitol as we're supposed to do. Well, most of them didn't. Some of them were turned away from the state capitol. But on the conspiracy count, what several of these experts say is if you could show a connection, that there was a plan to have all of these slates sent together, then you could get a charge of conspiracy to defraud the federal government. It's a charge that has been brought before. It's brought before in election contexts. And, you know, there may be some indication that there was a plan to do this, because after all, on the day that the electoral votes were counted on December 14th of 2020, Stephen Miller, the White House aide, was on Fox News saying, we've got all these alternate slates that are going to be sent in, and if we prevail in the litigation, then we'll have our Trump votes. So it does seem like there was some planning to do this. And we know that the attorneys general in 2 of those 7 states, from New Mexico and Michigan, have referred these cases to the Justice Department. And Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, told CNN last week that they are under investigation.
All right, Pete and Leanne, thank you both for leading us off today. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Coming up, Brian Flores going on offense against the NFL, what the former head coach is saying about his racial discrimination lawsuit against the league. Next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start with a new poll suggesting that more than half of teachers in the U.S. are ready to quit because of pandemic burnout. 55% of public school staff surveyed say they're planning to leave due to stress. In Iran, 2 gay men have been executed over sodomy charges, according to a human rights group. Homosexuality is illegal in the country. 4 men have been arrested in connection with the death of actor Michael K. Williams, widely known for his role in The Wire. He died of a drug overdose last September. The 4 men are being accused of selling fentanyl-laced heroin. Grindr has disappeared from app stores in China. The removal of the gay dating app comes after authorities there promised an internet cleanup campaign. Officials are removing what they consider illegal and inappropriate content. And an 8-year-old author in Idaho is getting attention for hiding his self-made book on the shelves of his local library. Librarians there decided to process it, and now there's actually a waiting list to check out Dylan's book. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Ex-Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores talking today about suing the NFL and 3 teams for racial discrimination. Flores says he was given sham interviews by the New York Giants and Denver Broncos so they could satisfy the NFL's Rooney Rule. It requires teams to interview minority candidates for head coach, general manager, and top assistant positions. This suit also claims that Dolphins owner Stephen Ross told Flores he would pay him $100,000 for each loss during the 2019 season so the team could get a better draft pick. NBC reached out to Ross. He hasn't commented on that claim. Flores telling CBS this morning his suit is bigger than football.
We filed the lawsuit so that we could create some change, and that's important to me. I think we're at a fork in the road right now. You know, we're either going to keep it the way it is, or we're going to go in another direction and actually make some real change where we're actually changing the hearts and minds of those who make decisions to hire head coaches, executives, et cetera. And that's where we got to get to. We got to change hearts and minds.
The NFL denying Flores' claim, saying in a statement, the NFL and our clubs are deeply committed to ensuring equitable employment practices and continue to make progress in providing equitable opportunities throughout our organizations. Diversity is core to everything we do, and there are few issues on which our clubs and our internal leadership team spend more time. We will defend against these claims, which are without merit. Now, the Giants, the Dolphins, and the Broncos are also denying any claims of racism or wrongdoing during their hiring process. So let's dig into this one a little bit more. Joining me now, Eben Novy-Williams, sports business reporter at Sportico. Eben, Flores' lawsuit includes text messages that he says Patriots head coach Bill Belichick sent congratulating Flores on getting the Giants job before he even interviewed with the team. Tell us more about those messages and what's at the heart of this here.
Yeah, one of the many juicy aspects of this claim includes those text messages from Bill Belichick, in which Bill, it appears, thought he was texting Brian Daboll, who got the job with the Giants. Instead, he was texting Brian Flores, who was yet to interview for the job. And again, Brian Flores presents this as evidence that 3 days after a lot of people, including Bill Belichick, seemed to know that Brian Daboll was going to get the job with the Giants. He sat down for what was considered to be an interview with the Giants. So he did that interview knowing full well that he was not going to get the job because it seemed like they had already made that decision. And that's a big claim at the heart of this lawsuit, is that Rooney Rule just presents an opportunity for teams to do sham interviews, to interview coaches of color like Brian Flores, just to satisfy or just to check a box, as opposed to ever really considering them for open positions.
Now, I should note, NBC did reach out to the Patriots and Belichick about those text messages. If you're waiting for an answer here, though, a team spokesman said they don't anticipate a response. So let's talk about the reaction around the league to Flores' suit. What are you hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing two things. One, there are obviously people around the league, as you read off in the NFL response and the response from teams. There are people that think that there's a lot of kind of salacious and exaggerated details in here. And then sadly, there are a lot of people, particularly minorities who have worked in the coaching ranks and also have worked in front office ranks, who really feel as though Brian is saying the quiet part out loud. There has been an assumption in a lot of circles around the NFL for a long time that the Rooney Rule was not helping the NFL diversify its ranks. And if anything, it was maybe even making it worse by essentially putting a lot of minority candidates in this pool of, oh, we have to talk to this person. not putting them on kind of equal footing with other potential candidates. And again, I think there's a lot of people around the league that look at this lawsuit, that are reading it, they're probably nodding their heads sadly as they go through it. Maybe they've experienced similar experiences to what Brian Flores has. And to make it clear, this is a civil rights lawsuit that Brian wants to turn into a class action lawsuit. So he is hoping, he is expecting that there are going to be other people who have worked in the NFL or maybe have tried to work in the NFL that are going to join him, potentially with evidence just like he has, that maybe shows that a lot of their interviews were not held in a way that was on equal footing.
I mean, look, I'm not commenting on whether the suit itself it has merit or not, but you look around the NFL. The only black coach in the league right now is the Steelers' Mike Tomlin. The Rooney Rule came from the Steelers' Dan Rooney. I mean, you just look at the numbers. You have to be asking questions about what is going on here. Flores himself saying he knows this may risk his chances of getting another job in the NFL, but he's also acknowledging that this is bigger than football. What's your take here? I mean, is he done as far as you're concerned?
I would love to be wrong on this, Allison. I think there is a 0% chance that Brian Flores coaches in the NFL again. We've seen Colin Kaepernick is a great example of how the league tends to close ranks when there's someone that publicly challenges them or even legally challenges them. I think, and Brian acknowledged this himself yesterday in connection with filing the suit. He issued a statement that said essentially that. He understands that he is potentially probably sacrificing his future as an NFL coach, if there was one, to take this step, but he clearly feels like this is a more important use of his time and something more important for him to dedicate himself towards than to keep interviewing for jobs like the Giants job that he clearly feels like he's not on equal footing to try to get.
Eben, thanks for being with us today. This is one everybody is talking about. Really appreciate your chiming in with us here.
Thanks.
All right, let's bring in David Henderson. He's a civil rights lawyer and a former prosecutor. David, this is a 58-page class action lawsuit. Let's just talk about what Flores will have to do to prove these claims in court.
Absolutely. And Allison, you said it. It's 58 pages. There's several different types of claims that he's bringing. Claims in federal court, claims under 2 different state laws, based on where the NFL is based on where the New York Giants that are based in New Jersey are based. But here's the key claim that I think helps set the tone for everything we're going to discuss. And that's the first claim that he's bringing under a law called 42 U.S.C. 1981, which is a contract law that says people should have the right to make and enforce contracts, quote, as is enjoyed by white citizens. That defines the aspect of it being a civil rights case. The broader question we're going to ask is whether or not he can proceed on his claims as an individual, or whether, as you were just discussing, he'll have the right to represent a class of people who've undergone similar wrongdoing that entitles him to bring this lawsuit on their behalf.
So right now, no other coaches have joined the suit, but Flores' attorney told CNN he expects they will. If you were representing Flores, how would you guide him here? And what difference does it make if he is going it alone here or if other coaches join in?
So I'd guide Flores the same way I'd guide any of my other clients. And that always begins with a basic conversation where you ask them, look, if you could wave a magic wand and change the way the world looks, how does it look in a manner that's consistent with us filing this lawsuit? In that regard, the timing of it is very curious for me, because my understanding is he still had interviews on the books. And so if I'm his lawyer, I would ask, hey, why not interview for these jobs? If you get a job, it still lets you do all the things you're telling me you want to do. And it doesn't prevent you from filing this lawsuit. And they can't retaliate against you for filing the lawsuit. So I would have asked him that question. Given where we are now, I would ask him, what do you want most in terms of how this lawsuit proceeds? Because that affects everything else you're going to decide to do as it continues.
David, this case is putting a renewed focus on the league's Rooney Rule. As I mentioned before, right now there is just one black head coach in the NFL. It's Mike Tomlin, of course, of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's what Flores told CBS about the Rooney Rule.
And the Rooney Rule is intended to, give minorities an opportunity to sit down in front of ownership. But I think what it's turned into is an instance where guys are just checking the box. And that's been the case. I've been on some interviews in the past that where I've had that feeling. There's always no way to know for sure, but you know, and I know I'm not alone there.
David, the NFL changed this rule last year to require teams interview at least 2 minority candidates from outside the organization for open head coaching jobs. What other changes, if any, do you think the league should consider making here?
You know, Allison, really, the Rooney Rule is a good rule. The change that needs to happen is not to the content of the rule, but rather the way the rule is enforced. You've got to think about what gave rise to the rule back in, I think it was 2002. They said, listen, there's a complete lack of diversity in the upper echelon of the NFL. So from now on, when you're trying to fill a position there, you've got to interview at least one person of color. As you just noted, that change is saying you've got to interview at least 2 people of color. But the problem is the rule has no impact if it doesn't have any teeth. So what needs to happen is the NFL needs to find some means of actively enforcing this rule so that you actually see more diversity within the NFL in the positions of authority, which the Rooney Rule is inclined to cover.
All right, David, we said this before. It's a story everybody is talking about. Thanks for bringing your legal expertise to it.
Absolutely.
What is the new team name?
Doug, what is it?
We are the Commanders.
We are the Commanders.
Goodbye, football team. Hello, Commanders. Washington unveiling a new team name on the Today Show this morning. It's a new chapter for a franchise with a storied and controversial past. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman shows us how we got here.
We are the Commanders.
A new era is kicking off for Washington's NFL franchise. The team announcing its new name, the Washington Commanders. After a search that started with the decision more than a year and a half ago to get rid of the old name, dividing fans and raising painful questions about oppression in America's past and present.
You know, it's a name that has the weight and meaning befitting a 90-year-old franchise. It's something that broadly resonated with our fans, and it's something that we believe embodies the values of service and leadership that really define the DMV in this community.
So how did we get here? The team was founded in 1932 as the Boston Braves, the same name as a baseball team, which eventually moved to Atlanta. The team's owner, George Preston Marshall, felt that having 2 teams share the same name was confusing. So in 1933, he changed his to the Redskins. They moved right here to Washington, D.C. in 1937 and introduced this logo.
There's been a lot of pushback over the years, protests going back to the 1970s, but it wasn't until like the last couple years when it really ramped up.
The first push to change the name came in 1972, when Native American groups wrote to ownership saying it was offensive and promoted negative stereotypes. Later that year, the team debuted a new logo, designed by a tribal leader, that it used through 2019. In 1992, a group of Native Americans petitioned the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office to cancel the team's trademark of the word Redskins. The legal battle lasting nearly 30 years and winding its way to the Supreme Court, where the team won. Current owner Dan Snyder resisted public pressure for years. But after George Floyd's murder in May 2020, the nationwide reckoning over racial justice spread to the sports world. Pressure grew from Washington's sponsors, including FedEx, which owns the naming rights to the team's stadium.
Even as recently as 2013, Dan Snyder said, I'm absolutely not changing the name. It wasn't until these sponsors like FedEx and Nike and Pepsi really spoke up and said, you got to change the name or we're out. That's just something that the team couldn't afford to do.
In July 2020, the team announced it was retiring the Redskins name and would be called the Washington Football Team while a search for a new name was underway. Less than a month later, they hired Jason Wright as the team's president, the first black man to hold that job in the NFL.
The NFL's moving in the right direction, society's moving in the right direction, but the thing is it's only a small step.
Former Minnesota Vikings punter Chris Kluwe was among the NFL players who advocated publicly for the name to change.
What role do you think the pressure from sponsors played in getting them to change their mind?
A huge role. There's only so much that public pressure can do. At the end of the day, the NFL's a business. And each team is its own individual business. And once you start affecting the bottom line, that's when change starts happening.
Washington isn't the only franchise that's felt pressure from Native American groups who say their misuse of indigenous culture is offensive.
You see, there's always been Cleveland. That's the best part of our name. And together, we are all Cleveland Guardians.
Cleveland's baseball team changed its name last year from the Indians to the Guardians. But the Atlanta Braves, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the NHL's Chicago Blackhawks have no plans to change their names. Braves and Chiefs fans also do the celebratory tomahawk chop, despite decades of calls to stop. NBC News reached out to the Braves, the Chiefs, and the Blackhawks, but none of the teams commented.
It's an important time in sports history, and I think this is one of those key moments where athletes are speaking up more about causes that are important to them, and teams themselves have had to really look in the mirror.
It's very easy to feel discriminated against when you walk down the street and someone is wearing a hat with a racial slur on. And again, it's a shame that we did not fix that earlier.
TV talk show host Whoopi Goldberg suspended for her comments on ABC's The View. Goldberg said the Holocaust was not about race. She has since apologized. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Whoopi Goldberg suspended after making this controversial comment about the Holocaust.
The Holocaust isn't about race.
The incident happened Monday morning on The View during debate about a Tennessee school board's banning Mouse, a book about the horrors of the Holocaust.
It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man. That's what it's about.
But it's about white supremacy. It's about
but
going after
it's
Jews
not about
and
race. But these are two white groups of people.
Backlash was swift. The CEO of the Anti-Defamation League tweeting, "No, Whoopi Goldberg, the Holocaust was about the Nazis' systematic annihilation of the Jewish people, who they deemed to be an inferior race," adding, quote, "Holocaust distortion is dangerous." Goldberg tried to clarify her remarks Monday night in a pre-taped interview with Stephen Colbert.
As a black person, I think of race as being something that I can see. So I see you and I know what race you are. And the discussion was about how I felt about that. People were very angry and they said, no, we are a race. And I understand. I felt differently.
By the end of the night, the talk show host tweeting this reversal. "On today's show, I said the Holocaust is not about race, but about man's inhumanity to man. I should have said it's about both," adding, "I stand corrected." Goldberg took that apology to millions on The View Tuesday.
I said something that I feel a responsibility for not leaving unexamined because my words upset so many people, which was never my intention. And I understand why now.
She credited the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt, for helping change her views.
Hitler's ideology, the Third Reich, was predicated on the idea that the Aryans, the Germans, were a, quote, master race, and the Jews were a subhuman race. It was a racialized anti-Semitism. Your platform, Whoopi, is so important, using it now to educate people to realize that anti-Semitism remains a clear and present danger.
Neither Goldberg nor The View responded to NBC's request for comment. Kim Goodwin, president of ABC News, said in part, "While Whoopi has apologized, I've asked her to take time to reflect and learn about the impacts of her comments." The suspension is set to last 2 weeks, according to the announcement. No stranger to controversial stances, a contrite Goldberg now vowing to think differently.
Words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected.
Coming up, nearly 50 million people quit their jobs in 2021. So what kind of power do workers have now in 2022? We'll take a look after the break.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Lindsey Vaughn into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shipwreck. Sean White takes the goal.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Hundreds of Coca-Cola workers still struggling to get their monthly paychecks weeks after a ransomware cyber attack on a payroll company. NBC News Digital reporter Kevin Collier writing, paychecks to employees in Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia who work for Coca-Cola Consolidated have been sporadic, according to union reps. Kevin joins me now. So, Kevin, you spoke to a Coca-Cola delivery driver and salesman. He says his checks were essentially cut in half. His savings is drying up. That's pretty awful. What other problems are workers telling you about?
Yeah, the workers and the union reps that I've spoken with, I mean, they had a litany of stories, but all were related to their paychecks being arbitrary and low since the ransomware attack, which was right before Christmas Eve. Some had paychecks that were missed entirely. Some weren't paid on Christmas Eve like they were scheduled to. And it seems like the biggest issue where a lot are still owed overtime pay, even if they are getting their correct checks now.
So Kronos, which is the payroll company, says all of its services were restored in January. I guess the big question is now, it's February 2nd. Why is Coca-Cola Consolidated still having issues?
Yeah, to be honest, they didn't have a great answer for that, except to say they're still working on it, and they insist that all the workers will eventually be paid in full. You know, the main issue at large with the employers who still use Kronos is, you know, they weren't directly handling their staffing and timesheets for their own employees. It's something they hired another company to do, and because of this devastating ransomware attack on the company that did that for them, they're just suddenly forced to do that, handle that all on their own.
Kevin, ransomware attacks cost American businesses almost $20 billion last year. This is according to a study from the cybersecurity company Emsisoft. So what are employers doing to prevent these hacks? Because obviously they're quite expensive.
Yeah, they are. There's always little things you can do. You can train your staff to better identify phishing attacks. You can bolster up your own external security. The federal government has this one-stop shop for dealing with ransomware, stopransomware.gov. But really, there isn't a magic bullet. You know, no one's figured one out. There doesn't seem to be one on the horizon. It sounds brutal, but there's no guarantee out there, as evidenced by this litany of attacks. And, you know, as this Kronos attack shows, businesses don't even have to be hacked directly to be significantly impacted. It can be devastating, even if it's just a service that you've come to rely on that gets hacked.
Kevin, thanks so much for being with us today. Great reporting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right now, workers in the driver's seat, millions of them quitting in search of a better job, lifestyle, more money. But some businesses have a new strategy to retain employees in the middle of the Great Resignation, and it is actually working. Here's NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn.
Michael Aiken works for Johnny's Pizza House in Shreveport, Louisiana. He started as a high school junior in 2008, but after a few years, Michael received a statement on top of his normal paycheck confirming he owned a piece of the company.
And I saw that, oh, such and such amount of stock, and this is your cash value amount of your account. It was, oh, wow, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and I can watch something grow.
So how did it happen? Johnny's offers an ESOP, or Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Workers get a slice of the company after 3 years on the job. They can cash out when they leave Johnny's or save until retirement. Michael has now been there for 13 years. He trains employees and helps open new restaurants.
Well, how much of this ownership program played a role in you being there for so many years?
Well, I would say it played a definite role in it. More of your heart goes into your work because you see that statement.
There are 6,500 employee-owned companies in the U.S., names you'd recognize. Cliff Bar with just over 1,000 employees. W.L. Gore, they make Gore-Tex fabric with over 11,000 workers. The nation's largest ESOP, Florida-based Publix grocery stores with 225,000 employees.
Employee-owned businesses tend to have lower turnover and more loyal employees.
Joseph Blasi is a Rutgers professor specializing in employee ownership. A recent report shows these companies fared much better than non-employee-owned companies over the past 2 years. They retained workers at a rate of 4 to 1. Another study found employees at ESOPs had twice the amount of money in their retirement accounts, $132,000 on average.
Most ESOP companies also share cash profits every year with employees, typically in excess of 10% on top of wages.
According to Blasi, if you want to work for an ESOP, expect to be more involved in corporate matters and also share more business-related information with coworkers. And it takes commitment. Maximum wealth comes at retirement.
Some employees, especially in ESOPs, if they're younger, they don't want to wait until retirement to get that big wealth nest egg.
At Johnny's Pizza House, Michael's nest egg has been growing since 2008. The company's CEO tells NBC News multiple employees have retired, cashing out more than $1 million.
People might say, but you work at a pizza restaurant. How is this possible?
It's definitely possible as long as you're taking care of whoever comes through the door and taking care of the things in your four walls and you're making sure your customers are taken care of and coming back. I mean, it's going to work.
Coming up, a winter wallop heading for Texas. The last winter storm there took out the state's power grid. So are they better prepared for this one? We'll head to Dallas to find out.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
2,000 miles of snow and ice, more than 100 million people from Waco to Boston under winter weather advisories. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. So, Michelle, heavy snow is already falling in the Midwest. What's coming over the next few days?
Well, we're going to see more snow, we're going to see more ice, and even some heavy rain. Tomorrow we could see some severe weather. So we have it all with this storm. It's a big storm. You mentioned the miles. It stretches far, but it's a high impact storm too, especially where we're seeing the ice. So this is what it looks like right now on radar. You can see the blue. That is your snow, the heavy rain falling in the yellows and oranges. The green is your lighter rain. And then sandwiched in the middle is your ice zone, where we see the pinks and also the purple. So that's where we're most concerned in terms of travel and power outages. Winter weather alerts, 105 million of us are impacted. Where you see the pink, that is your winter storm warning. An ice storm warning in your purple. The white is a winter storm advisory. And then we have some blue, your winter storm watch. That's into the interior parts of Northeast. So here's the setup. This is what we're seeing. It's sort of a wintry battleground. You have that tropical air being funneled in from the Gulf of Mexico. Back behind it, some really frigid Arctic air coming down from Canada. So when you have this clash, you're going to have that battle zone where you see that pink. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's where the ice is setting up. So as we go throughout time here, you have that snow. This really looks like our current radar, this setup. But as you look to the west, we're looking at some snow in the blue, that icy mix in between, the rain. And then what happens is there's sort of a wedge where that cold air is at the bottom, at the surface, and then the warm air rises up above it. So it's going to start out as snow. And then when it falls into this, it starts out as rain, when it falls into the colder air, that's where it freezes on contact with the ground. You get that dangerous travel. You get power lines coming down, even tree limbs, and that's where you get that wide swath of ice. And that's what we're going to continue to watch tonight into tomorrow, also on Friday, into parts of the Ohio Valley, also the Northeast. So that is your ice forecast. As we look towards the blue, that's the thickest ice. That's where we're expecting the most problems, from Memphis to Paducah, all the way to Columbus and to Pittsburgh. We're expecting dangerous travel, of course, and also power outages. And I mentioned that Arctic air, so we could see some power outages along with some really frigid temperatures. So when we talk about ice, up to a quarter inch, that's where you see the slick roadways, the bridges. You can kind of see that glaze on the trees. And then a quarter inch to a half inch, that's where you see those tree limbs starting to come down. Scattered outages, dangerous travel. You don't really want to be traveling on the roadways. But it's a half inch to an inch. And that's what we're going to see in some spots. Extensive tree damage. You can see them sort of laying on everyone's yards, impassable roads, widespread multi-day power outages, and that's with temperatures below freezing. Also expecting some snow with this, mainly in the Northeast, expecting the heaviest amount, but still a huge swath of people who are going to see some snow falling. The pinks and purples, that's where you're seeing 9 inches to 12 inches. And these are parts that didn't see really a lot of snow with our nor'easter. So we sort of flipped the puzzle here. And then we have that warm sector. So rainfall totals up to 5 inches possible, where you see the darker colors, the yellows, the oranges, Montgomery to Huntsville to Nashville into the Northeast. We are expecting heavy rain, and we could see some spots that could see some severe weather tomorrow. So Thursday's forecast, I just wanted to show this to you because the Southern Plains, we have all that ice in the forecast and the expectation for some power outages. We're only going to be at 35 in San Antonio tomorrow. Dallas, just 26 degrees. The good news here is, as opposed to last year's storm that caused all that havoc, it's going to be shorter duration. We're not going to see temperatures dropping as far as they did last year, and we're not going to see that cold snap. Last year was like 5 days. This year, closer to 1 to 2 days. But still, if you have power outages with temperatures in the teens and 20s, that's going to feel pretty terrible. And then as we go throughout the weekend, keeping it very cold on Friday. That cold front sinks further to the east and further to the south. So there we're seeing some more snow in the northeast. We're seeing a wintry mix in some spots along the I-95 corridor. And that's before this sort of ends as it moves off the coast. Otherwise, we're going to see rain before that. And then Saturday, it's all about the bitter blast, especially in the northeast. Look at some of those temperatures. These are daytime highs with temperatures in the 20s and 30s. You factor in a really gusty northwesterly wind. It's going to feel like the teens and 20s throughout the northeast. Still chilly in the south, but notice in Texas, we're starting to rebound. So temperatures into the 40s. That's good news. We're above freezing. This cold snap is a little shorter compared to the last one. And then as we go throughout Sunday here, we are thawing. And we're pretty mild once again in parts of the southeast. Possible snow along the mid-Atlantic in some spots, the higher elevations. We're still frigid in the northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s. And then we're looking back to the west because we haven't really talked about the west this whole time, but we're looking at sunny and mild conditions. So as we go throughout time here, this is what we're going to continue to watch. This continues to be a big story. It's a big storm with high impacts, as opposed to the nor'easter that was quick. It was 24 hours. It sort of fell along the coastal sections. We are looking at a high impact storm, especially with that ice up to a ½ inch in some spots. That could definitely cause some power outages, and that's what we're going to continue to watch over the next several days. Allison?
All right, Michelle, I know you're keeping track of a lot there. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, let's head to Dallas, Texas now, where Morgan Chesky is covering the first winter storm there since the state's power grid collapsed a year ago. Morgan, what is Texas doing to prevent another catastrophe this time around?
Yeah, that is a very good question, Allison. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has spoken repeatedly and at length about what steps he believes have been the necessary ones to make sure that a blackout like we saw about 1 year ago does not happen again. In a press conference earlier this week, he reassured everyone who was concerned that at least 99% of the state's power generators have been inspected and are functioning at this point in time, and that ERCOT, that's the name of the state power grid, officials are standing by, keeping an incredibly close eye on this grid as it really faces its first true test since that winter storm came through here and left millions of Texans in the dark, in the cold, for days on end. The death toll varies, Allison, anywhere from around 200 people upwards of 250 individuals that were killed as a result of that incredibly intense Arctic blast that just sat over Texas for days on end. We did have a chance to hear from the Texas Public Utility Commission earlier this week. I want you to hear what they had to say. Take a listen.
We know that the reforms we have put in place over these last few months ensure that our grid is reliable and ready for this winter weather event. We will continue operating the grid in a conservative fashion by bringing on more reserves for an increased margin of safety and by operating an abundance of caution so that we have more supply sooner rather than later. In addition, our grid and our transmission system now meet and exceed federal winterization standards.
So if you can make out some of that, you understand that the commissioner is essentially saying that the power grid has been checked, has been inspected at length since that winter storm came through a year ago. We do know that according to the governor, Allison, there is even more power available to be dispersed as needed than we had at this time last year when that storm set in and those temperatures plunged. Important to note here, one of the key problems that Texas faced with last year's storm was that we had such a sustained period of time below freezing. I'm here in Dallas. We had lakes here, Allison, that essentially froze over nearly to where you could walk across them. That is almost unheard of. This time, however, as we just heard from the forecast, we're looking at 2, maybe 3 days below freezing, a far cry from what we saw this time last year. Allison?
All right, let's hope 2022 is very different in Texas than 2021. Morgan, thank you. And with that forecast, it is no surprise we've got 6 more weeks of winter on the way, according to the oh-so-super scientific groundhog Punxsutawney Phil. Thousands of people gathered at Gobbler's Knob in Pennsylvania this morning to watch the inner circle summon Phil from his tree stump. The crowd chanting 6 more weeks as Phil saw his shadow. Phil has predicted winter more than 100 times since he first got this gig back in 1887. Coming up, the Olympics kick off this week, along with some global protests against China's alleged human rights violations. How one Chinese cartoonist is speaking out through his art. Next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics in Beijing now just 2 days away. And as the games approach, a Chinese artist is protesting the country's alleged human rights violations through art sold as NFTs. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga has his story.
The Beijing Winter Olympics is kicking off this week, regardless of the diplomatic boycott of several countries, including the US. Activists have held protests in the last couple of months in Europe and Asia ahead of the Games, and now Uyghur, Tibetan and Hong Kong activists urge the public not to watch the Games, insisting China is unfit to hold the Games for its alleged records of human rights violation. Ba Diao, a Chinese political cartoonist, is bringing his protest art, along with the issues, to the NFT world.
I want to have a fake advertisement. The collection of 5 posters will be dropped as NFT art, and each poster depicting one particular human rights violation from the Chinese government, Uyghur genocide.
China has come under fire for detaining and abusing Muslim Uyghurs in the country's Xinjiang province, and what the US says is genocide and crimes against humanity, which includes imprisonment, forced sterilization, rape, torture, and forced labor. The Chinese government called these re-education camps designed to rid them of what they claim are separatist thoughts and religious extremism, and denies allegations of human rights abuses.
I'm afraid the Chinese government is going to whitewash this entire issue with a celebration of the Olympics, and it will try to silence anyone who want to criticize China's human rights record, including the athletes.
Because of political censorship Ba Diao says he has experienced, he now lives in Australia. His posters have touched down in San Francisco and Miami, but have never been to China.
I've been making art for 10 years. There's almost no support. There's no grant. There's no funding.
NFT is the latest platform that the digital world has offered to artists. They are unique signatures on digital artworks that prove an ownership. Once a piece is sold, it marks a record on the blockchain that cannot be erased.
Websites get in trouble for political reasons, and the government shuts down websites all the time. You can't shut down the blockchain. The servers are all over the world. It's a really cool idea to create an NFT that lives on the blockchain because it can't be erased or shut down by any government. All dissident artists should really try to look into new tech as a tool for them. Snowden did his papers as an NFT. Pussy Riot just sold an NFT for a lot of money.
I do believe that NFT would become a very important force to battering the censorship in China. I hope my very action could bring more people to joining this meaningful activism.
Last December, the United States announced a diplomatic boycott of the Winter Olympics.
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics.
China called America's boycott a self-directed political farce, claiming it violates the political neutrality of sports.
No one cares whether they come or not.
Athletes, coaches, and even reporters attending the Olympics have to submit a daily COVID monitoring via a web browser or an app. But cybersecurity group Citizen Lab says the app has security problems that could leave a person's sensitive data vulnerable to hacking. A report the International Olympic Committee refutes. They say 2 cybersecurity companies found no critical vulnerabilities with the app.
It's indeed a disappointment that the boycotting was not actually the reality. But what I want to encourage them to do is, knowing the essence of this Olympic, knowing the political motivation behind the Chinese government, knowing the human rights violation committed by this government, well, get themselves informed.
Thousands of mourners filling St. Patrick's Cathedral today for the second time in less than a week, this time paying tribute to NYPD officer Wilbert Mora. Mora and his partner, Detective Jason Rivera, shot and killed on January 21st, responding to a domestic disturbance call in Harlem. Here's WNBC reporter Mark Santia.
A chorus of mourners lifting their voices inside and outside one of the world's most recognizable cathedrals. Wilbert Mora's heartbroken family choked back tears as they told the congregation about a man who loved to be silly and was adored by his mom.
We had so many plans together. We were supposed to travel and go camping and go on road trips. I wanted to experience the adventure with you because your love for life was infectious.
Mora, the youngest of 4 children, a proud New Yorker with deep Dominican roots, always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
I love you, baby bro, and I will always miss you.
His family never dreamed they would have to say goodbye so soon.
Te amamos siempre, Wilbert. I love you.
Detective Mora and his patrol partner, Detective Rivera, were both killed as they responded to a call for help in Harlem.
With his combination of strength and compassion, Wilbert served this department bravely, honorably, as a colossal symbol of promise. Not for the size of his frame, but for the goodness in his heart.
Detective Mora took an oath to protect and serve, and did so even in death, donating his organs.
Because of Wilbert, 5 strangers have been given the continuation of life. He is a hero.
With the weight of this tragedy on the shoulders of the city, civilians stood next to cops, unified in grief.
We need to stand up. It's time.
I choose to be here because the police them protect us. And these 2 sons, these two 22 and 27, could be my son or my grandson. And I mourn with the family, and I mourn with police.
A final farewell from the air and on the ground for a man and police officer who wanted nothing more than to help other lives.
What's shaping up to be the year's biggest storm, barreling straight toward 100 million of us tonight, hitting everywhere, including parts of the country that never get snow like this. We're live on the ground and with Al Roker on what we expect to see next. Back here in Washington, President Biden's amping up the pressure on Russia, deploying 3,000 troops to Europe. And the Pentagon press secretary telling me they're not ruling out sending more. We've got those details in a minute. Plus, the stunner of a resignation today from the now ex-head of CNN because of a consensual relationship, apparently with another top exec. Why the business world is asking a lot of questions about what this means for their major merger. And new TikTok rules may be on the way. What that means for your scrolling habit, you'll want to listen to that one. Plus, nearly 2 years into the pandemic, restaurants still struggling with Omicron only making it worse. But does Congress care? Some owners don't think so. We'll explain why in tonight's original later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and as we're coming on the air tonight, you've got this wicked winter storm smashing its way across the country in what could be the biggest storm of the season. More than 100 million people are under those winter weather alerts tonight, from Maine to New Mexico. The Midwest just buried. Dangerous freezing rain expected from Texas to Vermont. Missouri's even activating the National Guard now to help out. And of course, all of this is making travel practically impossible. Thousands of flights have been canceled tomorrow. That makes it one of the worst days for flying in the last year. Millions more people are being told, do not drive, get off the roads. And then some stores like Walmart in the Midwest are even closing their doors ahead of this whole thing. Al Roker is tracking it for us tonight. But first, let's get to Shaquille Brewster in Detroit. Okay, Shaq, you in a hat and a thick coat is kind of how I'm used to seeing you these days. Give us the deal. What's happening where you are?
I know, this seems like my normal go-to, being outside in the cold, but today we're talking about this massive storm. And you know, Hallie, I'll just let you see what we're going through in Detroit. Just take a look at the dog park over there. I just wanted an excuse to talk about dogs, honestly, but they're having fun enjoying the snow that's out here. You know, one thing that we saw here in Detroit is that this morning started out with rain and then it went to sleet, and finally they're getting the snow. Yesterday, forecasters were saying that this could be a top 10 snow event with up to 12 inches of snow. It looks like because the rain held on a little bit longer than they expected, it's not going to reach that amount, but this is a significant amount. Schools are going virtual already. There's that state of emergency in effect, so people are taking this extremely seriously, Hallie.
You would hope so, right, given what the forecast is. But the thing is, Shaq, you know, people in Detroit where you are, they're kind of used to this type of thing. It's going to hit a lot different down south.
They're used to, but I'll tell you, I talked to someone who was shoveling some snow, and he talked about this being heavier. It's denser. It's more than that. It's more than what they normally get to. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had, not only here, but our teams in Chicago and other areas around the Midwest had with folks who, like you said, are typically used to stuff like this. Is this different?
Right here, yes.
How so?
All day. All day, you gotta keep up with it.
It's the hardship makes you feel alive. It's fun.
You're cold all the time, you're wet. It's just not fun.
I can identify a little bit with that last one there, but also different is how widespread this storm is. This is a storm that's impacting more than 105 million people across the country. As far as south as Texas, and you go up in New York, and folks on the East Coast are also going to have the impact here. So what we're seeing here, important to note, just round one. There's another wave that's going to come through later tonight. So those snow accumulations, those totals across the region are expected to rise fairly quickly, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster, thank you much, my friend. Stay warm. Let me get over to Al Roker, who's tracking this thing. And Al, part of what seems to make this storm so dangerous is how slowly it's moving. No?
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie.
Do not check your volume button on your device or your remote control if you're still using one of those archaic devices. We've lost Al Roker's microphone. We're going to get him back. We're going to have him explain what's happening with the weather situation. And if we don't, you know we'll be talking to him tomorrow. We're going to try to fix that. And sorry for the tech issue. But beyond weather, there's a bunch of other headlines that are making a lot of news tonight, including this from President Biden. He's explaining more here in Washington about his decision to send thousands of U.S. troops to Eastern Europe to, quote, deter aggression, telling reporters that it's totally consistent, his words, with what he's been telling Russian President Vladimir Putin from the jump, that as long as he's acting aggressively, NATO allies need to know the U.S. has their back. So here's the deal. 3,000 troops are now headed to the border, right, to the area around Ukraine, to Germany and Poland. You've got 1,000 that are already in Europe that are going to be deploying elsewhere, too. Notice, though, none of these forces are actually going into Ukraine. The administration says that is not happening, that they're not going to be fighting in Ukraine, even if Putin invades, because Ukraine is not in NATO. But when I talked with the Pentagon press secretary, John Kirby, not too long ago, just this afternoon, he was very clear that it's entirely possible the U.S. will beef up the military presence near Ukraine, even more than this. Watch. Could more U.S. troops deploy as part of this bolstered support to NATO in this round?
Yes, I think it's entirely possible. We're keeping that option on the table, that we could be deploying or repositioning inside Europe more forces like the ones that are going to Romania that are coming from Germany.
So remember, this is in addition, this is on top of the 8,500 troops here on heightened alert who are already all prepped and ready to go if they need to. Shannon Pettypiece is here with more. Shannon, we know that Russia has something like 130,000 troops, we think, massed along the Ukrainian border here. The U.S. is now trying to beef up the NATO presence, sending troops to the area. Talk to me about the administration's strategy and thinking here as it relates to trying to turn the temperature down or at least to send a message.
This is something the president and the administration has signaled for a while now that they could do. In addition to talking about the severe economic sanctions that they will put in place should Russia invade Ukraine or further carry out this aggression, they have been saying all along that there was a potential to send military force, military support to the NATO allies. I think you make a really important point there, Hallie, that these troops are not being positioned there so they can move into Ukraine at a moment's notice should be necessary. That's not what we're talking about here. The administration says they're talking about this obligation they have under their NATO agreement, under this thing called Article 5, where if any NATO country is invaded, the U.S. as a member of NATO needs to come to their defense. So they're saying that these are being positioned to help the NATO allies, which raises this question: does the U.S. think some of these NATO allies could potentially get invaded? And the White House has kind of left the door open to that possibility because they say Russia is showing this aggression. So a sign of support to our NATO allies, a bit strategic, but also the administration has said something they hope to deter Putin from invading Ukraine, to show how serious the U.S. and its European allies are about wanting to see Putin stand down and pull back from the line here.
There's also a piece of this that I think is interesting, Shannon, which is the administration also not shutting the door on the possibility that these U.S. troops may end up going into Ukraine, possibly to help evacuate people if it were to come to that, right? If Russia were to invade, not to fight. It's a very different thing here, but that is not out of the realm of possibility. There's a lot of preparations for a lot of different scenarios that could lay out here.
Yeah, and contingencies. And that was something we heard the White House today talk about, wanting to have the capabilities in place for the various contingencies. We think about Afghanistan. There was some reporting today showing the administration wasn't prepared for all the contingencies that could unfold in Afghanistan. I know that what happened back in August weighs heavily in this White House when they think about foreign policy and planning. And so when it comes to contingency planning and all the different options, that's certainly something the administration is going to be weighing as well.
There's also been a bit of semantic backtracking, or I don't know, front tracking, Shannon, because you heard White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki today get pressed on this idea that she's no longer calling this potential Russian invasion imminent, right? She said, well, I said it once last week. I haven't said it in a while. People around here haven't said it in a while. That's actually partly, as we know from our NBC News colleagues who are in Ukraine, Shannon, because Ukraine heard the word imminent, and it translates to something more like inevitable, which nobody is really saying at this point. They hope, in fact, it's not inevitable.
Right. Well, a reminder here, too, in such a tense situation, how much the words people use matter, and how everyone on every side is really parsing what each side is saying. And the White House tried to make clear and tried to reiterate that they do think an invasion could happen at any moment, given the level of troops at the border, the preparations, the things the Russians are doing, like sending plasma to the border, something that would be needed in the eventual situation if there was a combat situation. But, there's also, too, they have admitted that the U.S. doesn't know what's going to happen here. And they do continue to say they don't know what Putin has decided, and that, of course, they're keeping this diplomatic process going. And you've got the Secretary of State and his counterpart in Russia continuing to talk. So they say the door is still open, too, on diplomacy, despite all this military talk we've had over the past 24 hours here.
It's been a lot. I know you'll stay on top of it. Shannon Pettypiece live outside the White House for us. Shannon, thank you. As promised, we worked on getting Al Roker back for you. I believe he is with us, and I believe we can actually hear the wisdom that he's able to drop.
I think so.
Perfect. Thanks, Al.
So.
Listen, we were
I think it's revenge by Punxsutawney Phil, because I made fun of him this morning. So
okay. Well, I'm sorry that he's taking aim at you. Talk to us about this storm. You were just getting into the issue that it's moving really slowly. That's the problem.
That's right. 105 million of us are under some sort of winter advisory, watch, warning, or ice storm warning. And in fact, that's just about almost 1 in 3 Americans are under some sort of winter weather advisory. You can see right now, look at this. We've got icing conditions going on down in Texas, Wichita Falls, Midland, just to the west of Dallas. In fact, ERCOT down there, the energy group, said, remember February of 2021, that massive ice storm? The gigawatt strain on the system was 77 gigawatts per hour. They expect it to be about 73 tonight, so they're getting close to that level. So hopefully the system holds. But you can also see rain and snow up through the Midwest. So slow mover, significant ice from Texas on into New York tomorrow. A band of heavy snow developing from Missouri on to Maine. Then Friday, slick commutes from Washington to Boston. Rain, snow, and a mix in between. Showers and storms soaking the southeast. And here's what we're looking for as far as a snowfall forecast. Joplin, Missouri, 5 to 8 inches. But look at Dallas. Could get 1 to 3 inches of snow. Louisville, about 2. Columbus, 6 to 10. Chicago, 5 to 10. Where Shaq Brewster was in Detroit, they could end up with a foot of snow before it's all over. Cleveland, 10 inches. 8 to 12 in Burlington and Bangor. Boston right now looks to be on the light side, 1 to 2 inches. But airport delays possible for Boston, Burlington as well. Buffalo and Cleveland for snow and wind. The roads, I-95 and I-90, are going to be a bit of a mess. And then as we slide along the system, Chicago to Louisville going to be a bit of a problem. I-65, St. Louis to Columbus, going to be problems. And look for airport delays, Chicago, Cincinnati, and St. Louis. And of course, the ice, Hallie, is going to be really rough from Dallas into central Texas and all the way to upstate New York. We are talking about 1/10 of an inch to 1/2 inch. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but up to 1/4 inch, you've got slick roads, bridges, travel is hazardous, and icy glaze forms on trees. 1/4 to 1/2 inch, those limbs break, causing power outages, dangerous road conditions. When you get to 1/2 inch to 1 inch, impassable roads, widespread multi-day power outages, Hallie. So this, we are looking at a very high impact storm, not just from snow, but what we're really worried about is the icing
right,
that stretches over 2,000 miles.
Yeah, it's sort of this huge scale that we're looking at here, especially for people who aren't used to seeing that. Al Roker, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. I'm sure we'll hear more from you about this over the next 24, 48 hours. We're learning more tonight about the potential causes of this mysterious brain injury situation, right? This mysterious sickness called the Havana syndrome. It's affected this small group of American diplomats and spies overseas. And now, in a new report that just came out, just within the last maybe 90 minutes or so, you've got this panel of experts working for U.S. intel agencies saying that the most likely cause is microwave energy from some kind of external source. They don't really know what that source is. The backdrop here, since late 2016, you've seen hundreds of U.S. officials in more than a dozen countries coming forward to report symptoms believed to be related to this Havana syndrome. But last month, the CIA came out and said, hey, most of these people don't actually fit the profile. A couple dozen do. That's where the mystery is, and that's what this new report is hoping to shine a light on. Ken Delanian is following the story for us. So, Ken, break this down a little bit, right? Because we're now centering on those, I think, a couple dozen diplomats, most of them related to the initial incident reporting in 2016. They get these really weird symptoms. We don't know what it is. And now these experts are saying it's probably microwave energy, which is the clearest sign yet, right? The most definitive evidence yet or answer yet that we have for this.
Yeah, you nailed it, Hallie. It's a little bit confusing because we've been reporting for 3 years now about hundreds of diplomats coming forward and saying they believe they have these symptoms that could be Havana syndrome. And then last month, the CIA comes out with his interim assessment that says most of those people do not fit the profile. They found alternate explanations, and it kind of poured cold water on the whole idea. But if you read it carefully, it said, hey, there are about 24 cases where we can't rule out foreign involvement. We have no idea what caused it. And those are the cases it looks like, that this panel of experts studied very closely. And this was a panel of outside experts, scientists, technologists, and U.S. intelligence officials, and they had access to classified information. They interviewed victims, they interviewed experts, and what they concluded was the most plausible explanation is directed energy from an external source. Now, they didn't identify, as you said, they didn't identify a device, and they weren't even looking at the question of who might be responsible. But just by concluding that, hey, this is likely directed energy, they have bolstered the long-standing hypothesis by the intelligence community that this is likely the Russians, because the Russians have a history of studying this technology. Now, the problem with that, Hallie, is they've been looking for years, the spies have, and they've not come up with any evidence to point to Russia, even though CIA Director William Burns went to Moscow and warned the Russians that if they were doing this, there would be consequences. It's a real mystery. But this report does move the ball forward in the sense of saying, look, we think these symptoms are not explained by any other phenomenon. They're not psychosomatic. That people are not making this up. They were hit by some kind of energy, and it caused real damage to them. What they have not said, though, is if this is still going on, Hallie.
You make a good point, Cam, because in the beginning, I think there was some sense, especially in interviews that I know you and our colleagues have done talking to these folks who've been affected, that like, oh, it's all in your head. Oh, you're making it up, right? This goes a step beyond that to say, no, this is what we think happened. This is what we think caused it. And we're hearing now from, I think, some of the country's top intel officials, right? The CIA director, the National Intelligence Director.
Yeah, that's right. Now, those leaders of these agencies have to walk a fine line because they want to, project the idea that they care about their workforce, even those people who have symptoms but don't fit the profile, because this has become an all-consuming phenomenon. CIA people are turning down jobs overseas because they're concerned that they're going to be hit with some kind of microwave ray, and that's in part why the CIA released that assessment last month. They wanted to communicate, hey, there is no global campaign that we know of foreign spies hiding in the street corner trying to aim a ray at you, but there is this unexplained phenomenon. Something happened to these people. They were, one day they were healthy, the next day they were floored, and some of them have never been the same since. And now we know that the most likely cause was some kind of external energy, and now they need to solve the mystery of how did that happen, Hallie?
Ken Delaney, way to stay on top of the story. We so appreciate you bringing us the latest developments. Thank you. Want to get over now to where the clock is ticking for former President Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, as it relates to the January 6th committee. She was apparently supposed to meet with those congressional investigators tomorrow or Friday, but committee chair Congressman Benny Thompson is now saying he doesn't know if she's actually going to show up. Watch.
So do you expect her to appear? Well, plans for her to appear? Or?
We don't know, we make preparations, but sometimes things slide another day or another week. But we would like to talk with her.
Okay, so leaving the door open. Maybe at some point they will actually talk with her. It comes as we know that the committee may get its hands on something else related to the man that you see on your screen right now, former Vice President Mike Pence, because today we learned the National Archives sent a letter to former President Trump letting him know that by March 3rd, early March, documents from Pence related to the Trump White House will be turned over to that January 6th Select Committee. The only catch, the only caveat, if Team Trump decides to get out there and block it. I want to get to Leanne Caldwell on Capitol Hill. And Leanne, we have seen this movie before as it relates to documents from the National Archives that the Select Committee wants to see. They want to see these documents from Mike Pence and his time in the Trump White House, right? They think that it could actually provide more information about what happened on the days leading up to and on January 6th. It's entirely possible, though, that Team Trump could come out and say, no, we have a legal objection. But that hasn't worked for him before. Why would this time be different?
Yeah, we don't know that it will be different, and people don't think that it will be different, Hallie. And so the fact if there is a legal challenge, we've seen this process play out before, as you indicated. And so the question now, is there actually going to be that challenge from the Trump team? What's interesting in these documents, we don't know exactly what they are going to be, but in a letter from the White House to the National Archives where they said that they would allow these documents to be released, that they give some sort of hint on what what is in these documents, and it is communications concerning the former vice president's responsibilities as president of the Senate in certifying the vote of presidential electors on January 6, 2021. And so these documents, we don't necessarily know how many, but could be very important for the committee's investigation, Hallie.
There's also this piece of it as it relates to Ivanka Trump, as it relates to former Attorney General Bill Barr, too. We heard from Chairman Thompson that they have no reason to believe he would not cooperate, right? Talk about Ivanka Trump specifically, because she is somebody who it sounds like the chairman's leaving the door open to hearing from sometime maybe in the next week, couple weeks. She could be, you know, and is a really high-profile figure in this.
Absolutely. When the committee sent Ivanka Trump a letter requesting, not subpoenaing, but requesting her cooperation, they requested it by February 3rd or 4th. That is tomorrow or the next day. What Chairman Thompson said is sometimes these things slip a couple days or maybe a week or so. But what he did not say is that she has indicated that she is not showing up. And so Ivanka Trump coming to talk to the committee or talking to the committee remotely would be a huge deal. She was not only, as you know, the top advisor to the former president, but she's the former president's daughter. And so that would be really, really, I mean, it would be fascinating to see if she actually showed up to talk to this committee, Hallie.
Somebody who did show up to talk to the committee is Jeffrey Clark, right? The former DOJ official who became kind of infamous for backing these debunked election conspiracy theories. We're seeing some video of him now walking out of his conversation with the Select Committee. Here's what we don't know, Leanne. We don't know what he said. We don't know if he cooperated, how much he cooperated, if anything he said was useful, if he just said, you know, I had a ham and cheese sandwich for lunch. We don't know that piece of it. We know he spent about 90 minutes there. And he could be somebody else that's critical for the committee to get information from.
Yeah, critical because he was like the Trump person in the Department of Justice who was working inside the Department of Justice to try to say that the election was overturned or needed to be overturned or fraudulent or there was something wrong with it. He was trying to also get placed as Attorney General at the time to move forward with this plan. So yeah, he is critical. And at first, if we back up, he said he was not going to cooperate with the committee. And then the committee held him in contempt. And then Jeffrey Clark said, oh, okay, wait a minute, I will cooperate with the committee, even though his attorney had indicated that he would probably plead the fifth. Well, now he has finally appeared before the committee. We don't know what happened behind those closed doors, but he is definitely someone that the committee thinks is critical in their investigation, Hallie.
Leanne Caldwell, live on the Hill. Thank you very much. Coming up, CNN President Jeff Zucker resigning because he did not disclose his consensual relationship with a colleague. We've got more details on how the network's responding, what's next for leadership and the broader business world in just a minute. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins! In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Syracuse just brought the house down. And it is goal for Olo. Zivon into the lead. Here comes Diggins. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shifrin.
reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Justice Department could pursue criminal charges against states involved in that whole fake electors scandal. That's when these so-called alternate electors in 7 states submitted what they said were electoral college votes for Donald Trump. They weren't, but the whole thing was this push to overturn the legitimate 2020 election results. These are the 7 states in question where President Joe Biden actually won the popular vote. But because Biden won the popular vote in those winner-take-all states, only electoral votes for him could be officially submitted and counted. The January 6th committee, for their part, has already subpoenaed 14 people involved in this whole thing from those states. I want to bring in Pete Williams. And Pete, experts that you spoke with say the Department of Justice could pursue criminal charges, maybe even conspiracy charges. Talk about the crime piece of this here, right? What they think actually crossed the line and broke the law.
So this is if the evidence supports these allegations, of course. The first possibility is sort of at a low level, a false statement, because in each of these cases, although there is an asterisk on this, but in these cases, the electors all signed and said, we are the duly chosen electors. Well, they weren't. If their states lost, if Trump lost the popular vote in their states, they weren't duly authorized electors. They had no authority to cast an electoral vote for Trump, because under the law of each of those states, only the person who won the popular vote was entitled to the electoral votes. Secondly, they say they met in the state capitals. Some of them showed up at state capitals and were turned away. Now, the asterisk was in 2 of those states, New Mexico and Pennsylvania, what they sent in actually said, we want you to count our votes if it turns out that Trump won the popular vote in our state.
So, Pete, you talk about if the evidence supports it, of course. When I think about evidence, I think about, do these certificates exist, these fakes? Where are they? Do we know where they are?
I should also say, to answer your question about conspiracy, those were the sort of low-level crimes. But the conspiracy possibility would be if there was, in fact, a plan to have all these states do this, then there could be a charge of conspiracy to defraud the federal government. I must say, it does appear that there was a plan, because on the day that the electors met, on December 14th of 2020, Stephen Miller a White House aide gave an interview on Fox News in which he talked about this very openly and said, we're doing this in case we win the lawsuits in any of these states, then we'll be, all dressed up and ready to go. In terms of where these things are, actually, that's a very good question. We don't know the answer to it. We know, or we're pretty confident, that, well, I'll say this, the law says that the electors are supposed to give copies of these to the Secretary of State in their state, to each of the electors, to the National Archives, and to the President of the Senate, who, as you know, is the Vice President. We believe Archives never did anything with them because we FOIA'd this at the time, and Archives said, yes, we have those things. They were sent in to us by private citizens. So apparently Archives didn't think much of them. The question is, what did Vice President Pence do with them? And we've never gotten an answer to that. We don't think that they ever made their way into those mahogany boxes on the floor of the House for the joint session to count the votes. We don't think he ever did anything with them.
Well, wait a second, Pete, because right before the break, we talked to Leanne about how the National Archives is releasing a trove of records from former Vice President Pence's time in the White House.
Right.
Could that not, in theory, potentially include these certificates?
Well, yes, it could include those, or correspondence about them, or notes or emails where he says, I'm not going to do anything with them. I'm hoping that they will contain an answer to that question, because we've never been able to get one. It's been a bit of, if you'll pardon the expression, a black box about exactly what happened from the time these things came to Washington until where they finally ended up. We don't know where they finally ended up. but we don't believe archives ever did anything with them except put them in a file.
Pete Williams, it's an interesting story. Thank you for keeping us honest about it. Appreciate it. So, have you heard about this? Warner Media announcing a team of interim leaders at CNN today, temporary leaders, basically, after the resignation of President Jeff Zucker. It is a stunner. We don't take that word lightly. We don't use that word lightly, but that's what we're hearing from people around that orbit here. He announced just today that he's resigning as the president of CNN. Why? Because Zucker says he did not properly disclose a romantic relationship, a consensual romantic relationship, he says, with another CNN senior executive. Apparently, questions about this relationship came up during the network's investigation into Chris Cuomo's conduct at CNN. Cuomo was fired in December for using his position to try to help his brother, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, fight sexual misconduct allegations. In a company-wide email, Zucker said, "I acknowledge the relationship evolved in recent years. I was required to disclose it when it began, but I didn't. I was wrong." His email did not name who that relationship was with, but CNN reports it's the company's executive VP and chief marketing officer, Allison Gollust. Dylan Byers, senior correspondent at Puck, is joining me now. Dylan, it's great to see you. Welcome to the show.
Good to see you, Hallie. How are you?
So the business implications here, talk through those, because CNN was on the precipice of this big merger. Zucker was supposed to be the person to help bridge that gap here. You know, not to mention they're trying to push into streaming with a big new push, you know, sometime in the next couple of months, we think. How does this move affect all of those other business pieces at play? And what are you hearing from folks in that world?
Yeah, I would say that the ramifications of this are pretty seismic, and I don't say that lightly, but all the alarm bell emojis you want to use apply here if you're in the media industry, and certainly if you're at CNN. And the reason for that is that the most important job that a leader of a cable news network has comes down to the relationships with the talent. And there was an almost filial-like loyalty to Jeff Zucker inside CNN among many of the bold-faced names who CNN viewers are familiar with. He is now out of a job all of a sudden, leaving the company, effectively rudderless because of how integral he was to every decision that was made at CNN. I mean, really right down to the chyron on the bottom of the screen. And at the same time, you are doing it just months ahead of a big merger that is going to unite Warner Media with Discovery. So you've got maybe not 5,000 CNN staffers, but you've got a hell of a lot of CNN staffers who are feeling pretty distraught and anxious about what this means, because for them, going to work at CNN was going to work for Jeff Zucker. You've got David Zaslav, the head of this new Warner Media Discovery media empire, who now has to figure out what to do with an effectively leaderless CNN. And in the meantime, I think just in terms of the sort of Shakespearean drama of it, you've got the downfall of a really outsized presence in the media community, and that changes what the cable news and television news landscape looks like generally.
You talked about how it is, in your words, an effectively leaderless company. They did name 3 people, right, who they're going to take over for now, the leadership of CNN in the interim. Could one of them be the ultimate successor, based on your reporting, for Zucker down the road?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think what my reporting tells me is that people feel like all 3 of these people are not, look, they're great hands to have on the wheel to steady the ship amid this controversy, and they've all worked there for a long time. They all have their own relationships with the talent. But I don't think anyone sees in any of these 3 people the kind of person who could step in and fill Jeff Zucker's shoes. In fact, interestingly enough, the person that Jeff Zucker wanted to have fill his shoes was Allison Gollust. And Allison Gollust, based on my reporting, despite she's staying on at the network for the time being, but she's very likely to leave the network, I would say, within the next few weeks or months. So I think the question now for David Zaslav when he takes over CNN is, A, what do you want CNN to be? Do you want it to go back to its roots of being a sort of hard news thing and get away from some of this sort of resistance to the Trump administration programming that they had? And then B, the question is who can do that and who has the relationships with the talent? And I don't know if there's a good answer to that question yet. And we'll have to wait until after the merger in the spring of this year to see what he decides to do there.
Dylan Byers, thank you so much for being with us. It's a business story, right? It's a culture story. There's a lot there to it. One of the rare, as you say, one of the rare behind-the-scenes TV names who I think even casual viewers knew of and knew about, no?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, an outsized presence and certainly someone who has made his stamp on the media industry and on American politics and culture generally.
Dylan Byers, thanks, friend. Appreciate it. So that story that was breaking as we were on the air 24 hours ago, the former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores and his lawsuit against the NFL, that is still making headlines today. He's sharing more about his allegations of racial discrimination and his claims of some pretty shady practices by his former team. What he told our Gabe Gutierrez coming up. And that huge fertilizer plant fire we told you about still has a community on edge nearly 48 hours after it started. What we're now hearing about the chances for an explosion. That's coming up.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the goal.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Former Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores, he's talking more about why he's suing the NFL, claiming racist hiring practices. Our Gabe Gutierrez talked with him one-on-one. He's going to join us in a second. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, we just heard about this in the last hour or so. Facebook shares down 20% after the closing bell. Why? The company just reported its earnings. They're a miss, below expectations. You've got the Facebook parent company, Meta, blaming inflation and supply chain issues. We're going to watch to see how this might move the markets tomorrow when they open. Number 2, still some concerns about this fertilizer plant that could explode in North Carolina because of this out-of-control fire. Remember, we showed you this yesterday. Thousands of people had to evacuate. Officials say there's a lot of smoke. The air quality is really bad because of this stuff burning. They're not sure when they're going to be able to get this fire under control. Number 3, the FBI says 6, we don't know their ages, kids, teens, minors, basically, in the country are people of interest in a series of bomb threats at HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. More than a dozen of those HBCUs got threats this week. The minors apparently used tech-savvy ways to disguise where they were. Officials say the threats appear to be racially motivated. Number 4, 2 men have been arrested after a shooting at a Minnesota high school that killed one student and hurt another. It happened at the South Education Center in Richfield. Police say they're not looking for any other suspects. And number 5, you heard about this. ABC News has suspended Whoopi Goldberg for a couple weeks. She caught a ton of backlash this week after saying on The View the Holocaust was not about race. She apologized not too long after she said that. In a statement, the network's president called Goldberg's comments wrong and hurtful. Today, we're hearing more from Brian Flores, the former Miami Dolphins head coach who's suing the NFL for what he says is racial discrimination in hiring. And he's talking about how he feels humiliated, angry, in disbelief. And we want to show you why he's filing this lawsuit. It's these texts that he had with Bill Belichick, the Patriots coach. He seems to be congratulating Flores on getting this Giants head coaching job. But then it gets really awkward because Belichick brings up Buffalo. Brian Flores doesn't work for Buffalo. Another Brian worked for Buffalo, Brian Daboll. According to the lawsuit, Belichick then writes that he misread the text. He thinks they're naming Daboll instead. NBC News has reached out to and has not heard from Belichick or his team. And here's the deal. Flores still went on that interview with the Giants, right, knowing he wasn't going to get that job. The NFL, 2 hours after Flores dropped that suit, says diversity is at the core of everything they do, calling the claims without merit and defending their decision to hire Daboll. In a league that's only about 70% black, this is the backdrop. There's only one black head coach. Mike Tomlin of the Steelers, there are no black owners. Gabe Gutierrez sat down with Flores, who says he feels he's here to make a bigger impact on the league and on the sport. Watch.
And if we can make changes to this system, and give more opportunities to black and minority coaches, real opportunities, I think it'll be worth it.
Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now. Gabe, fascinating one-on-one with Brian Flores, who's been pretty open about how he felt humiliated, I think, in this moment interviewing for the Giants job, but still went on that interview out of like a sliver of hope, right? Being an eternal optimist, basically. There's been a lot of reaction from people around the league. One comes from somebody who plays for the Giants, this offensive lineman, Nate Solder, who's white, and says, B-Flow has always been a man of conviction and character. I am proud of him for risking so much and standing for truth and justice at great risk and cost to himself and his family. I got your back, Coach. Talk to me about this Flores interview and about what we're hearing from around the league.
Yeah, Hallie, what an incredibly awkward text conversation with Bill Belichick, right? I mean, Brian Flores told me he not only was humiliated, but he just sat there for about 15 minutes trying to figure out what to do next. As you mentioned, he did go on that interview with the Giants, but there has been just an outpouring of reaction, throughout the day today. As you mentioned that tweet, other players and, colleagues of Brian Flores have come out in supporting him. But also there has been, several people that, including Eli Manning, a former player for the Giants, iconic player for the Giants, now in the front office. He says that he doesn't believe there was any wrongdoing here by the Giants, that there was no racial discrimination. But I also spoke with Flores' attorneys, who now say they are starting to get these calls from other players and staffers in the NFL who may want to join this class action lawsuit. So certainly this is far from over, Hallie.
There's also another really serious allegation that Flores makes here. He accuses Dolphins owner Stephen Ross of tampering, saying when he worked for the Dolphins, Ross offered him $100,000 for each game that he on purpose lost. This is like, what's the movie where this happens? The Cleveland movie, right? Anyways, this is like out of a movie. Ross denies it. The Dolphins deny it, right? The whole reason.
It's Major League.
Thank you,
Major
League.
That's sorry. It was on the tip of my tongue.
I don't watch movies.
Major League. Charlie Sheen. I mean, come on.
Right. So this is the same principle, right? Tank a bunch of games, get a better draft pick. This is what Flores says. The Dolphins deny it. We have to say that, but. Yeah. This is very serious, explosive stuff.
Yeah, certainly. And there's a Ted Lasso theme, by the way. Another also plot point in Ted Lasso. However, yes, very serious allegation, Hallie. This is, in addition to the racial discrimination, there is this allegation of tampering. And he did expand on that in my interview. Basically, what happened was he said the Dolphins owner asked him to not work so hard, to take more of a vacation, and offered him, he alleges, $100,000 per loss in order to be able to get a better draft position. In addition to that, Hallie, there was another situation that Flores alleges happened where he was invited to lunch on a yacht with the Dolphins owner, and that he was asked to recruit a prominent quarterback from another team, which in Flores' estimation would have amounted to violating the league's tampering rules. He says he backed out of that lunch once he realized what was going on, but ever since that incident, according to Flores, his relationship with the Dolphins became strained. Now, we should point out the Dolphins have denied any allegation of racial discrimination, and they also say that any implication that they, acted against the integrity of the game is simply incorrect. That's according to the Dolphins, anyway. But Flores says it happened, and that is included in his lawsuit.
Gabe, we're going to be looking for more of your interview with Brian Flores coming up tonight on NBC Nightly News in just a little bit. Thank you, friend, for sharing it with us. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, 4 men have been arrested for the overdose death of Michael K. Williams, actor, star of The Wire, who died last year from fentanyl-laced heroin. We'll share more on how police track down those suspects in The Local coming up. Plus, the restaurant industry is taking a beating. Think about it. Are you booking as many reservations as you did before the pandemic or even before Omicron? How business owners want Congress to step up and help now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Some 2 years into the pandemic now, a lot of restaurants are still having a really hard time, and the industry is asking Congress for some serious help. Maura Barrett has more in tonight's original in just a sec. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, 4 men have been arrested in connection to the death of Michael K. Williams. You might remember the actor died of a drug overdose in New York last September. Police say these men sold him heroin laced with fentanyl, and camera footage shows one of them selling Williams the drugs, according to police. All of them face conspiracy charges. From our West Coast Bureau, officials in California warn the state will probably face its 3rd dry year in a row because there wasn't much snow in January. It doesn't look like it's going to get much better anytime soon. California's already dealing with wildfire season, other water shortages, and drought conditions. And from our D.C. Bureau, after an 18-month pause while they figured out the rebranding, Washington's football team is stepping onto the field with a new name, the Washington Commanders. You might remember the football team dropped its prior name in 2020 because it's considered a slur against Native Americans. The club is keeping the color scheme, the burgundy and gold, while the team president says the new name suits the 90-year-old franchise. Hopefully, they will continue to have terrible luck against the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we want to bring you tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. You know the restaurant industry. I don't have to tell you this. You know this. They've taken a real hit since the pandemic started. Problems with staffing, with people showing up, all sorts of things. And it's interesting because last year the U.S. economy grew at its fastest pace since 1984. But the Delta variant kept a lot of people home and out of restaurants. Now you've got Omicron that is just crushing them again. This week you saw reservations at restaurants dropping an average of 23% nationwide, according to data from OpenTable, you know, that restaurant reservation website. Now you've got some of these restaurant owners pleading with Congress, begging with Congress to do more to keep their restaurants from closing. Here's Maura Barrett.
5 minutes or 10 minutes?
When Diana Davila opened Mitokaya, she had a vision for her restaurant.
We prize so much that feels like the flavors of our home, that really, in large part, that the woman have made. So really kind of showcasing those flavors in a very sort of mi casa es tu casa sort of a way.
3 years into the business, though, she was met with the pandemic, trying to stay afloat ever since, now coming up on the 5th anniversary.
We went from 25 employees to, at the end, it was 4 employees. I would love nothing more to have a place that's not just a flavor of the Mons, but hopefully be a staple in Chicago.
How could that hope become a reality? More money allocated towards the Restaurant Relief Fund, she says.
We have done everything the right way when you want that sort of American dream. It would be such a shame to lose, I don't want to say my business, I feel like our business of Mi Tocaya, to see her go away because our government couldn't put something together.
2 years into the pandemic, restaurants still face a constant struggle due to the Omicron surge, the labor shortage, and cost increases, experts say.
Just last week, we had a series of calls with our community, and they're pretty much at breaking point. Right now, we need help from Congress. We need federal relief and state relief.
In 2021, lawmakers allocated $28.6 billion towards the Restaurant Revitalization Fund for struggling bars and restaurants. According to the Small Business Administration, more than 300,000 restaurants applied. About a third of those applicants received relief funding. This limited relief came after the first round of the Paycheck Protection Program in 2020, which allowed some big chains like Shake Shack and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse to benefit from the funds, even though the program was intended for small businesses. Shake Shack ultimately returned the $10 million it received after criticism. The selection process is unclear, but these rounds of funding left many smaller restaurants, like Mi Tocaya, without aid money to keep going.
To go, right? Yes.
Just 4 miles south in downtown Chicago, Gene and Giorgetti was one restaurant that did receive some aid.
So the original Gene and Giorgetti is actually right here.
But despite its 80-year history in the city, they're still uncertain about their future, urging Congress for more relief.
I think it is one of the biggest priorities that they should be looking at right now.
In January, the National Restaurant Association called on Congress to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, noting a survey of operators found 88% of restaurants saw indoor dining demand wane because of the Omicron variant, and 50% of restaurants who didn't receive the first round of funding of the grant feel it's unlikely they'll stay in business without bailout money. But there's been hesitation from Washington, D.C., the White House telling NBC News in part, "We are continuing to closely track the impacts of Omicron and will address if additional targeted relief is needed, but we are not in the same place we were last year."
Did I worry about not turning 80? Every day. Every single day. I still worry every day. You know, I'm third generation. Keeping this restaurant going it's a big responsibility.
Maura Barrett is joining us now. Maura, talk a little bit more about the hopes for this second round of basically bailout money, right? These restaurant owners, you heard it there, they really want to see this from the White House and Congress. But right now, you know, I live in Washington. There's a lot of other things that are on the White House and Congress's plate right now.
Exactly, and right now negotiations look to be at a stalemate in Congress. The National Restaurant Association basically asking for $48 billion added to this second round. They say that that would cover the nearly 200,000 restaurants whose applications are still pending for this fund because they never got any of that money. The association also saying that this would help save 1.6 million jobs. So that's a huge impact on a lot of American people, right, Hallie? And this is all coming to pressure, obviously not a huge priority for the White House. Congress still having these conversations, even though there is a bill in the Senate. It just hasn't reached enough co-sponsors to bring it to a vote on the floor yet. But Congress does need to come to terms about a government spending bill by February 18th, and the industry is hoping that replenishment can be tied into that, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for bringing us tonight's original. Always good to see you. Coming up after the break, we'll talk a little bit more about the Biden White House making moves on a different front, maybe to look again at rules when it comes to TikTok and possibly some security risks that come with us. Jake Ward walks us through what that might mean for your scrolling addiction next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So the Biden administration may be changing the rules on whether and how much you can TikTok or